Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Chen found himself inadvertently entangled with a stranger, sharing an intimate encounter. 1 year later, as Chen embarked on his second year of university, he set out to catch a glimpse of the campus belle. En route, he was unexpectedly halted by the same unfamiliar woman. Pointing to the 4 children beside her, her cheeks flushed, she declared, "Chen, they are all your offspring. What on earth is happening?" Suddenly ding. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the Super Daddy system." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully held a child for the first time, earning a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully prepared formula for the first time, earning a property." Chen. Chapter 1. Heroic Rescue, Their First Encounter. At the age of 20, Chen was attempting the college entrance examination for the third time this year. Finally, he had been accepted into his dream university. The moment he received his admission letter, he was overwhelmed with joy. In his exhilaration, he called a few friends to celebrate with drinks. After several rounds of alcohol, he bid farewell to his companions, humming a tune as he staggered homeward. Help! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from around the corner. Help! Huh! Beautiful lady, it's pitch dark here, and there's not a soul in sight. Who would come to your rescue? Indeed, you might as well join us. Look at that face, that slender waist. TSK. What on earth? In the dead of night, what were these ruffians up to? Fueled by liquor, Chen boldly rushed forward. Stop right there, or don't blame me for being rude. Perhaps feeling guilty, the 2 men in black cursed under their breath upon hearing Chen's voice and hastily retreated. In the distance, Chen could faintly hear the sound of a woman weeping. He cautiously approached. Are you all right, beautiful sister? Then he beheld a tear-streaked face, a prominent nose, and large, expressive eyes glistening with fear, accompanied by a solitary tear. Chen's heart melted. Please, don't cry. How about I escort you home? As he spoke, a hiccup escaped him, and he nearly stumbled. The woman quickly steadied him, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized him. It's you? Ah, do we know each other? Chen could barely maintain his balance. Just before losing consciousness, he noticed the woman biting her lip as if making a significant decision. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hotel room, enveloped by a lingering, fragrant warmth. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Chen sat upright in shock. No way. Did I just? He slapped himself in disbelief. Didn't he promise to escort her home? How did he end up in a hotel? Vaguely, he seemed to recall the woman saying something, but the details eluded him. Damn it, Chen, you're truly hopeless. But what about the woman? Did she just leave? What was happening? Chen was utterly bewildered. 1 year later. At Ningzhou University, just a few days into the second year, Chen was abruptly awakened by his roommates. The legendary campus belle, when Chi has returned to school. Let's go, we must see her. Who? When Chi. Chen's eyes flew open. Was it truly the renowned beauty who had taken a year off yet remained irreplaceable, firmly seated atop the throne of Ningzhou University's most beautiful? He simply had to see her. With a sudden burst, Chen shot up from his bed. I'm coming too. However, his roommates had already departed. Those scoundrels. Cursing under his breath, he hastily dressed and rushed downstairs. In his eagerness to see the enchanting belle, Chen decided to take a shortcut. The shortcut cut through a small grove on campus, which was usually deserted during the day, frequented only by couples at night. Yet today, Chen spotted 2 women standing in the gazebo at the center of the path. One appeared older, likely in her 40s, while the other, clad in a white shirt and jeans with a high ponytail, looked to be in her early 20s. Her profile was stunningly beautiful. She seemed somewhat familiar. In his moment of suspicion, he suddenly heard the wails of a baby. Only then did he notice 4 strollers parked beside the 2 women. One baby in a stroller was flailing its little arms, crying uncontrollably. What to do? The young woman looked anxiously at the baby, tears threatening to spill. Miss Wen, you must hurry to class. It will be too late if you don't. But the 4 babies. Out of curiosity, Chen decided to approach for a closer look. Upon seeing the young woman's face, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the very woman he had saved a year ago, only to find himself sharing a bed with her? Could these 4 children possibly be hers, which meant they could also be his? No way. A sudden realization struck him, and he called out to the woman before she could leave. Beautiful sister? As when Chi turned, her eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chen, her mouth agape and a flicker of panic flashing across her face. Before she could utter his name completely, She abruptly silenced herself. No, she could not let Su-chan discover the existence of the four babies to her astonishment. He had also been accepted into Ningzhou University, though he should only be a sophomore this year. 1 year ago, upon learning of her pregnancy, she had made the difficult decision to keep the babies. If Su-chan found out these four children were his, he would surely go mad, and it would undoubtedly ruin his studies and future. She could not allow that to happen. Before Su-chan could close the gap between them, when Chi-Chi turned and fled. Aunt Lee, he'll leave the children in your care. Su-chan, did he appear that frightening? Hey, wait, don't run. Why are you running? Su-chan quickly pursued her. As he passed by the children, their cries intensified. Unable to resist, Su-chan halted in his tracks. Why is she crying so much? Aunt Lee had already picked up one of the babies, yet she couldn't calm him down. Do you need my help? Aunt Lee looked flustered. Though the babies usually were a handful, they had never cried like this before. All right, then you help me with the other three. Before Aunt Lee could finish, Su-chan instinctively scooped the baby from her arms. After doing so, he was momentarily stunned. His actions were purely instinctual in his 22 years of life. He had faced the formidable college entrance examination 3 times, yet this was his very first experience. Holding a child, he looked to Aunt Lee for guidance. How do you soothe a baby? He genuinely had no idea. Just as Aunt Lee was about to respond, the baby abruptly ceased crying. Not crying anymore. Su-chan was equally bewildered. Seems so. The moment the baby was nestled in his arms, its eyes widened, gazing intently at him. Thus, the two held a mutual stare. The baby squinted her eyes and smiled. Goodness, she was so tiny and adorable. How could there be such a charming little one in the world? Su-chan felt his heart melting. At that moment, Aunt Lee noticed Su-chan's nervousness and chuckled gently. It appears the baby really likes you, young man. Just relax, take it easy. Hold her gently, yes, just like that. Su-chan had completely forgotten about his intention to see the beautiful woman. His mind was solely occupied with the child. This little darling, with her rosy cheeks and the scent of milk, tempted him to plant a kiss on her. He struggled to suppress that thought and glanced at the 3 other babies in the strollers. One look was all it took. He felt as if he might lose his mind. The 3 little ones were also waving their arms and smiling at him. Too adorable, isn't it? This was it. Su-chan felt his heart overflowing with paternal affection. They are simply too cute. Seeing Su-chan's goofy smile, Aunt Lee couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, quadruplets, and they are all utterly adorable. How astonishing to have quadruplets. That enchanting lady just now was truly impressive. Recalling the graceful figure from moments ago, Su-chan tentatively inquired, Aunt Lee, may I ask, where is the father of the babies? Chapter 2, Binding the Super Daddy System. Upon mentioning the child's father, Aunt Lee's smile gradually faded. Who knows where that irresponsible father has disappeared to? It is truly outrageous. How could someone abandon such a wonderful Miss One and such a lovely child? Su-chan felt that if the child's father were present at that moment, Aunt Lee would certainly unleash her fury upon him. He could only chuckle awkwardly, suggesting that perhaps the child's father was unaware of the child's existence. If the father truly was him, then he was utterly wronged. He hoped fervently that he remained oblivious. Aunt Lee's gaze was almost lethal. Just as Su-chan was about to clarify, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding the Super Daddy System. What on earth? A daddy system? Has Su-chan, much like the protagonists of numerous novels, awakened a system? System? What is your purpose? Host, this system is the Super Daddy System. As long as you diligently care for the children, you will receive corresponding rewards. Care for children? Indeed. The 4 children before you. Are they truly my children? Yes. They are the offspring of you, and when Chi-Chi, with whom? The system offered no response. However, Su-chan no longer required an answer. He had heard the woman's name, when Chi-Chi. A moment later, Su-chan let out an exclamation of exasperation. What a colossal mess this is. No wonder the beautiful sister from earlier was so stunning. It turns out she is the campus belle, when Chi-Chi. Su-chan was certain that outside when Chi-Chi's classroom, a throng of men, much like his roommates, were gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of the campus goddess. Each of them harbored the same desire, to forge an extraordinary romance with Wen Chi-Chi, longing to be adored by the goddess in a manner that would allow them to bask in her glory. They could never imagine that Su-chan not only got there first, but had also fathered 4 children. What a fantastical world this was. Ding. Task activated. Host, please accompany Aunt Lee in caring for the children until when Chi-Chi arrives. Upon task completion, you will receive corresponding rewards. Very well, I am fond of this task. Knowing the children were his, Su-chan felt somewhat dizzy. It seemed wiser to await when Chi-Chi's return rather than seek her out. Noticing Su Chen's stillness, Aunt Li glanced at him curiously. Young man, what is the matter? Nothing. Su Chen could not help but chuckle. I will stay here to help you care for the children until their mother returns. Seeing Aunt Li's inclination to refuse, Su Chen quickly added, I have no classes today. Aunt Li pondered for a moment before finally acquiescing. Today, the four treasures were somewhat restless, and managing them alone was indeed exhausting. What a good young man he was. Su Chen smiled, engaging with the children while conversing with Aunt Li. As they chatted, he gleaned some background information. It turned out that when Chi entered her senior year, she discovered she was pregnant and had to withdraw from school. Subsequently, she gave birth to these four babies. Now that the babies were 6 months old, she resolved to return to school, but caring for them became a significant challenge. Chi's parents were not in Ningzhou, and she dared not inform them about having 4 children. Aunt Li had been hired by Chi to assist with the children ever since she gave birth. As Aunt Li recounted these details, she couldn't help but sigh. Miss Wen was once a woman of privilege, yet now she endures a life of hardship to raise her children. The meager living expenses barely suffice. She had to move into a dilapidated house and juggle odd jobs while caring for the babies, leading a truly arduous life. Now, she must return to school. What can be done? Today, she was supposed to care for the babies, but they were too unruly, compelling Chi to bring both Aunt Li and the children to school. What if the students discover that when Chi has 4 children? Aunt Li lamented, her heart heavy. Su Chen listened, feeling increasingly pained. He realized the gravity of his actions. Half an hour later, when Chi, who should have been in class, hurried back and caught sight of Su Chen holding the 4 treasures beside Aunt Li. Her steps halted, and she dared not approach. Why was Su Chen still here? This was disastrous. She needed to devise a plan to send him away quickly. When Chi gritted her teeth and feigned aloofness as she stepped forward. Aunt Li. Upon hearing When Chi's voice, Su Chen turned. Upon seeing her, he could not suppress his smile. This was his future wife. The way her bangs fluttered in the breeze was simply too adorable, just as charming as the babies. A warm feeling blossomed in Su Chen's heart. He stood up, ready to greet When Chi, only to see her pallid face as she walked past him without a glance, heading straight to Aunt Li. Only when she saw the children quietly resting, without crying, did she finally relax. When Chi turned to Su Chen, classmate, what are you doing here? Su Chen's enthusiasm was abruptly doused with cold water. You don't recognize me? When Chi's fingers tensed, striving to maintain her composure. Should I know you? Her frigid tone left Su Chen bewildered. On the night after the college entrance examination, she had not been like this. Was it that she wished to conceal the children's existence from him? Why? Forget it, he would ask first. I wanted to inquire about what? Hand over the child to me, or I will call the police. Chapter 3. Are they all your children? Before Su Chen could respond, when Chi stepped forward and snatched the 4 treasures from his arms, the babies erupted into loud cries. Aunt Li wanted to explain, but upon seeing When Chi's expression, she dared not utter a word. The 4 treasures cried increasingly louder, and Su Chen, frightened, dared not approach. Only managing to say cautiously, Senior One, the baby is crying too hard. Perhaps I could help soothe her? He had initially intended to call her wife directly, but feared it might startle When Chi. No need. Really, you can rest assured, I won't do anything. I just believe the baby is too young to cry like this. The wind outside is a bit chilly, she might catch a cold. At this moment, When Chi was also quite anxious. She wanted Su Chen to leave as soon as possible. However, the more she urged him to go, the more frantic the baby became, making it impossible to calm her down. Aunt Li was equally concerned. Miss Wen, let this young man give it a try. The baby seems to take a liking to him. When Chi remained silent, the 4 treasures cried so hard that they could barely catch their breath, their faces turning crimson. As the first started to cry, the others quickly followed suit. When Chi was on the verge of tears herself. Don't cry, my dear. Mommy is here. Unable to resist, Su Chen stepped closer, cautiously approaching. His voice softened several times over. Senior One, I will hold the baby just this once. If I can't soothe her, I will leave immediately. When Chi, not wanting the child to suffer, did not stop him this time. Su Chen finally took the 4 treasures into his arms. When Chi knelt down to soothe the other 3 babies. The moment the 4 treasures were in Su Chen's embrace, she immediately ceased crying. Look, Miss Wen, how miraculous. Could it be that the baby is beginning to recognize people? Aunt Li exclaimed. That can't be right. The baby should recognize her mother first, right? When Chi was equally astonished. The 4 treasures were the most challenging babies to calm, and now, at 6 months, they still gave her endless headaches. Could this be the power of blood ties? As she watched Su Chen carefully cradle the child, gently soothing her, when Chi felt a twinge of guilt. She had perhaps been a bit too harsh on Su Chen earlier. Yet, Su Chen should prioritize his studies. She did not wish to become a burden to him. Once she finally managed to calm the four treasures, Su Chen carefully returned the baby to Wen Chi. Senior, the baby has stopped crying. You should hold her now. The moment when Chi received the child from Su Chen's arms, she suddenly felt as though Su Chen had transformed into a father. Fearing further rebuttal from Wen Chi, Su Chen chose not to say more, turning away and leaving. He had a task to accomplish, one that would render Wen Chi unable to send him away again. As she watched his retreating figure, she hesitated, then turned to leave herself. Let's go home. But Chi, the class bell has just rung. I've taken a leave. She was unable to shake off her concern for the child. Aunt Li, apprehensive about saying anything, accompanied Wen Chi as they took a shortcut home. Su Chen dashed back to his dormitory, carefully picking up the strands of hair that had fallen onto him when he held the quadruplets. Then he swiftly exited, heading straight for the hospital. Although the system had already informed him, he still needed to undergo a paternity test. Once he had that, he would possess ample justification to remain by Wen Chi's side. The thought of Wen Chi suspending her studies for him and bearing 4 children filled him with an unbearable ache. Meanwhile, he had just idled away a year of his university life. Damn it. Su Chen silently vowed to take good care of Wen Chi and the children from now on. The individual presenting the report was Su Chen's distant cousin, Li Dong. When Li Dong handed the test results to Su Chen, his expression was grave. Indeed, there is a familial relationship. What is going on, Su Chen? Who did you have tested? In Li Dong's eyes, Su Chen, still a student, surely could not have children. Upon hearing the results, Su Chen felt as though he were floating. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. They were all his children. What? Your children? Yes. You. You little rascal. Instead of focusing on your studies, have fathered a child with someone else? No. Just as Li Dong sighed in relief, Su Chen added, not 1 but 4. Li Dong. What? Li Dong was on the verge of losing his mind. No way. It can't be as I think. It is exactly as you think. I have 4 children. If there weren't so many of them, Su Chen would have rushed to embrace Li Dong. Damn it. Li Dong cursed. I'm 5 years older than you, and I don't even have a girlfriend, yet you have 4 children? Li Dong expressed a mix of envy and sorrow. Su Chen waved dismissively. No need to envy. You will have your own. Yeah, right. Does anyone have that many kids? Are you prepared to take responsibility? Yes, I must. I can't let Wen Chi take care of 4 children all by herself. That is quite a burden. Su Chen turned to leave, but suddenly spun around. Donggu, please don't tell my parents about this. I fear they won't take it well. Once I'm ready, I'll explain everything to them. It wasn't that Su Chen wanted to boast. He simply couldn't contain his joy. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized how rash it would be to expect his parents to accept that he had 4 children. That would be unfair to Wen Chi, who deserved a perfect proposal and a wedding that would inspire envy. These were things he needed to strive to provide for her. All right, but how do you plan to raise the children? I'll figure it out myself. Su Chen replied with a mysterious smile before departing. During his earlier conversation with Aunt Li, he had already inquired about Wen Chi's residence. Now he was off to find her. On the way, Su Chen took advantage of the solitude to ask, System, here, what about my reward? Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying Aunt Li while waiting for Wen Chi. You have received a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Beep. The cash has been deposited. Please check your account. Direct cash rewards. Su Chen smiled slightly upon hearing the notification from his bank card. The balance was 20,000 yuan, with a total of 20,100 yuan. Gazing at this figure, Su Chen fell into contemplation. He had previously lived paycheck to paycheck, receiving 2,000 yuan monthly, and within just 3 days of classes, he had only 100 left. Clearly, he could no longer afford to waste money. Nevertheless, for now, he would go see his children. 20,000 yuan should last a while. Chi, wait for me. Upon returning home, when Chi busied herself with Aunt Li preparing formula for the babies, Aunt Li noticed that when Chi seemed somewhat distracted and sighed, asking, Chi, that young man today, is he related to you? Huh, no. When Chi's face flushed with tension, Aunt Li observed her closely, beginning to understand the situation. Oh, are you worried he might take the children away? Not at all. When Chi replied, but then fell silent, lowering her head to add warm water to one of the bottles. He is still so young. Aunt Li shook her head helplessly. I actually think he really likes children. You're too exhausted. Why not give him a chance? The baby seemed to like him. When Chi paused momentarily, then resumed her tasks, as if the earlier melancholy had vanished. After a while, the 4th baby suddenly began to cry. When Chi quickly handed the bottle to Aunt Li to hold the 4th baby, but this time, the 4th baby's cries were so loud that the other 3 began to wail in response. When Chi, her palms sweating with anxiety, exclaimed, Aunt Li, the 1st baby seems to have pooped. The 2nd baby is crying from hunger. Even after having 4 babies for half a year, when Chi still found herself flustered. All right, I'll be right there. Just as Aunt Li was about to enter, a knock sounded at the door. She swiftly opened it. And when Chi-Chi's voice called from inside, "Who is it?" Before Su-Chun could step inside, he heard the children crying. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Chi-Chi's side and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with the fourth baby?" As he spoke, he reached out to take the fourth baby into his arms. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, "What are you doing here?" Su-Chun didn't have time to respond, cradling the fourth baby in his embrace. When Chi-Chi questioned again, "How did you know this is the fourth baby?" "Because they are quadruplets. And if they wear the same clothes, even when Chi-Chi can mix them up. Today is my first time seeing the children." As he gently patted the fourth baby, he laughed. "Did you forget? I held her today. I recognized her at first glance." When Chi-Chi was taken aback, he recognized her at first glance. Su-Chun was indeed as Aunt Lee had described, very attentive to the children. However, what are you doing here? Realizing her instinct to push him away, Su-Chun had anticipated this. With one hand cradling the baby and the other extending the paternity test report to Chi-Chi, he stated, "They are all my children. How could I not come?" Upon seeing the report, Chi-Chi felt lightheaded. Let us calm the babies first. We can talk about it later." Su-Chun's words brought Chi-Chi back to reality. "Right, we need to soothe the babies." The moment the fourth baby was in Su-Chun's arms, she seemed to recognize him and stopped crying immediately. Su-Chun felt a warmth in his heart. The fourth baby is so well behaved. Aunt Lee handed over the bottle, and Su-Chun carefully placed it by the fourth baby's mouth. The baby opened her little mouth, her eyes squinting into crescent moons as she smiled. A tear lingered at the corner of her eye, making her all the more adorable. Su-Chun felt as if he might burst into tears from the cuteness. "Fourth baby, sweet girl, drink your milk." The fourth baby latched onto the bottle, gulping down the milk. Su-Chun let out a sigh of relief. He was about to assist with the other three children when he noticed that Aunt Lee and Chi-Chi had already calmed them down. All three little ones were similarly cradling their bottles, drinking merrily. However, they occasionally glanced over at Su-Chun, as if silently requesting, "I want to be held by daddy too." Looking at Chi-Chi, her forehead glistening with sweat, Su-Chun felt another wave of heartache. Just a single feeding had left her so drained. How had she managed over the past 6 months? Feeling guilty under Su-Chun's gaze, when Chi-Chi fumbled, "Well, because my breast milk wasn't sufficient, I had to give them formula when I ran out." It seems as if one is justifying their inability to care for a child. Su-Chun shook his head and reassured, "It's all right, my dear wife. You have done exceedingly well. From now on, I shall assist you." When Chi-Chi abruptly lifted her head, her complexion reddening at a visible pace. "Who is your wife?" Aunt Lee had also seen the paternity test report. Initially intending to voice her grievances, she recalled Su-Chun's demeanor moments ago and sensed some misunderstanding between the two. "Chi-Chi, why don't you have a proper conversation with the child's father? They should be asleep soon. I can take care of them." When Chi-Chi nodded and turned toward the living room, Su-Chun handed the baby to Aunt Lee and followed her outside. Noticing Chi-Chi's silence, he cautiously called out, "Wife, do not call me that." She retorted, "But we have a child together. That does not make me your wife. Do not call me that indiscriminately." When Chi-Chi's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she dared not meet Su-Chun's gaze, fearing he might utter something outrageous, she anxiously said, "If you call me wife again, you shall have to leave." All right, I won't call you that anymore. How about I call you Chi-Chi instead? If you do not allow me to call you Chi-Chi, I shall call you wife." When Chi-Chi felt exasperated, although she was 2 years his senior, why did she feel like a child in his presence? Seeing Chi-Chi relent, Su-Chun chuckled softly. "So, tell me, Chi-Chi, why did you keep this from me?" Observing Chi-Chi's bashful demeanor, he felt a surge of amusement. His wife was truly endearing, despite being a mother of 4. She remained shy. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, resolved to be forthright, "Actually, this matter has nothing to do with you. I can manage on my own." Chapter 5. I will ensure your name appears on my household registration. Su-Chun did not allow Chi-Chi to finish and interrupted. "See, you're talking nonsense again. What do you mean you can manage by yourself?" When Chi-Chi looked up, hesitating to speak, Su-Chun continued, "Can you really take care of these 4 adorable babies all by yourself?" When Chi-Chi was rendered speechless, and he added, "I think not. It requires both of us. Hence caring for the children is not solely your responsibility. I share that duty. Are you afraid that I might feel overwhelmed and that it could hinder my future? Which is why you did not want to tell me." With her thoughts exposed, when Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, "I knew it. But Chi-Chi, I am already 22. I am a man. With such a beautiful wife and such lovely children, how could I possibly see this as a burden? Isn't this something to celebrate?" When Chi-Chi suddenly lifted her head, her nose tinged with emotion, "Do you truly think so?" "Absolutely." Seizing the moment while Chi-Chi was touched, Su-Chun stepped closer and gently took her hand. "So, do not think about pushing me away. I shall not leave. As long as you and the children are here, I will remain." When Chi-Chi felt a rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears. She had always believed that raising these 4 children was her sole responsibility. She hesitated to inform Su Chen for another significant reason, her fear that he might deny it. Nowadays, most young people approach such matters frivolously, and she feared that if Su Chen rejected her, she would be the one left heartbroken. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Chen would feel joy instead. All her previous worries dissipated, and when Chi grew bolder, she took a deep breath and decided to confess the truth. Su Chen, they truly are your children and mine. Finally receiving acknowledgement, Su Chen was elated. Then why didn't you tell me a year ago? I was terrified at the time, constantly contemplating terminating the pregnancy, but when I visited the hospital and learned there were 4 babies, I could not bear to let go. Su Chen held her soft hand, overwhelmed with the impulse to embrace when Chi, it's all right now. From here on out, I am here for you. But what exactly happened that night? Did you say something to me? When Chi nervously grasped his hand, and upon hearing Su Chen's question, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. No, I didn't say anything. I was also drunk. So, he didn't remember. Perhaps it was for the best. If he did, it would be quite embarrassing. You truly didn't say anything? I didn't. When Chi withdrew her hand from Su Chen's grasp, if you ask again, I shall be angry. All right. I won't ask anymore. Su Chen found the situation amusing. How was it possible that she, still a child at heart, was already the mother of 4? Since when Chi was unwilling to share, he decided to let it be for now. Su Chen believed that one day, she would confide in him. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Su Chen frowned as he approached. Who is it? How rude. There are 4 babies sleeping inside. What if you wake them? Just as he thought this, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new task. Please open the door and resolve the trouble outside. Upon completion, you will receive appropriate rewards. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, trouble. He stepped toward the door. When Chi grasped his arm. No, let me handle it. Upon opening the door, they were met by a plump woman and a man. The woman wore a displeased expression, while the man forced a smile. Chi, I'm sorry about the money I borrowed from you. The woman immediately exploded with rage. What do you mean sorry? You come here to demand money and still feel sorry? What? Are those who borrow money considered lords? When Chi is it? I never expected you to be so shameless. Upon hearing this, when Chi's face paled. I am not. I didn't as the woman prepared to hurl more insults. Su Chen quickly intervened. What is going on? When Chi pointed at the man. This is my senior. Brother Wang. A while back, I didn't have money to buy diapers for the babies, and Brother Wang kindly lent me 10,000 yuan. Her voice grew quieter with each word. It was truly just a loan. Brother Wang thought the babies were pitiful, and I intend to repay this money as soon as I have the means. The plump woman, upon hearing this, became even angrier. You say it's just a loan? You, a woman with children, flirting with men everywhere. How dare you? Could you please refrain from speaking? The man, referred to as Brother Wang, appeared quite embarrassed. He had genuinely acted out of kindness, but his wife was domineering. Upset, she insisted on coming to demand the money. He could only look apologetically at when Chi, please don't take it to heart. My wife doesn't mean it that way. I mean exactly that. The plump woman shot a glance at Su Chen, suddenly intrigued. Oh, have you hooked another pretty boy? Su Chen's expression remained cold. 10,000, is it? I will settle that. Let me just pull up my WeChat payment. He added, but let me make it clear, I am not some pretty boy. I am when Chi's man, the father of her children. As he spoke, he pulled when Chi into his embrace. I truly appreciate Brother Wang's kindness. But in the future, mind your words. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. After stating this, Su Chen promptly took out his phone. The woman, skeptical, extended her phone. You have money? Su Chen smiled lightly and effortlessly transferred 10,000 yuan. Upon seeing the money, her eyes widened in shock. Ultimately, she dragged Brother Wang away, dejected. Su Chen shut the door with a firm hand. It seemed he needed to earn money quickly. 20,000 was indeed quite easily spent. When Chi awkwardly extricated herself from Su Chen's embrace, her expression filled with concern as she looked at him. Su Chen, thank you. I will repay you for that money. What are you saying? You are the mother of my children. What's mine is yours. There's no need for repayment. His assertive yet warm tone caused when Chi's cheeks to redden once more. But we aren't married. That is unimportant. One day, I will ensure your name appears on our household registration. Chapter 6. How about we go and register our marriage right now? When Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson. When did Su Chen become such a domineering figure? She was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Chen's arm rested casually on her shoulder, prompting her to subtly shift away. Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his embrace, yet his heart swelled with sweetness. His wife was blushing once again. Shall we then? Let us go get the marriage certificate? When Shanshan was taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Chen. Are you out of your mind? I'm not insane. I'm utterly serious. Su Chen replied earnestly. Shan, I am 22 this year, and you have reached the legal age for marriage. Since the university permits students to marry, why not seize the moment and obtain our marriage certificate? When Shan lowered her head, her fingers nervously intertwining. The thought of registering their marriage with Su Chen had crossed her mind, but it remained just that, a fleeting thought. How could a boy who had just stepped into university so easily enter the sacred realm of matrimony? Yet now, upon hearing Su Chen articulate these words, her heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing her silence, Su Chen took her hand again. So what do you say? Shall we go? The warmth radiating from his palm jolted when Shan backed to reality. She hastily withdrew from him, gritting her teeth to conceal her anxiety. No, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Despite having a child, it felt as though there was no romantic relationship between her and Su Chen. She didn't want him to be with her solely because of the child. After being rejected once more, Su Chen found clarity. He and Shan had only met for the third time since that fateful night a year ago. He had momentarily lost his senses amidst the joy of seeing the child, nearly forgetting the need for a process. He realized he needed to win Shan's heart willingly, rather than through obligation. I apologize for my rashness, Shan. From this day forth, I have decided to pursue you. When Shan had anticipated that after her rejection, Su Chen would feel dejected or even walk away. But he appeared to be in high spirits. Now it was her turn to feel awkward. She turned to retreat into the inner room. I'm going to check on the baby. Was that an implicit consent for him to pursue her? Su Chen happily followed her. The 4 babies were peacefully sleeping, and Aunt Lee had gone to wash the bottles. As when Shan gazed at the children, a smile finally graced her face. Su Chen approached her, standing beside her, his heart brimming with happiness. At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have acquired the skill of photographic memory. Would you like to activate it now? Without hesitation, Su Chen replied, yes. Activate it. Photographic memory. That was an unparalleled skill, signifying that from this point onward, he would possess an extraordinary advantage. After activating the skill, Su Chen felt his mind clear significantly, and the expressions of the babies became more vivid. The 4 little ones lay in a row, each sleeping more soundly than the last, with the eldest and second child even drooling. Su Chen chuckled softly. Even drooling was endearing. By the way, Shan, what are their names? I haven't named them yet. What? Su Chen was taken aback. They were already 6 months old, and she still hadn't named them. Was she waiting for their father to do it? His casual remark struck a chord in Shan's heart. Not daring to meet his gaze, she stubbornly retorted, that's not it. I just forgot. Since you're here, you can name them. She wouldn't dare to reveal to Su Chen that she secretly harbored a glimmer of hope regarding him. She longed for the possibility of encountering Su Chen in the future as the father of her child, wishing for him to participate actively in their lives. Su Chen could see right through her little lie. To his surprise, his offhand comment had struck a nerve. Joy bubbled within him. His wife was simply too adorable. His affection for her grew stronger. Feigning seriousness, he suggested, all right, there are 2 boys and 2 girls. Let us name them with auspicious meanings. The boys will be called Zian and Zikong, while the girls will be Cici and Lele. Thus, we have Su Zian, Su Cici, Su Zikong, and Su Lele. When Shan quietly repeated, Su Cici sounds nice. Upon saying it, Su Chen realized the name was rather unappealing. An idea struck him. Then let us name the second girl Su Xiao, which also conveys happiness. What do you think? Hearing this, when Shan nodded happily, all right, let us go with that name. Babies, you have names now. Su Chen looked at the sleeping infants, a wave of warmth washing over him. Especially upon seeing Shan's delighted expression, he felt even more determined to treat her well. He hadn't mentioned giving the children his surname, wishing to respect her wishes. Yet it seemed she hadn't considered the possibility of the children taking her surname at all. It appeared that he held significance in her heart as well. Realizing this filled Su Chen with joy. Just then, Aunt Lee approached, looking troubled. Shan. When Shan turned and asked softly, what's the matter, Aunt Lee? I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 7, I can take care of the babies. The 3 of them tiptoed into the living room. And Aunt Lee spoke hesitantly. I've been looking after you and the babies for over half a year now, but recently, an elder in my family has fallen ill, and I must return home to care for them. So, when Shan opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Aunt Lee to stay, but ultimately found no words. Aunt Lee had assisted her immensely over the past 6 months. Aunt Lee, please wait a moment. I'll settle this month as payment to you in a few days. Aunt Lee sighed and waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. I know you're short on money right now. Just buy some formula for the babies. I'm not in a hurry. No. With a family member unwell, you certainly need money. I will find a way. Aunt Lee didn't refuse any further. She genuinely needed the funds. Seeing the 2 women in a difficult situation, Su Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. Shan, how much do you need to give Aunt Li? 6,000. When Shan felt a bit awkward. She had never imagined that 6,000 yuan could pose such a challenge for her now. I'll cover it, Chen declared, pulling out his phone to transfer money. Aunt Li, what is your WeChat? Aunt Li hadn't expected Chen to offer money. When he had been at the door helping settle the bills, she had been occupied with the babies and hadn't seen. Young man, aren't you still in school? It's no trouble at all. It's the least I can do. After a moment of silence, Aunt Li took out her phone. Chen promptly transferred 8,000 yuan to her. That is too much. It should be 6,000, not 8. Chen smiled. Aunt Li, while I may not know the exact costs, I imagine looking after a child costs at least 6,000 these days, right? And considering you've cared for 4, you've helped Shan immensely over the past half year. It's only fair. Take it. Use it to buy some supplements for your family. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Li accepted the money. What a good man. Shan, with someone like him helping you, I can rest easy. When Shan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The day had brought her so many poignant moments courtesy of Chen that she could hardly process it all. When she looked at Chen again, she no longer saw a mere boy but a genuine man. Flattered by the praise, Chen felt particularly cheerful. He had initially thought Aunt Li might scold him upon discovering his true identity. Aunt Li, concerned, asked, but what will happen to the babies when I'm gone? You still have school, and surely you won't manage to take care of them alone. That indeed posed a significant dilemma. When Shan felt conflicted, finding someone capable of caring for 4 infants on a budget was an arduous task. There's no need to search. Chen stepped forward, volunteering. I'll do it. What? You? Both Aunt Li and when Shan were taken aback. You mean you'll take care of the babies? Yes, I will. Chen nodded earnestly. Isn't it all the rage to be a stay-at-home dad these days? I believe I can manage, and I genuinely wish to be part of the baby's growth. This is a perfect opportunity. But do you know how? When Chi gazed at Chen with a hint of concern, Chen, taken aback, suddenly recalled a grave issue. He genuinely seemed incapable of caring for children. If he were to call his parents at this moment and inform them that he had 4 children, he feared he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Perhaps it was best to learn on his own. Fortunately, he had just awakened his photographic memory ability. The system was indeed considerate. Aunt Li, would you mind teaching me a few things over the next few days? You wish to learn? Aunt Li inquired skeptically. Chen nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I am confident I can master it, rest assured. He brimmed with self-assurance. However, when Chi was troubled by another concern, but what about your studies? She had hesitated to approach Chen earlier, fearing it might hinder his academic pursuits, and yet here they were. That's manageable. I've already devised a plan. I'll ask my roommates to record the lectures for me, and I'll request permission from the academic advisor. Is that feasible? Wouldn't that cause you to fall behind? Not at all. Trust me. Your husband is quite capable. Chen proudly touched his nose, feeling flustered by his teasing. When Chi glanced around, avoiding his gaze, I won't concern myself with you. With that, she retreated into the room, leaving Chen grinning at her retreating figure. Young man, what are you daydreaming about? Aunt Li interjected. Since you wish to learn, when the babies awaken, come to me. All right. Chen readily transformed into an eager student. Aunt Li's impression of him greatly improved. Seizing the moment while the children were asleep, Chen hurried to a corner and called his roommate, Li Wenhao. As soon as the call connected, Li Wenhao's disgruntled voice echoed. Son, where have you been? You promised to see the campus beauty. Hey, how's he? Have you met the campus beauty? Of course. You have no idea how stunning one is. That tiny waist, those long legs, that heart-shaped face. She is truly my dream girl. Chen thought to himself, how long would this guy continue to boast? If he were to discover that when Chi had given him 4 children, he would surely lose his mind. All right. How's he? I have something serious to discuss. What is it? Speak. Father is listening. Chapter 8. The Goddess Wife and the Quadruplet Babies. Having become accustomed to bantering with his roommates, Chen felt somewhat awkward speaking earnestly, so he decided to be direct. I've been quite busy lately and cannot return to school. Could you record the lectures for me when you attend? Alternatively, you could also get the lecture notes for me. After all, with his photographic memory, he could learn from just the notes. What on earth is going on, Chen? Li Wenhao's tone shifted from playful to concerned. Chen felt a wave of gratitude. Despite their usual joking demeanor, his friends were loyal when it mattered. With a sigh, he restrained his laughter. It's nothing serious. I have children now, and I need to take care of them. What? You have children? Li Wenhao exclaimed incredulously. Yes, my own children. Are you out of your mind? You can't be serious. Get lost. You're the one who's not serious. Are you for real? Absolutely. Li Wenhao fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up. Moments later, their dormitory group chat erupted with a video call. Chen jumped in surprise, fearing he might wake the children, but when Chi-Chi's voice emerged from within, answer it. It's all right. She wished not to impose too much pressure on Chen. Touched, Su Chen accepted the call. The camera revealed 3 eager faces. Oh my goodness. Su Chen, where are the children? Where's your wife? Damn it, Su Chen, if you're deceiving us, prepare to face the consequences. Quick, let us see them. And we will help you with your studies. Otherwise, expect the academic advisor to come after you. Realizing that Li Wenhao was not refusing to assist him, but rather rallying their friends, Su Chen felt helpless. He had no choice but to turn the camera around. The screen soon displayed Wen Qiqi preparing to enter the kitchen. Dressed casually in jeans, her legs appeared long and elegant. Despite having given birth to 4 children, her figure had remarkably bounced back, boasting a perfect hourglass shape. Wow, the goddess! A voice exclaimed from the phone. Su Chen quickly adjusted the camera. As it was not yet the time for them to know that Wen Qiqi was the mother of his children, he wanted to spare her from any undue stress. What are you doing? We want to see the goddess. Her figure is simply astounding. Su Chen resolutely refused. No way. Come on, you're becoming increasingly disobedient. Li Wenhao was the first to catch on. Su Chen, don't tell me that stunning silhouette belongs to your wife. At that moment, Wen Qiqi, now in the kitchen, leaned against the doorway. Upon hearing this, she tightened her grip on the utensils, while Aunt Li noticed Wen Qiqi's clenched jaw and shook her head softly. What's wrong? Are you still not ready to accept him? Wen Qiqi bowed her head, remaining silent. She simply wasn't prepared. In the living room, Su Chen was practically bursting with joy. Indeed, she is my wife. Is that a joke? Are you pulling our leg again? With children involved, how can you doubt me? His 3 roommates were now eagerly awaiting confirmation. Where are the kids? You can't just talk without proof. Feeling exasperated, Su Chen glanced at Wen Qiqi, and only after receiving her affirmation did he head towards the bedroom with his phone. Keep it down, don't wake the babies. They're sleeping. Babies? Plural? Yes. Twins? No, quadruplets. Are you dreaming, Su Chen? The 3 friends exchanged glances filled with skepticism. However, once Su Chen pointed the camera towards the 4 adorable babies nestled on the bed, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. One friend nearly jumped up in excitement. But Li Wenhao quickly covered his mouth, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence. Su Chen quietly exited the room, closing the door softly. The video call erupted in chaos. 4 of them. You must be kidding. Look at how adorable they are. Those chubby little faces, I just want to squeeze them. Oh no, I'm a manly man. Damn it, I want to buy them little dresses. After a flurry of excited exclamations, Li Wenhao led the charge. Looking seriously at Su Chen, are they really all yours? Absolutely, Su Chen replied, quite pleased with their reaction. So, I'll need to take care of the babies. And I'm counting on you all. When it came to business, the trio was all seriousness. All right, but you must agree to one condition. They conferred briefly before stating. We want to see the babies. 1 video every day. You can't miss a day, or else we want to help you with the lectures. And we must be the first to know if you bring the children to school. I want to hold them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, that's easy. I promise 1 video every day. Having adorable babies in hand could indeed solve everything. All right, Su Chen, hurry and take care of the children. Don't forget the videos. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with his roommates, Su Chen ended the call. When Qiqi emerged from the kitchen with dinner, signaling for Su Chen to eat, did you reach an agreement? Yes, I told them it would be fine. And how will you request leave from your academic advisor? My first-year grades were excellent. I ranked first in my department. Rest assured, I will convince the advisor to agree. You need not worry about attending your classes. The thesis and graduation project in your senior year are of utmost importance and cannot be delayed any further. Although Su Chen often skipped classes during his university days, it was perhaps due to having taken the college entrance examination 3 times that he had mastered effective study methods, ensuring he did not fall behind in his academics, and even earned a scholarship in his freshman year. When Qiqi nodded, her expression filled with concern. Suddenly, a loud wail of a child pierced the air. Oh no, the babies have awoken. Chapter 9. I told you to go out. Hurry up. Su Chen sprang up in a panic and rushed into the room with Aunt Li. When Qiqi hurried over too, eager to cradle the babies. Don't move. Su Chen interjected. I'll handle this. This time, Su Chen was serious. He was determined to learn how to care for the children. When Qiqi refrained from interfering, curious to see whether Su Chen could indeed manage the task at hand, the babies on the bed flailed their arms and legs, their cries echoing in unison. As Su Chen stood before the crib, he suddenly found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Having just vowed to take this seriously, he awkwardly turned to Wen Qiqi. Qiqi. She couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Weren't you just telling me not to move? With a sheepish smile, Su Chen turned back to the task. Wen Qiqi stepped forward, cradling the 4th baby while explaining to him. The eldest is quite sensible and usually doesn't cry. The second one wakes up demanding milk immediately, while the 3rd cries the loudest but quiets down after a few wails. The 4th is also prone to tears and is quite delicate. If left unattended, he might choke on his own sobs, so I usually pick him up first. After settling the fourth baby in her arms, when Chi-Chi continued, Su-chun, please go fetch some milk powder from Aunt Lee. I'll feed the fourth baby. Nodding in agreement, Su-chun followed Aunt Lee outside. Upon receiving the milk bottles, he was struck with confusion. It seemed he didn't even know how to prepare milk powder. For the first time, he felt flustered over what seemed to be a simple task. He looked to Aunt Lee for guidance. Aunt Lee, how much should I put in? Aunt Lee chuckled at his earnestness. It was her first time witnessing a man take such care. Usually, the men from other families would simply retreat to their phones, as though the children were not their concern. Come, let me show you. The bottle has measurements. Since the babies are around 6 months old, you should add 100 milliliters of warm water, approximately at 45 degrees Celsius. The eldest and the third are boys, so you should add a bit more for them. She pointed to the appropriate measurement. Su-chin stepped closer, taking a careful look and committing it to memory. But how do I control the water temperature? Just go by feel, Aunt Lee suggested, allowing him to touch the bottle's warmth. She handed him the remaining 2 bottles. With his remarkable memory, Su-chan meticulously followed the order and proportions without error, albeit with considerable anxiety, as it was his first attempt, and he feared making a mistake. After preparing the milk, Aunt Lee nodded in satisfaction. Who would have thought? Young man, you have a knack for this. It's thanks to Aunt Lee's excellent teaching, he replied with a grin. As for Chi-Chi, she may seem aloof, but she has a soft heart. Keep it up. Aunt Lee's words carried a deeper meaning, and Su-chun understood she was subtly encouraging him. Thank you, Aunt Lee. I'll be sure to treat you to a celebratory feast when the time comes. All right. Aunt Lee will be waiting for that day. With 3 bottles in hand, Su-chin approached the doorway. Get out. When Chi-Chi's startled voice rang out from within. Instinctively turning, Su-chin saw when Chi-Chi awkwardly cradling the fourth baby, her body turned away, while the little one eagerly nursed from her breast. The sight of the baby's tiny feet peeking out from her waist was quite revealing. I told you to get out. Hurry up. When Chi-Chi exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the floor. However, the fourth baby had not yet satisfied his hunger, and if she stopped feeding him, he would wail incessantly, which she couldn't bear. Noticing the deep crimson hue on Wen Chi-Chi's face, Su-chin awkwardly scratched his nose. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll step outside now. Suppressing the urge to glance at her any longer, he quickly turned and handed the bottles to Aunt Lee before exiting. It's not as if I haven't seen it before, he mumbled to himself. It seems the road to winning her back is long and arduous. Inside, Aunt Lee chuckled. One would think you two are just a pair of young lovers in the throes of romance. Aren't we just young lovers? Su-chun mused silently. He lingered in the living room for quite a while before the door finally creaked open again. All right, come in, when Chi-Chi's voice was stiff and frosty, as if she were deliberately avoiding something. Unable to resist, Su-chin stole a glance at her, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped inside. What are you staring at? She stammered. Nothing. I'm here to help with the babies. Chi-Chi, don't be difficult, he said with feigned seriousness. And when Chi-Chi found herself unable to retort, the eldest drank quickly, and soon the bottle was empty. He then fixed his large, round eyes on Su-chan. Su-chan felt a flush of embarrassment. You little rascal, your mother is mine. What? Do you have a problem with that? Aunt Lee gestured for Su-chan. Come, change the eldest's diaper. Oh, so that is what I'm here for. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have activated a new task. A task? It seems rewards are on the way. Su-chun had been fretting over the mere 2,000 yuan he had left. Please, host, change the baby's diapers personally. Upon completion, you will receive corresponding rewards. Chapter 10. Soon, you shall have younger siblings. So it's about changing diapers. How simple. Su-chun strode over with the diapers in hand. When Chi-Chi watched him with concern, feeling it was rather inappropriate for a grown man to be doing such tasks. Yet, Su-chin appeared entirely unfazed. Aunt Lee demonstrated while guiding him through the key details. Su-chun grasped it all at a glance. Swiftly, he changed the diapers of the second and third babies with nimble hands. When it came to the fourth, however, when Chi-Chi anxiously interjected, Wait, don't. But Su-chun had already scooped the fourth baby into his arms. Don't what? When Chi-Chi stared at him in surprise, then glanced at the fourth baby. Her expression filled with bewilderment. Ultimately, she shook her head. It's nothing. Aunt Lee chimed in. How strange. The fourth baby usually cries if touched after feeding. Why is he so well-behaved in Su-chin's arms? Really? Su-chin looked down to find the fourth baby curiously gazing up at him, and he smiled knowingly. Perhaps the fourth baby recognizes me as his daddy? As he spoke, he quickly changed the fourth baby's diaper. Remarkably, the baby remained silent, even breaking out into a fit of giggles under Su-chin's care. Aunt Lee was astonished. It seems Su-chun can indeed take good care of the babies. Chi-Chi, you can feel at ease attending school now. When Chi-Chi also wore a look of amazement. Su-chun, She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, her eyes betraying a hint of an imperceptible smile. By the way, Chi-Chi, why is the fourth baby so special? She requires special feeding, cries often, and has many little quirks. Chen didn't believe it was mere coincidence. Upon hearing this, when Chi-Chi's mood soured, she was the last to be born and is the smallest. The doctor said it's because she couldn't compete with her siblings while in the womb. When Chi-Chi sniffled, her heart aching. So, is this your special treatment for the fourth baby? Thinking Chen was blaming her, when Chi-Chi hastily clarified, I treat all the babies well. It's just that the fourth was so tiny at the time. I couldn't help but feel immense pity every time I looked at her. I'm not implying that. Chen gently placed the fourth baby down and approached when Chi-Chi, tenderly stroking her hair. I know you care deeply for all the babies. From now on, I will make sure to care for them just as you do. When Chi-Chi did not shy away, Chen's touch brought her an unusual warmth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the diaper-changing task and have received a spiritual spring space. Would you like to activate it? A spiritual spring space? What on earth is that? He certainly did not wish to embark on any path of cultivation. How delightful it is to lead a life of simplicity. Wait a moment. Chen stiffened, pondering within his mind. What is the purpose of this space? The host shall experience it for himself. Chen replied, all right then. Where is this space located? Within the system, the host can enter at any time should he wish to do so. Oh, that's a relief. Please activate it. He had feared that he would have to conjure this space in front of when Chi-Chi, potentially startling her into a fright. Before long, Chen discovered a realm within his mind. This space was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, featuring a vast expanse of empty spiritual fields beside a sparkling spring. Is this a farming space with a spiritual spring? The host may interpret it in such a manner. Then, what shall I cultivate? The host may choose freely. This system is solely responsible for bestowing rewards. Oh, Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. When Chi-Chi had originally been gazing down, basking in the warmth Chen radiated. However, upon noticing Chen's sudden stillness, his expression fluctuating from surprise to disappointment, she grew concerned. What is the matter? Nothing at all. Chi-Chi, do you have a craving for something to eat? Since he was uncertain about what to plant, he thought perhaps he could indulge his wife instead. No, I don't have any cravings. Chen's gaze was too fervent, causing when Chi-Chi's cheeks to flush. At that moment, Aunt Li, with a cheerful demeanor, chimed in. Babies, you might soon have a little brother or sister, huh? Chen, Aunt Li, you are quite the gossip. When Chi-Chi, Aunt Li. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You can be affectionate later. Chen. The children are 6 months old now and should start on solid foods, where the Formula 1 tea provide enough nutrition. Chen was taken aback. Then, what should we feed them? I'll go plant it. Aunt Li cast a curious glance. Chen chuckled. I mean I would go buy it, huh? After purchasing, I can use the spiritual spring water to cultivate it. Surely it will be more nutritious, right? This space is truly remarkable for pampering my wife and raising our children. At 6 months, the little ones are still small. They can have some rice cereal, mashed potatoes, fish puree, vegetable juices, and the like. Today, I'll teach you how to make some mashed potatoes. You should first buy some potatoes. All right, I'll head out now. With that, Chen departed. Upon reaching the market at the entrance of the community, he found the potatoes to be quite stale. They were all wilted, with some even sprouting. How could these be suitable for the babies? He casually picked 2 and found an unoccupied spot to enter the space. He decided to test the power of the spiritual spring. Once inside, recalling his years of reading novels, he buried the potatoes in the soil and began to water them with the spiritual spring water. Soon enough, the potatoes sprouted, grew, blossomed, and ultimately transformed into lush potato vines. Incredible, is it not? I must see how the potatoes have fared. Chen dug into the soil, and to his astonishment, the potatoes were significantly larger and rounder than the originals, with over 10 potatoes beneath a single vine. This is a windfall. Chapter 11. Feeding the babies together. Chen took 6 potatoes and placed them into a bag, then cut the remaining potatoes into pieces to plant them back into the ground, watering them with the spiritual spring water before exiting the space. Upon returning home, he handed the potatoes to Aunt Li. Aunt Li's jaw nearly dropped upon seeing them. Wow. Chen, did you buy these today? They're so pristine, not a single blemish. Yes, Aunt Li, what do you think? Excellent. Perfect. Come on, let me teach you. Chen hurriedly followed her into the kitchen. The potatoes need peeling, especially since they are for the children. The skin needs to be removed thoroughly, then cut into thin slices to be boiled until tender. Next, the cooked potatoes should be taken out and mashed with a spoon until smooth. Like this, see? Aunt Li demonstrated while mashing the potatoes. Chen understood and took the spoon, mimicking Aunt Li's technique. Since these were meant for the children, he needed to be meticulous. If necessary, he could add a touch of warm water until it transformed into a smooth mash. After they got used to it, he could even add a bit of banana puree or vegetable juice. All right then. A few minutes later, Su-Chun carried 2 servings of mashed potatoes to find Wen Chi-Chi. This was a task entrusted to him by Aunt Li. Said to enhance his bond with Wen Chi-Chi. Su-Chun, of course, did not refuse. Wen Chi-Chi was playing with the children, and, upon seeing Su-Chun, her smile dimmed slightly. Su-Chun, feeling a bit helpless, remarked, Chi-Chi, you should smile more. You look truly beautiful when you do. Wen Chi-Chi blushed again, feeling flustered at having been seen nursing. Do you need something? I made mashed potatoes for the children. When Chi-Chi examined the mashed potatoes, stunned. You made this? Yes. Aunt Li only taught him the steps. Everything else was done by Su-Chun himself, so it could certainly be considered his own creation. When Chi-Chi took a small taste and was astounded. Is this really your handiwork? It's far more delicious than anything I've ever had before. It melts in your mouth, with a delightful taste and sweetness. Chi-Chi, do you like it? If so, I'll prepare a portion for you every time. Su-Chun had just tasted the mashed potatoes himself, and indeed, they were exceptional. The spiritual spring space did not deceive him. No, that's unnecessary. Let us start feeding the babies. The little ones gazed at Su-Chun with wide, curious eyes, while the 2nd and 4th babies giggled joyfully. Su-Chun could hardly resist the sweet smiles of the babies, and he casually lifted the 2nd baby and placed her in the baby carriage. Then came the 1st, 3rd, and 4th babies. Once they were all settled, he encircled the baby carriage and said to Wen Chi-Chi, Come, let us feed the babies together. Together? Wen Chi-Chi was a bit surprised. Previously, they had always fed them one by one. How is it different with Su-Chun? Indeed, look how convenient this is. Each baby can have a bite, and they won't cry anymore. Could it be done this way? She had never thought of that before. Feeding the babies had always felt like a battle. Su-Chun is truly clever. Wen Chi-Chi smiled, holding 2 servings of mashed potatoes, offering one to Su-Chun and keeping one for herself. Su-Chun was in charge of the 3rd and 4th babies, while she took care of the 1st and 2nd. As soon as the babies spotted the food, their eyes lit up, and they waved their little hands eagerly. Su-Chun chuckled. Babies, don't fight over it. Or Daddy and Mommy will get upset. If we get angry, we won't feed you anymore. As he spoke, Su-Chun deliberately pouted, mimicking the children's tone. When Chi-Chi laughed, what are you saying to them? They can't understand you. Who says they don't understand? Look. When Chi-Chi focused her gaze and noticed that the 3rd and 4th babies had indeed stopped crying, the 2 little ones were opening their mouths, looking at Su-Chun with anticipation, as if saying, Daddy, I want to eat. We'll be good. When Chi-Chi felt her heart melt. Seizing the moment while she was entranced, Su-Chun turned to the 1st and 2nd babies. Did you hear what Daddy said? No being naughty with Mommy now. You are Mommy's little treasures, but Mommy is also my little treasure. If you upset Mommy, Daddy will have to spank you. The 2nd baby, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly held back her sobs, her expression comically exaggerated. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. Su-Chun turned back and ruffled Wen Chi-Chi's hair, finally smiling. Huh? Realizing that Wen Chi-Chi had not rejected him. Su-Chun felt joy in his heart and casually added. Actually, just now before he could finish, Wen Chi-Chi's voice turned icy. Feed the children. Su-Chun, I just wanted to compliment my wife on her splendid figure. No opportunity at all. Fortunately, the babies were adorable, quickly distracting Su-Chun from his thoughts. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Aunt Li imparted some important matters before taking her leave. Su-Chun observed Wen Chi-Chi seated on the sofa, lost in thought while holding her phone, and inquired, What troubles you? The children are in need of formula, yet. When Chi-Chi glanced at the balance in her bank account, her brow furrowing in distress. Unbeknownst to her, matters she had previously been reluctant to discuss had, within the span of a single day, become a source of unabashed openness before Su-Chun. She had subtly begun to regard him as a pillar of support. Speaking of which, Su-Chun found himself in a quandary. System, oh system, hasten to issue a task. Alas, the system does not dispense rewards at every turn. Raking his fingers through his hair, Su-Chun suddenly recalled a potential solution. I have an idea. What? Let us sell potatoes. Chapter 12. Would you heartlessly allow your future husband to sleep on the streets? When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Su-Chun, what are you talking about? Su-Chun had already concocted a narrative. You see, I was rather bored recently, so I used my pocket money to lease a plot of land. With nothing else to occupy my time, I delved into the study of potatoes and ended up cultivating some. It should be harvest time now, and perhaps we can make a tidy sum. Is that true? Indeed. Just look at the inferior potatoes being sold at the market. Mine might just be the talk of the town. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, all right. After reaching an agreement with Wen Chi-Chi, Su-Chun found himself facing another dilemma. Where could he procure a parcel of land without arousing her suspicion? Later that evening, Su-Chun called Li Dong. As soon as the call connected, Li Dong, with a tone tinged with concern, remarked, "Xiao Chun, I knew you would call. I've prepared 20,000 for you. Just enough to tide you over." Ever since he learned that Su Chan was expecting quadruplets, Li Dong had been worried and had set aside some funds for him. A warm current washed over Su Chen's heart. "Thank you, Brother Dong, but I don't need the money. Could you assist me in renting a small truck?" "What do you need a truck for?" "I have my reasons. Don't worry, the rental won't be a burden. It needs to be ready to leave by 5 tomorrow morning." He intended to take advantage of Wen Chi-Chi's slumber to handle everything discreetly. "All right, I'll find one for you. Come by in the morning." After hanging up with Li Dong, Su Chun turned to head back to his room. "What are you doing?" Wen Chi-Chi queried. "I'm going to sleep, while also keeping an eye on the babies." "You're sleeping here?" Wen Chi-Chi's expression was one of disbelief. Her rental was a one-bedroom apartment, with ample space for 4 cribs, barely sufficient for her own rest. If Su Chen were to move in, it would imply cohabitation. No way. Wen Chi-Chi promptly rejected the idea without a second thought. Seeing her reaction brought a smile to Su Chen's face. "But what if the babies cry at night? I can handle it. You're as stubborn as ever." Su Chun felt a twinge of helplessness. Finally, feigning a look of grievance, he glanced at the time and then outside, stating, "Look, it's already past 10. If I return to my dorm now, the doors will be locked. Would you really let your future husband sleep outdoors?" When Chi-Chi found herself in a dilemma. It was indeed late, and considering the cheap rent, her place was rather distant. She felt guilty about sending Su Chun home at such an hour. The moment she hesitated, Su Chun sensed an opportunity. Since he couldn't press her too hard, he decided to take a gentler approach. "How about I sleep on the sofa? You can lock the door. I won't intrude." When Chi-Chi finally relented, "Fine, but this is a one-time exception." "All right, I understand, my dear wife." Su Chun playfully teased, causing her cheeks to flush. She dared not meet his gaze and retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Su Chun gazed at the closed door, his spirits lifted slightly. Later that night, he stealthily entered his space. Within, a lush expanse of potato vines greeted him, and Su Chun was overjoyed. "System, how can I harvest all these potatoes in one night? Do I possess any special abilities?" Beep. "Host, within the space, you need only exert your will, and the potatoes will automatically relocate to your desired storage area." "Well, that's remarkably convenient." At 4 o'clock the next morning, Su Chen rose and took a taxi to Li Dong's place. Li Dong awaited him downstairs, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon seeing Su Chun, he paused for a moment. "Xiao Chen, you really came this early?" "Of course, raising kids is no simple task." "Haha, well done. You've matured. Here, the car keys. How much for the day?" "I'll pay for a week up front." "No need. You can use it first and pay me later." "That won't do. Let us settle on 200 a day, and I'll give you 1,400 now. If you refuse, I won't be able to drive it." Li Dong, with no other choice, accepted the payment. Having obtained his driver's license right after high school, Su Chun had no trouble maneuvering the small truck. He parked it in a secluded spot, and, with a mere thought, an entire truckload of plump, round potatoes materialized inside. With a cheerful disposition, Su Chun drove towards the market. Arriving at the market at 6, he noticed a vendor selling vegetables nearby. Su Chun offered the vendor a cigarette. "Uncle, could you watch my truck for a moment? I'll be right back." The vendor accepted the smoke and agreed. Su Chun retrieved a few potatoes and returned home to prepare mashed potatoes. Afterward, he descended once more. When Chi-Chi had just woken up and asked, "Shall I accompany you with the babies?" "No need, I can manage on my own. I'm free today, it's the weekend." Without waiting for Su Chen's response, she gathered the babies, taking 2 strollers, and headed downstairs. Seeing Su Chun carrying a thermal container and mashed potatoes, when Chi-Chi inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" "Offering samples for people to try. This way, they'll be more inclined to buy, right?" The weather was still warm, and the 4 babies, dressed in identical outfits, sat in their strollers, brimming with excitement and laughter. They strolled through the neighborhood, instantly becoming a captivating sight. As they neared the vendor, the man was astonished. "Young man, what are you doing? Why are you bringing 4 babies along?" Su Chen proudly replied, "These are all my babies. My wife insisted on bringing them to help me with the business." Chapter 13. Adorable babies, one is worth 2. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. "All of them are your children?" "Indeed. Quadruplets?" "Yes." When Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile at Su Chen's proud demeanor. The vendor, still in shock, remarked, "Impressive, young man. And this must be your wife?" Noticing that when Chi-Chi did not refute, Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, she is my wife." While speaking, he handed the stroller to Wen Chi-Chi and proceeded to unveil the black tarp covering the potatoes in the truck. The vendor, still reeling from the surprise, exclaimed, "Your wife is truly beautiful. You are quite fortunate." Upon seeing Su Chen's potatoes, the vendor was again taken aback. "Where did you source these potatoes?" "I grew them myself." "What's the matter, uncle? You grew these? They look remarkably good." Su Chen nodded, and the vendor, sensing his sincerity, Continued, "You're quite skilled, young man. This year, the soil and climate have not been conducive for potato growth, which is why the ones we receive are small and shriveled. I never would have imagined you could cultivate such fine potatoes. You are bound to fetch a good price. No wonder the potatoes across the market are so stale. Let us hope for the best." After a while, it was nearly 7 o'clock. A multitude of ladies had come out to purchase groceries in the morning. Su Chen, lacking a stall, sold his wares from the truck. With 4 adorable babies by his side, he quickly garnered attention from a gathering crowd. "Wow, those babies are so cute. They look like 4 little dolls. I'm in love. Have you seen the woman beside the babies? And that man, are they the baby's parents? So handsome, so beautiful. Wow. I wish I could have children with such a man. They are stunning." As they spoke, several young women approached, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Su Chen. The elder sisters were all captivated by the baby. One of them, upon seeing the baby, noticed Su Chen's vehicle and inquired, "Is this potato yours?" "Indeed, it is, madam. Would you like to purchase some?" Su Chen responded courteously. The moment the elder sister laid eyes on the potatoes, she was taken aback. "Wow, this potato is truly impressive. Large and round. Young man, how much is it per pound?" This question had occupied Su Chen's thoughts throughout the night. With a smile, he handed her a portion of mashed potatoes from the thermal container, along with a plastic disposable spoon he had conveniently bought on his way back that morning. "Please, madam, have a taste first. If you find it delectable, then you may purchase some. We can taste it," she exclaimed, laughing heartily. "I made this mashed potato this morning without adding any seasonings." At that moment, the 4 babies in the stroller, perhaps sensing the delicious aroma, turned their gaze toward the elder sister. Particularly, upon noticing the spoon in her hand, they all reached out with their little arms, cooing and babbling. Though they could not yet articulate words, their thoughts were almost palpable. 2 of them even drooled in anticipation. "Oh, how adorable they are. Are they yearning for mashed potatoes?" Su Chen, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, "I made them some yesterday. Perhaps they remember the taste? Haha, children do love to eat. It must be truly delicious. Let me have a taste." As soon as the elder sister sampled the mashed potatoes, her eyes sparkled. "So delicious. In all my years, I've never tasted such exquisite mashed potatoes. How much is it per pound? I must buy some." Su Chen chuckled, "Madam, this potato is of a fresh variety that I have specifically cultivated. You can prepare it however you like at home. It's 10 yuan per pound. What do you think? Ah, a new variety. That's splendid. My youngest son adores mashed potatoes, and my eldest prefers potatoes with meat stew. I'll take 10 pounds. Very well, I shall prepare that for you." After packaging 10 pounds of potatoes and even adding an extra one, Su Chen cheerfully collected 100 yuan from her. "Do come again, madam." "Certainly." The elder sister joyfully caressed the chubby cheek of the eldest baby, glancing enviously at the other 3 before reluctantly departing. As soon as she made her purchase, a commotion erupted among the others. "I want some too. I want 10 pounds. I want 20 pounds. Young man, will you be selling again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? It's uncertain. I haven't made any plans yet." "Then I'll take 30 pounds, just to be safe." When Chi, astonished, observed Su Chen sell the potatoes, her heart filled with admiration. A university student, managing to connect so effortlessly with these housewives, selling potatoes so successfully on his first venture. Her man is truly remarkable. Realizing her thoughts, when Chi quickly shook her head, signaling herself to stay grounded. By 8:30, Su Chen's entire stock of potatoes had sold out. Glancing at the WeChat payments, he was astonished to find he had made 8,000 yuan. 8,000 in one morning. Quite impressive. Su Chen turned back, his face alight with joy as he showed his phone to Wen Chi. "Chi, we have money now. We can buy some formula." Chapter 14. Encountering an acquaintance while buying formula after tidying up, Su Chen took Wen Chi and the 4 babies to the shopping mall. While on the way, his phone rang. It was his instructor calling. Apparently, several roommates had informed the instructor about Su Chen's situation. Su Chen explained, and the instructor, recognizing him as a scholarship recipient, quickly approved. After hanging up, Su Chen felt quite pleased. "Su Chen," a woman's voice called from behind. "Is that really you?" The woman wore a low-cut, alluring blouse that accentuated her slender waist and showcased her long legs. While her figure was commendable, upon seeing Wen Chi, Su Chen found it impossible to regard any other woman. "Is there something you need?" "I'm Wang Qian. Don't you remember me?" The woman sauntered over, surveying Su Chen with astonishment. "We were desk mates in middle school, and you used to pursue me." Su Chen was taken aback, recalling that time when he had just begun to experience the stirrings of young love, finding his desk made exceptionally beautiful. "Ah, so it's you." He sensed a piercing gaze from a distance. His future wife was watching. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to become so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" As she spoke, Wang Qian feigned shyness, but her seductive outfit felt increasingly out of place. Just as Su Chen was about to decline her advances, when Chi's frosty voice cut through. "Su Chen, What is going on here? The jealousy was palpable. Su-chan playfully walked over to Wen Chi-chi, lifting the second baby who was reaching out for a hug, causing the other three to whimper in discontent. He quickly reassured them. Wang Qian, feeling ignored, was somewhat displeased. Who are you? She couldn't believe that such a handsome former desk mate could possibly be taken. Wen Chi-chi remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. What exactly was her relationship with Su-chen? Even she could not clarify. However, witnessing Su-chen being approached by another woman made her feel quite uncomfortable, as if something precious was about to be snatched away. I am the mother of his children, Su-chen replied, cradling the baby while interjecting. He even winked at Wen Chi-chi, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su-chen offered her a reassuring smile and continued, Wang Qian, we're off to buy formula for the children. You should attend to your own matters. With that, he pushed the stroller away. You have children? Yes. Quadruplets. Look how adorable they are. Su-chan was almost gloating about his children. The moment Wang Qian laid eyes on the babies, her expression brightened. Did you give birth to all of them? They are so cute. I just want to pinch their cheeks. They were born to me and Chi-chi. Noticing that when Chi-chi remained still, he turned back to call her. Chi-chi, let us go. Wang Qian, still mesmerized by the quadruplets, did not realize when Su-chen had walked away. Once he was out of sight, Wang Qian stomped her foot in frustration. Oh, Wang Qian, you should have accepted Su-chen back then. Had I known he would become this handsome, I would never have declined him. Perhaps I would have been the one with quadruplets now. A twinge of regret washed over her. Su-chen and Wen Chi-chi soon arrived at the formula store, where the staff, upon seeing the babies, beamed with delight. Oh, the eldest, second, third, and fourth. You're here. Come, let Annie give you a hug. Such good little ones. Su-chen was perplexed. When Chi-chi explained, I used to come here often. Because they're quadruplets, they offer a 10% discount. After the staff had taken turns holding the babies, they finally looked up and were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su-chen. Oh, you are? I'm the father of the children. The staff's eyes instantly lit up with joy. So you're the children's father. Congratulations, Miss Wen, on finally finding the father of your kids. What a handsome dad. No wonder you have such adorable babies. Miss Wen, you are truly fortunate. The four little ones seemed to understand the praise, babbling and giggling in response. When Chi-chi lowered her head, feeling both flustered and thrilled. Thank you, Su-chen. Let us choose some formula. All right. Su-chen pushed the stroller forward. Soon, when Chi-chi stopped in front of the formula section, upon seeing the price, Su-chen was taken aback. One can of formula costs 700 yuan. The staff followed up with, Miss Wen, are we still going with this brand today? How many boxes would you like? In the past, when Chi-chi always purchased this particular brand, despite its steep price, as it provided peace of mind. However, today, she hesitated. How about we take a look at other options first? She found herself devoid of funds. The 8,000 yuan in Su-chen's possession likely needed to encompass her living expenses as well. Without further ado, she decided, let's go with this, 10 cans to start. Su-chen still had over 8,000 yuan, and with 10 cans of formula costing 7,000, the discount brought it down to 6,003. That left him with a little over 1,000 for emergencies, which was sufficient. Yet, there lingered a hint of worry in her heart. Before she could voice her concerns, Su-chen interjected to the shop assistant. Trust me, let's get 10 cans. Even in the face of financial constraints, the well-being of the child must not be compromised. Very well, I shall fetch them right away, the assistant replied, her admiration evident. Miss Wen, your man dotes on you quite a bit. From the way Su-chen was dressed, the assistant perceived that, although handsome, he was not particularly affluent, as he had not even considered choosing the most expensive items. Her envy deepened. When Chi-chi smiled, a sweetness flooding her heart. After Su-chen completed the transaction, he turned to find Wen Chi-chi staring at him. Lost in thought, unable to resist teasing her, he quipped, What is it? Have you just realized how extraordinarily handsome your husband is? Feeling a flutter? Chapter 15. A couple's meal should be enjoyed this way. When Chi-chi shot him a glare, fearing that he might catch on to her nervousness, and hurriedly responded. Not at all. Her tone was playful yet tender. Even the assistant couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, you're quite the charmer, handsome. In the half year I've known Miss Wen, I've never seen her shy before. Many men come here asking for her contact details, including quite a few young talents, but she never pays them any mind. Is that so? Su-chen mused, observing Wen Chi-chi's retreating figure. Perhaps she refrained from giving her contact details because she was waiting for him? After acquiring the formula, the six of them ventured out for lunch. When Chi-chi stood at the entrance of a Western restaurant, peering inside, only to turn around and approach a noodle shop instead. Shall we have noodles? Su-chen chuckled softly, taking her hand and leading her back. What are you doing, Su-chen? He finally confessed at the entrance of the Western restaurant. I want to eat steak. He had noticed her subtle reluctance. She had clearly wanted the steak but suppressed her desires for the sake of their finances. What a considerate woman she was. With the knowledge that Wen Chi had once belonged to a wealthy family, his heart ached for her. Wen Chi maintained a serious expression. Although they had earned 8,000 in the morning, after buying the formula, they were left with very little. Su-chun, we still need to care for the babies. I know. I can take good care of them. Do you trust me? His unwavering gaze made her pause. For reasons she couldn't quite understand, she suddenly nodded emphatically. I trust you. Then let's go. First, we'll enjoy some steak. If we run out of money, I can always earn more. Chi, you don't need to scrimp for me. When Chi felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Together, they entered the Western restaurant with their 4 babies, instantly attracting gasps of admiration. Wow, look at those beautiful babies. Are they quadruplets? Amazing. And the father is so handsome. How charming. Look, that must be the mother. This man is truly captivating, getting a young lady to bear him children at such a young age. The waiter, equally thrilled, approached Su-chun and Wen Chi. Excuse me, would you two like the couple's meal? Yes. No, they both replied simultaneously. Wen Chi's face flushed at Su-chun's assertive affirmation, while her own spontaneous denial caught in her throat. The waiter, witnessing the scene, felt as though she was surrounded by a plethora of affectionate exchanges. This pair was clearly flirting in public. She tolerated it. After all, they were a striking couple. Indeed. The restaurant manager specifically informed me that should you dine with us, the couple's meal is half price. Such a delightful offer? Yes, because you are accompanied by quadruplet babies. The manager is quite fond of them and has arranged this special discount just for you. Su-chun chuckled, pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought our babies would serve such a purpose? Chi, what do you think? If you don't want to eat this, we can order something else. Let us eat. When Chi nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Then we shall eat. Dear waiter, please lead the way. The waiter beamed, of course. May I hold your babies? They're so adorable. It would surely bring me joy. Certainly. Their hearts swelled with happiness at their babies being adored. The waiter nearly leapt for joy, rushing to scoop up the eldest. The other waitstaff, envious, chimed in. Excuse me, miss, may I hold one too? In the blink of an eye, the stroller was empty, with the waitstaff gleefully carrying the 4 babies to their seats. In the end, they found a table for Su-chun and Wen Chi in a secluded area, even moving the table slightly to ensure privacy. Enjoy your meal, beautiful couple. We'll take care of the babies. Oh, this is too much trouble. Su-chun felt a bit embarrassed. Nonsense. We're delighted to care for the babies. They're so adorable. I wish I could have such lovely children myself. With their insistence, Su-chun felt it would be impolite to refuse. With help on hand, he felt reassured that the babies would be safe. Cherishing the rare opportunity for a moment alone with Wen Chi, his heart raced with excitement. Wen Chi kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet Su-chun's eyes. Earlier, with the children present, she could deflect attention, but now, with the babies playing beside them, she felt the intensity of his gaze more than ever, a warmth melting her once icy heart. What are you staring at? She asked, feeling a bit bashful under his unwavering attention. I'm admiring your beauty. Flattery. When Chi didn't know where to place her hands. Thankfully, their couple's meal arrived just then. 2 steaks, 2 servings of fruit, 2 drinks, and an appetizer. Feeling anxious, when Chi instinctively grabbed a drink and took a sip. Upon tasting it, she gasped, ah. Su-chun, alarmed, asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 16. Does this count as an indirect kiss? As Su-chun's hand brushed against the drink, he quickly understood. You can't have anything cold, can you? The serving staff, startled, exclaimed, oh dear. I'm so sorry. I forgot to inform you. This drink is cold, the other is warm. They had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a warm beverage for the mother of the child, yet an error had occurred. Shall I get you a replacement? The waiter asked cautiously, her heart heavy, aware that such mistakes could incur penalties. No need for a replacement. Su-chun waved his hand dismissively. I'll drink this one. Chi, you have this. As he handed her the warm drink from his side, he took the cold one in return, sipping it casually. The waiter's relief was palpable. She gratefully nodded her thanks. Thank you so much, you're wonderful. When Chi was entirely absorbed in Su-chun's actions, bewildered. He actually drank from the cup she had used? Did he not mind in the slightest? After all, they were. A sudden warmth flushed her cheeks. Su-chun, noticing her embarrassment, chuckled. Chi. When Chi, avoiding his gaze, feigned indifference. What is it? Su-chun took another sip of the cold drink and, with a teasing smile, asked, do you think this counts as an indirect kiss? He found himself increasingly amused by teasing Wen Chi. At the outset, when he first encountered the child, a flicker of emotion and responsibility stirred within him. However, now, he has genuinely developed a fondness for Wen Chi. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The hand gripping the knife and fork began to tremble slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? How can this be counted? Hurry, let's eat. The prospect of continuing the conversation left her flustered and uncertain. Fortunately, Su Chun had no intention of lingering on the matter. He set the drink aside and casually took the steak that lay before Wen Chi. She was momentarily taken aback. Su Chun picked up the knife and fork, commencing to slice the steak. Once he had cut it into small pieces, he handed it back to Wen Chi. This is the proper way to enjoy a couple's meal. Here, indulge yourself. A sweet sensation enveloped Wen Chi's heart. Moments ago, she had anticipated yet another prank from Su Chun, only to discover that he had taken the effort to cut her steak. Although she possessed striking beauty, her parents had insisted that she refrain from romantic entanglements during her studies. Thus, apart from that one night with Su Chun, she had yet to experience love. Wen Chi had always believed she could handle anything, but now her perspective had shifted. Having Su Chun by her side felt utterly delightful. She picked up the knife and fork, lowered her head, and took a bite of the steak he had cut for her, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Thank you. You should eat quickly too. Su Chun nodded. At that moment, the patrons in the restaurant had already lost their composure. Were those two displaying affection? Goodness, I wish someone would feed me too, dear husband. At a nearby table, a woman gazed expectantly at the man beside her, who was too engrossed in his meal to notice her intentions. Growing impatient, he snapped, "What are you doing? Finish your food quickly and stop acting all cutesy." The woman responded, "I'm not eating anymore." With that, she stood up and left. The onlookers burst into laughter. Clearly, comparisons were infuriating. The dog food from that couple was far more appetizing. Meanwhile, the sight of those little ones was nothing short of a picturesque scene. Oh, how they longed for such a life. After finishing their meal, the waiter presented Su Chun and Wen Chi with a plethora of discount cards, clearly hoping for their return. The influx of customers that day had doubled, thanks to them and the four little ones. It was practically free advertising. Only after Wen Chi agreed did they reluctantly bid farewell to the four children. In the evening, as was customary, Su Chun stayed in the living room. Reflecting upon the remaining 1,000 or so yuan, he sighed. Venturing into his space, he discovered that the potatoes had grown yet another batch. Thus, the following morning, he returned to sell potatoes once more, this time raking in over 10,000 yuan. A quick calculation revealed that this sum was still woefully inadequate for purchasing a house. It seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies. As he prepared to close up, a corpulent man in uniform called out to him, "Hey, don't rush off just yet." "What is it?" Su Chun, noticing the man brandishing a baton, became instantly wary. The man approached, then realized he might have come off too intimidating. He tucked the baton away. "No, it's just that our boss wishes to see you." "Boss? Who is that? Do I know him?" Su Chun was uncertain he recognized any boss. "You'll find out when you meet him." Curious, Su Chun followed the man to an office where a middle-aged gentleman awaited. The man smiled and gestured for Su Chun to take a seat. "So, you are the Su who sells potatoes at the market?" Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I bear the surname Su, but I am not a boss. I've merely set up a small stall. That title seems a bit grand." The man, pleased by Su Chun's humility, extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Chen Hu, the owner of all the vegetable markets on these few streets." Chapter 17. Are you really a university student? Su Chen stared in astonishment at Chen Hu. He reciprocated the handshake. "Mr. Chen, what brings you to me?" Chen Hu produced 2 potatoes and inquired, "Are these potatoes grown by you?" The potatoes he held were large, round, and unblemished, unmistakably of Su Chen's quality. Su Chen smiled. "Yes, they are." "Excellent. Mr. Su, do you have more of these potatoes? I would like to propose a collaboration. You can just call me Su Chen." "What sort of collaboration are you suggesting?" "All right, brother Su Chen. As you know, the potato market is quite bleak this year. I would like to source all my vegetables from you. Rest assured, the prices will be fair. You can hardly sell much on your own, but I can help you sell more, with numerous clients and greater profits. In the end, we can split the earnings 70-30, with you receiving the larger share." Chen, who had been observing Su Chen for 2 days. His potatoes were undeniably fresh, far superior to what was available in the market, though slightly pricier. Customers were willing to buy, and many did so. Chen, who also noted that Su Chen was accompanied by 4 children, making daily sales quite inconvenient for him. He believed this arrangement would be lucrative enough for Su Chen to agree. Confidently, Chen Hu awaited Su Chen's response. Su Chen contemplated the prospect of supplying several storefronts, which would indeed expedite sales compared to his own efforts, while also allowing ample time to care for the children. "I propose an 80-20 split. Brother Su Chen, the profit I am offering you is already quite generous. Others cannot hope for such a deal." Chen, who felt a twinge of annoyance, perceiving Su Chen as greedy. It was evident he was still young and lacked composure. Chen, who began to regret his decision to negotiate with Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. "Mr. Chen, you must have observed my potatoes. I can guarantee that the quality will remain consistently high every day. Additionally, my reputation has been established over the past 2 days, which will undoubtedly attract more customers. Therefore, your business will not suffer. Furthermore, I plan to cultivate other vegetable varieties soon, so we should consider a long-term partnership. Su Chen's calm demeanor left Chen, who utterly astonished. You personally cultivated these? Indeed. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire where else you might find such potatoes. The items provided by the system are undoubtedly the finest. Chen, who pondered for a moment, having dispatched people to search for suppliers without success, which is why he approached someone as inexperienced as Su Chen. He had initially thought Su Chen might be easily swayed, yet was taken aback by his shrewdness. To think such excellent potatoes were grown by his own hands. Chen, who could not help but regard Su Chen with newfound respect. If this were indeed the case, then all future collaborations would be in the ratio of 2 to 8. Agreed. Su Chen nodded in acceptance. By the way, Mr. Chen, you will need to arrange for someone to pick up the goods. I will provide the pickup location once I have it ready in the next couple of days. Understood. The thought of the potential for other vegetables from Su Chen made Chen Hu immensely agreeable. After signing the contract, he handed Su Chen a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Pleasure doing business with you. Likewise. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chen took his leave. As he reached the door, he heard Chen Hu's voice call out from behind. Are you really still a university student? It seemed incongruous to Chen Hu that Su Chen's demeanor resembled that of a seasoned entrepreneur rather than a student. Indeed, what of it? Chen Hu did not respond. On his way home, Su Chen began contacting Li Dong for assistance in renting land. During his negotiation with Chen Hu, he had already contemplated this. He could not let Chen Hu discover the existence of the Lingquan space, so to facilitate their partnership, he needed to rent a plot of land, preferably one with a built-in storage facility. Over the past few days, he had discreetly tested the results of potatoes irrigated with Lingquan water in the community garden, achieving the same effects as those grown in his space. Li Dong was taken aback when he heard about Su Chen's plan to rent land. Xiao Chun, what are you up to now? It's all for the sake of the children, Brother Dong. Besides my studies, I need to engage in a side venture. Rest assured, I will not neglect my academic responsibilities. Su Chen reassured him earnestly. Must we truly refrain from informing uncle and aunt? No need. My mother is unwell, and I dread causing her worry. Sighing deeply, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sympathy for Su Chen. All right. I happen to have a friend with ample vacant land on the outskirts of the city. Since it's lying idle, I'll inquire with him. Thank you, Brother Dong. After hanging up, Su Chen sent Li Dong a red envelope containing 500 yuan, expressing his gratitude for Li Dong's unwavering assistance. However, Li Dong declined the gesture. Upon returning home, Su Chen spotted Wen Chi darting about, her forehead glistening with sweat. What's the matter, Chi? Wen Chi peeked out from the kitchen, half a cucumber in hand. Aunt Li couldn't come early today due to some matters, and I must prepare breakfast, but I don't know how to cook. Yet, this was her inaugural meal for Su Chen, and Wen Chi was determined to make a good impression, only to find herself in a chaotic situation. Su Chen observed her in a delightful apron adorned with a large yellow duck, her hair tousled from her anxiety, and her eyes glistening with frustration and helplessness. The sight was utterly adorable. Glancing around the kitchen, it was a complete mess. Cucumber peels strewn everywhere and condiments haphazardly placed, revealing just how flustered Wen Chi had been. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Chen approached her, holding a packet of chicken essence. What are you attempting to make? Marinated cucumbers. Then why haven't you sliced the cucumber? Isn't smashing it supposed to enhance the flavor? Su Chen cast a glance at the remaining half cucumber, which had been reduced to a mushy paste. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen burst into laughter. Wen Chi's face flushed with embarrassment. Are you mocking me? No, I truly am not. I swear. In a fit of irritation, Wen Chi tossed the half cucumber onto the table. Su Chen Yu. He reached out to stop her. Did you hear that sound? My porridge. Chapter 18. A gentle blow will alleviate the pain. Wen Chi swiftly leaped to the stove side. The pot of porridge was bubbling over, and the flames were nearly extinguished. Who would have thought that the seemingly omnipotent school beauty could encounter difficulties? Yet, why did this make her appear so endearing? As Wen Chi reached for the pot, Su Chen's eyes widened in alarm. Chi, no? Wen Chi exclaimed, her hand brushing against the pot's edge, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Chen quickly grasped her hand, blowing gently on it, his face etched with concern. Are you all right, Chi? Does it still hurt? A warmth enveloped Wen Chi's heart, and she unconsciously halted her attempt to withdraw her hand. Look at you. Let me handle such matters from now on, understood? Though his tone bore a hint of reproach, it filled Wen Chi with an unexpected warmth. How long had it been since someone cared for her in such a manner? Unable to contain her tears any longer, they cascaded down her cheeks. It doesn't hurt anymore, she feigned, indulging in a touch of playful petulance. It hurts. Su Chen's heart softened. He switched off the stove with one hand and held Wen Chi's slightly reddened hand to his lips. A gentle blow will alleviate the pain. As he blew softly, he noticed Wen Chi had fallen silent. He glanced up to find her eyes brimming with tears. Startled, he worried that he had scolded her too harshly. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Realizing her predicament, when Chi-Chi quickly withdrew her hand from Su Chen's grasp, turning her face to the side to stifle her tears. It's nothing. I'll go check on the babies. You handle this. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that Chi-Chi is touched? Perhaps there is hope for me yet. Gazing at his own hand, Su Chen reminisced about the warmth of her small hand before turning to resume cooking. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have activated a new task. Please personally prepare a meal for when Chi-Chi. Upon completion, you shall receive a culinary skill book. A culinary skill book? What a treasure. Su Chen glanced outside, noting that the babies were still asleep, while when Chi-Chi sat in the living room, lost in thought. He began by preparing the porridge. And while when Chi-Chi was distracted, he fetched a large potato from the spirit spring space and made a dish of shredded potatoes. He also prepared a cucumber salad using the remnants of the smashed cucumber. Once everything was ready, he called when Chi-Chi to come eat. Simultaneously, ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Skill book has been placed in the space. Su Chen paused. How does one utilize this? Simply write the name of the dish you wish to create in the skill book, and you will instantly acquire the method for its preparation. Is it truly that simple? This is fantastic. Filled with joy, Su Chen beamed. When Chi-Chi saw the two dishes laid out, she was taken aback. Did you make all of this? Indeed. When Chi-Chi had just voiced her doubts, never anticipating that a man still in school could whip up such meals. She had even prepared to order takeout. To her surprise, she found herself confronted with this delightful scene. The cucumbers, while smashed, were uniformly sized, far surpassing the mess she had created. The shredded potatoes were cut with remarkable precision, showcasing Su Chen's skill. You're quite talented. Receiving praise, Su Chen felt a wave of elation. After serving her a bowl of porridge, he smiled at her. Did you just realize my prowess? Have you perhaps fallen for me? When Chi-Chi replied. Since when did Su Chen become such a chatterbox? Choosing silence, she took a small spoonful of porridge and sampled the cucumber, which was tangy and crisp, truly the best cucumber she had ever tasted. She then tried the shredded potatoes, finding the slight spiciness just right. When Chi-Chi's perception of Su Chen transformed once again, she initially intended to compliment him, but recalling his earlier self-satisfied expression, she held her tongue. Chi-Chi, were you about to praise me? Noticing her hesitation, Su Chen couldn't resist teasing her. Haha, your husband is simply exceptional. When Chi-Chi's face flushed, and she could no longer meet his gaze. Let us eat. After finishing, you should head to school. I'll take care of the babies. When Chi-Chi paused, it was Monday, and she had classes that she couldn't miss. Can you manage alone? Of course. Your husband is capable of anything. After their meal, Su Chen nearly pushed when Chi-Chi out the door. Before she left, he made a silly face. Trust me. I'll ask Aunt Lee to come as early as possible. I won't be back in time for lunch, but I'll return immediately after my 6 o'clock class. All right. Once when Chi-Chi departed, Su Chen began to contemplate. The distance to school was considerable, with the bus ride exceeding an hour. The rent was cheaper here, which was why when Chi-Chi chose this place, but it was inconvenient for attending classes. This only strengthened Su Chen's resolve to purchase a home. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden chorus of cries erupted from within the house. Chapter 19. The Joy of Caring for Babies. Su Chen wasted no time and rushed inside. Apart from the eldest, the other 3 little ones were tightly shut-eyed, flailing their limbs and crying inconsolably. Quickly, Su Chen began to soothe the babies while preparing their formula. Don't cry, little ones. Daddy is here. The milk will be ready shortly. Perhaps hearing his voice, the eldest and the 3rd child turned to look at him, while the 3rd child ceased her cries, staring at Su Chen with wide, innocent eyes. However, the 2nd and 4th children continued to wail. As he mixed the formula, Su Chen recalled when Chi-Chi's instructions. The eldest typically didn't cry, but shouldn't be overlooked. The 2nd child needed milk upon waking to quiet her. The 3rd was well-behaved and just needed a little coaxing, while the 4th required a bit more patience. Su Chen, following Aunt Lee's guidance, swiftly prepared the milk formula. Approaching the bedside, he instinctively lifted the 4th baby, who had been wailing, and to his surprise, the cries ceased immediately. It wasn't particularly difficult after all. As he embraced the little one, a solitary tear glistened on the baby's cheek before a radiant smile broke forth. Haha, 4th baby, do you fancy daddy? The child seemed to comprehend, clutching his face and beginning to nibble. Although Su Chen found himself drenched in saliva, he felt no disdain. All right, good boy. Sit in the stroller while daddy fetches your siblings. The 4th baby obediently gazed at him with wide eyes, with one arm around each. Su Chen brought over the 3rd and 2nd babies, followed by the eldest. The 2nd baby continued to sob, leaving Su Chen somewhat exasperated. He offered the baby a bottle. Chuckling, are you hungry, little one? Come have some milk. Upon sighting the bottle, the 2nd baby immediately quieted down. Su Chen then distributed the remaining bottles to the other 3 babies. The milk in the 4th baby's bottle was the breast milk that when Chi-Chi had previously expressed. Having completed the task, Su Chen was now drenched in sweat, yet he felt no fatigue, instead reveling in the sight of the 4 babies eagerly consuming their milk, occasionally glancing at him with adorable expressions. Indeed, a strong man ought to care for children. A knock reverberated at the door. As Su Chen stepped outside to answer, he noticed the babies' gazes still fixed upon him. He couldn't help but turn back to entertain them as he walked. Aunt Lee entered, slightly breathless. Su Chen, I apologize for being late. I just heard from Chi-Chi that she went to class, so I rushed over. Mid-sentence, Aunt Lee suddenly halted. Huh, why is it so quiet? On her way, she had anticipated a scene of chaos upon entering. Yet, she was met with the sight of the babies serenely seated in their chairs, each holding a bottle, drinking contentedly. The eldest, having finished, was smiling back at her. Aunt Lee was taken aback. How are they so well behaved? Weren't they unruly before? Not entirely, but they usually caused a ruckus for at least an hour after waking, leaving both her and Chi-Chi utterly exhausted. Su Chen chuckled at the memory of that scene. Perhaps it was because I am their father? Aunt Lee exhaled deeply, settling down to praise Su Chen. Clearly, you've discovered the right approach. The babies adore you. You're quite remarkable, young man. It seems I need not worry anymore. Flushed with modesty from the compliment, Su Chen inquired. Aunt Lee, do you know anyone who sells baby strollers? This was a question he had long wished to ask. I wish to purchase a 4-seat stroller, otherwise. When Chi-Chi goes to class, I cannot manage to take them downstairs alone. You still want to take them out? Aunt Lee expressed disbelief. For babies are a handful. Only when she visits does Chi-Chi take them out. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. Yes, the babies need to see the outside world. They can't be cooped up at home forever. Aunt Lee nodded, increasingly impressed with Su Chen. After all, you are their father, always considering their needs. I know a store that sells these, but since they're rare, they are quite expensive, around 20 to 30,000. Aunt Lee expressed concern. Given their situation with when Chi-Chi and Su Chen, which lacked such disposable income, 20 to 30,000? That's manageable. Do you have the contact information? Su Chen resolved to call immediately to place an order, requesting swift delivery. Once the babies finished their milk, Su Chen, insisting Aunt Lee need not assist, changed all 4 babies' diapers. The little one's eyes followed him intently, never straying from his presence. It wasn't until after lunch that Su Chen prepared some complimentary food for the babies. After their meal, they finally drifted off into a deep slumber. Aunt Lee, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, remarked, Chi-Chi is incredibly fortunate to have you as a husband. Su Chen smiled and replied, Thank you, Aunt Lee. The babies are asleep now. I have a small errand to run, but I will return shortly. Sorry for the trouble. Go ahead. Aunt Lee waved her hand, wishing her own son possessed such competence. Stepping outside, Su Chen promptly called Li Dong. Brother Dong, have you made any progress with the land rental? Yes, I'll send you the address shortly. Come take a look. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Chen took a taxi to the outskirts of the city, where Li Dong awaited him, accompanied by a man in a suit, sporting sunglasses and thinning hair. Upon noticing Su Chen, the man approached and shook his hand. Dongzi, is this the father of the quadruplets you mentioned? Li Dong nodded with a smile. Yes, my cousin. Ba Xiang, what brings you here? You see, my wife and I have long desired a child, but alas, we're already 35 with no luck. Upon hearing someone had multiple at once, I couldn't help but feel envious. As he spoke, Zhang Weiqiang grasped Su Chen's hands. Brother Su Chen, could you possibly share your secret? I, too, wish to have quadruplets. Su Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Noticing Li Dong's lack of intention to clarify, he understood that Zhang was likely a decent person. In truth, Su Chen himself was unsure of any secret, as it had simply happened. Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Weiqiang's earnest demeanor, he felt compelled to say something, albeit casually. It's nothing much, just go with the flow. Go with the flow? Zhang Weiqiang pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder. My wife and I have been obsessively taking medication and consulting various specialists since we started preparing, creating immense pressure, which is why we have yet to conceive. Meeting Su Chen today was indeed a revelation for him. Thank you, Brother Su Chen, I understand now. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Weiqiang's sudden enthusiasm. Boss Zhang, what do you mean you understand? Is there some misunderstanding here? Ha ha ha, I know everything now. Come, I have 10 acres of land to rent to you. Seeing Su Chen still in shock, Zhang Weiqiang patted him on the shoulder. A bargain. 5,000 a year. How does that sound? Su Chen's spirits soared. That was quite reasonable. He had anticipated a price of 20,000 or more. However, thinking Su Chen still found it pricey, Zhang Weiqiang quickly added, I'll give you a discount, 3,000. Ha ha. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Chen responded, Boss Zhang, you're quite generous. Let us settle on 4,000. Deal. Zhang Weiqiang readily agreed, sealing the transaction. Su Chen had intended to ask Li Dong about warehouse options to rent alongside the land, but to his surprise, Zhang Weiqiang mentioned that a warehouse next to his land belonged to him. Before Su Chen could even suggest it, Zhang Weiqiang declared, "You can have the warehouse. I have no use for it." Su Chen was utterly bewildered, casting a puzzled look at Li Dong. Li Dong chuckled, "No worries, Su Chen. You're planning to grow potatoes, right? You could always send some of your own potatoes to Boss Zhang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand with a grin. "No need, no need. I find brother Su Chen quite likable. Just take it for your use. Speaking of potatoes, my housekeeper recently discovered a young man selling potatoes near Furong Community for 10 yuan a pound. She bought 2 to cook, and they were simply delightful. My wife insists on buying from there in the future. Brother Su Chen, you needn't send me any, haha." Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle in response. The young man from Furong Community, wasn't that him? What a coincidence. However, he had no intention of revealing it just yet. Are they really that delicious? Absolutely. They're undoubtedly the best potatoes I've ever tasted in my 30 years of life. Next time, I'll bring you a couple. Haha. Su Chen burst into laughter as well, saying, "How about this, General Zhang? Give me your address. And when my potatoes are ready, I'll bring you some. If they are delicious, you can enjoy them. If not, it's no matter. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Zhang Weiqiang felt too bashful to decline. He was eager to return home and share the newfound methods of child rearing he had just learned with his wife, so he readily agreed to Su Chen's proposal. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Dongzi, are you coming along?" "Yes, I'll join you. I still have to get back to work." "Su Chen, what about you?" "I'll stay a bit longer to study this land and head back later." "Very well, then we shall take our leave." After Li Dong and Zhang Weiqiang departed, Su Chen swiftly sought out a greenhouse, darted into his space, and retrieved a heap of potatoes, which he then buried in the soil of the greenhouse. He also filled a bucket with the spiritual spring water he had stored in his space to water the potatoes. Finally, he huffed and puffed as he took a taxi to leave. On his way back, Su Chen made a stop at the vegetable market, informing boss Chen that he would start supplying goods from the 3rd day onward. Having prepared everything, he turned to leave. He first visited the market, pondering over the recipes, and purchased beef, tomatoes, green peppers, eggs, and pork belly. Upon returning home, Aunt Li was taken aback at the sight of Su Chen. "Why are you still buying groceries? Planning to cook?" "Yes, I can cook." Aunt Li observed that Su Chen possessed the qualities of a good man every day. Chapter 21. You still say he is not your man when Chi-Chi had been restless all day. It was the longest she had been away from her babies since giving birth. During the last class of the afternoon, her close friend, Shen Mingyao, leaned over and asked, "Chi-Chi, why are you so distracted?" Shen Mingyao had been Wen-Chi-Chi's confidant since high school, having repeated a year. She was in a lower grade but shared the same major. After Wen-Chi-Chi took a leave of absence, they coincidentally attended classes together. She was the only one aware that Wen-Chi-Chi had suspended her studies to have a baby. No, not at all. Wen-Chi-Chi felt a bit flustered. Shen Mingyao sighed sympathetically, saying, "Chi-Chi, you can't keep going on like this. Why not find another father for the child?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wen-Chi-Chi shook her head. She had never intended to find one, and now that Su Chen had returned, she was even less inclined. Why not? Look at the stir you caused when you returned to school. There are men who wouldn't care that you have children. When Chi-Chi didn't hear what Shen Mingyao was saying, her mind drifting to Su Chen, her face inexplicably flushed. Shen Mingyao was taken aback. "Chi-Chi, you can't possibly have a man now, can you?" When Chi-Chi shook her head in a panic. "No, how could that be? Then why are you blushing?" "No way. After class, I'm coming home with you." "That's unnecessary. I haven't even met the baby yet, Chi-Chi. The little one is already half a year old. You can't possibly deny me the chance to see." Seeing that when Chi-Chi was about to refuse again, Shen Mingyao cut in, "Unless you are hiding a man." When Chi-Chi, feeling helpless, relented to Shen Mingyao. After class, Shen Mingyao bought some small toys and followed Wen Chi-Chi onto the bus. Along the way, Wen Chi-Chi contemplated whether to give Shen Mingyao a heads up. "Mingyao, when we get to my house, don't be too surprised by what you see." "Okay, I got it. But Chi-Chi, can you tell me who is so charming that you willingly had a baby for him? You suddenly dropped out of school and then mysteriously announced you were pregnant. I'm really curious about how handsome he must be." "He is not my man." When Chi-Chi blushed as she denied it, but upon realizing what she had said, she nervously shook her head. "Mingyao, there's more. There's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" When Chi-Chi struggled to articulate, having only informed Shen Mingyao about her pregnancy, never disclosing that she was expecting quadruplets. The thought of Shen Mingyao seeing all 4 children was overwhelming. "Never mind, you'll find out when you get there." Shen Mingyao pouted, so mysterious. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep. A delicious aroma wafted from within, causing Shen Mingyao to drool. "The food your hired help is making smells amazing. I must be in for a treat." Shen Mingyao knocked on the door without hesitation. Aunt Lee was busy tending to the babies while Su Chen, donned in an apron, was preparing a meal. Hearing the knock, he set down his spoon and rushed to open the door. Chi-Chi, you're back? Shen Mingyao was startled by the voice of a man. Chi-Chi, you've been deceiving me. There really is a man in your house. Then, Shen Mingyao laid eyes on Su Chen, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a striking physique and strong muscles, especially with that endearing smile reaching his eyes. Boom. Shen Mingyao's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the apron that seemed at odds with his demeanor, she was utterly captivated. It is often said that men who can cook are handsome. This was indeed true. However, this man appeared quite young, likely in his early 20s. Could it be that when Chi-Chi had chosen someone so young? No way. Shen Mingyao shook her head. He can't be your man, can he? Your brother? A distant relative? Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's questions, when Chi-Chi opened her mouth, but was at a loss for how to introduce Su Chen, Shen Mingyao thought she had guessed correctly. With a grin, she said, so it's true. Chi-Chi, does this handsome guy have a girlfriend? Shen Mingyao's eyes had turned into hearts. When Chi-Chi was taken aback, a hint of jealousy flickering in her gaze as she looked at Shen Mingyao. She shot a disapproving glance at Su Chen, blaming him for being so handsome. Feeling reprimanded, Su Chen could only smile helplessly. This must be your friend, right? It seems my future wife is even jealous of her friends. Haha. With a chuckle, Su Chen opened the door wider, saying, I'm not Chi-Chi's brother. I am indeed her man. Hearing such a bold declaration, Shen Mingyao's heart sank momentarily. Yet, after a fleeting moment of disappointment, she perked up again. Chi-Chi, your man is too handsome. Though she couldn't have him, at least her best friend did. Shen Mingyao remained cheerful. When Chi-Chi's expression gradually brightened, a hint of suspicious red gracing her cheeks. I told you he is not my man. Before she could finish, Su Chen's hand casually brushed against her head. Don't move. When Chi-Chi froze, her eyes fixated on Su Chen as he leaned closer. After a moment, Su Chen plucked a leaf from her hair, saying, You have something on your head. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, Su Chen was becoming increasingly adept at flirting, and there were outsiders present. The onlooker, Shen Mingyao, couldn't he help but smile with envy. Wow. And you still say he is not your man. Chi-Chi, your face is completely red. I'm so envious. What should I do? Handsome. Do you have any equally handsome friends you could introduce to me? Chapter 22. Su Chen, you're incredible. Su Chen shook his head in exasperation. So she was a bit of a fangirl. I can introduce you to them another day. My roommates seem quite decent. That would be fantastic. The thought of potentially having a boyfriend as handsome as Su Chen filled Shen Mingyao's heart with sweetness. By the way, Chi-Chi, you mentioned there was something else you hadn't told me. Could it be something even more shocking than having a man? When Chi-Chi took a deep breath, about to speak when Shen Mingyao spotted the baby that Aunt Lee was holding. Wow, so cute. She could hardly wait for when Chi-Chi to respond and hurried over to Aunt Lee, taking the baby in her arms. Then she instinctively planted a deep kiss on the baby's cheek. This little human was simply too adorable. I can't take it anymore. I want a baby like this. The baby, Dabao, was already a well-behaved child, and now with Shen Mingyao's affection, he burst into giggles. Shen Mingyao was indeed a beauty. With a lovely figure and attractive looks, though she paled slightly in comparison to when Chi-Chi, embodying the cheerful girl next door. Dabao seemed to catch her joy, giggling uncontrollably. He appears to harbor a fondness for me. Come, dear sister brings you a toy. Su Chen was amused by Shen Mingyao's antics. Shouldn't it be auntie? I don't care. If I say sister, then sister it is. Su Chen sighed in resignation. At that moment, a chorus of ah sounds emanated from within the room. Shen Mingyao, cradling the eldest treasure, froze. Huh? Why is there another baby's voice? Could it be that I'm imagining things? Su Chen was equally taken aback. Could it be that Shen Mingyao was unaware that when Chi-Chi had for little ones? Observing when Chi-Chi's hesitant demeanor, as if she was at a loss for words, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His wife was about to give her friend quite the surprise. He chuckled softly and remarked, It seems the second little treasure has made a stinky. I'll be right back. Second treasure? As Shen Mingyao noticed Su Chen leaving and saw that when Chi-Chi followed him inside, confusion washed over her as she clutched the eldest treasure closely behind them. When Chi-Chi, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, How do you know it's the second treasure? Having spent several days with the little ones, I certainly know. Just from the commotion. I could guess it was this little rascal, Su Chen replied. A wave of emotion washed over when Chi-Chi, her heart swelling with gratitude. After all this time spent with the little ones, often in a chaotic whirlwind, Su Chen had managed to distinguish them all in just one day. Shen Mingyao, eavesdropping on their exchange, was left in a state of shock. When she saw Su Chen lift another baby into his arms, her mouth fell agape. Then, she beheld the third and fourth treasures. 3 adorable babies, just as precious as the one in her arms, gazed at her with curiosity, as if to ask, Mommy, who is this beautiful sister? Shen Mingyao sniffled, taking a moment to process the shock. Chi-Chi, what on earth is happening? Her voice trembled slightly. When Chi-Chi chuckled awkwardly, feeling a surge of nervousness, unsure of how to explain. You can't be telling me these are all your babies, can you? A hint of anxiety crept into Chi-Chi's heart. Shen Mingyao had inevitably discovered the truth. Surely, she would think poorly of her. As when Chi-Chi braced herself for some merciless teasing, she heard Su Chun, who was skillfully changing the second treasure's diaper, say, "Indeed, these are all our children. Aren't they adorable?" His tone brimmed with pride. At that moment, when Chi-Chi suddenly found her courage, these were indeed her babies. Even though she was still in school and not yet married, this was an unalterable reality. She loved her little ones dearly, and even if she faced ridicule, her affection for them would remain unwavering. Just like Su Chun, who, despite being a sophomore, had never feared the impact of his life upon meeting the babies. He even shared videos of them with his roommates. She could do it too. Her little ones were her pride. "Yes, Mingyao, I've been meaning to tell you. These are all my babies. This is the eldest, Su Chun is holding the second, that one is the third, and the one with slightly longer hair is the fourth." When Chi-Chi earnestly introduced her children, Su Chun gazed at Chi-Chi with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Had she truly stopped fearing the revelation of her motherhood? After hearing their conversation, Shen Mingyao promptly scooped up the eldest treasure and dashed into the room. Undeterred by the second treasure's unpleasant odor, after placing the eldest on the bed, she gathered the third and fourth treasures, placing them together, and gazed at the trio, bursting into laughter. "Wow, this is absolutely wonderful. Hurry, hurry, bring me the second treasure too. I'm now the sister of 4 babies, and I'm so overjoyed. How can they be so adorable? They've truly inherited the best genes from both of you. How splendid. Su Chen, you are amazing, and Chi-Chi, you are amazing too. You've managed to have 4 babies. I'm so envious. I want some too, Wah? Su Chen, why don't you introduce me to your boyfriend right now? I want to have babies too." Just then, Aunt Lee floated by outside, casually chiming in. "Not everyone can give birth to quadruplets, you know." Shen Mingyao. Could she not? Wah, she loved children so much. She didn't want to go home today. Chi-Chi, I've decided to stay over tonight. Chapter 23. Have you already begun cohabiting? Shen Mingyao's remark left both Su Chun and Chi-Chi momentarily speechless. Su Chun smiled at Chi-Chi. If Shen Mingyao stayed, he would have to leave, and he was quite curious about how Chi-Chi would respond. Chi-Chi hadn't anticipated Shen Mingyao making such a request. She wanted to explain, yet the words faltered on her lips. Although she had mentioned to Su Chun that it was a one-time occurrence, he had continued to stay for the next 2 days, and she objected. It had evidently become a habit. When Chi-Chi felt reluctant for Su Chun to depart, Shen Mingyao, thoroughly entertained by the babies, noticed no one was paying her any attention and asked again, "Chi-Chi, I can share a bed with you. I too wish to relish the joy of having babies." After much contemplation, when Chi-Chi ultimately decided to decline, "I'm afraid that won't work." Upon saying this, her gaze fell upon Su Chun, her cheeks flushing slightly. Shen Mingyao, curious, turned her head. "What's the matter? Didn't I used to stay with you all the time?" The before Shen Mingyao referred to was prior to when Chi-Chi's temporary leave from school. That was then. How could she possibly explain why Su Chun resided here? Su Chun remained silent, causing Chi-Chi to grow increasingly anxious. Hearing Chi-Chi's refusal, Su Chun raised the corners of his lips. Following her lead, he added, "Indeed, it isn't feasible." Shen Mingyao, now an adult, finally grasped the situation, her mouth agape in shock. "You two haven't already begun cohabiting, have you?" When Chi-Chi lowered her head, too shy to respond. Thankfully, Shen Mingyao didn't require any further explanation. Well, they already had children. Cohabitation seemed quite natural. She then lamented, "Alas, my dear babies, your sister can no longer be with you." It wasn't until Aunt Lee set the table and called them for dinner that Shen Mingyao snapped out of her melancholy. Right, they still needed to eat. She was famished. Approaching the dining table, she beheld a spread of 4 dishes and a soup, her eyes sparkling. "Su Chun, please tell me you prepared all of this?" Shen Mingyao recalled seeing Su Chun donning an apron when she first entered, while Aunt Lee tended to the children. The feast consisted of braised pork, potato beef stew, stir-fried potato shreds, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and a cucumber and century egg soup. Unable to resist, Shen Mingyao swallowed hard. When Chi-Chi noticed that since entering, Shen Mingyao had been showering Su Chun with accolades. Shen Mingyao had always held high standards. Over the years, numerous suitors had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest. However, if Su Chun were not the father of her children, she would undoubtedly have pursued him without hesitation. A sense of pride welled up within Chi-Chi. Yes, all of this was made by Su Chun. I must have a taste. Upon sampling the first bite of potato shreds, Shen Mingyao's eyes lit up. With the second bite of scrambled eggs with green peppers, she felt an insatiable urge to continue eating. By the third bite of potato beef stew, she had completely lost herself, grabbing a bowl of rice before her. With the final bite of braised pork, Shen Mingyao nearly squealed with delight. What a divine flavor. Observing Shen Mingyao's blissful expression, Wen Qiqi curiously inquired, "What is going on? Is it delicious?" Aunt Li, equally intrigued, chimed in, "Let me have a taste." Subsequently, Aunt Li took a seat. Mere seconds later, Aunt Li and Shen Mingyao, much like each other, fell silent. Wen Qiqi, puzzled by their reaction, eventually joined them at the table. After soothing the babies, Su Chan emerged to find Shen Mingyao indulging heartily, while Aunt Li was also savoring her meal. Wen Qiqi, though eating more slowly, had not paused either. Was it truly that delectable? He hadn't even had a chance to taste his own cooking. Su Chen sat down as well, and after taking a bite, he was astounded. The flavor was indeed remarkable. The system had not deceived him. Throughout the entire dinner gathering, not a single word was uttered until only the last spoonful of soup remained. It was then that Shen Mingyao finally raised her head, let out a satisfied burp, and inquired of Wen Qiqi, "Is this truly made by Su Chen?" Wen Qiqi nodded, a flicker of delight illuminating her eyes. She had known in the morning that Su Chen was an adept cook, but those were merely 2 vegetarian dishes. She had not anticipated his prowess to be so formidable. The braised pork and potato beef stew were the true tests of culinary skill, and she was pleasantly surprised at how deliciously Su Chen had prepared them. Aunt Li also nodded in agreement, remarking, "The flavors are quite commendable." Shen Mingyao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Not just commendable, it is absolutely delectable. I have indulged in countless extravagant feasts, yet none have matched this exquisite taste. The eggs are perfectly cooked, the potatoes tender and savory in the beef stew, and the braised pork is anything but greasy. It melts in your mouth. Qiqi, tell me, where did you find such a treasure of a man?" Before Wen Qiqi could respond, she turned back to Su Chen and half-jokingly said, "I want one too." Wen Qiqi laughed, "You will have one." Shen Mingyao chuckled, "I too believe I will find one. Well then, I shall go play with the little ones for a while." After she departed, Wen Qiqi and Su Chen exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words. The night had grown late, and the little ones were nearly ready for slumber. Shen Mingyao was ultimately coaxed away by Aunt Li, lingering for a moment, reluctant to leave. Once they had gone, only Wen Qiqi and Su Chen remained in the room. Wen Qiqi picked up the plates to wash them, but Su Chen intervened. "You go tend to the children, I will handle the dishes." "It's all right, let me do it. You haven't seen the kids all day, you must miss them, right?" Without pausing his movements, Su Chen walked toward the kitchen, adding, "The little ones miss you too. Si Bao even cried upon seeing your picture today. Isn't Si Bao always crying?" When Qiqi refrained from exposing Su Chen's little white lie, she indeed missed the children terribly. Especially since Si Bao, who usually nursed, had to settle for formula today, and she worried about how he was faring. Upon entering the room, the 4 little ones turned in unison to face her. Si Bao pouted and began to cry. Da Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao followed suit, their little noses quivering. A sight both adorable and heart-wrenching. When Qiqi hurried over, uncertain of whom to embrace first, just as she fumbled, Su Chen peeked in from the kitchen, holding a plate. "Little ones, Daddy will perform a magic trick for you. No crying, all right?" Hearing Su Chen's voice, the babies turned their heads curiously, their tears welling in their eyes but not spilling over. Even Si Bao ceased his wailing. When Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. When she glanced at Su Chen again, she found him waving his sudsy hands at the little ones. He gently touched the tip of his nose, leaving a comical bubble on it. The babies erupted in giggles. When Qiqi couldn't help but laugh as well, she grabbed a tissue and offered it to Su Chen, indicating for him to wipe it off. Suddenly, Su Chen reached out his hand. "What are you doing?" When Qiqi stepped back, but Su Chen's long arms still managed to touch her nose, leaving a charming blob of foam there. "You." When Qiqi was exasperated, typically reserved and disinclined to playfulness, her demeanor had shifted since meeting Su Chen, and oddly, she found herself enjoying it. What on earth was happening? Had she truly accepted Su Chen completely? The babies, witnessing their parents' playful banter, laughed even more heartily. Just as when Qiqi was about to wipe her nose, Su Chen stopped her. "Don't move. Look how happy the little ones are." Hesitating, she decided against wiping it off. Normally, the babies were either crying or fussing, and she rarely had the chance to relish such tranquil moments. Seeing that when Qiqi had genuinely paused, Su Chen chuckled again. Realizing she had been tricked, when Qiqi grew more irritated, "Su Chen, you." Su Chen dashed away swiftly, shutting the kitchen door behind him. Through the glass, he sent her a playful kiss. Upon witnessing Su Chen's mischievous demeanor, a weight lifted from Wen Qiqi's heart, leaving her feeling remarkably light and cheerful. Su Chen truly was quite wonderful. Perhaps she should consider Aunt Li's advice and gradually accept him. As evening descended, it was time for sleep. After soothing the children to slumber, Wen Qiqi urged Su Chen to the living room. Su Chen, with a hint of resignation, said, "Qiqi, why don't you leave the door open? What do you intend to do?" When Qiqi was startled, Did Su Chen mean to come in and sleep? Should she refuse or acquiesce? Her thoughts became a tumult, her demeanor turning serious, even as her heart raced. Su Chen had merely intended to jest, but upon seeing Wen Qiqi's expression, he couldn't bring himself to do so. I just wanted to ask if you're tired. If you are too exhausted. Don't close the door. If the babies wake up, I'll take care of them. He had noticed that the little ones woke frequently during the night. And each time, he could hear Wen Qiqi bustling in the bedroom. Wen Qiqi paused, taken aback. Was that truly what he meant? However, recalling how Su Chen had earlier teased her, a surge of anger bubbled within her. I'm not tired. With a decisive slam, she shut the door. Humph. As if he could come in. Su Chen rubbed his nose and sighed to himself, lamenting how he had ruined the pleasant atmosphere. Yet, he believed that one day, this door would open for him. Lying on the sofa, Su Chen sent videos of the babies taken throughout the day to his roommates, eliciting a wave of envy from them. After boasting for a while, he opened the course videos his roommates had sent him earlier. Due to caring for the babies, he had been unable to attend classes in real time, so his friends had recorded the lectures for him. It was only until late into the night that he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Su Chen arose early to prepare breakfast for Wen Qiqi. A knock echoed at the door. Sleepily, Wen Qiqi opened it, only to be greeted by a smiling face peering in. Startled, she quickly shut the door. Another round of knocking followed. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su and Miss Wen? We are from the Bebe Maternal and Infant Store. Did you order a baby stroller yesterday? A baby stroller? When had they ordered a baby stroller? Yes, that was us. Qiqi, hurry and open the door. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Wen Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, but Su Chen swiftly approached and opened the door. A plump woman with a beaming smile greeted them. Mr. Su? It's me. Hello. I'm the manager of Bebe Maternal and Infant Store. The 4-seater baby stroller you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it. All right, come in. Even as the manager and 2 staff members entered the room, Wen Qiqi remained in a daze. The manager placed the stroller in the living room and began to unfold it slowly. This stroller is foldable, making it very convenient. You simply need to open it from here. The manager pointed out the stroller's latch, demonstrating to Su Chen. Once the latch was released, the stroller was fully opened, revealing its 4 seats before Wen Qiqi. Finally grasping the situation, Wen Qiqi asked, what is this for? It's a custom stroller for the babies, making outings more convenient. The manager, seeing that Su Chen had kept this a surprise from Wen Qiqi, chuckled heartily. Miss, it's clear your man is a good one. This stroller is incredibly practical for families with multiple children. He must have wanted to surprise you. Wen Qiqi was aware that Su Chen sought to delight her. She had considered purchasing such a stroller before, but they were prohibitively expensive, each costing several thousand. In recent days, Su Chen has expended a considerable amount of money on the children, and Wen Shirtai is reluctant for him to overspend further, pondering the implications for their tuition. Where is the money coming from? Return it. We do not want it. The store manager appeared flustered. Well, sir. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I will purchase it, and the money will be transferred to you shortly. Su Chen. When Shirtai's expression turned anxious, Su Chen was indeed being extravagant, reminiscent of a child's nature. Understanding her concerns, Su Chen spun around in his chair, saying, Shirtai, our 4 little ones deserve the same opportunities as other children, to experience the world outside whenever they wish. If we confine them to our home, due to our own inconvenience, they will surely grow timid when venturing out in the future. I have considered this, as their father. I love them as much as you do, and wish to do more for them. Seeing that Wen Shirtai was finally swayed by his words, Su Chen offered her the chair to try. Rest assured, my dear, I am financially capable of this. The store manager, witnessing their affectionate exchange, felt as though lunch was unnecessary. Given your evident affection, and since this chair is in limited supply, I shall offer you a discount. That would be splendid. Wen Shirtai finally smiled. Let us make it an 80 discount. Originally priced at 30,000, it is now 24,000. Our store won't profit a single penny. But I have one condition. Wen Shirtai frowned. What condition? If it were excessive, she would reconsider. The manager clasped her hands, her eyes narrowing with delight. May I see your babies? Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. I have yet to see quadruplets, and with such beauty, your children must be adorable. I simply wish to take a look. Observing the manager's eager demeanor, Su Chen began to suspect she had been prepared to offer a discount all along, orchestrating an elaborate ruse to convince them to agree to her request. All right, let us go see them. Su Chen felt a surge of happiness at the prospect of others admiring his children. The babies had already awakened, seated in their high chairs, playing with toys sent by Shin Mingyao the previous day. Upon entering the room, the store manager was instantly captivated by the little ones. Wow, they are absolutely adorable. Goodness, one is even smiling at me. She hurried towards the second baby, her hands trembling as she hesitated to pick him up. Gently, she caressed the second baby's face. then beamed as she touched the first, followed by the third and fourth. The four little ones were exceptionally cooperative today, giggling each time the manager's hand brushed against them, filling her heart with joy. They are simply too cute. Is it possible for me to visit the babies more often? Chen raised an eyebrow at her peculiar request. Don't worry, I won T intrude. How about this? I'll reduce the price by 4,000, making it 20,000. You can take the chair. Chen was taken aback. Isn't that a bit hasty? He exchanged a glance with Wen Shitai, who nodded, leading him to agree. All right, I will bring the babies to your store more often. Wonderful. With such charming little ones. They will serve as living advertisements for us. The store manager left elated after collecting the 20,000. As Chen settled back down, Wen Shitai inquired, where did the money come from? Although she had acquiesced to keeping the baby chair, this matter needed clarification. Otherwise, it would trouble her. As Chen was not from a wealthy family, even though he had made over 10,000 from selling potatoes in 2 days, the chair alone cost 20,000, along with the expenses for baby formula. She couldn't fathom how Chen could afford such sums. Anticipating her concern, Chen had devised a response. Shitai, actually. I sold potatoes for 2 days and found a partner. What kind of partner? The owner of the market. He provided me with a 50,000 deposit for future collaboration. Chen straightforwardly divulged. The details regarding the system were not to be shared yet, but he was confident that the money tiger was not deceiving him. When Shitai remained skeptical, how many potatoes did you grow? Chapter 26, Going Out Alone with the Babies. Upon being questioned by Wen Shitai, Chen chuckled. I'll take you and the babies to see it another day. All right. Receiving an affirmative response, Wen Shitai reiterated some precautions before bidding farewell to head to school. Chen began to prepare for his outing, gathering a thermos, baby formula, diapers, and bottles. He packed a large bag and then placed the 4 babies into their quadruple stroller. The moment they realized they were going out, their excitement was palpable, with the youngest clinging to Chen, reluctant to let go. Let go, little one. Only then can I take you out. The youngest blinked his big eyes, staring at Chen for a few seconds before suddenly releasing his grip. Chen noticed that, over the past few days, the babies seemed to be increasingly able to comprehend his words, which filled him with joy. After alighting from the vehicle, Chen encountered a dilemma: how to reach the fields. With 4 infants and himself, taking a taxi was not an option. It appeared he would need to purchase a house, and a car as well. A heavy burden lay ahead. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone greeting him. Chen? Zhao Fatty. Chen exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Fatty, originally named Zhao Dasheng, was a high school classmate of Chen. After graduating, while Chen repeated 2 years, Zhao had already been working for 3 years. At that moment, Zhao Fatty held a cigarette, his face bearing the marks of life's struggles. Upon seeing Chen with 4 babies, he paused. Are these your children? Chen nodded. Yes. Quadruplets? Chen nodded again. Zhao Fatty hastily extinguished his cigarette. Looking somewhat awkward, apologies. It's an old habit I haven't shaken off since graduation. Not a problem. Chen noted the 7-seater van beside Zhao Fatty. What are you doing? Zhao Fatty shrugged. Transporting goods, but someone canceled on me today, so it was a wasted trip. Canceled? Isn't that a bit much? Can't you charge them for it? I can't afford to offend them. For someone like me without an education, having any job is fortunate. If I upset them, I could lose my livelihood. By the way, Chen, what are you up to? Oh, I'm heading to the suburbs. With 4 babies? Isn't that inconvenient? Indeed. Chen felt the weight of the situation. How about I give you a ride? My van may be a bit shabby, but it can seat 7 people. Zhao Fatty glanced at the 4 beautifully dressed babies, adding, if you don't mind. How could I mind? Thank you. I was unsure how to get there. On the way, Zhao Fatty occasionally glanced at the babies in the rearview mirror. They are so well-behaved and lovely. Your wife must be quite beautiful too. Chen, while amusing the 3rd baby, chuckled. Yes, she is quite lovely. Zhao Fatty hesitated before speaking. Chen, don't think I'm prying, but aren't you still in school? This question left Chen feeling more helpless. Yes, I am in school. Then how do you have children? Times have changed. It's permissible to have children while studying, and I'm quite fortunate with the babies. Zhao Fatty looked astonished. Is that so? Haha, Chen, you're impressive. Back in high school, you endured so much hardship. While we're still single, you already have children. I envy you. However, he shifted the topic. It can't be easy for a student to care for 4 babies. Indeed, it was not easy. Over the past few days, Chen had found a renewed sense of purpose in life. Although busy, each day was fulfilling and joyful. Compared to his former existence of idly waiting for life to pass, this was a significant improvement. Yet, he could not share these sentiments with Zhao Fatty and merely echoed, "You're in the same boat." Zhao Fatty sighed. Upon reaching the destination, Zhao Dasheng beheld vast expanses of fertile land, adorned with interconnected greenhouses. These vegetable greenhouses were established when Zhang Weiqiang rented the land to Chen, who adeptly repurposed them. At this moment, Zhao Daxing's jaw dropped in astonishment. Is all of this your land? He inquired. Indeed, replied Su Chen. What are you cultivating? Potatoes, came the response. Potatoes? The harvest has not been particularly favorable this year. No worries, mine are thriving, Su Chen assured him. Oh, that's good to hear. As Su Chen wheeled the children towards one of the greenhouses, Zhao Daxing's expression darkened. Su Chen parked the children beside the greenhouse, gently patting their little heads while noticing their curious glances at their surroundings. His spirits lifted as he declared, little ones. Daddy is off to earn a living for you, so watch quietly and don't cause a ruckus. The children blinked in unison. Su Chen then turned to dig for potatoes. The only drawback of farming outdoors was the necessity of manual labor. Alone, he felt he could hardly dig out a substantial amount in a single day. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Zhao Daxing was without work. Perhaps he would be willing to assist. As Su Chen opened his phone to send a message, a notification appeared, a transfer from Zhao Daxing, 500 yuan, with a note. Su Chen, my brother, I've been quite strapped lately, but seeing the children brings me joy. Use this to buy them some food. Consider it a gift from their uncle. Chapter 27. Helping Zhao Daxing settle debts. That rotund Zhao. Su Chen shook his head and called Zhao Daxing. The call connected, but the voice on the other end was unclear and hesitant. Su Chen could vaguely hear someone shouting angrily. Where's the money? Zhao Daxing, if you don't pay today, we'll tow your car away. Please. I just paid my mother's hospital bills, and I truly have nothing left. Can you grant me a few more days? That car is my means of livelihood. Zhao Daxing trembled as he spoke. That's your problem, I'm afraid. We're all struggling here, but today, you must pay. Zhao Daxing's voice quivered. Brothers. We've shared a bond. Who considers you a brother? Don't you know that clear accounts are essential even among kin? Su Chen frowned, realizing that Zhao Daxing was in dire straits. The earlier transfer of 500 yuan weighed heavily on his conscience. Without the system and with 4 children to support, would his life also have spiraled into such hardship? Fatty Zhao Fatty, he called out, raising his voice. Zhao Daxing seemed to suddenly realize the call had connected. Responding with urgency, Su Chen, I'm sorry, I'm dealing with something here. Is everything all right? Do you need me to come get you? Su Chen felt a swell of gratitude. Zhao Daxing remained loyal, just as he had been in school. Back then, when Su Chen was broke, Zhao Daxing would scrape together his allowance to share instant noodles with him. How much do you owe them? Zhao Daxing hesitated. I'll handle this myself. Su Chen, you're struggling too. How much? Su Chen pressed. With a sigh, Zhao Daxing conceded, knowing that continuing to pretend would not fool Su Chen. 10,000. All right. I'll transfer it to you. No need for any back and forth. If you're a brother, just trust me. Fine. I'll repay you as soon as possible. Without further ado, Zhao Daxing hung up, and the transfer promptly arrived. After settling his debts, he hurriedly drove to fetch Su Chen. He vowed to himself that Su Chen was his brother. Henceforth, Su Chen's children would be his as well, and he would care for them. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhao Daxing noticed the dirt covering him, while the 4 children giggled nearby, completely unfazed. An unexpected wave of envy washed over him. Thank you so much, my brother, Zhao Daxing expressed. Su Chen lifted the 3rd child, who had just had a little accident, and while cleaning him up, asked, what is going on? Your mother is in the hospital? Zhao Daxing sighed, recalling the 500 yuan he had sent to Su Chen, which he had later returned with another 10,000, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Oh, my mother has been hospitalized for a week, costing over 10,000. The ones demanding money are my brothers, who used to help me unload goods. They are all struggling too, I can't blame them. Unload goods? Su Chen inquired. Yes, sometimes when I'm overwhelmed, I hire a few people for help. Do you still have anyone? Su Chen's mind raced at the thought of his abundant potatoes. Zhao Daxing looked at him curiously. Fatty, how about joining me in making some money? Zhao Daxing handed Su Chen a diaper. How do we earn? Su Chen gestured towards the greenhouses ahead. I need someone to help manage this place since I'm busy with the children. Would you come? I'll pay you 10,000 a month. Su Chen had considered this carefully. The existence of the system was a secret. Hence, hiring someone to manage the land was unavoidable. How much? Zhao Daxing thought he misheard. Given his understanding of Su Chen, they had shared similar backgrounds during school. If you think it's too little, I can adjust. It's not too little. Zhao Daxing quickly replied, fearing Su Chen would raise the price. That's quite generous. I usually earn around 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Let's settle on 6,000. Zhao Daxing had an inkling that Su Chen was no longer the same. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. I want you here to help me manage this. The pressure is significant, and the workload is substantial. I said 10,000, and it's 10,000. But I have one condition. Zhao Daxing paused before asking, what condition? You cannot enter any greenhouse I haven't authorized you to. I'll assign you specific locations daily. Su Chen resolved to take the time over the next few days to fill these greenhouses to avoid exposure. After all, Zhang Weiqiang had leased him this land, which boasted numerous greenhouses. Given his potato yield, it would sustain him for quite some time. Realizing Su Chen was serious, Zhao Dashing slapped his thigh in agreement. All right. I'm in. Just tell me what needs to be done. I, Zhao Dashing, may lack in some areas, but strength is my forte. Su Chen chuckled at Zhao Dashing's enthusiasm. First, help me dig up the potatoes in this greenhouse. We'll send them to the storage over there. The rest will be your responsibility. As Zhao Dashing worked, he exclaimed in astonishment while digging up potatoes. Su Chen, are these potatoes yours? Indeed, what of it? I heard there's a guy at the vegetable market nearby selling potatoes really well, but he hasn't set up lately. Is that you? Zhao Dashing was taken aback, having heard that the potato seller earned nearly 10,000 a day. That's me. Since Su Chen intended to engage Zhao Dashing's help, he had no reason to conceal the truth. I later negotiated with the market owner to supply them, and they needed assistance. I see. Zhao Dashing's gaze towards Su Chen shifted to one of admiration. Upon witnessing the uniformly sized and abundant potatoes he unearthed, Zhao Dashing could no longer suppress his curiosity. Su Chen, why do these potatoes differ from the usual ones? Chapter 28, Gaining a Loyal Follower. Having prepared his explanation, Su Chen smiled. These are a new variety of potatoes, exclusive to me. You won't find them elsewhere. So, there's no need to worry about my business declining. Just trust me and stay with me. Even if new varieties emerged elsewhere, Su Chen was confident the system would swiftly adjust the quality of the potatoes. After all, the system was invincible. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will work diligently, Zhao Dashing vowed, unknowingly realizing he had latched onto a golden opportunity, one that was formidable. Suddenly, he felt invigorated as he worked. The two individuals spent the better part of the day transporting all the potatoes. Along the way, Su Chen fed the little one's formula twice. Just before leaving, he noticed that the second and fourth treasures were gazing intently at the edge of the ground. Curious, he glanced over and discovered a profusion of tiny flowers blooming by the roadside. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated a new task. Please personally weave flower crowns for the little ones and place them upon their heads. Upon completion of this task, the host shall be rewarded with a 7-seater SUV. A 7-seater SUV? How considerate of the system. However, the thought of weaving flower crowns daunted him, given his clumsy hands. Su Chen plucked a flower and brought it to his nose for a sniff. The second and fourth treasures followed his hand with eager eyes. Zhao Dashing pointed at the second and fourth treasures. These two must be the girls, right? How did you know? Su Chen was puzzled, as he didn't recall introducing them to Zhao Dashing. They adore flowers. Just look at how they are fixated on you. Zhao Dashing's attention to detail surprised him. Do you know how to weave flower crowns? I do. I've made one for my sister before. Teach me. Zhao Dashing chuckled at the sight of Su Chen, a grown man, awkwardly holding a small flower and seeking his guidance. Yet, this only underscored Su Chen's genuine affection for his children. How about I give it a try? No, it must be me. He insisted. Otherwise, how would I earn that SUV? I desperately need a mode of transportation. Reluctantly, Zhao Dashing agreed to instruct him. Utilizing his photographic memory, Su Chen learned swiftly, and in no time, he had crafted 4 flower crowns. He approached the little ones, holding the crowns in his hands. The eldest and third treasures, being boys, tilted their heads in curious wonder. The second and fourth treasures giggled, drooling with excitement, reaching out their hands as if they could not wait to snatch the crowns from Su Chen. With both hands occupied, Su Chen placed the crowns upon the heads of the second and fourth treasures. The two already exquisitely chubby babies looked even more adorable, making it impossible to resist the urge to pinch their cheeks. The eldest and third treasures eventually caught on and tentatively reached out, though their interest seemed lukewarm. Nevertheless, their descent was no longer permitted. Su Chen adorned them with the remaining crowns. Previously, the eldest and third treasures had been shaved bald by Wenqiqi, and when they left the house, Su Chen had placed hats upon their heads. Now, with the addition of the flower crowns, they presented a comical sight. Haha. Zhao Dashing could not contain his laughter. These two are boys, right? Boys typically don't fancy flowers and plants. Haha. Su Chen chuckled in agreement. As he laughed, the eldest and third treasures joined in, creating a scene of pure harmony that made Su Chen reluctant to depart. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The 7-seater SUV is now parked discreetly below your residence, and the keys are in your pocket. How swift. Su Chen reached into his pocket and, indeed, found a set of car keys. Let us head home. After securing the new vehicle, he could finally go pick up Wenqiqi. Zhao Dashing graciously acted as the driver, escorting Su Chen and the little ones back. Before parting ways, Su Chen handed Zhao Dashing a large sack of potatoes and provided him with an address, requesting that he deliver the potatoes the next morning. Zhao Dashing had become utterly infatuated with Su Chen, adhering to his every word without question. Upon returning, Su Chen wheeled the little ones downstairs, where a crowd had gathered. Goodness, whose car is that? How stunning. That must be worth a fortune, perhaps over $1 million? When did our community acquire such affluent residents? I've never seen such a luxurious SUV. Among the crowd was Wang Jia, Wen Qiqi's landlord, who was vociferously proclaiming, "That car parked below must belong to our building. I heard our upstairs neighbor returned from abroad this morning. Her husband is my cousin. Perhaps he drove it back. Is he that impressive? Wang Jia, is your cousin married? Hurry and introduce me. Haha, he is still single, but if you want an introduction." "You must understand what I mean," Wang Jia teased, twirling her fingers. The others quickly grasped her implication. "Don't worry, Wang Jia, the red envelope 1 TB scant. If it works out, I'll even prepare a substantial one for you." Wang Jia pulled out her phone, ready to scan for the red envelope. Just then, someone from the crowd approached, pushing 4 adorable babies adorned with flower crowns, all smiling brightly. Make way, make way." Upon seeing Su Chen, Wang Jia's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. As Wen Qiqi's landlord, she was familiar with Su Chen and knew he was associated with Wen Qiqi. Over the past year, Wen Qiqi had often delayed her rent payments. In her eyes, this man must be as impoverished as she thought Wen Qiqi was. "Oh, isn't this my tenant? Come see this car. Isn't it handsome? You'll never afford such a vehicle in your lifetime." She scoffed, unable to believe someone like Su Chen could own such an expensive car. Otherwise, he wouldn't be renting. Su Chen offered a helpless smile and pressed the car key, causing the vehicle to react suddenly. Wang Jia's expression faltered. How could this car belong to Su Chen? Wasn't he Wen Qiqi the one often struggling to pay rent? "Wang Jia, who is it you just claimed couldn't he afford this car?" The faces of the older women who had been preparing to send Wang Jia a red envelope changed dramatically. They hastily tucked away their phones, casting icy glares at Wang Jia. "Turns out he is a fraud. Thankfully, I haven't sent my red envelope yet." "Wang Jia, at your age, do you still have any shame?" One of them spotted the babies and exclaimed, "Wow, such adorable babies. Aren't they the quadruplets from the young man selling potatoes at the market?" Upon scrutinizing Su Chen, she confirmed, "It really is you." Wang Jia, having not ventured out in days, was oblivious to the significant changes at the market. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Don't you know? The potatoes are exceptionally delicious. I bought a lot. I used to never eat potatoes, but I devoured 3 meals worth yesterday. My family loves them so much they're asking me to buy more today." That young man sells thousands of yuan worth of potatoes a day. And you're saying he has no money? Wang Jia, age has dulled your senses. Wang Jia, exasperated, retorted, "You all. Humph. Young man, if you're so capable, why are you still renting my house?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Wang Jia, you did collect my rent. Are you trying to evict me before the lease is up? In that case, where's the penalty fee?" They had only recently paid their rent. The crowd had now fully succumbed to the charm of the babies and Su Chen's good looks, rallying to his defense. "Exactly. You've signed a contract. Evicting him would cost you 3 times the rent. Young man, if she refuses to let you stay, you can come live with me. I won't charge you rent. Just bring me some potatoes each day." Who would have thought that selling potatoes would garner so much admiration from the Andes? It felt rather gratifying. "All right, I'll be sure to do that." The speaker was Wang Jia's arch-nemesis in the community, and Wang Jia could hardly tolerate this affront. "Dream on. Your lease isn't up. You want to be moving out." With that, Wang Jia stormed off in a huff. Su Chen watched her retreating figure with a resigned expression. The aunties had surrounded the little ones, pinching and kissing them. "Young man, why aren't you selling potatoes today?" Yes, I've been waiting to buy. If you don't come, my grandson will be in tears. I have something to attend to today. I'll be back tomorrow to sell. By the way, I've entrusted the potatoes to the nearby market, so you can buy them there in the future without waiting for me." Su Chen explained. "Really? That is wonderful. You're such a good person. No wonder you have such adorable babies." Su Chen chuckled, realizing that if this continued, he would be late to pick up Wen Qiqi. He gathered the little ones close to him and said, "Ladies, I'm off to fetch my wife. I'll show you the babies another day." "All right, indeed a good man. A master at handling children. I'll have my son learn from you." After a struggle to escape the crowd, Su Chen carefully placed the babies into the car. The system had thoughtfully installed 4 safety seats inside, sparing him any worries on that front. Once inside, Su Chen messaged Chen who to collect potatoes from the warehouse the next day and headed directly towards Ning University. At Ningzhou University, Wen Qiqi was in high spirits today, despite Shen Mingyao incessantly pestering her to introduce her to a boyfriend. The school day had ended, and students streamed out of the campus. Shen Mingyao was relentless in her pursuit of Wen Qiqi. Whenever male classmates approached to greet her, they were promptly dismissed by a glare from Shen Mingyao. "Umph, as if these boys could ever hope to win over my beautiful best friend. Only a handsome guy like Su Chen deserves her." Wen Qiqi had heard Su Chen's name repeated countless times from Shen Mingyao throughout the day. "Mingyao, what is it? I'll make sure Su Chen introduces you to someone soon. That would be wonderful. I need to catch a ride now." so you should hurry back to the dorm. But Shen Mingyao's brows furrowed in discomfort. I want to go back to eat with you. Missing out on such delicious food would be a shame. When Chi sighed, it's over an hour by bus. Aren't you worried about the distance? With 4 babies and such delicious food waiting, how could I mind? I could travel even farther for that. Shen Mingyao insisted. Amused and exasperated, when Chi relented, fine. Then you can come with me. Finally persuading when Shen Mingyao nodded enthusiastically. Hey, why are there so many people over there? Upon reaching the entrance, Shen Mingyao noticed a crowd nearby. Wow, look at that car. Is the car the main attraction? Look at that handsome guy. And those 4 adorable babies. Who is this divine man? The girls squealed in delight. The boys cast envious glances. Dude, this man is incredible. Quadruplets? What kind of impressive genes are those? When Chi remained focused, eager to return to her children, Shen Mingyao gazed in awe. Chi, isn't that Su Chun? Chapter 30. Luxury car and beautiful women. Envying everyone leaning against the door of a luxurious SUV, Su Chun cradled the most lively of the quadruplets. The other 3 sat in their respective infant seats, gazing curiously at the passers-by, each adorned with flower crowns. The second and fourth had slightly longer hair, their delicate features even more endearing. The first and third wore hats, their boyish angles softened by the floral adornments, appearing adorably naive. Oh my, these 4 babies are simply too cute. Even someone like me, who doesn't particularly like children, suddenly feels the urge to have one. When Chi observed Su Chun, who consistently wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings. He would play with the quadruplet one moment and crouch to check on the others the next. The 4th baby, cradled in his arms, appeared particularly joyful. When Chi nearly forgot that the 4th was the most difficult to soothe, though the frail child seemed to have gained a bit of weight over the past few days. Chi, what are you waiting for? Hurry over. This is so romantic. Shen Mingyao urged, her own impatience surpassing when Chi's. If you don't go soon, I will. Let me tell you. A wonderful man like Su Chen won't wait forever. Someone else might seize the opportunity. Feeling a sense of urgency, when Chi gritted her teeth and walked toward him, while Shen Mingyao gleefully approached the crowd. Several girls were animatedly discussing. What do you think this handsome guy is doing here? He must be waiting for his wife. That's obvious. Wife? Do we have any teachers at our school who gave birth to quadruplets? Not that I know of. Shen Mingyao, reveling in her knowledge, raised her voice. It could very well be a student from our school. Knowing that she was the only one aware of the connection between when Chi and Su Chun filled her with joy, as if she were the sole bearer of a grand secret. A student? No way. Although college students can marry now, I haven't heard of anyone from our school tying the knot. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Amidst the astonished gazes of her peers, a graceful girl emerged from the crowd. As the man holding the child maintained his ever-present smile, it transformed into one of surprise. Chi, you're out of class? He gently placed the child in the stroller and eagerly approached her. In an instant, every onlooker turned green with envy. Wow, this man is actually excited? He must truly care for this woman. Those who had felt a twinge of jealousy toward the girl now found themselves filled with admiration. Oh my, how wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like that. Not just a boyfriend, but a husband. Yes, a husband like that is truly desirable. I'm going home to have a baby with my boyfriend right now. Shen Mingyao beamed with pride, finally relishing the astonishment others felt when she first encountered Su Chun and the babies. At that moment, when Chi hurried towards Su Chun, cautioning as she walked. Take it slow, be careful with the children. The 4 babies, upon seeing her, eagerly stretched out their little hands, grinning with uncontainable joy. When Chi, feeling slightly overwhelmed, instinctively lifted the one who reached out the farthest, the eldest. As she did so, the crowd caught a glimpse of her profile, prompting another round of gasps. What a beauty! So stunning. Today is another day of envy. Not only is her husband incredibly handsome, but their children are also adorable. How is it that she is equally striking? The surrounding men erupted in a chorus of exclamations. What is going on? What kind of luck has this man struck? Damn. The beauty not only has a man, but also children. We've lost our chance. As Su Chen moved closer, he overheard the excited shouts from his classmates and chuckled softly. Chi, look at them. They're envious of us. When Chi realized the truth in his words. During her early days at school, she had feared that having children would invite scrutiny, and she worried that her kids might be ridiculed for having a single mother. This fear had made her hesitant to reveal her situation. However, her recent experiences had illuminated a different perspective. Her children were well loved, and Su Chen cherished both her and the babies. Her life seemed to have taken on a new hue. If Shen Mingyao's feelings were rooted in friendship, mixed with a hint of envy, the sentiments from others were genuine admiration. What was there to fear anymore? Suddenly, when Chi pondered whether her parents would be delighted to learn of her children. Yet, the thought was swiftly dismissed. She decided it best to keep this news from them for now. not wanting to cause any undue stress. As for everything else, she would reveal it gradually in time. She placed the eldest back into the infant seat and took the stroller from Su Chen's hands. Let us go? With that, Su Chen turned and guided Wen Chi toward the car, personally opening the door for her. As Wen Chi beheld the interior of the vehicle, she was momentarily taken aback. She had initially presumed that the car was a rental. Yet, how could a rental vehicle possibly come equipped with a prepared infant safety seat? Moreover, there was no driver in sight. Where on earth did this car come from? Chapter 31. Did you know the campus belle has a boyfriend? In recent days, Su Chen had bestowed upon Wen Chi an abundance of surprises, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She found it hard to believe that Su Chen could acquire a car that appeared to be worth over $1 million with a mere 50,000. I rented it, Su Chen admitted, aware that his recent displays of wealth might raise suspicions in Wen Chi. If she began to doubt him, it would be a regrettable misstep. Rented? She echoed, her skepticism evident. Yes, coincidentally, that car rental company had this vehicle, and the baby seat was installed temporarily. They were kind enough to do it for us free of charge. Su Chen decided to divert her attention for the moment, leaving future explanations for another time. Wen Chi remained unconvinced but chose not to press further. It seemed Su Chen harbored many secrets, yet this did not diminish his kindness towards her. The car sped away, leaving their classmates still reeling from the earlier spectacle. Amidst the crowd, Shen Mingyao stood proudly observing them until the car had vanished from sight, at which point she realized a grave concern. Oh no, what about the dinner invitation to their house? Have I been forgotten? Surely, she thought, that must be the case. Never mind, considering how well Su Chen treats Wen Chi, I suppose we can postpone that meal. With her mind elsewhere, Shen Mingyao returned to her dormitory. Before long, the entire Ning University was abuzz with excitement. Did you hear? Someone drove a luxury car to pick up his girlfriend at the school gate today. With a baby in tow. How sweet. It's like they're flaunting it. Who are those handsome and beautiful individuals? Do you know them? Simultaneously, Su Chen's dormitory group was also in a frenzy. Look, I found a photo of that enchanting couple, just as Su Chen arrived home. Having taken Wen Chi and the babies upstairs, he stumbled upon this message. He paused for a moment, about to respond, when another roommate began shouting in the chat. Li Wenhao. No way. ISNT that woman the campus belle? Wang Lei. Which campus belle? Lin Lu. Could it be Wen Chi? Li Wenhao. I'm certain it's Wen Chi. Just look at that silhouette. Her figure is exceptional, her legs long and graceful. Even just from her profile, one can easily be enamored. Who else at our school possesses such allure? Lin Lu. Damn, you might be right. I'm finished, heartbroken. Su Chen also clicked on the photo. The image captured only Wen Chi's retreating figure, leaving him and the babies unseen. Where did you obtain this photo? Su Chen inquired. Stole it from the school forum. Wang Lei replied. Is there nothing else? That's it. Wang Lei, in a fit of exasperation, continued. Those fools were too busy admiring and envying to remember to snap more pictures. This lone photo was taken before she went to her man. Damn it. I don't even know who my rival is now. What am I supposed to do? Huh. Are you sure that that's your rival? Su Chen teased. Of course. Anyone who likes Wen Chi is my rival. That guy even has a child with her. How outrageous. Feeling somewhat betrayed, Su Chen decided to overlook their antics. Considering their support, Su Chen, hurry and show us the babies. I can't stand it. Indeed, only those adorable little ones can soothe my troubled heart. Babies? Where are they? Come on, Su Chen. The trio genuinely adored Su Chen's four babies. Had they known that the little ones they were so eager to see were, in fact, Wen Chi's children, they would have surely overwhelmed Su Chen with their enthusiasm. Su Chen rubbed his nose and replied, just a moment. I'll be right there. Sighing, he thought, having stolen everyone's dream girl, one must make sacrifices regarding the little ones. Babies, daddy is coming. Li Wenhao and the others languished on their dorm beds, sorrowful as autumn leaves. From the moment when Chi transferred schools, they had been captivated by her beauty and had vowed to pursue the goddess earnestly. Alas, just a few days later, news of her having a child had shattered their hopes. Why hasn't Su Chen sent the video yet? I mean, since when Chi has a child? Could it be that Su Chen took leave to care for the baby? What a coincidence. Wang Lei pondered curiously. Lin Lu threw a pillow at him indignantly, exclaiming, What are you thinking? It must be a coincidence. How could Su Chen possibly father a child with the campus belle? Besides, does Su Chen even deserve her? Our campus belle is stunning. Wang Lei contemplated for a moment before asking, Lin Lu, do you remember that Su Chen is actually the heartthrob of our department? Due to his academic excellence and unpretentious demeanor, Su Chen often blended in with them, and they had long forgotten his status as the department's heartthrob. Lin Lu replied, That makes sense, but it can't be Su Chen. I refuse to believe it. All right, I don't believe it either. Aside from being somewhat good-looking and academically inclined, he is essentially a loser. It simply cannot be him. As they pondered this, a new message notification chimed in the group. Su Chen had sent a video. Li Wenhao, the quickest to react, swiftly opened the video, entering a state of cloud-like adoration for the babies. He laughed with delight and occasionally leaned forward to kiss the babies on the screen. As he was engrossed in this act, he noticed something amiss in the video. There was a woman's leg visible. He squinted, then suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He hastily opened Su Chun's chat and furiously typed, "Su Chun, your wife, could it really be Wen-Chi-Chi?" Chapter 32. What do you think I am going to help you wash? Su Chen opened the chat and quickly typed a confirming yes. Before he could send it, he heard Wen-Chi-Chi calling from inside, "Su Chun, the baby has a dirty diaper." He set down his phone and rushed into the room. Li Wenhao, having sent his message, awaited Su Chen's reply. But after a prolonged silence, he grew impatient. "Where is he? Su Chen, baby?" After sending 3 messages without a response, Li Wenhao angrily tossed his phone onto the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Lu and Wang Lei, still absorbed in their cloud-like admiration of the babies, were bewildered. "Hey, are you out of your mind? How can you ignore such an adorable little one?" Li Wenhao wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before he could no longer contain himself. "Don't you think that pair of legs in the video looks a bit familiar?" "Legs? Oh, you mean the beautiful woman on screen? Isn't that Su Chen's wife?" Wang Lei responded, picking up a pillow and hurling it at Li Wenhao. "Have you lost your mind? Friends' wives are off limits. You know that." Lin Lu joined in, throwing a water bottle in Li Wenhao's direction. With quick reflexes, Li Wenhao dodged the pillow and caught the water bottle. "What is wrong with you, Wang Lei? Are you trying to kill me?" "I didn't mean that." "Then what do you mean? Don't you think those legs look a lot like Wen-Chi-Chi's?" "Wen-Chi-Chi?" Lin Lu and Wang Lei both opened their phones to scrutinize the video again. "It does look a bit like her. Don't you think so too? But aren't all beautiful women's legs like that? You can't possibly recognize someone just by their legs." "Li Wenhao, you're full of nonsense. Have you lost your marbles? Are you obsessing over beautiful women?" Wang Lei and Lin Lu laughed heartily, their mocking tones leaving Li Wenhao feeling confused. "Could it be that I really made a mistake? No wonder Su Chen hasn't replied to me. Damn it, did you even ask Su Chen about it? Are you out of your mind? Su Chen has a wife now. Wouldn't that make her angry? Not replying must mean they're arguing, right? Look at the trouble you've caused." Li Wenhao found himself on the receiving end of his roommate's scolding, and he couldn't help but feel that he had indeed made a mistake. It wasn't that he had never been in a relationship. The reasons for arguments with his girlfriends had always been bizarre and multifaceted, particularly when it came to such inexplicable matters. Had he inadvertently caused great trouble for Su Chen? Realizing this, Li Wenhao hastily pulled out his phone and began typing furiously. "Ha ha ha, bro, I'm just teasing you. Wen-Chi-Chi is the belle of our university. We can barely even meet. Treat your wife well. No need to reply. I'll leave you some space for your romantic interlude." After sending the message, Li Wenhao exhaled deeply, thinking, "Son, this is as far as I can assist you. If you argue again, you can't blame me." "Lin Lu, what a dog." Wang Lei, "Indeed, a dog." Li Wenhao. At that moment, Su Chen had just entered the house. Wen-Chi-Chi had already fed the quadruplets, and the other 3 little ones had finished their milk. The eldest was seated in the stroller, his tiny fists clenched tightly, and his little brow was furrowed, creating an amusing sight. With a chuckle, Su Chen approached and expertly picked up the eldest, disposing of the diaper and wiping him clean. Upon noticing that the little one's bottom wasn't thoroughly cleaned, Su Chen fetched a basin of warm water, deciding to give him a proper wash. His movements were remarkably deft, as if he had performed this task countless times before, and he exhibited no aversion towards the child's mess. After preparing the water, Su Chen gently washed the little one's bottom, eliciting peals of laughter from him. Reminiscent of being tickled, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th babies watched curiously, and upon seeing their sibling laugh, they too began to giggle and wriggle with delight. As Su Chen continued washing, he playfully engaged with the 3 babies. Wen-Chi-Chi, for once, found herself with a rare moment of leisure. She realized that since Su Chen had come into their home, her usual fluster had transformed into a sense of tranquility, as he managed everything with remarkable efficiency. Wen-Chi-Chi recalled how Su Chen had tried to impress others at the school gate earlier that day. He was meant to be a vibrant university student, yet now, due to her and the babies, he had taken on the role of a devoted father. After finishing with the eldest, he dressed him in pants and a diaper before taking the soiled ones for washing. Wen-Chi-Chi felt a twinge of sadness. "Su Chen." "Yes?" Su Chen continued his actions without pause. "Do you not mind at all?" Wen-Chi-Chi fidgeted with her hands. "Mind what?" Su Chen turned to glance at her, finally realizing she was referring to changing the baby's diapers. "Chi-Chi, these are my children. I couldn't possibly resent them." Seeing Wen-Chi-Chi still frowning, Su Chen had a sudden inspiration and decided to tease her. "If it were you, I would certainly help you too." Wen-Chi-Chi momentarily froze, unable to comprehend. Upon seeing the mischievous smile on Su Chen's face, her cheeks flushed crimson. "You." After a moment of hesitation, When Chi-Chi managed to stammer out 2 words, rogue, she immediately turned and awkwardly walked away. Chi-Chi, I was talking about pants. When Chi-Chi paused, unsure whether to proceed or retreat, she realized that Su-Chun had completely grasped her. Are you feeling flustered? What would you like me to help you wash? Su-Chun smiled gently, suddenly leaning closer to Wen Chi-Chi. Her face burned as if on fire, and her heart raced. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. What do you intend to do? After much effort, she could only manage a few words, instinctively wanting to step back. Yet, for some reason, she found herself frozen in place. Su-Chun gazed at her blushing face, grinning as he drew nearer. The distance between them diminished. Chapter 33. The obstacles on the path to win her heart. Su-Chun could hear the rapid beating of Wen Chi-Chi's heart, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Initially, he intended to merely tease her, but now his thoughts shifted. He deliberately lowered his head further. Suddenly, the 4th baby let out a loud wail. Su-Chun. Wen Chi-Chi. Su-Chun rubbed his nose and turned to leave. Oh dear, 4th baby. You are truly a stumbling block on your father's quest for love. He walked away, trying to mask his embarrassment. I'll go wash the eldest's pants. When Chi-Chi nodded, after taking a couple of steps, Su-Chun couldn't resist turning back to ask, Chi-Chi, are you feeling nervous? When Chi-Chi, me? Not at all. Your face is all red. Su-Chun. All right, I won't say anything more, I'm off. When Chi-Chi looked up to see Su-Chun casting her a flirtatious glance, she recalled the earlier moment and wondered if the 4th baby hadn't cried, would he have leaned in for a kiss? Now, feeling disrupted, she experienced an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She shook her head in a flurry. When Chi-Chi, are you out of your mind? What are you thinking? After picking up the 4th baby and playing with the others for a while, she gradually regained her composure. Once Su-Chun finished washing the eldest's pants, he remembered he hadn't replied to Li Wenhao. He retrieved his phone and saw a slew of nonsensical messages from Li Wenhao, shaking his head in exasperation. These guys must think he and his wife were having a quarrel. Whatever, once when Chi-Chi fully accepted him, he would introduce her to his roommates. After all, even if their sons were not the most handsome, they still needed to meet the parents. As usual, Su-Chun prepared dinner. After finishing, he noticed when Chi-Chi was still busy soothing the children, who were on the verge of falling asleep. Seizing the opportunity while he was alone in the kitchen, he grabbed a cucumber from the table and entered the space. It was high time to plant some other crops. Otherwise, with only potatoes, when would he be able to provide a proper home for the babies? He placed the cucumber in the spiritual spring water, waiting for a response. After a while, nothing happened. Su-Chun, could it be that the cucumber is ineffective? System ding. May I ask the host, what is the matter? What is going on? Su-Chun looked at the untouched cucumber in his hand, puzzled. After a brief silence, the system replied, Host, may I inquire if your biology teacher passed away early? Su-Chun, the cucumber reproduces through seeds. The seeds of the cucumber in your hand are not yet mature. Su-Chun, all right then. It seems I have been ridiculed by the system. I'll come back tomorrow. Su-Chun hurriedly exited the space. After dining with Wen Chi-Chi, as per usual, he slept in the living room while she occupied the bedroom. He contemplated purchasing some cucumber seeds and perhaps some tomatoes the following day. At dawn, a well-dressed woman appeared at the entrance of Furong Community. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a vintage qipao, her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding a refined aura reminiscent of a mature woman. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. Furong Community was the most dilapidated complex in the area, predominantly inhabited by tenants. Even the landlords were often nouveau riche like Sister Wong, who flaunted their wealth. Rarely did one encounter a woman who radiated such an air of distinction at first glance. Who was she? What brought her here? It seemed she was waiting for someone. Who could possibly be worth waiting for in a place like this? Surely, anyone associated with such a woman would not choose to reside in Furong Community. The woman scanned the vicinity but failed to find the person she sought. She approached the elderly man selling vegetables at the entrance and politely inquired, Excuse me, sir, do you know where the young man selling potatoes with children is gone? The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette, squinting with enjoyment, and replied, Him? He hasn't shown up these past couple of days, I wouldn't know. Su-Chun had not publicly disclosed the arrangement with Chen regarding the potatoes, aside from a few elderly women who had spotted his car days prior. No one else was aware. The woman stiffened slightly. I see. Thank you, sir. It appears that once again, the woman finds herself unable to procure any potatoes today. With a sigh, she turns to leave. At that moment, a sleek new BMW halts by the roadside, and from the vehicle emerges a man clad in a suit, his thinning hair betraying his age. Were Su-Chun present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Zhang Weichong. Upon spotting the woman, Zhang Weichong rushes over. Urgency evident in his demeanor. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? The woman is none other than Zhang Weichong's wife, Li Yu. Furrowing her brow, Li Yu expresses her dissatisfaction. I came to buy potatoes, but since you all couldn't procure any, I had to come myself. In her conversation with Zhang Weichong, she exhibits a notable warmth, shedding her usual aloofness. Zhang Weichong, frowning with concern, approaches her and reassures, Xiao Yu, it isn't that we couldn't, but rather that our vendor hasn't set up shop these past few days. Rest assured, I will find a way to secure the potatoes for you. How many would you like? We shall purchase as many as you desire. If necessary, we can buy out our little brother's entire stock. His words provoke immediate discontent among the onlookers. No way. If you buy them all, what will we eat? We have been waiting for 2 days as well. Sensing the rising tide of public outrage, Zhang Weichong quickly adopts a conciliatory tone. We won't buy them all. We won't. Upon hearing this, Li Yu emits a cold huff and turns to leave. Zhang Weichong hastens to follow. Xiao Yu, please don't be upset. Brother Su Chun has advised us to go with the flow and minimize our frustrations. It is essential for us to have adorable babies. Zhang Weichong and Li Yu share a childhood bond, their relationship flourishing over the years without a hitch, until now, when the desire for children has placed an unprecedented strain on them. He wishes to alleviate her stress and had previously suggested foregoing children. But Li Yu remains steadfast in her resolve to bear one herself. Brother Su Chun, just who is this person? Li Yu's irritation mounts as she grapples with her inability to conceive, her frustration bubbling over at Zhang Weichong's incessant mentions of Su Chun. In his presence, she sheds her icy demeanor, revealing a more relatable, ordinary woman. Xiao Yu, I assure you that Brother Su Chun truly said this. If you'd like, I can arrange for you to meet him so we may directly inquire about it. Haven't you always expressed a desire for a baby? Let us strive together. With each word from Zhang Weichong, Li Yu's anger intensifies. Over the past 6 months, she has noticed a growing volatility in her emotions, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Mealtime has even become a source of disinterest for her. When the housekeeper finally procured those potatoes, she approached it with a sense of skepticism, only to be pleasantly surprised by their delightful taste. However, over the past 2 days, the housekeeper has been unable to find any, leading Li Yu to decide to investigate herself. Now, it seems her efforts have borne no fruit, igniting her frustration. On their journey back, Li Yu remains silent, while Zhang Weichong attempts in vain to cheer her up. In the past couple of days, he has sought out various types of potatoes from different places, but none compare to those the housekeeper had bought. Zhang Weichong, too, is troubled by the situation. Upon arriving back at their neighborhood, Li Yu strides ahead in anger, with Zhang Weichong trailing behind. Suddenly, a portly man approaches them. Upon spotting Zhang Weichong, he glances at his head before striding over to inquire. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Weichong? Zhang Weichong furrows his brow. He is intent on placating his wife and cannot afford to be delayed. Indeed, but I am rather busy at the moment. It's just that someone asked me to deliver some potatoes to you. What potatoes? I don't want any right now. He only longs for the potatoes sold by the vendor at the entrance of Furong Community, believing that anything else would only exacerbate Li Yu's anger. Zhao Dashing furrows his brow. This man seems rather different from what Su Chen described. He appears quite irritable. Nevertheless, having been instructed by Su Chen, Zhao Dashing is determined to fulfill his task. He presents a sack of potatoes to Zhang Weichong. I have delivered them. Whether you want them or not is your decision. With that, Zhao Dashing turns to leave. Hey, Zhang Weichong, irritated, attempts to call out to the portly man. But the sack at his feet collapses, sending potatoes rolling across the ground. Li Yu, walking ahead, hears the commotion and, filled with rage, exclaims, Zhang Weichong, what have you done this time? When she sees the scattered potatoes, her shock is palpable. She quickly rushes over in her high heels. Believing Li Yu's temper to have flared once more, Zhang Weichong hastily comforts her. Xiao Yu, please don't be angry. I will gather the potatoes right away. Before he can finish, Li Yu suddenly kneels down before him. In Zhang Weichong's astonished gaze, she picks up a potato, gasping, This is it. What is it? Zhang Weichong blinks in confusion. As he focuses on the potatoes, his astonishment grows. Isn't this the same kind the housekeeper bought that day? He hurriedly kneels beside her. And Li Yu, amused, chides him. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and pick them up. Seeing Li Yu's smile softens Zhang Weichong's heart. And he replies cheerfully, all right, I'll pick them up, as long as you're not upset. Once they have gathered all the potatoes, Li Yu curiously inquires, Darling, do you know the vendor who sold these? I don't know him. Zhang Weichong instinctively responds. Then who sent them? Who sent them? Zhang Weichong mumbles, turning to call out to the portly man, only to find that he has already walked far away. I have no idea. Li Yu shoots him an exasperated glance. With her frail frame, she hoists the heavy sack of potatoes and strides into the house, with something delicious at hand. Who has time to remain angry with Zhang Weichong? He follows her inside, pondering the identity of the mysterious benefactor who delivered the potatoes. He doesn't recognize the portly man, who had mentioned being sent by someone. Who could it be? Upon entering the house, Zhang Weichong suddenly slaps his forehead. I know who sent them. Who? Su Chun. Zhang Weichong beams as he approaches Li Yu. That day, I rented some land to Su Chun and even gave him a discount. He mentioned he would send me some potatoes in a couple of days. I never expected him to actually bring an entire sack. Li Yu is taken aback. It really was him? Absolutely. I'm calling brother Su Chun right now to confirm. At this moment, Li Yu is intrigued. Could someone capable of having quadruplets also procure a sack of potatoes without selling them? Is he truly that extraordinary? After searching for a while, Zhang Weichong furrows his brow. Huh? What's wrong? I forgot to save brother Su Chen's number. In his flustered state, Zhang Weichong exclaims. Let us go. Let us head to the outskirts. Perhaps he is there. Li Yu follows him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Chun has just returned after dropping off Wen Chi at school with the babies in tow. He drives directly to the market to purchase tomato and cucumber seeds, slipping into his space to test them, confirming that both cucumber and tomato can indeed thrive. He then heads to the fields. Zhao Dashing is already busy working the land. Upon seeing Su Chun arrive in his car, he is taken aback. While assisting Su Chun in carrying the babies, he inquires, Su Chun, is this your car? Yes. When did you buy a car? Yesterday. Yesterday? That was fast. How incredible. Well, I found it inconvenient yesterday, so I decided to buy one. That is rather casual. Zhao Dashing is once again astonished. Su Chun has evidently changed significantly from before. By the way, Fatty. Yes, what can I do for you, boss? Please. Don't call me boss, just call me Su Chun. I wanted to ask if your mother needs any financial assistance. If she does, please let me know. Zhao Dashing feels a surge of gratitude. Despite his newfound wealth, Su Chun retains none of the haughty demeanor typically associated with those of affluence. He remains as caring and loyal as ever. Following Su Chun has undoubtedly been the wisest choice of his life. It is quite all right. I am already preparing for my discharge. Once I return home, I shall focus on recuperation. My mother even mentioned that she would like you to come over for dinner with your wife and children. Certainly, Su Chun replied without hesitation. Subsequently, he opened another greenhouse and began to dig for potatoes, with the little ones frolicking nearby. Suddenly, a BMW sped into view. Soon, Zhang Weiqiang emerged from the vehicle and opened the door for Li Yu. Su Chun paused his work and looked at him, inquiring, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? The four little ones, filled with curiosity, turned their heads toward their father, their small minds brimming with questions. Earlier that morning, Zhao Dashing had crafted floral garlands for each of the four children, adorning their heads with them. Zhang Weiqiang, initially prepared to respond to Su Chun, was taken aback as he noticed the four children. Is this your little ones? He exclaimed, astonished. Li Yu stepped out of the car just in time to catch sight of the children. Ah, she gasped, momentarily forgetting to greet Su Chun as she rushed toward the little ones. It had been ages since she felt such joy. She crouched down to their level, her face radiating admiration and affection. They are utterly adorable. The eldest child gazed at Li Yu with confusion, while the second child babbled excitedly. The youngest, tilting his head, seemed to ponder the arrival of this peculiar aunt. The third child, closest to Li Yu, noticed the lovely lady and grinned widely, extending his chubby little hand to curiously touch her face, before bursting into giggles. Li Yu was nearly moved to tears. Oh, may I hold them? Zhang Weiqiang, standing behind Li Yu, caused the second child to burst into tears upon seeing him. Flustered, Zhang Weiqiang exclaimed, Little one, please don't cry. Lacking experience with children, he was completely at a loss. Li Yu scolded him lightly. Look at you, step aside. You've frightened the children. Zhang Weiqiang looked at Su Chun with a face full of grievance. Su Chun felt equally helpless, as if he had become invisible in the presence of the little ones. Brother Zhang, is this your wife? It's all right, if you wish to hold them, please do. The children seem to take quite a liking to your wife, he encouraged. Li Yu beamed with joy. Completely forgetting her refined demeanor, she carefully scooped up the third child. What a good little one. Yes, yes. Let us hurry and have a baby of our own, Zhang Weiqiang exclaimed enthusiastically. You see, I told you Su Chun is remarkable. Everything he said must surely be true. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Thank you, Su Chun. The exchange left Su Chun momentarily bewildered. What did I say? He pondered. By the way, Brother Zhang, is there something you needed to discuss with me? Chapter 35, Astonishing. The potatoes were grown by you. Zhang Weiqiang stood up, his demeanor serious. Su Chun, those potatoes were delivered by someone you sent, correct? Su Chun nodded affirmatively. Having identified the source of the potatoes, Zhang Weiqiang turned to Li Yu with excitement. Xiaoyu, it truly is Su Chun. Li Yu, cradling the third child, beamed with delight. I never imagined you knew such an impressive person. She then turned to Su Chun, asking, Do you know the vendor of these potatoes? Seeing Su Chun's puzzled expression, Zhang Weiqiang continued. Your sister-in-law has not been eating well lately and has lost weight over the past 6 months. She absolutely loves those potatoes, and we have been searching for 2 days. But that young man has not returned to sell them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen began to understand Zhang Weiqiang's intentions. How about this, brother Zhang? I shall arrange for someone to deliver some to you daily. Zhang Weiqiang was a decent fellow, and since Su Chen had an abundance of potatoes, he was not concerned about it. That won't he do? Those potatoes cost 10 yuan per pound. Daily deliveries would amount to quite a sum. Zhang Weiqiang urgently declined. Li Yu, equally surprised by Su Chen's generosity, added, Su Chen, just let Weiqiang know. If it's inconvenient, we can pay you, including the delivery fee. Zhang Weiqiang chimed in, that works too. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This couple was genuinely kind-hearted. No need, brother Zhang. Actually, these potatoes. Chen Gu, I have already packed them up. Should we send them over now? Su Chen's words were interrupted as Zhao Dashing emerged from the greenhouse. Upon seeing Zhang Weiqiang, Zhao Dashing paused momentarily. Zhang Weiqiang, who was not unfamiliar with Zhao Dashing, was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed the bag of potatoes he was carrying. What? Did you purchase all those potatoes? Zhang Weiqiang exclaimed, astonished. No wonder that young man hasn't sold any since. Zhao Dashing, speaking loudly, declared, what do you mean purchased? These potatoes are all grown by our Chen Gu. Witnessing the shock on Zhang Weiqiang's face, Zhao Dashing added, the bag I sent you was also grown by Su Chen. What? Zhang Weiqiang's mouth fell open in disbelief. Su Chen, you grew these? You are the vendor of the potatoes. Su Chen nodded. I intended to tell you last time, but wished to surprise you, and I thought it would bring your sister-in-law some joy. Did I cause you any trouble? Zhang Weiqiang burst into laughter, slapping Su Chen on the shoulder. Trouble? Absolutely not. You are like family now. I had no idea you were so capable. Good, good. I heard you were still attending university? Yes. Haha. NDU has produced a brilliant scholar. Zhang Weiqiang exclaimed. Xiaoyu, your NDU is truly remarkable. Liu nodded. Her heart filled with joy. Su Chen was taken aback. Sister-in-law is also from NDU? Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. You didn't know? My wife, Liu, is a professor at your NDU. So that's the case. Su Chen glanced at Liu and suddenly realized. It was said that there was a beautiful female professor at NDU who, despite being over 30, exuded elegance and an air of aloofness, captivating the male students. When Liu rushed toward the children earlier, Su Chen had not sensed her aloofness, but now, he perceived her as quite different. When silent, she radiated an aura of scholarly grace. Greetings, Professor Li, Su Chen said respectfully. Liu waved her hand dismissively. What professor? If you don't mind, just call me sister. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. Liu continued. It seems we are fated to cross paths. And I truly adore your children. There are no ulterior motives. I also heard Weiqiang mention that you taught him how to have children. Blushing, she glanced at Zhang Weiqiang and added, I plan to give it a try. Zhang Weiqiang was elated upon hearing this. He patted Su Chen's shoulder excitedly. Su Chen, from now on, you are my brother. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name. At this moment, Zhao Dashing finally connected the dots. You are Zhang Weiqiang, the CEO of IU Group? Zhang Weiqiang chuckled. Indeed, that is I. Zhao Dashing silently swallowed hard, grabbing Su Chen's arm and whispering urgently, Su Chen, hurry and agree. Su Chen looked bewildered. Zhao Dashing had to reiterate, Zhang Weiqiang of IU Group is a prominent figure in Ningzhou. You didn't know? He is a major boss. Zhao Dashing was now trembling with anxiety. Had he known that the potatoes Su Chen had sent were from the illustrious Zhang, he would have been far more courteous. Who would have imagined that the renowned Zhang would reside in an ordinary neighborhood? Su Chen was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Li Dong would introduce him to such a significant figure. Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand. Su Chen, don't stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all family. If you don't acknowledge us, your sister will be upset. Given the warmth emanating from Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu, Su Chen felt he had no choice but to comply. Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. All right, thank you, brother Zhang. If you ever want potatoes, don't hesitate to reach out. Absolutely, family doesn't speak in two tongues. Brother Su, if you ever need help, do let me know. Zhang Weiqiang was elated. Befriending Su Chen was indeed a fortunate endeavor. At that moment, Li Yu was also in high spirits. San Bao was wriggling in her embrace, having the time of his life. Just then, he grabbed Li Yu's face, and before she could react, he suddenly pecked her on the cheek. Li Yu felt the soft, squishy little face brush against her own, and an inexplicable sense of happiness surged through her mind. Such a good boy, darling, I adore the little ones, she thought. I must get a gift for the babies. As she pondered, she mused. What should I give them? A large doll seems unsuitable for their age. Formula? But I have no idea which brand they prefer. I've heard that one must be cautious with formula. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized, Brother Su, do you live in Furong community? She recalled the nanny mentioning that the young man selling potatoes resided in that neighborhood. Indeed. Su Chen nodded. Shouldn't you consider relocating? Before Su Chen could respond, Li Yu continued, Darling, let us gift Brother Su a house. Chapter 36. Accepting the house. Cash rewards. Su Chen was taken aback. He had only just met Li Yu today and Zhang Weiqiang for the second time. Why were they talking about gifting a house? Just as he was about to decline, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. This task is optional. Please make your choice. Task 1. Accept the house from Li Yu and assure her that if she works hard this month, she will surely conceive. With a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Task 2. Decline Li Yu's offer and inform her that you will never conceive. With a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Su Chen felt his mouth twitch. Was he being forced to choose? This felt like a trap. Please make your selection promptly. Su Chen's expression was a canvas of emotions, leading Li Yu to believe he was frightened. She pointed at the potatoes, saying, Brother Su, you wouldn't want to see your sister go hungry, would you? I rely on these potatoes to get by. If you refuse, I will feel quite uneasy. With those words, Su Chen found it impossible to decline. He sighed and thought to the system, I can only choose one, right? He turned to Li Yu and said, All right, sister, I'll send you some fresh vegetables whenever I harvest them. Make sure to eat plenty of fresh produce. And you and Brother Zhang should pick a good date to welcome a healthy baby. The sisterly affection was a bit overwhelming. So Su Chen decided to simply address her as sister. After speaking, he smiled again. I believe this month holds great promise. Li Jie, Zhang Ge. You will surely conceive a baby soon. Upon uttering those words, Su Chen felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang were genuinely eager to have children, especially Zhang Weiqiang, who completely believed in Su Chen's words. Both were overjoyed to hear him say that. Thank you, Brother Su. I hope your good fortune brings us some happiness as well. Su Chen gently took San Bao's little hand, trying to draw the child's attention back to him. Since being held by Li Yu, San Bao had scarcely acknowledged him. Su Chen felt helpless. This little one seemed to have a preference for pretty Andes. San Bao, is Aunt Li pretty? San Bao's eyes twinkled as he smiled, seemingly without comprehending Su Chen's words, yet his expression spoke volumes. Beautiful. Auntie is the prettiest. After giggling, San Bao turned back to Li Yu's face and pecked her again. Li Yu was utterly enchanted by these kisses, her heart overflowing with joy. Unable to contain her smile, Zhang Weiqiang was equally thrilled. The babies were no longer afraid of him, and aside from De Bao's indifference, Air Bao and Si Bao were playing with Zhang Weiqiang. Their happiness was palpable. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's mind, ding, congratulations, host, task completed. Cash reward of 200,000 yuan obtained. The funds have been deposited. Please check your account. The source of the funds is secure. Do not worry. When Su Chen's phone vibrated in his pocket, he knew it was a message from the bank. Darling, have you decided where to buy a house for Brother Su? Li Yu inquired eagerly. Make sure to choose a good location. Understood. While being thoroughly entertained by the babies, Zhang Weiqiang pulled out his phone, opened an interface, and handed it to Su Chen. You pick. Choose whatever you like. Su Chen took the phone and was confronted with a long list of community names. Zhao Dashing also chimed in. Upon seeing the first name, Su Chen gasped. Shishan Maple Forest? ISNT that a villa area reserved for the affluent of Ningzhou? Worth at least several tens of millions? Lianhua number 1. While not as extravagant as Shishan Maple Forest, it's still in the millions. Huxin Island. Zhao Dashing felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This must be worth over 100 million. Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. I see you're interested in Huxin Island, Su Chen. Well, I happen to have 2 units available there. You can go choose one another day. Su Chen waved his hand. No need, no need. This last option, Jinxiu Garden, seems decent. Let us settle on that. Zhao Dashing was taken aback. While Jinxiu Garden is indeed nice, compared to the other locations on the phone, it's the least impressive. ISNT it? 3 bedrooms and a living room. Only 1 to 2 million. Is Su Chen out of his mind? He felt compelled to caution Su Chen. Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang were equally stunned. Brother Su, are you certain? Those living in Ningzhou should be aware that the other communities displayed on the phone were considerably more expensive than Jinxiu Garden. Zhang Weiqiang had casually thrown the choice to Su Chen, not thinking much of it. Even if Su Chen had chosen Huxin Island, he would have done so without hesitation. But why Jinxiu Garden? Absolutely, Su Chen affirmed, having his own reasoning. Li Yu could not comprehend. Brother Su, could you share why you chose this one? She believed there must be a reason behind Su Chen's decision. Su Chen smiled, explaining, because of school. The baby's mother is at Ning University, and Jinxiu Garden is conveniently located nearby. I've long wanted to buy a house close to the school. It's just a 20-minute walk to campus. Your mother is at Ning University? Li Yu was even more astonished. Then, she laughed. It seems Brother Su is quite devoted to his wife. Nowadays, students are permitted to marry, and while Li Yu was surprised, she did not delve further. Su Chen chuckled. She is not my wife yet. Huh, not yet. No. We haven't registered our marriage yet, but I'm working on it. It'll happen soon. Seeing Su Chun's cheerful demeanor, exuding confidence, Liu smiled. Haha, sister supports you. Keep at it. With the child's mother having you by her side, she's certainly one to be interested in other men. You will succeed. Su Chen nodded. The mother of his child must be his. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who she might be. To be cherished by Su Chen. She must be a remarkable girl. Perhaps one day, I'll bring her to meet you, sister. All right, I'll be looking forward to it. As noon approached, Liu and Zhang Weiqiang reluctantly took their leave after enjoying their time with the babies. Zhang Weiqiang didn't question how Su Chun's greenhouse produced potatoes so swiftly. In his mind, Su Chen must have brought the seeds to plant. Anyone capable of cultivating such delicious potatoes surely possessed their own skills. He understood the importance of expertise and felt no need to pry further. In the afternoon, Su Chen planted cucumber and tomato seeds in another greenhouse. Before heading back, he called Zhao Dashing to return the car he had rented for Li Dong and conveniently sent a bag of potatoes along for her. Only then did he take the little ones to pick up when Shan. Just before leaving, he received a message from her. Su Chen, if you're coming to get me tonight, please keep it low-key. When Shan had already endured a tumultuous day, despite preparing herself before leaving in the morning. Upon entering the classroom, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of people, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Her palms grew clammy with anxiety. What do you want from me? Chapter 37. You must be the children's mother. When Shan had seen the photos on the forum yesterday, she hoped fervently that no one would recognize her. Alas, reality was not in her favor. Even though it was merely a silhouette, someone still identified her. One girl, who happened to pass by the entrance of Ning University the previous day, curiously inquired, When Shan, are those 4 babies yours? Seeing When Shan being targeted, Shen Mingyao immediately stepped in front of her to shield her. Shan, don't be afraid. Wang Xinran, what are you shouting about? Others chimed in, When Shan. Why are you silent? Speak up. Taking a deep breath, when Shan realized that Su Chen was right. They were her babies, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. The worst that could happen was some harsh words, but that would not diminish the love she held for her children. Yes, they are mine. They are just half a year old. Shen Mingyao felt anxious as well. She had always known that when Shan had children, but had never mentioned it. She worried about the potential negative impact this revelation could have on When Shan. Just moments ago, Shen Mingyao had been contemplating how to downplay the situation. But now, when Shan had admitted it herself, leaving Shen Mingyao somewhat dazed. At that moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wow, When Shan has confirmed it. They are truly your babies. Quadruplets. How impressive. Only a stunning girl like When Shan could give birth to quadruplets, right? I'm so envious. The loudest among them, Wang Xinran, excitedly grabbed When Shan's hand. Shan, could you possibly share a photo of your babies with me? When she had seen the 4 babies yesterday, her excitement had consumed her, leaving no time for photographs, and she had to leave due to an urgent matter. Wang Xinran had missed seeing When Shan and Shen Mingyao together. Later, back home, she regretted not capturing a picture of the adorable babies to use as her screensaver. Fortunately, Wang Xinran had seen a photo later that evening. The profile in the picture bore a striking resemblance to When Shan, keeping her awake all night in excitement. She arrived early the next morning, just to ask When Shan for a picture. When Shan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were they more excited than she was? And why did they want a picture? Wang Xinran sheepishly scratched her head. I wanted to use it as my screensaver. When Shan couldn't help but laugh, the tension evaporating in an instant. The classmates joined in, exclaiming, A picture? Where is it? I want to see. I heard the babies from yesterday were incredibly cute. Like they walked out of a painting. I've never seen them. The excitement among the classmates grew. At this moment, Shen Mingyao transitioned from anxiety to pride. Shan's babies were quite the sensation, and she felt elated. Moreover, she was the first to have met the babies, not only seen them, but also held and kissed them. In class, she was truly one of a kind. Shen Mingyao approached When Shan and said, Let them take a look. Just look at how envious they are. When Shan nodded and opened her phone, sending a picture to Wang Xinran. When Wang Xinran opened the enlarged image, she saw the 4 adorable babies tilting their heads and smiling at the screen. Their appearance could melt anyone's heart. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It looks like there's no beauty filter. When Shan replied, Indeed, I didn't use a beauty filter. The classmates erupted once more. What? They are so beautiful without a filter? Those babies are stunning. They perfectly inherited When Shan's genes. Let me see. Someone snatched the phone from Wang Xinran's hands. Soon, the phone was passed around, and those who viewed it wore expressions of disbelief. I can't believe it. They are truly quadruplets. How impressive. I wish I could have such adorable babies. The boys felt a twinge of sadness upon learning that When Shan had children. But upon seeing the babies, their anger dissipated. The babies were truly a remedy for all woes. When Shan had not anticipated such an outcome. and the clouds of doubt that had lingered in her heart vanished completely. It seemed that ever since meeting Su Chen, everything had transformed. Shen Mingyao led Wen Shanshan back to her seat. Wang Xinran was thrilled to set the photos of the 4 babies as her screensaver. And each time she opened her phone, her heart soared. That day, Wen Shanshan experienced an extraordinary joy. As school was about to end, her classmates gathered around, each filled with curiosity. Shanshan, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up today? No misunderstandings, we just want to see which man is so exceptional. We've heard he is quite handsome. When Shanshan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, she initially intended to deny it outright. However, how could she explain that Su Chen was not yet her boyfriend? Shen Mingyao sauntered over to Wen Shanshan and teased her deliberately. Haha, Shanshan. You better keep an eye on your boyfriend, otherwise someone might steal him away. Could he be stolen away? When Shanshan pondered, Su Chen was indeed very handsome. And with such a wonderful character, he was undoubtedly a kind person. Surely, girls would be drawn to him, right? Contemplating this, when Shanshan felt a pang of jealousy. Perhaps it was better to keep Su Chen hidden away. Though she knew he wouldn't be interested in other girls, she couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't like him. Thus, when Shanshan couldn't help but send Su Chen a message requesting that he maintain a low profile that evening. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is at home taking care of the children, so he might not come today. When she mentioned the phrase my boyfriend, her cheeks flushed once more. However, witnessing the eager gazes of the girls, she gritted her teeth and said it anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, the girls erupted again. Taking care of the kids? A man at home caring for the children? What a heavenly good man. I'm in love. I hope my future husband will also be responsible for raising the kids, allowing me to be a fairy without worry. Ha ha ha, look at you dreaming again. When Shanshan smiled helplessly. After school, Shen Mingyao accompanied Wen Shanshan as they walked outside. Shen Mingyao felt a bit downcast. Is Su Chen really not coming to pick you up today? Shoo. When Shanshan placed her finger to her lips and lowered her head, whispering, he is coming. Then why? Shen Mingyao's voice rose. But she quickly realized it was inappropriate and lowered her tone. Then why did you say he wouldn't come? Upon seeing Wen Shanshan's flushed cheeks, Shen Mingyao suddenly understood. Shanshan, are you afraid your man will be taken away? Chapter 38. Li Wenhao was stunned. He had struck a nerve. When Shanshan's face turned red again. Haha, I told you. A good man like Su Chen Wun team is picking you up. To be honest, if Su Chen were not with you, I would have tried to steal him away. Noticing Wen Shanshan's hesitation, Shen Mingyao continued, but don't worry, as your sister, I would never steal your man. Shanshan, have you and Su Chen gotten a marriage certificate yet? When Shanshan shook her head, not yet. What is going on? You already have kids. So why haven't you gotten married? However, when Shanshan wanted to explain, yet when the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss for what to say. Shen Mingyao, Chi, I must tell you, just look at the reactions of our classmates. They are already captivated, even before laying eyes on Su Chen. What is it about him that is so handsome? If he truly appeared before them, they would undoubtedly swoon. If you don't seize this opportunity, someone else will. But enough with the buts. You must quickly devise a plan to win over Su Chen. Do I really need to win him over? When Chi bit her lip, contemplating the possibilities of this matter. At that moment, a sudden exclamation arose from behind them. Is that you, Campus Belle? Shen Mingyao turned around to see a tall man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in athletic wear. His disheveled hair and the basketball cradled in his arms complemented the inquisitive expression on his face as he gazed intently at Wen Chi. His gaze seemed as though it might pierce through her very essence. Without hesitation, Shen Mingyao pulled Wen Chi behind her, adopting a stern demeanor. Who are you? Our Campus Belle has a boyfriend, so you should leave. Li Wenhao. He had finally found a rare opportunity to speak with Wen Chi privately and ask her a few questions. Who was this person to act as though he were trying to take advantage of the Campus Belle? He furrowed his brow, deciding not to engage with Shen Mingyao. It really is you, Senior Chi. I have something I'd like to ask you in private, if that is all right. When Chi assumed that Li Wenhao was just another classmate attempting to flirt, so she intended to ignore him. Shen Mingyao, feeling dismissed, grew even more irate. How can you be so inconsiderate? I've already mentioned that Chi has a boyfriend. Hey, could you let me finish? Li Wenhao interjected, unable to hold back. I'm only asking a simple question. Why is there such an unreasonable person next to the Campus Belle? As Shen Mingyao and the male student appeared to be on the verge of an argument, when Chi, feeling helpless, intervened, politely inquiring, what do you wish to ask? Well, Li Wenhao hesitated. Just go ahead and ask here. It's fine. Yao is my good friend. Oh, Li Wenhao contemplated for a moment before finally asking. Do you happen to know Su Chen? This question had occupied Li Wenhao's thoughts throughout the night. After messaging Su Chen yesterday, he lay in bed, increasingly troubled by the implications. He had dug up screenshots from a forum, discovering that the shoes worn by the Campus Belle were identical to those on Su Chen's feet in a video. Surely, he was not imagining things. Although such coincidences were plausible, he felt that too many oddities surrounded the situation. He wanted to ask Chen directly, but feared it might create an awkward atmosphere between him and his girlfriend. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he resolved to inquire with Wen-Chi. Fortunately, the opportunity had presented itself today. Wen-Chi was momentarily taken aback. This person knew Chen. She recalled that the voice she had heard during Chen's voice chats with his roommates belonged to him. Had Chen not mentioned their relationship to his roommates? A strange sense of disappointment washed over her. How should she respond? Feeling uncertain, Wen-Chi hesitated. Shen Mingyao, noticing this, directly bypassed Wen-Chi and angrily exclaimed, "Why should I tell you? Who even are you?" Without waiting for Li Wenhao's response, Shen Mingyao pulled Wen-Chi away. "Chi, let us go. We don't need to bother with him." Li Wenhao felt a sense of unease, as though he had been unjustly reprimanded without obtaining the answers he sought. No, he needed to follow them and see what was going on. He tossed the basketball to a classmate and cautiously trailed after them. Wen-Chi was led by Shen Mingyao to the west gate of the school. This entrance was somewhat secluded, rarely visited by others. Wen-Chi had arranged to meet Chen here. Shen Mingyao had come along to see the babies, having missed them dearly. Chen had been waiting at the west gate for quite some time with the little ones. The area was tranquil, and he pushed the babies around, strolling near the entrance while their vehicle was parked nearby. Before he could catch a glimpse of Wen-Chi, the older and youngest babies began to excitedly shout. Chen smiled gently. "Is mommy coming?" The elder and youngest were boys, typically more attached to Wen-Chi, while the second and fourth were particularly fond of Chen. Before long, Chen spotted Shen Mingyao and Wen-Chi approaching from a distance. Before either he or Wen-Chi could speak, Shen Mingyao dashed forward. "The baby sister is here." She rushed to the little ones, lifting the eldest and planting a kiss on him, then doing the same for the second, third, and fourth. After showering them with affection, Shen Mingyao sighed. "Oh, why couldn't I have 4 hands? I wish I could hold you all at once." Chen, Wen-Chi, the babies, unable to comprehend Shen Mingyao's words, were instead captivated by her beauty. The third baby leaned in to pinch Shen Mingyao's cheek, while the other 3 giggled. The fourth baby's gaze was fixed on Wen-Chi, reaching out for a hug. With a smile, Wen-Chi approached and picked up the fourth baby. "Did you miss mommy for?" The baby hugged her face and gave her a kiss, expressing his affection. The scene was heartwarming. Chen stood beside Wen-Chi, observing his future wife with their children, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. "Chi," he began to speak when suddenly, a shrill voice rang out in the distance. "Chen?" The tone was filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and unease. "Is it really you?" Chen turned to follow the voice, noticing the rapid change of expression on Li Wenhao's face, which was a spectacle in itself. It seemed he could not escape this situation today. Chen could only nod. Li Wenhao was utterly dumbfounded. He trembled, pointing at Chen, then at Wen-Chi, and finally at the 4 babies. The sight of the little ones struck him like a bolt of lightning. It was indeed them. The very babies he had been enamored with from afar were also Chen's children. Li Wenhao found himself at a loss for how to process this revelation. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate, "Is she truly your wife?" Chapter 39. Li Wenhao. I must still be dreaming. Chen rubbed his forehead. In the year he had known Li Wenhao, he had never seen him look so foolish. He didn't want to acknowledge that he had such a silly son. Turning to glance at Wen-Chi, he noted her lack of rejection and nodded at Li Wenhao. "Yes, son, what brings you here?" Li Wenhao rarely entered through the west gate, as he often claimed that it was deserted, devoid of any chance encounters with girls. Why not go where there were more people? In his excitement, Li Wenhao forgot to refute Chen's statement. "Oh my god, I'm going insane. I'm blind. What am I seeing?" He realized he needed to share this monumental secret with his friends. In a frenzy, Li Wenhao pulled out his phone, rapidly typing a message before hastily deleting it. No. If they found out, it would lose all its significance. It would be far more thrilling to reveal it when Chen brought the campus bell and the babies in front of them, shocking them into disbelief. Chen, Wen-Chi, Chi, don't mind my son, he can be rather foolish. Wen-Chi was left speechless. Li Wenhao, with a goofy grin, approached Wen-Chi, his smile nearly causing his muscles to cramp. "Hello, senior one. Oh no, I mean, campus bell. Wait, neither of those is right. Daughter-in-law? Li Wenhao, are you trying to get yourself into trouble?" Chen nearly felt compelled to give Li Wenhao a good talking to. Finally, Li Wenhao reined in his silly demeanor and, with sincerity, introduced himself. "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Li Wenhao." Wen-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that Chen and Li Wenhao shared a close bond. Otherwise, Li Wenhao wouldn't be so amusing. She smiled and nodded. "Hello, I am Wen-Chi. I know, you are the belle of our school. I didn't expect that this little rascal Chen would be so lucky. Let me tell you." Su Chen has numerous flaws. He sleeps during class and fights after class. He often neglects washing his socks and clothes. Occasionally, he even talks in his sleep. When it comes to gaming, he is undoubtedly the worst in our dormitory, and, oh, he even hides things under his bed. Su Chen felt a sense of dread as Li Wenhao continued, fearing that all his embarrassing secrets would be laid bare. This rascal was truly asking for trouble today. Li Wenhao laughed heartily. Sister-in-law, please don't make any hasty decisions. Don't agree to Su Chen so easily. Let this kid endure a little hardship. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Su Chen's brother was quite amusing. In her arms, the little treasure, Si Bao, looked up with wide eyes, curiously gazing at Li Wenhao. It seemed she had taken a liking to him, reaching out from when Chi-Chi's embrace, signaling for Li Wenhao to hold her. Li Wenhao had already noticed Si Bao. In fact, he was so excited he hardly knew how to contain himself. Finally meeting the little darlings was such a joy. They were utterly adorable. However, with both Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi present, and given that this was Su Chen's family, oh no, rather, his brother's first meeting with Wen Chi-Chi, shouldn't he make a favorable impression? If he acted too silly, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Li Wenhao struggled to restrain his impulse to rush over and embrace the little ones. At that moment, seeing Si Bao reach out for a hug, he could no longer hold back. Gently, he took Si Bao's tiny hand, feeling its soft warmth, while she playfully scratched his palm. It tickled. Li Wenhao felt as though he might burst from joy. Internally, he was shouting, "Ah, I'm done for. What an adorable little one. I want to hug, kiss, and lift her high." Yet, on the surface, he managed to contain his excitement, carefully inquiring of Wen Chi-Chi, "May I hold her?" As Wen Chi-Chi handed Si Bao over, she replied, "Of course." Li Wenhao's heart raced with delight. The instant Si Bao was in his arms, she squirmed joyfully and flashed him a big smile. His heart melted completely. So tiny, so precious. He adored her immensely. Had she not been so small, he felt he could leap for joy. Si Bao, too, was happily snuggling against him. When her face brushed against his, Li Wenhao felt the soft touch and internally screamed, "Ah, I'm done for again." Su Chen observed the rapid changes in Li Wenhao's expressions but dared not show his amusement, nearly bursting with laughter. "How's he? You don't need to hold back so much. Our Si Bao is a person, not a fragile porcelain doll." "Really?" Li Wenhao asked, astonished. "Can I lift her high?" "Of course." Li Wenhao was overjoyed. He cautiously lifted Si Bao, watching her face transition from confusion to excitement. Soon, she erupted into laughter, giggling. Si Bao was absolutely thrilled, holding her above his head. Her laughter grew louder, drawing the attention of the other three babies. Da Bao and Air Bao, filled with curiosity, reached out their arms, yearning for Li Wenhao to hold them. San Bao, nestled in Shun Mingyao's arms, looked on with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Once Si Bao was set down, she joyfully rubbed her face against Li Wenhao's nose, which only made him happier. At this point, even when Chi-Chi was unable to claim Si Bao for herself, Si Bao shook her head vigorously, looking expectantly at Li Wenhao, as if to say, "Uncle, I want more. I want to be lifted high. I adore this." Simultaneously, Da Bao, Air Bao, and the now aware San Bao all reached out to Li Wenhao, their hearts echoing, "Uncle, we want to be held too. Uncle, please lift us high." Shen Mingyao, cradling San Bao, silently regarded Li Wenhao, lost in her thoughts. Li Wenhao was utterly delighted. "Su Chen, it seems the little ones are quite fond of me." "Indeed they are. Haha, then I shall not hold back." This was what Li Wenhao had yearned to do since discovering Su Chen had children. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he couldn't let it slip away. He lifted Si Bao once again. Seeing the baby's happy brought joy to Wen Chi-Chi, who quietly observed from the side. Si Bao giggled once more. After playing the lift game with her for a total of 5 rounds, Li Wenhao reluctantly handed her back to Su Chen. "This is Si Bao, right?" Su Chen nodded. "How did you know?" "Well, I watch videos every day. How could I not know?" "All right, next should be Da Bao. He seems to be the quiet little man." Li Wenhao smoothly lifted Da Bao. Indeed, he was correct. "Da Bao, uncle is here." Chapter 40. Are you in a relationship? Li Wenhao ignored Shen Mingyao, lifting Da Bao and starting the lift game with him. The usually quiet Da Bao couldn't help but laugh along. Air Bao and San Bao were on the verge of tears from envy. After 5 rounds of fun with Da Bao, he moved on to Air Bao. The little girl was irresistibly cute. Air Bao was a bit chubbier than Si Bao, her round face beaming with joy. As she smiled, her eyes turned into crescent moons. She eagerly awaited Li Wenhao to hold her. Without hesitation, Li Wenhao scooped her up, ensuring no favoritism as he played with her for another 5 rounds. Next was San Bao, still cradled in Shun Mingyao's arms. Li Wenhao's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing her. Just moments ago, Shen Mingyao had treated him poorly, suspecting him of deliberately getting close to Wen Chi-Chi. Now, realizing that wasn't the case, she had fallen silent, using San Bao as a shield. At that moment, San Bao peeked out from Shun Mingyao's embrace, eagerly requesting to be held by Li Wenhao. "Hand me Sanbao," he said. Shen Mingyao felt a bit awkward. She hadn't anticipated that while trying to protect Wen Qiqi, she would encounter Su Chen's brother. She had hoped Su Chen would introduce her to potential partners. What was she to do? Seeing Li Wenhao extend his hands, she quickly passed Sanbao over. Li Wenhao accepted Sanbao without even glancing at her. Shen Mingyao felt a bit lost, unsure if she should apologize. Su Chen, intrigued, asked what's wrong. When Qiqi recounted the earlier incident, Su Chen chuckled lightly, waving it off. "It's fine. How's he isn't that kind of person? He won't mind." "Let us hope so," Shen Mingyao sighed. After playing 5 rounds with Sanbao, Li Wenhao still felt unsatisfied. He pulled out his phone and recorded videos with himself and each of the babies, finally feeling content. Half an hour had passed. As dusk settled, Li Wenhao showed no intention of leaving. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. He glanced at the dazed Shen Mingyao and approached Li Wenhao, squatting down beside him to watch the little ones. "How's he? Speak." Li Wenhao was completely disinterested in Su Chen's concerns. "I know it's getting dark, of course. But how could he not know it was getting dark?" However, playing with the little ones was far too enjoyable. He could continue for ages. "We need to head back." Su Chen noticed that Li Wenhao seemed a bit slow on the uptake. If they didn't leave soon, the babies would soon need to sleep. "So early?" "Yes. They are still quite young." Only then did Li Wenhao come to a realization. Indeed, little children do sleep early. It wouldn't due to delay their bedtime. Li Wenhao reluctantly bid farewell to the children, waving as he departed. Shen Mingyao followed suit. Su Chen took warm Qiqi and the little ones home. That evening, as per his usual routine, Su Chen prepared dinner, pondering how to broach the subject of the house with warm Qiqi. After some contemplation, he realized he could find no suitable excuse. He decided it would be best to take her to see it directly when the time was right. Perhaps, in her excitement, she would forget to inquire about the source of the funds. Meanwhile, Li Wenhao, engrossed in his phone, would steal glances, chuckling to himself. The little ones were simply too adorable, and he couldn't help but smile. As he passed the dining hall, Lin Lu, who was serving food, nudged Wang Lei in front of him. "Lazy, is that not Howsy?" Wang Lei turned his head, took a look, and exclaimed, "Hey, it really is." Lin Lu waved and called out, "Howsy." Li Wenhao, seemingly oblivious, continued to grin foolishly. Lin Lu remarked, "When did Howsy become deaf?" Wang Lei pondered. "Perhaps he simply didn't hear us? But how could he not see us when we're not far away?" The two exchanged glances, a thought striking them simultaneously. Could it be that Howsy is in love? No way. Let's go back to the dorm and check. They quickly grabbed their meals and raced back. Upon entering, Li Wenhao climbed onto his bed, engrossed in a video. Suddenly, the door burst open, and before he could react, Lin Lu and Wang Lei seized his legs. "Son, get down. Tell us which girl has caught your fancy." Li Wenhao was taken aback. "What on earth is happening? What girl? Then why are you grinning? Am I even smiling?" Li Wenhao thought, utterly speechless. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Lu and Wang Lei holding their food, having bought him a portion as well. He began to piece together the situation. Wait, don't move. I'll tell you right away. At least you're sensible, hurry." They released him, fearing he might tumble off the bed. Li Wenhao sighed in relief. Once he was back on the bed, he saw the eager expressions on his roommates' faces, which made him feel that his outing had been worthwhile. Just the mere speculation that he might be in a relationship had astonished them so. If they were to learn that Su Chen had children, and that his wife was Warm Qiqi, they would surely go wild. Of course, to achieve the desired impact, Su Chen would need to personally introduce Warm Qiqi and the children to them. The shock would be far greater that way. Thus, he resolved to hold his tongue. This would also afford him the opportunity to request more time with the little ones from Su Chen. "Come on, speak up. What are you stalling for? Which girl is it?" Li Wenhao quickly encrypted the videos of himself with the little ones on his phone. Then, with a knowing look at the two, he declared, "I'm not telling you. Dude, if you don't spill, I won't be able to hold back. Neither can I." Hit him. Consequently, the two clambered onto Li Wenhao's bed and gave him a playful thrashing. During dinner, Su Chen appeared lost in thought. "Su Chen, what's wrong?" Warm Qiqi noticed his distraction and couldn't help but ask. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Qiqi, what would you say if I mentioned I had 200,000? What illegal activities have you engaged in?" Warm Qiqi's face turned tense. Su Chen chuckled, deciding not to give her such a fright just yet. "Qiqi, let us go shopping this weekend." He noticed that while the little ones had plenty of clothes, Warm Qiqi seemed to have only a few outfits. His heart ached for her. In her youth, she had sacrificed so much for the children. He wished to make it up to her. At that time, he would find an opportunity to share the news about the house. "Sounds great." Warm Qiqi eagerly agreed, pleased that Su Chen had ceased his nonsensical talk. After dinner, it was time to bathe the little ones. As Warm Qiqi embraced the quadruplets, she suddenly frowned, then exclaimed with delight, "Su Chen, don't you think the quadruplets have gained weight?" Su Chen joyfully approached, lifting one of the quadruplets. Really? They weren't this heavy before, and now they seem plump. Warm Chi-Chi beamed. For the past 6 months, she had tried everything to ensure the quadruplets were well fed, yet they had not gained weight and were prone to crying, growing increasingly frail. She had always worried about their development. But now, the quadruplets had chubby arms and legs, and their little bellies were round. Even their faces bore a hint of baby fat. While not as plump as the other 3, they had indeed gained a considerable amount. Su Chen, you're amazing. Warm Chi-Chi couldn't help but praise him, knowing he had taken care of the little ones these past few days. Su Chen chuckled, then you should call me husband quickly. Chapter 41. Warm Chi-Chi became bashful once again. Warm Chi-Chi froze for a moment, her face flushing crimson, her heart racing as if a little rabbit resided within. In a fluster, she clutched the quadruplet, unsure whether to put her down or hold her tighter. The quadruplet, half undressed, looked up with a puzzled expression at Warm Chi-Chi. Huh, what's wrong, Mama? Su Chen nearly burst into laughter. How could both of them be so adorable? Calmly, he approached Warm Chi-Chi, taking the bewildered quadruplet from her. Let me handle this. You rest a bit, otherwise, the quadruplet will suffer. Su Chen elongated his tone. Only then did Warm Chi-Chi realize that she had partially undressed the quadruplet. She gave an awkward smile. The quadruplet, blissfully unaware of her mother's moment of forgetfulness, grinned foolishly when Warm Chi-Chi looked at her. This made Warm Chi-Chi feel even more guilty. Warm Chi-Chi, how can you be so careless? In the past, she would have done everything to keep all 4 little ones close, fearing she might falter in some way, always cautious in her actions. Was it because Su Chen's presence made her overly relaxed? Once Su Chen's figure was out of sight, Warm Chi-Chi exhaled deeply, recalling Shun Mengyao as earlier advice. Indeed, Su Chen was exceptionally capable. After some thought, she decided to follow him into the bathroom. The bathroom contained a large bathtub. Su Chen was carefully placing the quadruplet into the tub when he noticed her giggling, which brought him joy. He was oblivious to Warm Chi-Chi's approach. At that moment, he was talking to the quadruplet. Listen here, little one. You need to eat well, understand? Otherwise, your mama will worry. He paused, pondering. When do you think your mama will agree to be with your daddy? Warm Chi-Chi's footsteps faltered, her expression tense. Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned to her. What brings you here? Warm Chi-Chi, blushing, stepped closer to Su Chen. I came to see if you needed help. No, the quadruplet is very obedient, but... Su Chen hesitated before continuing. When they grow a bit older, you might need to help bathe the 2nd and 4th quadruplets. They are all girls. After saying this, Su Chen splashed a handful of water onto the quadruplet's shoulders. The little one joyfully bounced around in the tub. Yet Su Chen was strong enough that she wouldn't fall. Right, quadruplet? You are certainly going to be a little water sprite. Warm Chi-Chi felt a warmth in her heart witnessing this scene. With Su Chen around, it seemed there was no need for her to worry. He had anticipated everything. An inexplicable emotion washed over her, and she found herself wanting to draw closer to Su Chen. After some thought, she began to search for a topic to discuss. Is that your roommate today? Yes. Haven't you told them that you live with me? Not yet. I'll inform them once you accept me. Su Chen continued to play with Si Bao while responding to Wen Chi-Chi's words. Wen Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Su Chen looked up at her seriously and playfully asked, Are you willing to accept me now? Wen Chi-Chi hurriedly lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared to mix water for Si Bao. Although she had initiated the topic, she found herself at a loss for words. Am I willing? If I were unwilling, how could I allow Su Chen to stay at my house? Yet, when Su Chen brought it up, she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Shun Mengyao's words echoed in her mind, causing her to feel even more flustered. Observing her anxious demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed like his wife was nervous again. There's hope. Si Bao stared vacantly at Mama, then at Papa, his little mind clearly lost in thought. Perhaps sensing the silence was too profound, Si Bao abruptly stomped his tiny feet down, splashing water everywhere. When Chi-Chi found herself drenched, foam from Si Bao's body landed on her nose, and as she looked up in confusion, she regarded Si Bao with a furrowed brow. Haha. Su Chen couldn't suppress his laughter. When Chi-Chi pouted slightly, Si Bao, noticing Mama's expression, burst into laughter as well. You too. When Chi-Chi was on the verge of losing her temper. Since when did Si Bao start siding with Su Chen? Don't move, Su Chen suddenly commanded Wen Chi-Chi. In the fleeting moment of her surprise, Su Chen's hand brushed against her nose, saying, You've got foam. Wen Chi-Chi felt herself blushing uncontrollably. As Su Chen wiped the foam away, she continued to stare at him in a daze. Su Chen smiled lightly. Chi-Chi, you're blushing. When Chi-Chi thought, oh no. She was utterly mesmerized by Su Chen. Su Chen, to mask her embarrassment, she had to change the subject. But what to say? An idea struck her, and she asked, Don't you love washing socks? Su Chen replied. When Chi-Chi continued, Aren't you supposed to focus on your studies? Fighting, skipping classes? Su-chun. When Chi-Chi went on, and you snore. Realizing she was about to interrogate him again. Su-chun quickly scooped up Si-bao to interrupt her. Ahem. Chi-Chi, don't listen to that scoundrelly one how. I wash my socks on time. I don't snore at night, see? I've been living here for so many days, you should know. Upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi's incredulous expression, Su-chun felt helpless. He leaned closer to her, lowering his voice conspiratorially. However, I do have some interesting things hidden under my bed. Want to take a look? Under the bed? Wen Chi-Chi frowned. What is it? Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly recalled the various notions Shun Ming Yao had instilled in her. And her face turned crimson. Su-chun. Wife, what's wrong? You. When Chi-Chi was too anxious to articulate her thoughts, Su-chun was nearly in stitches. His wife was simply adorable. Even after having children, how could she still blush so easily? If you're curious, I can go check right now. Get lost. Whether she was more angry or shy, when Chi-Chi stood up and marched outside. You wash by yourself. And make sure to wash Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao as well. Haha. Although he was being ordered around to do chores, Su-chun felt quite pleased. After washing Si-bao, he took the little one to the room. When Chi-Chi had already prepared milk for the babies. Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao had finished their milk and were eagerly watching him. Su-chun approached Wen Chi-Chi with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi, hand me Si-bao. When Chi-Chi obediently passed Si-bao to him. I'm going to feed him milk. You take Sanbao to bathe. Still upset, are we? As Su-chun picked up Sanbao and reached the door, he deliberately turned back to say, actually, I've hidden a lot of study materials under my bed, Chi-Chi. You wouldn't be thinking anything inappropriate, would you? When Chi-Chi responded. Su-chun continued, you know, I've taken the college entrance exam 3 times. So it's a habit of mine. It's really not what you think. He emphasized this point. When Chi-Chi was absolutely furious. You, get out, get out, get out. Seeing that when Chi-Chi was about to explode, Su-chun finally took Sanbao, humming a tune as he headed off to give him a bath. Later that night, after when Chi-Chi had fallen asleep, Su-chun slipped into his secret space. A few days prior, he had planted cucumbers and tomatoes outside. And he had also sown some seeds in his space. Now, they were flourishing abundantly. The cucumbers were particularly plentiful, and the tomatoes were round and plump. Su-chun picked a few cucumbers and tomatoes, taking a bite. The cucumber was crisp and slightly sweet, while the tomato was a delightful mix of sour and sweet, far surpassing anything he had eaten before. Truly excellent. He thought he should find a time to discuss with Chen about selling some cucumbers and tomatoes. Chapter 42. Shopping for clothes with the babies. On the weekend, Su-chun took the 4 babies and Wen Chi-Chi to the mall. As soon as they entered, a crowd of people noticed the 4 babies. Wow, are those quadruplets? So adorable. Look, their parents are so handsome. People gazed enviously in their direction, and many eagerly took out their phones to snap photos. A smile spread across Wen Chi-Chi's face. Chi-Chi, shall we head to the mother and baby store first? When Chi-Chi nodded. The mother and baby store they were visiting was the same one that had delivered their baby chairs. The shop was bustling with people. Many parents were selecting items for their babies, but most seemed indecisive. Do you think this baby chair is good? What about this outfit? Will it look nice on my baby? This plush toy looks nice too, but I wonder if it's durable. My baby loves to chew on things. At that moment, Su-chun pushed the 4 babies inside, instantly causing a stir. Look at them, for babies. Wow, they're so chubby and adorable. What do their parents feed them? The parents' gazes were predominantly fixed on the babies. Were they here to shop too? Surely, they were buying things for the 4 babies. Wow, let's see what they buy. We should buy the same. It can't be wrong. Su-chun felt quite helpless. Just as he was about to find a staff member, a cheerful, plump woman rushed over. You really came. She squatted down in front of the babies, pinching Dabao's chubby cheeks, patting Bao's head, and rubbing Sanbao's nose. Finally, she specially hugged Si-bao before greeting Wen Chi-Chi and Su-chun. What would you like? Let me recommend some items. As she spoke, the plump woman leaned closer to Wen Chi-Chi and whispered, I'll give you a discount, the biggest one. After years in business, she could tell that the hesitant parents were planning to follow Su-chen's lead in their purchases. If she could win over these 2, their store would surely benefit. Let's just take a look for now, Wen Chi-Chi said. A few days prior, Su-chun had bought a lot of formula and diapers, so they didn't seem to have any urgent needs. Su-chun pushed the babies along behind Wen Chi-Chi, glancing around as they walked. They passed by toys meant for older babies. The 6-month-old infants were still too young to play with them. Su-chun couldn't help but sigh. Oh, babies. You need to grow up quickly so that Papa can take you to play. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a pink princess dress on a nearby shelf. The dress had a small bow at the neckline and a slightly puffed hem, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Su-chen's eyes widened in awe. The garments would undoubtedly look splendid on the 2nd and 4th treasures. The chubby saleswoman immediately discerned Su-chen's expression and, with a beaming smile, took swift steps to retrieve the princess dress. Mr. Su, have you taken a liking to this outfit? It would be perfect for the second and fourth treasures. She held the dress up against the children, her eyes squinting with delight. It appears to be tailor-made for them. The second and fourth treasures, who had been curiously tilting their heads to observe Su Chen and Wen Chi, were instantly captivated by the attire. In synchrony, they turned their heads, each grabbing hold of the dress, unwilling to relinquish their grasp. Wow, the little ones adore the dress as well. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su, Miss One, we also have a matching set for the little boys, a blue shirt, trousers, and a charming little bow tie. The chubby saleswoman gestured for a staff member to bring forth that outfit as well. When Su Chen laid eyes on it, his heart melted. A quintessential little prince. When Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been a while since they had purchased clothes for the little ones, and their current wardrobe was beginning to look somewhat worn. This attire is simply exquisite. When Chi-Chi instinctively glanced at the price tag, her astonishment palpable. This dress costs 5,000 yuan each? Indeed, Miss One. Our garments are crafted from the finest materials, ensuring they won't irritate the little one's skin. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, feeling troubled, I'm sorry, but we won't be purchasing. Miss One, do you find the price a bit steep? Not to worry. I can offer you a discount. How about 70% off? 3,005 for a set, or 13,005 for 4 sets. Rest assured, the price you receive here is the most favorable. The chubby saleswoman diligently promoted her wares. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. Had it been in the past, she would have purchased without hesitation. However, at present, 10,000 yuan could sustain the little one's milk needs for several days. She shook her head once more. Sigh. Su Chen exhaled, understanding that when Chi-Chi hesitated due to financial concerns, undoubtedly feeling a deep sense of guilt. Had she endured such a lifestyle for the past 6 months? He gently tousled Wen Chi-Chi's hair. Do you like it? Wen Chi-Chi sniffled, her words contradicting her heart. I don't like it. Su Chen looked up at the chubby saleswoman and declared, for sets, please charge it to my card. Su Chen. Wen Chi-Chi gasped in surprise. I said I don't like it. I know. But Su Chen's gaze was earnest as he observed Wen Chi-Chi. Your expression tells me otherwise. Look, the little ones are enchanted by it as well. The 4 children were smiling at the dress, with the second and fourth treasures drooling in delight. If you like it, let us purchase it. Your husband can afford it. Chi-Chi, there's no need to pinch pennies. The chubby saleswoman, overjoyed, hurried to the cash register with the card machine. When Chi-Chi felt a surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Su Chen was always so domineering, yet she felt an undeniable yearning. Thus, this time, she did not refuse. The men in the vicinity, initially planning to shop alongside them, were taken aback. 5,000 yuan each for 4 sets? This young man lacks any sense of propriety. I can only afford 1 set. This is excessive. The women, their eyes transforming into hearts. Wow, how enviable. I wish I had such a husband. How domineering. Oh dear. Is it too late to switch husbands now? Come on, we already have children. Stop dreaming. However, they were undeniably happy. To this dog food, I raise my glass and salute. The chubby saleswoman, having retrieved the card machine, quickly rushed back. Mr. Su, your total. Su Chen swiped his card. A beep sounded, signaling a successful transaction. The chubby saleswoman beamed with joy. Mr. Su, we have staff dedicated to fitting the little ones. Shall we dress them immediately? Yes. Splendid. Those who were about to leave halted in their tracks. Wow, the little ones are changing into princess dresses. No, I must capture this moment. They will be utterly adorable. I can hardly wait. Chapter 43, Heavenly Babies, stunning the crowd. As soon as Su Chen agreed, the sales staff clamored to dress the little ones. Remarkably, the 4 treasures were unusually well-behaved today, allowing themselves to be carried without fuss. When Chi-Chi, witnessing the affection the children garnered, chose not to voice any objections. Soon enough, the 4 treasures were adorned in their new outfits. When the staff presented the children to the crowd, astonished gasps filled the air. The second and fourth treasures resembled 2 enchanting dolls, their wide eyes beaming at Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi. The pink bows danced adorably, and the dresses sparkled with just the right amount of sequins to capture attention. The already exquisitely crafted children now appeared as if they had stepped from the pages of a storybook. Turning to the eldest and third treasures, they sported charming vests, shirts, and white trousers, their bow ties adding an extra dash of dapper charm. It seemed they were aware of their new outfits, standing stoically without a whimper. Their serious demeanor incited laughter among onlookers. The perfect pairing of prince and princess was utterly mesmerizing, drawing gazes that could not be averted. One might even entertain the notion of whisking the 4 treasures away. The chubby saleswoman was the most delighted of all. I told you, they would look magnificent. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Is this truly the pinnacle of beauty? I am envious. Why doesn't my baby look like that? Oh, how I wish I could hold them. The little ones, blissfully ignoring the commotion, focused solely on Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi. The eldest and third treasures fixated their gaze upon Wen Chi, while the second and fourth treasures beamed at Su Chen. At this sight, Su Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Although he had mentally prepared himself and had endured numerous adorable onslaughts from the children, he could not resist their overwhelming cuteness. He was destined to become a servant to their whims. Wen Chi, equally bewildered, had always viewed the children as ordinary. She had believed that her perception of their beauty stemmed from her status as their mother, hence she had never given it much thought. However, today, she was genuinely charmed by their adorableness. Wen Chi hurried forward to embrace the eldest and third treasures, while Su Chen stepped forward to hold the second and fourth treasures. The family of 6 stood together, sharing hugs, kisses, and lifting the little ones high. The handsome boys and beautiful girls, along with their charming outfits, evoked tears of envy from the other patrons. I must buy this outfit for my little one. I will go as well, even if it is expensive. It is simply too adorable. I am exhausted from expressing my envy. How can such a divine family exist? The glass of the mother baby store was transparent. At that moment, a beautiful girl who had just finished a live stream was outside the store with her phone. Hello everyone. Today I am in Ning City, currently live streaming from a large shopping mall. Before she could finish her sentence, the chat exploded. Streamer, look behind you. Behind? Where? She sweetly responded. At that store. Do you see those 4 babies? They are so adorable. Are they models for that store? Where's the store? I must go shopping. The streamer turned her head, and although the view through the glass was not entirely clear, it did not diminish the children's allure. They were being held by a young couple, their backs to the streamer while the 4 treasures faced her. Upon catching sight of the 4 treasures, she gasped. Unable to contain herself. Oh my goodness. They are beyond adorable. However, the fans paid no heed to her exclamation, their attention solely on the babies. Streamer, hurry inside. I want to cloud absorb those little ones. Alright, I'm on my way. The host hurriedly gathered her streaming equipment, only to discover that, thanks to the presence of 2 adorable little ones, her modest fan base had surged by tens of thousands in an instant. Indeed, the charm of cute children is unparalleled. She mused. Moments later, as she stepped into the maternity store, the little ones had vanished. A look of confusion crossed her face. Where did those 4 babies go? Oh, them? They've left, replied Sister Fat, with a professional air. The host scratched her head, perplexed. They left? How did I miss that? Our store has 2 entrances, miss. You came in through this one, while they exited through the other, she explained. Oh, the host said, her urgency palpable. All right, thank you. I'll go find them. They are a magnet for fans. It was imperative that she persuaded the baby's parents to allow her to film a few more videos. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, someone had recorded the video. Though the footage had become somewhat unclear, it had still garnered numerous shares online, unbeknownst to Su Chen and Wen Chi. After leaving, Wen Chi began to walk away. Su Chen casually caught her arm. Where are you off to? Home, Wen Chi replied, somewhat bewildered. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Is that all? You're not going to shop? Wen Chi looked at him in confusion. Is there something else we need to buy? Shopping. Chi, don't you love it? Su Chen was fully prepared to accompany Wen Chi on a day of shopping. After all, it was a favorite pastime among girls. This question left Wen Chi momentarily stunned. She recalled the days before she became a mother, when she would go shopping with her roommates, always the fastest runner among them. No one in her circle could keep up with her. She could stroll around in high heels all day without feeling fatigued. When had she lost that desire for shopping? Perhaps it had begun when she became pregnant. A wry smile crossed her face. Well, I do love it. Then let's go shopping. Spend as much time as you want. I'll be here with the babies. So no need to worry. Wen Chi felt a lump in her throat. At last, she understood the true meaning behind Su Chen's invitation to shop today. Did you come specifically to accompany me? Su Chen looked up, instinctively ruffling her hair. He noticed that Wen Chi seemed to have grown accustomed to this gesture. He felt a wave of satisfaction. A single tear lingered in Wen Chi's eye. How could Su Chen bear to see her cry? He smiled gently. Are you touched? Come here, and let me embrace you. With that, Su Chen opened his arms wide. Chapter 44. Hug me, hug me. Wen Chi's cheeks flushed. You. Onlookers who had been following them to catch a glimpse of the babies chimed in. Hug her. Hug her. Oh, come on, don't be shy. We love seeing this. Hurry, embrace her. If you don't hug her, you can't leave. A circle of spectators gathered, eagerly watching the unfolding scene. Wen Chi's expression shifted rapidly. She remembered that she was still in a playful spat with Su Chen. How could she possibly hug him now? No. Even if they weren't quarreling, it wasn't he right to let Su Chen embrace her. Observing her indecision, Su Chen leaned down and whispered in her ear. Did you hear? If you don't hug me, you won't be allowed to leave. This time, he stood his ground. A few days prior, he had playfully teased Wen Chi, and he could tell she was gradually warming up to him. Perhaps it was time to deepen their connection. The tickling sensation of Su Chen's voice sent shivers through Wen Chi's heart. As more people gathered, her embarrassment grew. She squeezed her eyes shut, resolutely deciding, if I must, then so be it. With determination, Wen Qiqi quickly opened her arms and, amidst envious gazes, embraced Su Chen tightly. Before he could fully wrap his arms around her, she swiftly pulled away, her face aflame, unable to meet his gaze. All right, I've hugged you. Let us go? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he hadn't quite hugged her yet. Qiqi, you're being cheeky. Are we leaving or not? If not, I'll go. Wen Qiqi stubbornly pushed the baby stroller, avoiding the eyes of the crowd as she headed into the throng. Su Chen, resigned, followed. Ha ha. The lady is shy. The young man has done well. I'm full from this dog food. I won't even need lunch. Yet it was delicious. Amidst the admiration of the onlookers, Su Chen and Wen Qiqi made their exit. They arrived at a women's clothing store. And Su Chen called out to Wen Qiqi, who was walking ahead with her head down. Qiqi, let us browse here for a moment. Wen Qiqi halted, spotting a renowned women's clothing store filled with light-colored garments, exuding a youthful vibe. She recognized this store, where each piece cost at least 2,000. She looked at Su Chen, bewildered. What are we doing here? Buying you some clothes, Su Chen replied, pushing the stroller inside without hesitation. Wen Qiqi hurriedly followed. Anxious. I don't need any clothes, Su Chen, there's no need to buy anything. No way. We've come this far. Is that how this phrase is used? She wondered, but no buts. Today I call the shots. Su Chen was quite assertive. Wen Qiqi felt increasingly anxious. She couldn't allow Su Chen to spend any more money. She tugged at the hem of his shirt. Su Chen, if we're buying, let us go to another store. Why? The colors here are too light. They don't suit me. Wen Qiqi hastily fabricated an excuse. In truth, they were simply too expensive. However, the color was a contributing factor. It's inconvenient to carry the babies. They are still young and often make a mess during meals. For the past 6 months, Wen Qiqi had only worn dark clothing and hadn't purchased light-colored garments in ages. Su Chen turned to see Wen Qiqi pulling at his shirt like a little girl. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to scoop her up again. However, he feared that embracing her twice in one day might send her into a frenzy, which would be counterproductive. It was best to take things slowly. Qiqi, you're being disobedient again. Huh? Wen Qiqi looked at Su Chen, puzzled. I told you I have money. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a voice came from the entrance. Su Chen? Both he and Wen Qiqi turned to see Wang Qian. Wen Qiqi recalled that Wang Qian was Su Chen's classmate from elementary school. The last time, she had looked at Su Chen with shining eyes. At this thought, Wen Qiqi instinctively leaned closer to Su Chen. Su Chen felt a surge of joy as he noticed her little gesture. Wang Qian, however, seemed oblivious to their affectionate display. She only had eyes for Su Chen. You look even more handsome after a few days. Wang Qian sauntered over, swaying her waist. Su Chen discreetly pushed the babies in front of him, silently urging, all right, little ones, it's time to assist your father. The 4 babies, completely unaware that they were being used as shields, stared vacantly at Wang Qian. San Bao furrowed his brow slightly. This Annie isn't pretty. I don't like her. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Wang Qian stepped closer. Su Chen, shall we exchange contact information? Though she was aware that Su Chen had children, she had done her homework. He wasn't officially married. This meant there was still a chance for her. Perhaps if she got close to Su Chen, she could even have quadruplets someday. Just as Su Chen was about to decline, Wen Qiqi suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Chen while pushing the babies forward. She tried to maintain a steady tone, smiling as she said, Su Chen, let us go choose some clothes. Oh, is my wife being proactive? This feeling was simply delightful. Su Chen nodded, politely addressing Wang Qian. I beg your pardon, Wang, but I must accompany my wife to purchase some garments. Just moments ago, he referred to her as his wife, and she seemed to offer no objection. Su Chen resolved to make another attempt. Indeed, she still did not refuse. How splendid. A sense of secret delight surged within Su Chen. Wang Qian stood awkwardly in place, contemplating whether to approach again. At that moment, the sales assistant discreetly gestured to swiftly intercept Wang Qian. What are you doing? I apologize, miss. But please do not hinder our client from selecting her attire. Wang Qian retorted, who says I won't buy? I shall purchase as well. Thus, Wang Qian trailed behind Wen Qiqi and Su Chen. Whatever garments Wen Qiqi chose, she mirrored her selections. When Wen Qiqi set something down, Wang Qian followed suit. Even the sales assistant appeared exasperated. Due to the presence of the children, a multitude of patrons soon filled the store. As they entertained the little ones, they also cast curious glances at Wang Qian and Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi lingered in front of a pink dress, scrutinizing it repeatedly before ultimately setting it aside. Su Chen casually handed the dress to her. Why not try it on? But she had not donned a dress in over a year. No worries. Just give it a shot. Encouraged by Su Chen, when Chi-Chi bit her lip and accepted the dress, making her way toward the fitting room. Wang Qian, in a fit of indignation, seized a matching dress. I shall try it as well. The sales assistant, with concern, interjected, Miss, you should opt for a larger size. This one. Are you implying that I am overweight? Wang Qian rolled her eyes, determined to prove otherwise. She could not believe that a mother could wear such a dress, while she could not. The sales assistant, resigned, offered a strained smile. Very well. Please do as you wish. 5 minutes later, when Chi-Chi emerged, as the dress required pulling over her head, her hair, usually tied up, cascaded down her shoulders. She tucked her hair behind her ears, hesitant to meet Su Chen's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Chen, does it look good? The dress was a delicate spaghetti strap, fitting snugly at her chest while falling just short of her knees. When Chi-Chi felt slightly out of her element, while Su Chen was utterly captivated. Chapter 45. My wife is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Having shared a residence with Chi-Chi for several days, Su Chen had grown accustomed to seeing her in denim and t-shirts. He found it hard to believe that she did not enjoy wearing dresses. After all, what girl does not cherish beauty? The only plausible explanation was that when Chi-Chi had refrained from wearing them for the sake of the children. Today, his suspicions were confirmed. In this store, the dresses had captured Chi-Chi's attention the most. When she stepped out, Su Chen was left in awe. Chi-Chi was not fond of cosmetics. Yet her lips bore a natural rosy hue. Her hair, now unbound, added a touch of allure. Particularly, her gesture of brushing her hair back caused a tightening in Su Chen's throat. Good heavens, was he creating trouble for himself? Why did he insist on having Chi-Chi try on dresses? After some internal conflict, he ultimately reassured himself that as long as Chi-Chi was happy, that was all that mattered. The delicate straps of the top accentuated Chi-Chi's exquisite collarbone and her slender waist, which appeared unaffected despite having borne 4 children. Her calves were elegantly elongated, drawing the eye irresistibly. Though she wore no heels, her simple white sneakers paired with the dress conveyed an air of youthful charm. Su Chen found himself momentarily speechless. When Chi-Chi, not receiving a response from Su Chen, assumed he was preoccupied and called out to him. Su Chen. Upon meeting his intense gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Su Chen chuckled softly, stunning. My wife is undoubtedly the most beautiful. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, her heart swelling with joy. At that very moment, newcomers to the store were taken aback by the scene. A fairy. That must be the legendary fairy. She is more beautiful than many stars. They noted her lack of makeup, such a natural beauty, utterly enchanting. What manner of man could ever be worthy of such a woman? After their amazement, they spotted Su Chen and were instantly astounded once more. Truly, only a handsome man could befit such beauty. This couple was simply too picturesque. Their children, a family of 6, were all remarkably beautiful. The sales assistant lavished praise upon Chi-Chi. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, wasn't there a beautiful lady who tried on the same dress earlier? Why hasn't she come out yet? Could it be that she is too shy? Several minutes had passed, and surely there had been ample time for multiple changes. The sales assistant, curious, approached the fitting room. Miss. The door creaked open slightly, and Wang Qian emerged, gritting her teeth. Who said I couldn't wear this? However, upon seeing Chi-Chi, she was momentarily stunned. The onlookers stifled their laughter, and the sales assistant struggled to maintain composure. Though Wang Qian was of similar stature to Chi-Chi and considered attractive, her broader frame rendered the dress ill-fitting. It appeared as if a robust woman had donned the attire of a delicate lady, creating a stark contrast. The crowd murmured, may I comment? Yet, they hesitated, concerned about hurting the other woman's feelings. Wang Qian soon recognized the gravity of the situation. In a fit of anger, she spun around and retreated to the fitting room, too embarrassed to re-emerge. Su Chen and Chi-Chi paid her no mind. Chi-Chi, however, couldn't resist glancing at the price tag. 3,000 yuan. Today, she had already spent over 10,000 for the children. She could not continue to deplete Su Chen's finances. I'll look at other options. All right, Su Chen acquiesced. As Chi-Chi selected her clothing, she quietly whispered a few words to the sales assistant. Before long, she had made her choice. Ultimately, she settled on a pair of trousers, which were on sale for 500 yuan. Without a word, Su Chen completed the purchase. After acquiring the clothing, the two exited the mall amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Shall we dine out today? Certainly. Chi-Chi did not decline. During the meal, as before, the children were attended to by the waitstaff. Su Chen served Chi-Chi some dishes. Halfway through, he stood up. Chi-Chi, I need to visit the restroom. Okay. Chi-Chi replied without suspicion. Upon exiting, Su Chen did not veer towards the restroom, but instead headed straight back to the store. The sales assistant handed him the packaged clothing. Sir, here are your garments. Thank you. Su Chen nodded, then pointed to another white dress. Please wrap this one up as well. Chi-Chi had admired this dress too, but due to its price, she had not even tried it on. Yet Su Chen was certain it would suit her perfectly. After settling the bill, Chen exited with both dresses in hand. Just then, he encountered a group of individuals who had previously watched when Chi changed. They exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, why are you alone? Where's your beautiful wife? Out dining. And you?" They glanced at the garments Chen was carrying, their eyes widening with envy. 2 pieces? Isn't that the dress your wife just tried on? Oh, I see. You snuck back to buy clothes for her, didn't you? What a good man. By the way, do you mind if I become your girlfriend? Chen shook his head in exasperation, aware they were jesting, and waved farewell as he departed. Soon after, a breathless young woman appeared at the store entrance. Did you see for little ones just now? This streamer had circled them all twice, only to miss them each time. She was on the verge of losing her mind. I saw them. The streamer exclaimed with delight. Where are they? They left. Again? Well, I'll keep searching. The group, puzzled by the streamer's sudden exclamation, kindly advised her. They should have already exited them all. They just mentioned going for a meal. You must be unable to locate them, right? Host, damn. Chen has already arrived at the restaurant. Before taking a seat, he hands the clothing bag in his hand to Chi, with a look of astonishment. When Chi exclaims, "This? Chen, didn't you say you were going to the restroom?" "Well, I took the opportunity to buy you some clothes. I told you I didn't want any." As she spoke, when Chi accepted the bag, her heart already brimming with joy like it had been drizzled with honey. Yet, a hint of concern lingered. "Chen, where did you get the money?" With a helpless sigh, Chen replied, "I earned it." "Earned this much? You spent 20,000 in a single day?" "Yes, business has been quite good these past few days." When Chi had witnessed Chen's potato-selling exploits that day, she nodded, still somewhat skeptical. "You should be frugal. You still have school to attend." Chen nodded in agreement. "All right, my dear. I understand," with her head lowered. When Chi face flushed with a suspicious hue. However, she did not reject Chen's endearment. Seizing the moment, Chen inquired, "Chi, your birthday is coming up, isn't it?" "How do you know?" It seemed as if Chen possessed omniscient abilities. "I guessed." With a mysterious smile, upon seeing Wen Chi's astonished expression, he continued, "All right. Shen Mingyao told me." When Chi could only nod, "Yes, it's coming soon." "Got it." Chen had already devised a plan to surprise Wen Chi. Chapter 46. Our Chi is actually wearing a skirt. On Monday morning, when Chi awoke to find that Chen had prepared breakfast, an egg pancake with bacon and a cup of hot milk. Having not slept well, when Chi rose unusually early that day, donning her new outfit, a pink dress. With her hair cascading down, she stood at the kitchen door, watching Chen as he busied himself. "Do you need any help?" At that moment, Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing Wen Chi. "Chi, what's wrong? You look stunning." When Chi suddenly became alert. It was early morning, and he was already being playful. She glanced down at herself, feeling a bit embarrassed. As Chen carried the breakfast outside, he couldn't help but steal another glance at her. "Ah, if I had known, I wouldn't have bought you these clothes. Are you regretting it?" "Indeed, I deeply regret it. How can I focus on school with such a beautiful wife? I wish I could accompany you to school immediately." "Then shall I go change?" When Chi couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine, my dear, as long as you like it. In the future, you will wear clothes meant only for my eyes." Seeing the ambiguous glint in Chen's eyes, when Chi felt her cheeks heat up again. "Ahem, let's eat first." After their meal, Chen, accompanied by the little ones, took Wen Chi to school. As usual, they arrived at the west gate, where Wen Chi felt a bit uneasy as she got out of the car. It had been so long since she had worn a skirt. Although she was prepared, she still felt conflicted. Taking a deep breath, she opened the car door under Chen's watchful gaze. The west gate was not crowded. After walking a distance, only a few people began to approach. Soon, someone spotted Wen Chi. Heavens, a fairy sister. Wow, where did this beauty come from? Someone boldly stepped forward, raising their phone. "Junior sister, could I have your WeChat?" Wen Chi responded with a smile, ignoring the request. Upon reaching the classroom door, a throng had already gathered around her. Classmates who had arrived earlier turned to see Wen Chi. Some girls, harboring an innate jealousy towards beauty, remarked, "Excuse me, but you must be in the wrong classroom." Wen Chi looked bewildered. "I am not." Someone shouted Wen Chi. The girl who spoke lifted her head, her eyes widening. "Why, you are Wen Chi?" Shen Mingyao approached from a corner, joyfully linking arms with Wen Chi. "Chi, it really is you. I thought I was mistaken. Our Chi is actually wearing a skirt. How beautiful." The boys in the class were captivated, their eyes brimming with hearts. This is simply too stunning. Typically, when Chi dressed so ordinarily, yet she had already been crowned the school beauty. Now, she could truly be dubbed a goddess, the epitome of a man's dream. The pink was inherently adorable, and with her hair cascading down, it accentuated her delicate features. The once aloof Wen Chi now evoked a sense of protective instinct in those around her. This was simply the dream girl for men. The boys erupted in excitement. "Wow, this is comparable to a celebrity." No, She's even more beautiful than celebrities. I'm in love. When Chi-Chi, would you mind changing your children's father? If you're willing, I volunteer. Count me in. Me too. Each one more enthusiastic than the last. The girls wore expressions of conflict. They had thought that by rising early and applying exquisite makeup, they would at least maintain some semblance of beauty. Yet upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, they instantly felt their efforts had been in vain. The moment when Chi-Chi stood there, others faded into obscurity. A twinge of jealousy arose among the girls. Yet they admired beauty as well. When Chi-Chi was still one of their classmates, making this inexplicable mix of jealousy and fondness quite peculiar. Wang Xinran nearly jumped up. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. I'm so envious. Today is another day of lemon envy. Beautiful in heart and spirit. And with 4 adorable little ones. Oh my, was she not someone chosen by the heavens? Who is that man? I must confront him. Shen Mingyao stood beside Wen Chi-Chi, feeling delighted. These people were making such a fuss. Before having children, Wen Chi-Chi had always looked this beautiful. It was only later that she had changed for the sake of her children. Today, seeing Wen Chi-Chi in a skirt again surprised Shen Mingyao. Once seated, Shen Mingyao could no longer contain herself and whispered, Chi-Chi, why are you wearing a skirt? Didn't you say it was inconvenient with children? He takes care of all of them. When Chi-Chi lowered her head shyly, reminiscent of a young girl, Shen Mingyao exclaimed, damn, why did I ask that question? It's too early for all this dog food. Annoyed, Shen Mingyao hesitated before quietly asking, since Su Chun treats you so well, Chi-Chi, when do you plan to bring him home? Home. When Chi-Chi was taken aback, she hadn't returned home in a year and a half. But Shen Mingyao sighed, you can't keep your parents in the dark forever, can you? Don't worry, they are your parents. They will forgive you no matter what. When Chi-Chi bit her lip and nodded, she still felt a bit scared. Her father was so strict, he would surely be angry, right? I'll wait for the right moment. Yes, find a time to call your mother. If it doesn't work, let her persuade your father. Throughout the class, when Chi-Chi was somewhat restless, the students in the classroom felt the same. They were all watching her. Meanwhile, after class, many people gathered around the classroom door to gaze at the beauty. Numerous others sought her WeChat, but they were shooed away by the boys in her class. In their words, if we can't have her, neither can anyone else. Fortunately, when Chi-Chi had no desire to engage with those boys, in the eyes of outsiders, when Chi-Chi had always been an incredibly aloof person, both before and after her break from school. Generally, boys who attempted to strike up a conversation with her received no response, which earned her the nickname of the aloof school beauty. This very aloofness added an air of mystery. The boys became even more curious about Wen Chi-Chi. Alas, no one could draw near her, except for that enigmatic man. At this moment, in dormitory building number 1, room 307, Li Wenhao and Lin Lu were engrossed in a video game. Meanwhile, Wang Lei was browsing a forum on his phone. Suddenly, something caught his eye. When Chi-Chi had come to class today, and she was wearing a skirt, Li Wenhao, with his headphones on, glanced at Wang Lei and smiled. When Chi-Chi. He had seen her before and silently observed the excitement of these two sons. As expected, Lin Lu quickly removed his headphones and abandoned the game. Really? Let us go take a look. Chapter 47. Which man has captured the school belle's heart? Lin Lu and Wang Lei reached the door, only to find Li Wenhao still standing there, unmoving. Lin Lu approached and grabbed Li Wenhao by the collar, exclaiming, son, what are you doing? Let us go. Reluctantly, Li Wenhao followed. On the way, Lin Lu and Wang Lei engaged in animated discussion. They say the school belle is extraordinarily beautiful, comparable to a star. Who do you think is the lucky man who has captured her heart? Who knows? If I find out who that guy is, I swear I'll beat him to a pulp. Li Wenhao chuckled, remaining silent. He was eagerly anticipating the moment when the two would discover the relationship between Wen Chi-Chi and Su Chun. It seemed the time had come to find an opportunity for them to meet Su Chun. Upon arriving at Wen Chi-Chi's classroom, they found it crowded, mostly with men. They held their phones, their faces etched with disappointment. What to do? The school belle doesn't acknowledge anyone. I just saw a handsome guy approach her for WeChat. But she rejected him. The school belle is so aloof. Li Wenhao and his companions soon spotted Wen Chi-Chi, who was exiting with Shen Mingyao, textbooks in hand. They were conversing about something that made Wen Chi-Chi break into laughter. Lin Lu's eyes widened. My heavens, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Listen, that's the sound of my heart racing. What should I do? I'm falling for the school belle again. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is stunning. Li Wenhao remarked. These two foolish sons probably have no idea how perilous it is to gaze upon Su Chun's beloved. Lin Lu waved enthusiastically at the school belle. Senior one, over here. Look this way. At that moment, Shen Mingyao glanced over and spotted Li Wenhao, her expression revealing a hint of conflict. When Chi-Chi noticed her demeanor and asked, what's wrong? Over there, it's your man's roommates. Following Shen Mingyao's gesture, when Chi-Chi saw Li Wenhao standing with the two, who were frantically waving at her, Li Wenhao, positioned behind Lin Lu and Wang Lei, caught Wen Qiqi's gaze and smiled, nodding. Although he acknowledged the school bell's captivating beauty, ever since he learned she was Su Chen's, he felt a familial warmth towards her. Wait, is the school bell looking over here? Lin Lu exclaimed, feeling dizzy. He resumed waving with fervor. School bell, school bell. I'm Lin Lu. Li Wenhao thought to himself, what should I do if I don't want to admit I know this idiot? Wen Qiqi nodded in their direction before continuing on her way. Shen Mingyao whispered, aren't they all Su Chen's roommates? Yes, they certainly sound like it. They're all quite handsome. Really? How about we get Su Chen to introduce you to them someday? Shen Mingyao pouted, remaining silent. In the corridor, many greeted Wen Qiqi, to which she merely nodded, showing no intention of taking out her phone. Lin Lu, however, pulled out his phone, feeling somewhat disheartened. What now? Li Wenhao asked, what's wrong? Lin Lu replied, I was thinking, if the school bell were to consider changing boyfriends, I would immediately pursue her. But she isn't giving anyone her contact information. Li Wenhao inquired, what about the school bell's child? Of course I'd raise it. The school bell's child would also be mine, and I would treat it as my own. Li Wenhao quipped, that child must be truly foolish. Su Chen, you better take a look. Your baby is about to be snatched away. Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh. You should at least get the school bell's WeChat first. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu immediately deflated. If so many can't get it, how can I? Dream on. Li Wenhao mused. Perhaps it's not impossible? Given Su Chen's reputation. When Qiqi wouldn't make things difficult for us, would she? Lin Lu suddenly looked up. His face filled with expectation as he gazed at Li Wenhao. How do we go about it? Just ask directly. Do I need to beat around the bush? Lin Lu glanced at Wen Qiqi, then at Li Wenhao. Do you dare to go? Why wouldn't I? If the previous Li Wenhao lacked confidence, the current Li Wenhao was certain that Wen Qiqi viewed them differently. After all, they were like family. Then you go. Lin Lu handed his phone to Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao asked, what's in it for me? Now is the perfect moment to take advantage of his sons. If you succeed, I'll treat you to a week's worth of meals. He couldn't believe it. So many had failed, so why should Li Wenhao succeed? This guy must be boasting again. Fine. Li Wenhao eagerly accepted. A week's worth of meals would save him a fortune. He took the phone from Lin Lu and strode forward. Wang Lei, unable to bear it any longer, questioned, are you really going? Of course. What's so hard about it? It's a piece of cake. Li Wenhao, undeterred, pursued Wen Qiqi. The onlooking classmates were astonished by the spectacle. Wow. Another fool has stepped up. He is really fearless. Just moments ago, the school hunk had failed, and now this kid was going mad? Let us see how the school bell rejects him. Lin Lu and Wang Lei followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Some even took out their phones, ready to capture the moment of Li Wenhao's rejection. As Shen Mingyao walked, she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she told Wen Qiqi, Qiqi, that Li Wenhao is chasing after you. Huh. When Qiqi instinctively turned to look, the crowd gasped. Wait, the school bell turned around? Something interesting is about to happen. She must be furious. This guy is definitely the most unfortunate among the rejected. Before they could finish their thoughts, they saw Wen Qiqi suddenly break into a smile. The crowd was bewildered. Lin Lu. Wang Lei. Wait, is Wen Qiqi smiling at Li Wenhao? It certainly looks like it. Did Li Wenhao put on a sticker or something today? Clearly not. So it must be an illusion? As they debated, Wen Qiqi halted her steps. Shen Mingyao quietly asked, why aren't we moving? Just wait a moment. Shen Mingyao had no choice but to stay put. Lin Lu remarked, hey, is the school bell waiting for someone? Wang Lei swallowed hard. It seems so. Lin Lu was at a loss for words. Others watched intently as Wen Qiqi and Li Wenhao interacted. No way, no way. Am I blind? The school bell seems to really be waiting for this guy. Oh my gosh. They watched in disbelief as Li Wenhao approached Wen Qiqi and handed her his phone, ruffling his hair and murmuring something. Without hesitation, the school bell accepted the phone. Chapter 48. Qiqi, your man is quite impressive. Li Wenhao himself was taken aback that Wen Qiqi would wait for him. It seemed his reputation still held some weight. The sensation of being watched by so many was quite exhilarating, even if it was due to Su Chen's influence. Upon reaching Wen Qiqi, he presented his phone and, in a voice barely audible to others, said, Sister-in-law, could you do me a favor? The term sister-in-law made Wen Qiqi's heart flutter with joy. What is it? Our roommate. Oh, that silly boy behind us. Doesn't he know about your relationship with Su Chen? He is eager to ask for your WeChat. Haha, would you mind giving him your contact? Of course. I wouldn't mind. Since he is Su Chen's brother, there is no issue. Li Wenhao chuckled. All right then, I appreciate your help, sister-in-law. Wen Qiqi, while inputting her WeChat ID, replied, no need to be so polite with me. Hee. Li Wenhao couldn't help but laugh. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Did Wen Qiqi actually give him her WeChat? Surely, this can't be real. If she isn't Wen Qiqi, then who could she possibly be? I can't seem to process this. Lin Lu and Wang Lei were even more astonished. Wang Lei, reacting slightly faster, waved his hand in front of Lin Lu's face. Son, don't be like this. Your father is frightened. Lin Lu swatted Wang Lei's hand away. Get lost. Lazy, tell me, how did Li Wenhao manage to get the school beauty's WeChat? Clearly, it was given willingly by the school beauty. Lin Lu held his breath, unable to comprehend. The school beauty, willingly? Did you not see when Chi-Chi waiting for Haozi? This kid, what kind of potion has he consumed? It doesn't matter. You have obtained the school beauty's WeChat, haven't you? Lin Lu replied, yes. But why does it feel so strange? He had an unsettling feeling that he had missed something significant. But what could it possibly be? While Lin Lu was lost in thought, Li Wenhao had already returned. He waved his phone in front of Lin Lu. Son, what are you staring at? Everyone's left. Lin Lu finally snapped back to reality and reached out for the phone. Li Wenhao said, remember to pay for a week's worth of meals. With that, he stylishly turned and walked away. Lin Lu hurriedly turned to chase after him. Haozi, what's going on? Li Wenhao replied, what do you mean what's going on? Lin Lu pressed, what is happening between you and Wen Chi-Chi? Li Wenhao retorted, it's exactly what you saw. Lin Lu exclaimed, are you tired of living? Do you think I would believe that? How could Wen Chi-Chi give you her WeChat? Li Wenhao turned to Lin Lu with a knowing look. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome? Lin Lu gritted his teeth. Lazy, don't you think it's time to enforce some family discipline? Wang Lei agreed. Indeed, it's time to manage this unfilial son properly. Lin Lu declared, then what are we waiting for? Go. The moment Li Wenhao sensed something was amiss, he bolted. Lin Lu and Wang Lei pursued him relentlessly. Not far off, when Chi-Chi witnessed this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Shen Mingyao remarked, Chi-Chi, are the people from Su Chen's dorm this foolish? Will it become contagious? The day passed swiftly. The topic of Wen Chi-Chi wearing a dress sparked another wave of excitement within the school. In the evening after school, Wen Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao went to the school gate to wait for Su Chen. This had become the most anticipated part of Shen Mingyao's day, as it meant seeing the little ones. As they reached the west gate, they encountered Li Wenhao. When Chi-Chi appeared somewhat confused, what are you doing here? Sister-in-law, I was waiting for you, he replied. Shen Mingyao shot Li Wenhao a glare filled with hostility. Li Wenhao ignored her and grinned. Hee, I've missed the little ones. Su Chen picks you up here every day, right? When Chi-Chi nodded, Li Wenhao's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I can come by to see the little ones every day. How delightful. Shortly after, Su Chen arrived. Upon seeing that alongside Wen Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao, there was now Li Wenhao, he felt somewhat resigned. It was obvious what Li Wenhao was here for. Li Wenhao completely disregarded Su Chen's presence and rushed over to share the little ones with Shen Mingyao. Li Wenhao took to bow and air bow, while Shen Mingyao took sand bow and sea bow. Today, Su Chen had dressed the little ones in new clothes. The moment the two saw them, their eyes sparkled with surprise. So beautiful. This outfit is gorgeous. Chi-Chi, your taste is becoming more refined. When Chi-Chi smiled helplessly, it was chosen by Su Chen. Oh, Su Chen has good taste too. Chi-Chi, your man is truly remarkable. Li Wenhao interjected. Well, it doesn't concern you. Shen Mingyao retorted, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Li Wenhao fell silent and went to play with the little ones. Su Chen initially intended to take Wen Chi-Chi and leave directly, but now he had to wait. After half an hour, they reluctantly parted from the little ones. Before leaving, Li Wenhao leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, Son, I've brought you a gift. No need to thank me. What? Li Wenhao smirked. You'll find out when you get back. On the way home, Su Chen pondered over Li Wenhao's words, feeling that something was off. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his words. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi happily playing with the little ones, Su Chen inquired, Chi-Chi, did Li Wenhao act strangely today? Wen Chi-Chi thought for a moment, not really. Aside from asking for my WeChat, but it's not an issue since I'm his sister-in-law now. Oh. Su Chen didn't elaborate further. He had made fish soup today, intending to nourish Wen Chi-Chi properly. While they were eating, Wen Chi-Chi's phone rang with a WeChat notification. She was feeding Dabao rice porridge and tilted her head to ask, who sent the message? Su Chen instinctively grabbed the phone. Let me see. Wen Chi-Chi's phone wasn't password protected. Upon opening it, he saw a message from someone named The Path That Leads Into Your Heart. Hello, Senior Wen. I am Lin Lu. Su Chen, what the heck? Lin Lu? How does this guy have Wen Chi-Chi's WeChat? Remembering Li Wenhao's words, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn. Perhaps not receiving a reply, Lin Lu continued to message incessantly. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. Being able to add you on WeChat today shows that we are quite fated. Senior Chi-Chi, I know you have children, but I truly don't mind at all. If you ever consider changing boyfriends, please remember to consider me first. I promise to treat your children well. Su Chen. Is he trying to steal my girl? Is this my roommate? Has Lin Lu gone mad? Using you in a confession? What a historical first. While Su Chen was contemplating how to respond, he saw Lin Lu send another message. Senior, please say something. If you don't agree, it's all right. I will work hard. Chapter 49. The school beauty senior is so cruel, boo-hoo. Su Chen suppressed the urge to vomit, and without hesitation, he used Wenqiqi's WeChat to reply with a few words. Go screw yourself. Trash. Get lost. After sending that, Su Chen still felt unsatisfied. Not waiting for Lin Lu to respond, he directly opened Lin Lu's profile and blocked him. The world became peaceful again. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He initially considered deleting Lin Lu, but even if he deleted him, he could still add him back. He couldn't give Lin Lu any chance. While in school, Su Chen was aware of Lin Lu's fondness for beautiful women. This kid seemed to be living recklessly, daring to flirt with Wenqiqi. The best course of action was to ensure he could never contact Wenqiqi again, so he would learn a lesson. Wenqiqi peeked over at Su Chen. What's wrong? Nothing, just a news notification from the browser. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Oh, so it's news. But does the phone's news notification really make that sound? Wenqiqi felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. At that moment, San Bao, who was being fed, looked up with a confused expression at Wenqiqi. Mama, you're spacing out again, woo woo woo. San Bao was very hungry, unable to speak. He could only whimper twice and reach out with his chubby arms to tug at Wenqiqi's hand, finally snapping back to reality. Wenqiqi brought the rice porridge to San Bao's mouth. Soon, she completely forgot about the messages. At this moment, in room 307 of the first male dormitory at Ningzhou University, upon receiving the message on his phone, Lin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly gentle Wenqiqi would utter such coarse words. Lin Lu felt as though his heart had been wounded. However, upon deeper reflection, how could his goddess speak in such a manner? Surely, someone must have gained access to her phone. Determined to uncover the truth, Lin Lu quickly typed a few words. Into your heart. Who are you? And swiftly pressed send. Then, a red exclamation mark appeared before his eyes once more. Lin Lu's eyes widened again in shock. Could it be? Had the campus bell deleted him? The WeChat contact he had just obtained was gone. Lin Lu could hardly believe it. Into your heart, senior? Into your heart, beauty? Into your heart, Wenqiqi? Yet, the responses were all the same. The enormous exclamation mark made Lin Lu's head throb. He abruptly sat up, flinging his phone aside and lamenting in a mournful tone. It's over. It's over. It's over. Li Wenhao, who was lying on the bed, inquired. What are you shouting about? Are you lovesick? Heisey. Lin Lu gazed at Li Wenhao expectantly. Why is the campus bell so fierce? Campus bell? Li Wenhao frowned. Wenqiqi? What happened? Yes. Haha, what did she say to you? Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao realized the situation was far from simple. He swiftly rolled out of bed and, before Lin Lu could react, picked up Lin Lu's phone. The moment he glimpsed the messages on Lin Lu's phone, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Good luck, my friend. Ha ha ha. Wow, this is just too incredible. Lin Lu, you're in quite the predicament. Li Wenhao could hardly contain his mirth. It was evident that this was the work of Su Chen. Finally, Li Wenhao felt a sense of relief. Ever since he learned that Su Chen was with Wenqiqi, he believed that Su Chen had struck an incredible stroke of luck. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction if he didn't tease him a little. Li Wenhao was inwardly elated. Wang Lei also approached, glancing at the screen. His expression one of utter confusion. Is Wenqiqi really that savage? Is her usual demeanor merely a fade? Li Wenhao, privy to the truth, replied, who knows? Perhaps the campus belle is just teasing you? Teasing me? Then why did she blacklist me? Lin Lu felt deeply hurt. The campus belle was indeed fierce. His dreams of his goddess had shattered. Wang Lei accompanied Lin Lu in his sorrow. Just then, Li Wenhao's phone chimed. He quickly picked it up to find a message from Su Chen. Son, have you been feeling a bit restless lately? Wait until I return. I'll deal with you. These past few days, there have been no babies to tend to. Li Wenhao. He could no longer muster a smile. The babies were his source of spiritual nourishment. How could he survive without them? Please, Chen bro. I was wrong. Chen bro, you're magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. Scram. Goodbye. When Wenqiqi emerged after feeding the babies, she found Su Chen in a fit of fury, tossing his phone aside. Wenqiqi, what's wrong? Upon hearing her voice, Su Chen felt a bit of his anger dissipate. It's nothing, let's eat. All right. After finishing the meal, the babies fell asleep early. Su Chen said, Chi-Chi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Okay, go ahead. Wenqiqi did not hesitate. For the past few days, Su Chen had been taking care of the babies without a moment's respite, leaving her no time for herself. Once outside, Su Chen went to the storage room to fetch 2 tomatoes and a cucumber for Qianhu. Upon hearing that Su Chen was coming, Qianhu, who was about to finish work, hurriedly prepared tea and stepped out to greet him. Su Chen, taken aback by the warm welcome, replied, no need to be so polite. Brother Qian, I know where your office is. Not at all. Su Chen, you are my esteemed guest. Do you know that over the past 2 weeks, we've made over 100,000? We've never had this much in a month. Brother Su, you are simply my lucky star. If you need money, I can give you the profits right now. Su Chen waved his hand. Let us discuss it at the end of the month. The system just granted me 200,000, enough for the babies to eat well for a long while. All right, we'll do it at the end of the month. After welcoming Su Chen into the office, Chen Hu pulled out his own chair, offering it to Su Chen. Isn't this inappropriate? Not at all, please sit. Chen Hu's respect for Su Chen grew by leaps and bounds. Su Chen did not refuse and got straight to the point. I do have business to discuss with you. I apologize for not being able to do so earlier. I was too busy during the day. Brother Chen, I've developed new cucumbers and tomatoes. Would you like to take a look? Sure, let me see. How about you try them first, Brother Chen? Upon seeing the cucumbers and tomatoes, Chen Hu's eyes lit up with joy. The tomatoes were large and round, vibrant in color, clearly ripe, exuding a subtle fragrance. The cucumbers were nearly identical in size. Perfectly uniform, not too thick nor too thin, simply perfect. Having spent over a decade in the market, Chen Hu had never seen such exquisite cucumbers and tomatoes. Excellent, let me taste. He picked up a tomato and took a bite, instantly stunned. Chapter 50. Isn't that Teacher Liu? Seeing Chen Hu's expression, Su Chen inquired, how is it? Chen Hu, too engrossed in devouring the tomato to respond, simply nodded, mumbling, delicious, delicious. This is unbelievably tasty. After finally finishing the entire tomato, Chen Hu wiped his mouth with a napkin, slightly embarrassed. Brother Su, how did you grow these tomatoes? I cultivated them myself. Su Chen maintained his stance. Personal cultivation techniques were rarely questioned, as they were considered private matters. Chen Hu nodded, they are truly exquisite. To be frank, I have lived for 40 years and have never tasted such delicious tomatoes. They surpass even those marketed as fruit tomatoes. Having tasted tomatoes before, Su Chen knew their flavor well. What do you think? Can they make it to the market? They can. They can. Not only for the vegetable section, but also for the fruit section. Su Chen nodded. You are the expert in this area. You decide. Would you like to try the cucumbers as well? Chen Hu felt a bit bashful. He had never lost his composure in front of others before. However, upon seeing the cucumbers, he couldn't help but salivate. He couldn't entirely blame Chen Hu. The astonishment from the tomatoes and potatoes was overwhelming, and he had an inkling that anything cultivated by Su Chen would be remarkably delicious. A Chen Hu felt awkward but still approached Su Chen and took the cucumber from his hand. Is that all right? Of course, take as many as you like. Chen Hu grabbed the cucumber and bit into it without hesitation. Although he had just finished dinner and felt slightly full, he simply could not resist the temptation. The moment the cucumber touched his palate, he felt he had tasted the best cucumber in the world. As he chewed, he nodded, delicious, delicious, delicious. Brother Su, this will definitely sell well. What do you think is a reasonable price? Su Chen, slightly bewildered, replied, you decide. I'm not very knowledgeable about this. After pondering for a moment, Chen Hu suggested, let us sell them for 10 yuan per pound, just like the potatoes. However, I have a small request. What is it? Chen Hu chuckled. Could Brother Su bring your babies to sell tomatoes and potatoes for a day? Fearing that Su Chen might misunderstand, Chen Hu hurriedly clarified. I mean no offense. Brother Su Chen and your little ones are like living advertisements. With your potatoes leading the way, the cucumbers and tomatoes are bound to sell exceptionally well. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen nodded in agreement. All right. I don't have much to do these days anyway. Just have Zhao Dashing bring the cucumbers and potatoes over. Elated, Chen Hu accompanied Su Chen as he departed. After returning and calling Zhao Dashing, Su Chen retired for the night. Perhaps due to the fatigue of playing with Su Chen during the day, the little ones slept particularly soundly, resulting in significantly less commotion at night. Morning arrived, and Su Chen dropped Wen Chi off at school before heading directly to the vegetable market with the little ones. Chen Hu had found a larger market for Su Chen, claiming it would attract more attention. 2 full carts of tomatoes and cucumbers were brought in. As soon as Su Chen pushed the pram forward, the adorably innocent little ones immediately captured everyone's attention. Wow, quadruplets. How adorable. Aren't these the quadruplets of that lad selling potatoes? It must be. I haven't heard of any other quadruplets around here. The crowd was astonished. Haven't they been out for a while? Are they here to sell something today? Su Chen turned around, offering a smile to the lady who had spoken. Yes. Today we are selling cucumbers and tomatoes. Cucumbers and tomatoes? Let us go take a look. The potatoes this lad sells are delicious. Perhaps the tomatoes and cucumbers are just as delightful. I'm going to. Before long, Su Chen found himself surrounded by eager customers. He sliced several tomatoes and cucumbers into small pieces, placing them on a platter while inviting the crowd. Come, everyone, please have a taste. People exchanged glances, and soon a young woman in her 20s approached. May I try some? I've been dieting, and the cucumbers I've bought recently are dreadful. Su Chen handed her a cucumber. Sure, go ahead. After tasting a piece, her eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. I'll take 10 pounds. The crowd began to compete to sample the produce. The little one stood beside Su Chen, and each person who had tasted the cucumbers couldn't resist reaching out to touch the babies' chubby faces. The little ones, surrounded by so many admirers, were clearly delighted. I want some too. 10 pounds of tomatoes, please. My granddaughter loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes, so I'll take 10 pounds. The crowd quickly bought out both carts of tomatoes and cucumbers, leaving the last group disappointed. They looked at Su-Chun, pleading, "Young man, is there any left?" I didn't even get a chance to touch them before they were gone. That was too fast. Su-Chun patiently explained, "No worries, ma'am. Starting tomorrow, these will be available at nearby markets. You can purchase them anytime." Really? That is wonderful. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll arrive early to avoid missing out again. That day, Su-Chun earned another 10,000 yuan. Chen did not take any of it, placing it all into Su-Chen's pocket. At noon, Chen treated Su-Chun and the little ones to a meal before allowing him to leave. Ever since collaborating with Su-Chun, Chen had been radiantly cheerful, his joy immeasurable. In the evening, as usual, Su-Chun went to pick up Wen-Chi with the little ones. Upon reaching the school gate, just as he was about to exit the vehicle, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Su-Chun, what are you doing here?" Turning around, Su-Chun spotted a familiar BMW, with its owner leaning out of the window to greet him. Seeing Su-Chun halt, he too came to a stop. Su-Chun pushed the pram forward to greet Zhang. "What brings you here?" "I came to pick up your sister. The traffic over there is horrendous, so I took the route through the west gate, and didn't expect to run into you. What about you?" "I'm here to pick up the baby's mother." "Oh." Zhang Weiqiang casually picked up one of the little ones, unable to differentiate which baby it was, but clearly enamored. "Haha, not bad, not bad. The young man is quite adept. By the way, have you checked out the house?" "Not yet. Perhaps next week." "All right, you take a look at it. I've already handed you the keys, so I won't interfere." Su-Chun nodded. "Thank you, Zhang. Ah, no need for thanks. It feels distant. Your sister was so delighted with the tomatoes and cucumbers Zhao Dashing delivered yesterday. She was raving about them and saying she needed to thank you." Just then, Li Yu emerged from the west gate. Spotting Su-Chun, her expression turned to one of surprise. She happily scooped up one of the babies and exchanged pleasantries with Su-Chun. At that moment, Wen-Chi and Shen Mingyao walked out of the school. From a distance, Wen-Chi froze for a moment. Shen Mingyao was equally shocked. "Isn't that teacher Li?" Chapter 51. So your wife is Wen-Chi. Today, Li Wenhao was absent. Wen-Chi found it odd. Li Wenhao had said he would come to see the babies every day. As she pondered the situation, she arrived at the school gate and saw Li Yu. As the youngest mentor at Ningzhou University, Li Yu was quite renowned. Legend had it that Li Yu was aloof, proud, and rarely smiled. However, the sight of her now, smiling brightly, was a stark contrast. The triplets in her arms were affectionately nuzzling against her face. Upon noticing Wen-Chi approaching, the triplets finally turned their heads to look at her, one little hand pointing at Li Yu, as if saying, "Mama, look, there's a pretty aunt." Wen-Chi looked on in confusion. Shen Mingyao, feeling both anxious and curious, asked, "What is going on? Why is teacher Li holding the triplets? And why is she standing next to Su-Chun?" "Chi, what is happening?" She hesitated to approach the babies. When Chi shook her head, "I don't know either." At that moment, Li Yu noticed when Chi and Zhang Weiqiang's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Su-Chun, is this your wife?" His tone was slightly off. Su-Chun inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just thought she was quite beautiful." Li Yu was taken aback. "When Chi, is that you?" "Brother Su-Chun, your wife is when Chi?" Li Yu could hardly believe her eyes. She knew who when Chi was. As a teacher, she was well aware of her reputation. Over a year ago, when Chi had dropped out, she was known throughout the school, with many men fighting over her. Yet, from her freshman to junior years, when Chi had never been in a relationship. Those who confessed to her were all rejected. She had seemingly declared that she wouldn't date until after graduation. Later, when Chi dropped out, she returned to school, and now, to discover that she had 4 children with Su-Chun, Li Yu felt utterly bewildered. When Chi gritted her teeth and approached Li Yu, greeting her, "Hello, teacher Li." Shen Mingyao also sweetly chimed in, "Hello, teacher Li." Li Yu finally reacted, "Hello to both of you." The triplet had already reached out from Li Yu's arms, wanting to be held by Wen Chi. Feeling a bit awkward, when Chi said, "Teacher, he." Li Yu quickly handed the baby over to Wen Chi. "Oh, he must have missed you." When Chi nodded. As soon as the triplet was in her arms, he began to nuzzle her cheek, radiating happiness, completely different from when he was with Li Yu. Li Yu looked on with envy. How wonderful. When Chi, still bewildered, replied, "Teacher Li, I mean, having 4 babies is amazing." When Chi stared at Li Yu in disbelief, expecting her to reprimand her for not studying hard. She smiled. "Thank you, teacher Li." Li Yu nodded, cradling the eldest triplet in her arms. "Su-Chun, you must be the luckiest guy. When Chi is the most beautiful girl at Ningzhou University. How did you manage to win her over?" When Chi's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Su-Chun smiled. This indicates that I am quite handsome. Wouldn't you agree, sisterly? Indeed, indeed. Su Chen, you are the most handsome. Liu responded. Oh, by the way, Chi, since you are Su Chen's wife, you needn't call me teacher anymore. Just refer to me as sister. When Chi looked at Su Chen in confusion, and upon seeing him nod, she called out, sisterly. Rest assured. Su Chen, I won't disclose your affairs at school as long as you keep them private. Liu continued. I was just planning to invite Su Chen and my sister-in-law to dinner today. Since everyone is here, shall we go, Chi? Liu ignored Su Chen and directly engaged with Chi, even taking her hand. When Chi was increasingly astonished. Wasn't she supposed to be the aloof teacher? Why was she so warm with Su Chen? Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao was so taken aback that she was left speechless. Just moments ago, she had been concerned that Liu might scold them, and now, Liu had become Chi's sister? It was evident that this was somehow linked to Su Chen. What kind of charm did he possess? Shen Mingyao was utterly bewildered. She felt a bit awkward, and was about to tell Chi that she was leaving when Liu interjected again. This student. You must be Chi's close friend, right? Come along with us. Shen Mingyao lifted her head in disbelief. Me? Is that all right? Of course. Shen Mingyao nodded. Okay, thank you, teacher Li. To dine with the two school goddesses, Liu and Chi, was an unparalleled joy for her. Half an hour later, they arrived at Liu's home. Zhang Weichong and Liu resided in a rather ordinary neighborhood named Chunfeng Weilan. Su Chen was perplexed. Brother Zhang, sister Li, what brings you here? Given their status, he couldn't fathom why they lived in such a place. Haha, your sister Li enjoys the warmth of human life. She finds living in a villa too tranquil, so we moved here. Oh, I see. The aloof teacher had an affinity for the vibrancy of everyday life. This contrast was rather intriguing. Liu smiled and asked Su Chen, don't you also, for certain reasons, choose to reside in a rather ordinary neighborhood? As soon as Liu finished speaking, when Chi inquired, what neighborhood? She couldn't recall Su Chen ever mentioning anything about choosing a neighborhood. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't shared this with Chi yet. Liu, realizing that Chi was unaware of this matter, quickly changed her tune. Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant, if you both like it, you can come over to play anytime. When Chi smiled, but remained silent. Feeling that there was something her companions were concealing from her, she glanced at Su Chen, who continued to smile without answering. Upon entering the house, Zhang Weichong called out to the housekeeper in the kitchen. After calling out several times and receiving no response, he looked bewildered. Xiaoyu, where's Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang was their housekeeper, who typically prepared meals. Not here. Not here. Although Zhang Weichong could cook, his skills were limited, and it was clear he couldn't manage a meal for so many people. Liu didn't know how to cook at all, ever since marrying Zhang Weichong. She hadn't touched a drop of water in the kitchen. Has she gone home? Liu checked her phone, discovering a message from Aunt Zhang. There are matters at home. I'm sorry, madam. I'll be taking the day off. Liu chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Weichong instantly understood what had transpired and smiled awkwardly at Su Chen. So? Su Chen, would you mind if we went out to eat? The four children looked at the adults, completely bewildered, still engrossed in play. Su Chen chuckled softly. I'll cook. Liu was stunned. You can cook? Su Chen remained silent and simply walked toward the kitchen. Zhang Weichong was somewhat incredulous. Su Chen, you don't have to force yourself. He found it hard to believe that a man could prepare meals for 5 people. At least none of the men he knew could. When Chi, sensing their disbelief, couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, she hadn't believed Su Chen could cook either. She stood up, saying, Brother Zhang, sisterly, let Su Chen handle it. Shen Mingyao chimed in, Su Chen can do it, trust him. Zhang Weichong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, all right, then go ahead. The ingredients are all in the fridge. Just let me know if you need any help. Okay. Su Chen entered the kitchen and opened the fridge. There were 2 potatoes, a portion of ribs, a portion of pork belly, a portion of chicken wings, a small bag of tomatoes, several cucumbers, and some radishes and greens, along with various other items. Su Chen contemplated the dishes he wished to prepare and mentally inscribed their names in his culinary skill book: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, rib soup, tomato scrambled eggs, garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat, cola chicken wings, and finally, a cold cucumber salad. He already possessed the skills for the sour and spicy shredded potatoes and the cold cucumber salad. The other 3 dishes and the soup were newly conferred upon him by the skill book. Soon, delightful aromas began wafting from the kitchen, astonishing both Zhang Weichong and Liu. So fragrant. Indeed, Shen Mingyao, having tasted Su Chen's cooking before, had been yearning for it these past days but hadn't had the opportunity to ask Su Chen to return home, feeling too shy to do so. She never anticipated that today would offer her a chance for a feast, and witnessing the usually aloof teacher Liu's surprise would surely be a delightful experience. After a while, the dishes were ready. Su Chen brought each one to the table. Upon seeing the array of delectable food, Zhang Weichong's eyes widened. Li Yu's usually composed demeanor was also filled with astonishment. This? 5 dishes and a soup? Su Chen, you are incredible. Su Chen smiled, sister. Come serve the rice. Li Yu quickly got up to assist. Zhang Weichong moved with remarkable speed, serving each of the 5 people a large bowl of rice. Shen Mingyao watched the dishes with watering mouth. She could hardly contain her eagerness to dig in. Zhang Weichong gulped. Shall we start eating? Su Chen nodded, yes. Li Yu was the first to pick up her chopsticks. She tasted the sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and her eyes instantly lit up. This is the most delicious potato dish. The same potatoes cooked by Su Chen tasted infinitely better than those prepared by Aunt Zhang. Li Yu couldn't stop praising him. Zhang Weichong, unable to restrain himself, took a bite as well, and soon he was unable to stop. Delicious, delicious. So good. Shen Mingyao, not having the potatoes first, opted for the cola chicken wings. Last time at Su Chen's, she had missed out on this dish, and today she was determined to try it. After one bite, she found herself unable to stop, just as she had at Su Chen's home before. She thought she could control herself this time, but alas, she realized she had overestimated her willpower. As long as it was Su Chen's cooking, she couldn't help but indulge. Shen Mingyao began to feast heartily. Zhang Weichong also tried a chicken wing and then looked at it in shock, frozen in place. Li Yu, curious, asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Weichong, munching away, nodded vigorously. Delicious, so delicious. At that moment, Zhang Weichong was at a loss for words to describe his feelings, only able to repeat how delicious it was. Yet, his eyes were still on Li Yu, and as he spoke, he instinctively picked up another chicken wing for her, mumbling, Try one, try one." Though the shredded potatoes were a vegetarian dish, Li Yu, who typically shied away from sweet and greasy meats, couldn't resist and finished the chicken wing in one go. Immediately, Zhang Weichong handed her another. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao, who was eating, exclaimed, "Oh!" A sense of disquiet lingered in the air. When Chi-Chi observed the group indulging in their meal, a wave of inexplicable happiness and pride washing over her as she recalled the daily feast she enjoyed. She felt no urgency to partake in the meal herself. Su Chen, noticing her gaze, served her some dishes, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" As their chopsticks brushed against each other, when Chi-Chi was taken aback. "And no, it's nothing," she stammered. "Shall we eat then?" "Yes, of course," came the reply. When Chi-Chi picked up the food Su Chen had touched, taking a bite while recalling his previous comment about indirectly kissing her. Could this be counted as such? The thought caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Zhang Weichong and Li Yu intermittently encouraged their companions to eat, yet Zhang Weichong never ceased to serve Li Yu. This had seemingly become a routine. Upon witnessing Su Chen serving when Chi-Chi, Zhang Weichong chuckled, "Su Chen, my brother, you're doing quite well. This is precisely what a man ought to do." Su Chen managed a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao finally grasped the awkwardness of the situation. It seemed she was not merely dining but was, in fact, surrounded by dog food, a term for witnessing displays of affection between couples. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts regarding either pair. One was her teacher, the other her closest friend. It was only through her friend's connection that she found herself enjoying such a delightful meal. Her mood turned slightly awkward. What was this? Suddenly, the meal lost its appeal. How unfortunate her situation felt. Noticing Shen Mingyao's discomfort, when Chi-Chi could not help but ask, "Mingyao, what's wrong?" Shen Mingyao politely shook her head, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "It's nothing, really. Just eat quickly." She felt there was no room to express her feelings. Su Chen again served when Chi-Chi some food, eliciting a wide-eyed reaction from Shen Mingyao, who felt utterly powerless. Once they had finished their meal, the group sank into their chairs, exhausted. Zhang Weichong chuckled, "Su Chen, your culinary skills are truly impressive. When will you teach me?" "Sure, brother Zhang. Just call me when you're free," Su Chen replied. Zhang Weichong was taken aback by Su Chen's willingness to genuinely teach him, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. Li Yu chimed in with a laugh. "Let us be realistic, Weichong. Your skills could hardly match such prowess." Indeed, Su Chen's culinary talents surpassed those of a mere chef. Zhang Weichong's spirits dampened slightly, but he quickly devised a plan. Gazing at Su Chen with a cheerful expression, "What's on your mind?" Su Chen inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I was just wondering, Su Chen. Would you consider being a nanny at my house? You know, to cook for us?" Su Chen and the others were momentarily taken aback. When Chi-Chi was the first to burst into laughter, having never before heard of a man being suggested for such a role. Su Chen is quite unique, she thought. Li Yu joined in the laughter, teasing, "What are you thinking, Weichong? Our brother Su Chen has to take care of the babies too." "Ah, true. The 4 little ones cannot be left unattended." Zhang Weichong sighed wistfully. "What a pity. Such delicious food, and Li Yu rarely encounters a dish she loves." Li Yu sighed in agreement. Su Chen, feeling exasperated, finally suggested, "How about this? Whenever you have the time, you can come over to my house for a meal." Upon hearing this, Li Yu's face lit up with joy, unhesitatingly responding, "Absolutely." Zhang Weiqiang added, "Su Chen, you truly understand us. This is fantastic. Not only will we enjoy delightful meals, but we'll also get to see the four little ones. It's a win-win situation." Indeed, Li Yu agreed as she went off to play with the babies. When Chi-Chi could see how much Li Yu adored the little ones, and thus, she refrained from declining the offer, Zhang Weiqiang took it upon himself to wash the dishes. After tidying up, Su Chen escorted Wen Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao out. After dropping Shen Mingyao back at school, he returned home with Wen Chi-Chi and the babies. On the way, Wen Chi-Chi gazed at Su Chen's back, seemingly hesitant to speak. Su Chen noticed her in the rearview mirror and asked, "Chi-Chi, is something bothering you?" After a moment's contemplation, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "How do you know Teacher Li?" Teacher Li, a mentor in the English department, seemed utterly unrelated to Su Chen. When Chi-Chi pondered this throughout the journey, unable to unravel the mystery. Moreover, Su Chen had referred to Li Yu as sister, suggesting a relationship that appeared quite intimate. Such familiar terms were not ones that the aloof mentor would bestow upon just anyone. A hint of discomfort stirred within Wen Chi-Chi. As they drove, Su Chen turned to see Wen Chi-Chi biting her lip, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him, clearly anxious for his response. He smiled gently, guess. When Chi-Chi's expression dimmed, his lack of explanation left her unsettled. Although Teacher Li was already married, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for someone as remarkable as her to capture another's heart. "Su Chen, you," she started, but then fell silent, turning away in a huff. "Are you feeling jealous, my dear?" Su Chen teased, lowering his voice nonchalantly. Upon realizing he was jesting, Wen Chi-Chi felt her irritation rise. "Why would I be jealous? I am not jealous," she retorted, laughter escaping Su Chen as he found amusement in her reaction. It delighted him to tease Wen Chi-Chi. Her adorable demeanor was simply irresistible. The four babies, hearing their parents' joyful banter, joined in the merriment, their tiny hands clapping in glee. "Yay! Mommy and Daddy are so happy, so we're happy too." As laughter filled the air, Wen Chi-Chi feigned annoyance and shot a glare at the babies. "You all, stop that." But the babies, oblivious to her words, understood only that their mother's attention had shifted from Su Chen to them. They decided to laugh even harder. Wah wah hee hee. When Chi-Chi felt a whirlwind of emotions. How could this be? She had always favored her babies. Yet now they seemed to be siding with Su Chen. Had she missed something? Surely, Su Chen must have enchanted them with some charm. Resolutely, when Chi-Chi decided that upon returning home, she would spend more time with the babies, ensuring they understood that she was their most important figure. Soon, they arrived home. Su Chen carefully lifted the babies from their seats and placed them in their infant chairs, only to have Wen Chi-Chi swiftly reclaim the stroller. "Let me handle this, please," she insisted, her expression serious. "From now on, I will take care of the babies after school." The four little ones sensed their mother's unusual mood and looked up at her with puzzled expressions. "What is wrong with Mommy?" They seemed to wonder, realizing she appeared upset. "All right, we one team move," they decided, understanding that a happy mommy would make for a happy daddy as well. Thus, the four babies remained perfectly still in their chairs, waiting for Wen Chi-Chi to respond. Without waiting for any reaction from Su Chen, she pushed the stroller forward with determination. This jealousy has spilled over onto the babies, she thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for them. Yet, she was undeniably adorable in her resolve. Su Chen followed her to the elevator, albeit with a resigned smile, as the elevator entrance was rather narrow, making it a challenge for the four baby stroller to fit through. Each time, Su Chen had to tread carefully. When Chi-Chi had yet to make a move. Upon reaching the elevator, she found herself in a quandary. How on earth was she to enter? Would it endanger the little ones? They were so small, what to do? Fearful, when Chi-Chi hesitated, Su Chen sighed, approached her, and gently patted her head, saying, "Let me handle it." Yet, when Chi-Chi did not release her grip, Su Chen's hand fortuitously landed atop hers, startling her. In a flurry, she withdrew her hand, only to be firmly grasped by Su Chen. Flustered, and with a racing heart, she wondered if they had just held hands. They had never done so before. This. With her head down, she dared not meet Su Chen's gaze. "You, let go. Not a chance." Su Chen chuckled, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Chi-Chi. She was on the verge of losing her mind, unsure if her anxiety stemmed from nervousness or anger. Su Chen was so close, and Wen Chi-Chi found herself feeling slightly overwhelmed. Each movement brought her into contact with Su Chen's sturdy chest, and she couldn't muster the courage to look up. The four little ones had been eagerly anticipating entering the elevator, yet they remained stationary. Curiously, they turned to their parents, only to discover that their mother's face was flushed. With wide eyes, the babies observed the two. Finally, when Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself. "Su Chen, the babies are watching." Su Chen chuckled once more before releasing her hand. The moment he did, when Chi-Chi immediately darted away. However, in her haste, Her hand accidentally brushed against Su Chun's face, her palm landing softly on his lips. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Su Chun instinctively pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. Although it was but a fleeting contact, when Chi felt an electrifying sensation coursing through her. You, shameless. After chastising Su Chun, she hurriedly slipped into the elevator, vowing never to compete with him for anything again. It was simply too terrifying. As Su Chun watched when Chi's flustered retreat, he recalled the softness of her hand and felt a sweet sensation bloom within him. Her bashful demeanor was utterly enchanting. Once inside the elevator, when Chi dared not move, fearing any further advances from Su Chun, he stood half a head taller than her, allowing only the sight of her crimson cheek to meet his gaze. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, he remarked, Chi, would you say we just had a moment of intimacy? You still dare to say? You let the babies witness this. When Chi fumbled for a response. So, does that mean I can speak freely now that the babies are absent? You. Humph. She turned away, presenting her back to him. Confounded. She pondered how she had gone from expressing jealousy to being so effortlessly cornered by Su Chun. When had he become so captivating? It left her feeling utterly exposed before him, a predicament she struggled to navigate. As when Chi wrestled with her thoughts, she heard Su Chun, unusually serious, say, Teacher Lee has a fondness for the babies. He came to purchase my potatoes and, in gratitude, encountered the little ones. After all, it's all thanks to you for bringing such adorable babies into the world. Su Chun feigned a sense of grievance. When Chi's heart softened, and she hesitantly inquired, then why doesn't Teacher Lee have one of his own? Su Chun sighed. Who could possibly match your husband's prowess, achieving success on the first try? When Chi was left speechless. Truly, he could not maintain a serious FA for long. It was quite infuriating. Noticing her blush return, Su Chun recognized he had accomplished his aim. No worries, they will soon have their own little ones. How do you know? When Chi asked, astonished. I just know. Your husband is quite remarkable. After all, the system said so. Who would dare to doubt the system's words? Realizing that engaging in a battle of wits with Su Chun was futile, when Chi decided to concede. All right, let us head home. Later that evening, after Su Chun had settled the babies down for the night, he received a call from his mother, Fong Rulan. Mom, why are you calling so late? Su Chun inhaled deeply upon seeing the caller ID. Ultimately, he answered. Fong Rulan initiated the conversation with her usual pleasantries. Son, how have you been lately? Pretty well, Mom. Why the late call? Oh, it's been a month since we last spoke. Just checking in. Are you doing all right? Though she spoke casually, Su Chun sensed something was amiss with the timing of her call. All is well. Oh, has life changed at all? Not really. It's the same as before. Su Chun had yet to devise a plan for disclosing to his parents that he had children. He intended to return home with Chi and the babies when the time came. Oh, is that so? Yes. Today, Fong Rulan's demeanor seemed strange. Each of her inquiries was punctuated by prolonged pauses, leading Su Chun to feel bewildered. That is good to hear. Is your financial situation adequate? Yes, it's sufficient. Well, no worries. Your mom and dad just miss you. We'll hang up for now, but return during the holidays. Okay, I will. All right, take care. As the call ended, Su Chun remained perplexed. What was going on? His mother typically called during the day or shortly after he returned from school. It was already past 10. With a long sigh, he peered out from the room. What's wrong? After contemplating, Su Chun decided to confide in when Chi. My mom called. Oh, when Chi offered no further comment. What's up? Do you want to meet your future mother-in-law? Here we go again. With a loud thud, when Chi slammed the door, standing behind it with her heart racing. Meeting Su Chun's mother would mean meeting the parents. The thought of it caused her anxiety to spike. That night, when Chi struggled to find rest. The following morning, she awoke to the cries of the quadruplets. They were hungry. Hastily, she scooped up the little one and lifted her top to begin feeding. The baby gazed up at her with glistening eyes. A tear at the corner, eagerly drinking. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through her. Ah! She cried out. In the kitchen, Su Chun, cooking, dashed in with a spoon in hand. Chi, what's wrong? Having known her for so long, he had never witnessed her in such a state. At that moment, the baby had just released when Chi and turned to look at Su Chun. In a panic, she quickly covered herself, her face turning a brilliant shade of crimson. Get out. Su Chun was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't this happened before? This time, it seemed when Chi was slower to react. With a spoon in hand, Su Chun was at a loss on whether to remain or leave. Unable to bear it any longer, when Chi snatched a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. The pillow hit its mark, and Su Chun retreated. As the door slammed shut, when Chi finally exhaled in relief, the baby, confused by the commotion, stared at her mother's flushed face, finding it amusing. Grabbing at when Chi's clothes, the little one giggled and squirmed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. When Chi lamented her situation. Oh dear, when will you all grow up? After feeding the baby, Wen Qiqi dared not leave the room. The last encounter with Su Chen had left her feeling merely embarrassed. This time, the weight of shame was unbearable. Particularly, the thought of being embraced by Su Chen and having him kiss the back of her hand made Wen Zhao's face flush instantly, rendering her utterly flustered. Su Chen had already prepared the meal, yet Wen Zhao lingered within her room, reluctant to emerge. After calling out to her twice without receiving a response, Su Chen felt a pang of helplessness. "Ah, my dear wife seems to be shy again," he mused, realizing he had to employ his trump card. Standing at the door, he raised his voice. Zhao, come out for dinner. If you don't come out soon, I might just barge in. And if I do, then..." Before he could finish, the door swung open. When Zhao, her expression dark, averted her gaze and briskly walked past Su Chen. She mechanically took a seat at the dining table, mechanically picked up her bowl, and mechanically began to eat. Su Chen stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement as he joined her at the table. Breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, side dishes, and rice porridge. The fried dough sticks were within Su Chen's reach, so he casually handed one to Wen Zhao. She didn't even glance at it, instead reaching for one from the plate herself. Su Chen's hand froze midair, and he resignedly placed the fried dough stick in front of her. Zhao, has anyone ever told you that your demeanor makes one long to steal a kiss? After holding her composure for most of the morning, Wen Zhao finally faltered. Why did every word Su Chen uttered seem so flirtatious? Why could she never bring herself to reject him? The sensation was maddening. "You really are quite the smooth talker," she playfully pouted, lowering her head as she pretended to take a bite of the fried dough stick, nearly burying her face in the bowl. Noticing the time, Su Chen realized class was fast approaching. If this continued, Wen Zhao would not make it to class today. He dropped his playful demeanor and asked earnestly, "What was that about earlier?" He referred to the sound she had made. Wen Zhao's cheeks flushed again. "Sibao bit me," she confessed, then, fearing Su Chen might think her too delicate, added, "It was a bit hard." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Su Chen, intrigued, inquired, "Has this happened before?" "No." When Zhao shook her head, "It didn't hurt before." "I see." Su Chen pondered, suddenly struck by a possibility. Could it be that Sibao is teething? When Zhao's expression brightened, her earlier frustration evaporating, replaced by excitement. That is possible. If he is teething, it means the babies are starting to grow up. For them, every little change in the babies was a delightful surprise. Su Chen sprang to his feet, eagerly rushing into the room. He had missed witnessing the baby's birth, their first month, their first role, and 6 months of their lives. From now on, he didn't want to miss any of their little milestones. He wanted to cherish every detail of their growth. Upon entering the room, he scooped up Sibao. "Sibao, look at Daddy. Come do this with Daddy." "Ah, open your mouth." Sibao stared at Su Chen in confusion. What was Daddy doing? Was he being silly? "Ah, wait." Daddy wanted him to open his mouth. Understanding Su Chen's intent, Sibao happily opened his mouth, revealing 2 tiny, newly emerged teeth. Su Chen spun around joyfully, cradling Sibao in his arms. "Ah, you really are teething. What a good boy." Sibao is growing up. At just over 6 months, Sibao thought to himself, Daddy is really silly. When Zhao, maintaining her composure, tugged on Su Chen's sleeve. "Let us check on the other babies." Dabao, Erbao, and Sambao were all watching, their eyes wide with envy as they observed Su Chen spinning with Sibao. When would Daddy hold them? They longed to spin with him too. Su Chen approached Dabao first. Dabao's eyes lit up. "Wow, Daddy is coming to hold me. I want to spin too." Chapter 55. The parents encounter the quadruplets. Su Chen embraced Dabao, who had grown a bit, appearing somewhat dazed. As Su Chen lifted him, Dabao's head bobbed as he laughed heartily. Su Chen immediately noticed the little teeth in Dabao's mouth and, filled with delight, spun around with him. Dabao is about to become a little man. Dabao, who couldn't yet speak, babbled excitedly. Wah, I'm a little man." Next came Erbao and Sambao. After checking them all, Su Chen discovered that all 4 babies were beginning to teeth. His joy was akin to that of discovering a new continent. And he spent the entire morning chattering with the babies. When Zhao was also pleased, though she hadn't anticipated Su Chen would be so childishly excited over such a small change in the babies. He truly adored them, didn't he? She felt a twinge of reluctance to interrupt. As class time drew near, she finally couldn't help but call out to Su Chen, "Su Chen, it's time for school." "Okay, I'm on my way," Su Chen replied, while securing the babies in their chairs. Zhao, you're truly amazing. I appreciate all the hard work you've put in over the past 6 months." This heartfelt acknowledgement was a first for Su Chen, who had just begun to experience the joy of witnessing the baby's growth. He also realized how exhausting it was to care for them. He felt a pang of sympathy for Wen Zhao, who had previously managed alone without any support. Yet, over the past half-month, she had never uttered a word of complaint. On the contrary, she had been exceptionally kind to the babies, even willing to devote everything to them. Su Chen felt a swell of gratitude for having such a wonderful wife. When Zhao Zhao, taken aback by his sudden gratitude, felt a bit shy. She managed to maintain her composure and replied, "Let us go." After dropping her off at school, Su Chen took the babies to their new home, determined to surprise Wen Zhao Zhao with a beautifully arranged space. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Li Wenhao, Su Chen hastily hung up. That rascal was simply eager to see the babies. As if that would happen, Li Wenhao hadn't anticipated Su Chen's resoluteness. He had indeed called to catch a glimpse of the babies, but today he had something important to discuss. Trying again, Su Chen still ignored the call. Li Wenhao grumbled, "This rascal is getting too cheeky." Despite his frustration, he switched to a voice call. After several attempts, Su Chen finally picked up, irritation evident in his tone. "What do you want? Wow, you really are heartless, refusing to answer my calls. Doesn't that hurt your heart?" "Not at all." Li Wenhao dismissed the banter and got straight to the point. "I need to discuss something important with you." "Go on." Su Chen was indifferent. Suspecting Li Wenhao was merely trying to beg for a glimpse of the babies. Dream on. The babies belonged solely to him. In recent days, neither Lin Lu nor Wang Lei had been able to see the babies. Su Chen hadn't even sent them any videos. "Have you seen the video circulating online?" Li Wenhao's sudden seriousness caught Su Chen off guard. "What video?" "The video of the quadruplets." "Quadruplets?" "Yes, in a department store, though I couldn't tell which one. A couple was shopping with their quadruplets, and it went viral online." "Oh, and?" Su Chen was puzzled about the significance of Li Wenhao's information. "Are you really that oblivious? Who else has quadruplets besides your family?" "My family." Su Chen glanced down, noting the 4 babies grinning up at him. They truly adored their daddy. Su Chen shook his head. "I have never posted any videos online." "Neither have we," he added. "It could possibly be another set of quadruplets, right? But I swear it looks just like your family. Your babies have gone viral. Everyone is searching for quadruplets now. I can see some resemblance to you and Wenqiji. You should be cautious." Li Wenhao sincerely warned him. He understood that for Su Chen and Wenqiji, having children brought considerable pressure. If external forces added to their burdens, it would not be a problem for Su Chen, but what if it endangered the 4 little ones? They were his precious darlings. "I'll send you the video shortly. You can take a look yourself." With that, Li Wenhao ended the call. Before long, Li Wenhao indeed sent over a video. Upon opening it, Su Chen was taken aback. This was precisely the scene from his last visit to the maternity store with the babies. Although the distance rendered the details unclear, he recognized them. The 4 little ones gazed out with innocent expressions, appearing quite delighted. The combination of the little prince and princess had sparked a sensation online. "Quadruplets. These 4 babies are so adorable. Where could they be? I'm searching for the quadruplets online. I want to take a photo with them. Sob, sob, sob. I want to hug the quadruplets." Yet, as no one recognized them, Su Chen remained undisturbed. Furrowing his brow, he pondered deeply. Someone filmed the babies? Who would have thought they'd become so popular? A smile crept onto his face as he observed their silly antics. He showed the video to the babies. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "Video? Someone is watching? My mom called me just yesterday. Could it be that she saw this video?" At that moment, in a small town near Ningzhou, a middle-aged couple repeatedly watched the video on their phone. Su Jingwo found it hard to believe. "Ruolan, am I mistaken? How could Su Chen have children? Especially such adorable ones. I mean, I know my son well enough. He can't be that capable." Fang Ruolan rolled her eyes. "How can you speak of your son like that?" Su Jingwo burst into laughter. "Ha! Well, he is my own flesh and blood." Fang Ruolan sighed. "But they really do resemble him. Look, that silhouette is unmistakably Su Chen, and the baby's features are strikingly similar to his. This must be Su Chen's." The more she spoke, the more convinced she became. "You're being overly suspicious again. While I too wish for Su Chen to settle down, he hasn't even graduated yet. Why don't you just call him and ask?" Fang Ruolan suggested. Su Jingwo replied, "Why don't you ask him yourself? I called him yesterday, and if I keep calling, he might start to suspect something." Reluctantly, he picked up the phone, found Su Chen's number, and dialed. Chapter 56. Su Chen, are you hiding something from me? Su Chen held the phone, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to his parents. However, how could he possibly articulate it? The babies remained silent, ignoring their father, each appearing pitiful. "What is wrong with Daddy? Does he not love us anymore? He wants to even look at us." Sob, sob, sob. They needed to capture Daddy's attention. The eldest looked at the second, who gazed at the third, while the third turned to the fourth. The fourth pouted and began to cry, finally snapping out of his reverie. Su Chen noticed the 3 little ones looking at him expectantly, while the fourth was in tears. He helplessly approached the fourth. "Little darling, have you been naughty again?" He picked up the 4th baby. The other 3 babies' eyes remained glued to Su Chen. Upon seeing their father holding the 4th, they immediately felt a pang of jealousy. "Wah wah wah, Daddy is holding our sister. Why doesn't Daddy hold us?" Surely, it must be because they hadn't cried. Thus, the 3 babies pouted in unison. "Wah wah wah." Su Chen, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "What is going on today? Why is everyone crying?" Having cared for the babies for quite some time, he knew they were generally well-behaved, only occasionally fussing when they needed milk or a diaper change. In a flurry, Su-chun placed the fourth back in the stroller, bringing the other three forward to comfort them. Suddenly, the eldest, second, and third all ceased their cries. The fourth, with a single tear lingering at the corner of her eye, looked bewilderedly at her siblings. Su-chun thought to himself, how can these little ones be so adorable? Surely, their grandparents will adore them. Regardless, he figured the most he would receive was a scolding. After all, he had faced reprimands throughout his life. Crouching down, he pinched the baby's little cheeks. "Babies, it's time for Grandpa and Grandma to know of your existence. Are you excited?" The eldest, second, third, and fourth babies responded in unison. "Huh? Who are Grandpa and Grandma? Daddy seems quite happy. If that is the case, we should be happy too." With that, the babies who had just been shedding tears began to bounce around with excitement. If they weren't strapped into the stroller, Su-chun suspected they might have tumbled over. Taking out his phone, Su-chun felt a flicker of anxiety. At that moment, his phone rang, startling him. The babies became even more agitated upon hearing the sound. Glancing at the caller ID, Su-chun turned around and made a gesture for silence to the babies. They stared wide-eyed at him, puzzled. "Wow. What is Daddy up to now? Daddy is so much fun. We must cooperate with him." Taking a deep breath, Su-chun answered the call. "Hello? Dad." The caller was indeed Su Jangwo. "Xiao Chun," he greeted, but then faltered, unsure how to broach the subject. Fong Ruolan, beside him, anxiously gestured and mouthed, "Ask." "Hurry up." Su Jangwo waved his hand, conflicted for a long while, and still couldn't he figure out how to inquire. Who would believe that Su-chun had children? It felt absurd for a father to question his son about such matters. Would Su-chun think they were overthinking? It wouldn't be good to place too much pressure on him. Unable to find a suitable reason to ask, he finally blurted, "Oh, it's nothing. Just checking in to see what you're up to." Haha. Su-chun waited for a long time, only to receive this vague reply. He could almost envision his mother gesturing for his father from the side. His father was probably worried that a direct question would embarrass him. Su-chun felt a warmth in his heart. Though they didn't communicate often, his parents were always concerned about him. After smiling, he tightened his grip on the phone and said, "Dad, you're all right? I have something I wish to share with you. Is it money you need? I'll send some over shortly." "How much do you need, you rascal?" "Spend it wisely. The family's funds are meant for you to marry a wife." Su Jangwo rambled on. Su-chun felt a pang of emotion. "Actually, Dad, you don't need to prepare a dowry for me." "What?" Su Jangwo was taken aback. He had worked tirelessly for most of his life, hoping for Su-chun to have a good life. Could something be wrong? Just as Su Jangwo was worrying, he heard Su-chun lazily say, "I have a wife now. Moreover, she has given you 4 grandchildren." After Su-chun's words settled, he anxiously awaited his father's reaction. The other end of the line fell into a prolonged silence. Dad, was he too overwhelmed with joy? Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the phone. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Have you lost your mind? Aren't you supposed to be studying? When did you acquire a wife and bear 4 children?" Perhaps it dawned on him, as an unsettling feeling welled up within Su Jangwo, causing his anger to intensify. "You little brat, have you dropped out of school? Has something happened? Where are you now? I shall come to your rescue," he exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "Ruolan, hurry, prepare the money, bring all the family funds. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap my son? I will make him pay dearly." Listening to Su Jangwo's incessant chatter on the phone, Su-chun, a grown man, felt his eyes suddenly well up with tears. Su Jangwo's greatest wish in life had always been for their family to live in peace and safety. Su-chun understood that this news would be difficult for anyone to accept, and that he would likely be reprimanded. However, he never anticipated that after scolding him, Su Jangwo's first thought would be that something terrible had befallen him. Su Jangwo, known for his frugality, was reluctant to indulge in even the simplest pleasures. Yet now, he was prepared to risk the entirety of their family's savings to save him and to fight for his well-being. Su-chun found it challenging to articulate his emotions. As he observed his little ones gazing at him with innocent eyes, he realized that had it been his own children in trouble, he would likely have the same reaction. At the tender age of 22, still a student, Su-chun suddenly comprehended the heart-wrenching sacrifices made by his parents. On the other end of the line, Fong Ruolan's anxious voice rang out, "I'm on my way." No. If it's not enough, I'll borrow more. I'll even sell my jewelry." Su-chun felt a lump in his throat. "Mom, Dad, please don't panic. I haven't been deceived. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, better than ever. I'm still studying." The flurry of activity from Su Jangwo and Fong Ruolan came to a halt. Su Jangwo, exasperated, retorted, "Then why are you talking such nonsense?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Su-chun replied earnestly. "I truly have children, 4 adorable little ones. If you don't believe me, just listen." Turning the phone to speaker mode, Su Chen beckoned. Big treasure, call Grandpa. The eldest sat there, bewildered, not grasping what Su Chen was saying. Su Chen then turned to the second child, who was dozing off in her baby chair, her head tilted adorably. Third treasure? The third child gnawed on a teething toy, producing a delightful crunching sound. Su Chen finally looked at the fourth child, whose sparkling eyes were fixed on him with curiosity. What is Daddy doing? Why are Daddy's eyes red? Is Daddy unhappy? Su Chen gently patted the fourth child's little head. Fourth treasure, come, call Grandpa and Grandma. The little one tilted her head, puzzled by what her father wanted her to say. Unable to speak yet, she glanced at the phone and waved her tiny hand. Wah 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 ah hee hee. As she moved, the other three children responded in kind, except for the still sleeping second child. The three babies waved their hands excitedly, cheering joyfully. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? The babies' voices. Silence enveloped the other end of the call once more. Thinking Su Jiangwo remained skeptical, Su Chen reiterated, the babies are just over 6 months old. They can't talk yet, but you will certainly adore them. They are all very well behaved. Before Su Chen could finish his thought, Su Jiangwo's voice cut in again. Your children? Yes, my children. Quadruplets? Indeed, 4 of them. At this revelation, Su Jiangwo should have felt a sense of relief, but instead, his anger flared anew. Su Chen, speak. Which girl have you wronged? What? Dad. I haven't wronged anyone. Then how do you explain this, child? You just started your 2nd year in college, and the child is half a year old? Have you suddenly become a father? Su Chen felt exasperated by Su Jiangwo's convoluted reasoning. He proceeded to recount his encounter with Wen Qiqi after the college entrance examination and the recent paternity test. After explaining, he earnestly added, Dad, do you want to see the paternity test? I can send it back to you. Su Jiangwo did not respond. Su Chen noticed that today, his father seemed particularly prone to silence. He patiently awaited a reply. Moments later, laughter erupted from the phone, initially low but growing louder until it erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, quadruplets. My son has had quadruplets. How incredible. They truly take after me. I have 4 grandsons and granddaughters now. Rualan, we've become grandparents. If Oldly hears this, he'll be green with envy. Ha ha ha, he has been bragging about becoming a grandfather for a year, parading his grandchild around me. Fong Rulan shot Su Jiangwo an exasperated glare. Su Chen, feeling helpless, interjected, Dad, please keep a low profile. Low profile? I have 4 grandchildren now. How can I be low-key? Fong Rulan, irritated, scolded Su Jiangwo go away. After dismissing Su Jiangwo, Fong Rulan seized the phone and asked with concern, what about the children's mother? She went to school. Huh, school? Yes, she is also at our school. I'm taking care of the babies while she attends class. That is good, that is good. You need to be more responsible now, you hear? Fong Rulan began her lecture. Xiao Chun, treat her well. You can't let her down. And how much bride price are they asking for? Su Chen chuckled. You don't need to worry about the bride price. He intended to say he would handle it, but to his surprise, Fong Rulan interrupted him angrily. What nonsense are you saying? She is your future wife, the one who will share her life with you and care for you. Whatever bride price she asks for is reasonable. We will provide it. Don't think that just because she bore your children, you can act however you please, understand? Otherwise, don't come back. Su Chen was taken aback. Had he become so insignificant in his own family? Nevertheless, he wanted to treat Wen Qiqi well for all she had done for him. He felt a surge of happiness. His parents hadn't scolded him after all. Haha, Mom, don't worry. Your son is a good man and will treat his wife well. I will also take good care of the babies. Yes, I'm taking care of them. Fong Rulan decided. All right, I'll buy tickets immediately. Your father and I will help you out. You definitely can't manage with 4 babies on your own. Su Chen, feeling helpless, protested, Mom. A man can't say he can't handle it. Be quiet, don't be so glib. Forget it, I'll buy tickets when we get there. Jiangwo, let us hurry. Fong Rulan insisted on hanging up. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Was she in such a hurry? Wouldn't that frighten Qiqi? Suddenly, he interrupted, Mom, Dad. Please listen to me. The children's mother hasn't fully accepted me yet. I'm afraid that your arrival will put too much pressure on her. So please stay home and wait. Once she feels comfortable and ready to be with me, I'll bring her home. Fong Rulan and Su Jiangwo exchanged glances. It made sense. After all, she was a girl. They couldn't disregard the feelings of their daughter-in-law. Yes, but Su Jiangwo grumbled, I want to see the babies. I'm their grandfather. I haven't seen them yet. Upon hearing this, Su Chen proposed, how about this? I'll send you videos every day, 1 for each day. How does that sound? That will do. Although they both longed to see the babies, they couldn't disregard the mother's feelings. With a sigh, they acquiesced. Also, Dad Su Chen began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Jiangwo's furious shout. Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and film the video instead of wasting words. Snap. Su Jiangwo abruptly ended the call. Chan was left in bewilderment. Has he already forgotten about me now that he has a grandchild? Ah well, at least it's his own baby, and that thought filled Chen with joy. He obediently recorded the video and sent it over. In the Su household, Su Jiangwo sat upright in his chair, his earlier anger completely dissipated, replaced by a goofy smile. He was fiddling with 2 walnuts, rolling them in his hands. Fang Rulin, witnessing his antics, could hardly contain her irritation. What are you doing? Can't you calm down for a moment? I'm just so excited. I'm about to meet my grandchild. Rulin, come pinch me. Stop it. Why are you so nervous? This day was bound to come. Fang Rulin remarked, though deep inside, she too felt a whirlwind of emotions. She could hardly believe her son had become a father. In her mind, he was still a child, torn between worry and delight. She exclaimed, but I am genuinely thrilled. I'll finally be able to hold my grandbaby. And a granddaughter too. Rulin, do you think it's time for me to retire and enjoy life? Just imagining leisurely strolls with the little ones fills me with joy. I'm simply overjoyed. Ignoring Su Jiangwo, who had transformed from an irate man into a doting grandparent, she fixated on her phone, her thoughts racing. Send it already. Why is Su Chen taking so long? Determined, Fang Rulin picked up her phone to give him a gentle nudge. Just then, a notification chimed. It was a message from Su Chen. It's here, she exclaimed ecstatically. Chapter 58. The affection of grandchildren. Su Jiangwo immediately leaned in, eager. Where is it? Let me see. Fang Rulin's hands trembled as she struggled to open the video. Let me handle it. Su Jiangwo, usually timid around his wife, had completely forgotten his reservations in his excitement. Fang Rulin, not wanting to miss a moment, allowed him to take over. The video began with Su Chen holding the phone, addressing the camera. Dad, Mom, look. Behind me are 4 little ones. He turned the camera around to reveal 4 adorable children. The eldest and the third wore hats, while the second and fourth sported tiny pigtails. Upon seeing Su Chen filming, the children gazed at the camera with wide-eyed innocence, their mouths slightly agape, radiating cuteness. Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his joy. Oh, what delightful little ones. These are my precious grandchildren. Rulin, look how adorable they are. As if they've stepped out of a television screen. As he spoke, he pointed out the children to Fang Rulin, who was wiping her tears, nodding in agreement. They are indeed precious. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Su Jiangwo, flustered, handed her a tissue. I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. She insisted. Yes. Let us focus on being joyful and smiling. With that, Fang Rulin chuckled, wiping her tears, only to notice that Su Jiangwo was quietly dabbing at his own eyes. Look at you. You're the one crying. I simply have something in my eye, he retorted, trying to divert attention. Look, we haven't finished watching yet. What is Su Chen up to? The video had paused, and Su Chen finally resumed speaking. Mom and Dad, you must be feeling emotional by now. Let me formally introduce you. He placed the camera in front of the oblivious eldest child. This is the eldest, a sensible little man named Su Zian. Turning to the boy, he encouraged, Zian, say hello to Grandma and Grandpa. The little one looked confused, glancing from Su Chen to the phone, reaching out to grab it. Playful, aren't you? Su Chen chuckled, blocking the child's hand. Next, he held the camera in front of the second child, who had 2 tiny pigtails styled by their mother that morning. The girl stared wide-eyed at the camera. This is the second, Su Xiao Xiao, when she smiles. Her eyes become tiny slits, utterly sweet. Xiao Xiao, smile for us, he said, prompting her. The little girl blinked, seeming to understand, and then broke into a grin. So good. Su Chen praised, ruffling her hair before moving to the third child. Here is the third, Su Zikong. He is another little gentleman who adores pretty ants. Isn't that right, Zikong? Upon hearing pretty ant, the boy waved his arms excitedly, asking, where is the pretty ant? Exasperated, Su Chen playfully pinched the boy's nose. You're quite the character for your age. He then approached the youngest, who had been waiting patiently. With wide eyes, she grabbed Su Chen's phone. Hey, what are you doing, little one? He chuckled, gently retrieving the phone from her grasp. This is the youngest, Su Lele. Don't let her size fool you. She is quite the little troublemaker. Hearing Su Chen talk, Lele thought he was playing and laughed joyfully, bouncing around. After teasing her for a moment, Su Chen held the phone at a distance, capturing a group shot of him and the 4 children. This is your 4 grandchildren, Mom and Dad. I'll bring them to visit you soon. Kids, let us see those smiles. Su Chen had discovered the secret to making them laugh and pulled a funny face. One by one, the children erupted into giggles. The video continued for a while before it finally concluded. Fang Rulin and Su Jiangwo were left wanting more. Tears brimming in their eyes, yet they spoke with laughter. So adorable. Lele looks just like her father. And Zikong too. The eldest and the second must resemble their mother. Jiangwo, we have grandchildren now. Yes, Rulin, it seems we have aged without realizing it. Not possible. I want to watch it again. My precious grandchildren are simply too adorable. I can't wait to hold them. Fong Rulin was already envisioning the warmth of cradling the little ones in her arms. Should we go help Su Chen? But what about the children's mother? Mentioning the mother caused Fong Rulin to sigh. That foolish son of mine, why is he so dense? He needs to hurry and bring his wife home. Soon, Su Jiangwo reassured her. Our son is exceptional. He will surely succeed. Indeed. Fong Rulin nodded, suddenly remembering something as she sprang to her feet. What's wrong? Su Jiangwo asked. I need to send money to Su Chen, she replied, frantically searching for her bank card. 2,000 a month for living expenses? How can he support 4 babies? Just one needs milk formula, and there are 4. Su Chen can go hungry, but our precious grandchildren cannot. Su Jiangwo, entirely unconcerned about the absurdity of her statement, quickly joined her in the search. You're right. Let us send more, much more. They are our darling grandchildren. Meanwhile, as Su Chen returned home with the babies after the call, he unexpectedly sneezed. What is going on? Did someone just insult me? Upon returning home, Su Chen opened his phone, only to be taken aback by a sudden increase of 100,000 yuan in his bank account, transferred from his family's account. He blinked in surprise. In the WeChat group named Family, where the usually silent Fong Rulin had tagged him, You little rascal, this is money for the babies. Don't you dare spend it. If you do, I won't hesitate to break your legs when you come back. Su Jiangwo chimed in, agreed. If you dare to shortchange the babies, I shall not be polite. Su Chen, is there truly a grandson who has forgotten his own father? How unfortunate could he be? He glanced back at the babies, who were looking at him with bewilderment, completely unaware that 2 more people loved them in this world. After transferring the money to Su Chen, Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin felt increasingly uneasy. Throughout the day, they watched the video over and over, unable to tire of it. Eventually, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He slapped his thigh and declared, No, I must go see the babies. Fong Rulin hesitated. Don't act recklessly. What if our daughter-in-law is gone by then? I can't go openly. Can I not sneak a visit? Chapter 59, Washing Clothes for My Wife. Su Chen stared at the balance in his bank account, silent for a moment. After pondering, he sent a message in the family group. Mom and Dad, I don't need the money. I have enough. Su Chen continued. I'll return the money. You 2 should spend it without worrying about me. Su Chen typed with a heavy heart, secretly feeling pleased that his parents would surely think their son had made something of himself. They must be quite moved, right? However, just as he basked in his self-satisfaction, he saw Su Jiangwo scolding in the group. Su Jiangwo, what nonsense. If you don't want it, give it to my daughter-in-law. Su Jiangwo, keep talking, and I'll kick you out. Su Jiangwo, if you dare to return the money, don't bother coming back. Su Chen instinctively typed 3 question marks. The next moment, system notification, you have been kicked out of the group chat. Su Chen, all right then. He had been booted from the group chat by his own parents. It seemed returning that money was not an option. He silently set his phone aside, letting out a sigh. The babies, noticing this, tilted their heads at Su Chen, wondering why Daddy seemed upset. No, they must make Daddy happy. But how could they cheer him up? The little ones shook their heads, deep in thought. Then the 3rd baby had a bowel movement. Su Chen immediately reacted and rushed over to pick up the 3rd baby. Are you shy, little one? He said while changing the diaper, a blissful smile adorning his face. The sight of his smile caught the attention of the other babies. Their little heads spun in unison. Oh, Daddy smiles when we poop. 3 little ones frowned in agreement. One after another, puff, puff, puff. Su Chen, the eldest baby, you too? The 2nd baby, you as well? Cough. And you, the 4th baby. With only 2 hands, Su Chen found himself in a quandary. Hold on a moment. Daddy can't keep up. The babies, witnessing Su Chen's flustered state, were elated, oblivious to any wrongdoing. After a considerable while, Su Chen finally managed to clean up the 4 babies, changing their little pants. Exhausted, he collapsed into a chair. Yet, he couldn't deny the joy that accompanied it. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully caring for 4 babies simultaneously during their bowel movements. Activating a special reward. Would you like to open the reward? Su Chen was taken aback. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a system upgrade. Upon activation, the system will automatically upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Su Chen, still bewildered, it can upgrade? Indeed. What will happen post-upgrade? Post-upgrade, the system's rewards will be more abundant, and skills will be further enhanced. Very well, let us upgrade. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, ding. Congratulations, host, the system upgrade was successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill of tea leaf identification. With this skill, the host will be able to assess the quality of tea leaves through sight and smell. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special seed acquisition privilege. With this privilege, the host can acquire special seeds through tasks, including but not limited to vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, etc. Tea leaf identification skill? What use is that? Su Chen shook his head. He rarely drank tea. However, The special seed acquisition privilege piqued his interest. Didn't I always buy seeds before? Ding. The seeds you purchased are all ordinary ingredients. While the food grown is good, it is not the best. Is that so? Su Chun was astonished. He had thought the vegetables he grew were already excellent. He had no idea there were even better options. Indeed, host. That's fantastic. When can I get the seeds? Depends on your luck. Su Chun. All right then. The system seemed to have developed a bit of an attitude after the upgrade. However, the potatoes and tomatoes he bought from the market, watered with spiritual spring water, were so delicious. If there was something even better than that, it would be simply marvelous. Ecstatic, Su Chun spun around with the babies. Let us go. We'll pick up your mama. By the time he brought Wen Qizhao home, it was already 7 o'clock. After preparing dinner and feeding the babies again, he finally had a moment to himself. When Qizhao had gone to take a shower, Su Chun picked up the clothes she had left outside, intending to wash them. As he lifted the clothes, a pale pink piece of lingerie fell to the ground. Su Chun's pupils dilated. His wife was becoming increasingly unguarded around him. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the lingerie, placing his hand on it to gauge its size, and smiled gently. This should be hand-washed, right? Humph, washing clothes for my wife is a man's honor. Su Chun quickly tossed the other clothes into the washing machine. Grabbing the lingerie and a basin, he began to wash it delicately. The bathroom, designed with a separation of wet and dry, had an opaque glass door that obscured the person inside, yet a lovely silhouette could be seen against the door. Su Chun found himself entranced. Just then, when Qizhao, her hair damp and wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door, they found themselves in a moment of silent eye contact. When Qizhao paused in her hair drying, her gaze dropping to the lingerie in Su Chun's hands, exclaiming, what is going on? How did my lingerie end up in your hands? Recently, to avoid embarrassment, she had been carrying the basin herself to wash in her room. Today, she had simply forgotten. When Qizhao felt flustered, her hands gripping the towel at her neckline, her face flushed from just having showered. Without having time to process, she quickly approached Su Chun and snatched the wet lingerie from him. I'll wash it myself. Her words stumbled out as she blushed. Chapter 60. When Qizhao's last stubbornness. Su Chun held on to one side of the lingerie, while Wen Qizhao grasped the other. Observing her bashful demeanor ignited a playful urge within him. Qizhao, what's wrong? Aye. Wen Qizhao's face turned crimson. Unable to muster the courage to look Su Chun in the eye, seeing him unwilling to let go, she playfully protested, let go. Haha, I won't let go. Su Chun tightened his grip, teasingly saying, from now on, I'll do all your laundry. No, that is not okay. Why not? When Qizhao found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through her. Well, if it really comes to it, you could help me wash them. Su Chun deliberately lowered his voice, whispering softly. That is even less acceptable. The woman replied, her thoughts racing. Women have blouses for their undergarments, but men's underwear. Just the thought of it made Wen Qizhao feel utterly flustered. You rogue, Su Chun. Haha. Su Chun chuckled, raising his hand to affectionately ruffle Wen Qizhau's hair. But I'm only a rogue for you. As he released her, his grip softened, prompting Wen Qizhao to swiftly snatch the clothing from his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud before Su Chun could utter a word. Outside the door, Su Chun laughed heartily. Haha, my wife is just too adorable. Once inside the bathroom, Wen Qizhao gazed at her underwear, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over her. How could I let Su Chun see this? Especially in pink. What do you think, I'm childish? Surely men prefer something more alluring? A flurry of anxious thoughts spiraled in her mind. When Qizhao felt as if she might lose her sanity, she tossed the garment onto the bathroom floor. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and picked it up again. This is something Su Chun washed for me. It's the first time he did that. Reluctance settled in her heart as she couldn't bear to discard it. Thus, she remained in the bathroom, wrestling with her emotions for an entire hour. Only when she heard the children stirring did Wen Qizhao finally emerge, her gaze fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding a glance at Su Chun on the sofa. Internally, she chanted, You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Qizhao. Her steps faltered, and she coldly replied, What is it? She still dared not meet Su Chun's gaze, feeling utterly humiliated. Su Chun chuckled lightly. Actually, it's quite nice. Unable to control herself, Wen Qizhao dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her with another loud bang. Outside, Su Chun's laughter echoed. Later that evening, after soothing the children to sleep, Wen Qizhao took out her phone and opened her contacts. Upon finding her father's number, she hesitated, still unable to muster the courage to call. Sigh. She exhaled, deciding to postpone it for another time. On the weekend, in a small town on the outskirts of Ningzhou, Su Jiangwo had already packed his belongings early and was waiting for a ride while keeping an eye on the children. Fang Riyun also expressed her desire to accompany him. However, the two realized that if they went secretly together, they would draw too much attention. After some discussion, they decided that Su Jiangwo would go ahead alone to scout the situation. At that moment, a man of similar age to Su Jiangwo walked by, cradling a child under a year old in his arms. The child's rosy cheeks indicated he was fast asleep. Upon seeing Su Jiangwo, the man inquired, "Old Su, where are you off to?" "Going to see my son," Su Jiangwo replied with a smile. "Old Li, out for another stroll with the kid?" Old Li nodded, "Of course. What else is there to do in retirement? But what about you?" It's hard to believe Su Chen is already 22 and still in his second year of college. My son graduated and got married at that age. Otherwise, how could I have become a grandfather so soon? Old Su, why not just skip visiting your son and join me in strolling the baby around? I can lend you my long for a bit. Old Li and Su Jiangwo had grown up together and were fond of comparing their lives. Old Li had married a year earlier than Su Jiangwo, leading to a series of comparisons. While Old Li's son graduated early, Su Chen still had 3 years of high school to complete. Subsequently, Old Li's son got married. And soon after, his daughter-in-law was expecting. Now, Old Li had a grandson who was nearly a year old. Time and again, Old Li would seek out Su Jiangwo to gloat about his achievements. Today was no exception. Old Li relished watching Su Jiangwo's frustrated yet helpless expression. He assumed that upon hearing his remarks, Su Jiangwo would surely be irate. Instead, Su Jiangwo waved dismissively. "Old Li, your triumph will not last long." "What is that supposed to mean? Planning to bring Su Chen back for a matchmaking session? Let me tell you, he hasn't graduated yet. His studies come first." "Who said anything about matchmaking?" "I have a daughter-in-law now," Su Jiangwo said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. "Impossible." Old Li scoffed, hardly believing it. "Why not? Universities allow marriage now, didn't you know?" Noticing Old Li's expression shift, Su Jiangwo teased, "My daughter-in-law has given me 4 lovely grandkids. 4, not just one, you know. Your Long is indeed adorable, but I have 4 charming little ones named Anon, Xiao Xiao, Kong Kong, and Lulu. Surprised, aren't you? A set of quadruplets. Never seen one before, right?" Haha. Since Su Chen had recorded a video for Su Jiangwo, he memorized all the grandchildren's names. After enduring Old Li's teasing for over 20 years, today was finally his chance for revenge. Old Li's face paled. 4? Are you dreaming? Su Jiangwo, did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Having lived for so long, Old Li had only ever seen twins. The notion of quadruplets was utterly foreign to him, especially from Su Jiangwo. If it were true, he would surely be mocked. No way, I can't believe it. Haha. The more flustered Old Li became, the more triumphant Su Jiangwo felt. What medicine? I'm perfectly fine. I'm off to see my 4 little grandkids. Just envy away. Soon, I'll flaunt them in front of you and make you cry with jealousy. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo was in high spirits, unable to contain his delight. Humph. Old Li was fuming. I refuse to believe it unless you bring them over to stand in front of me. Ha ha. Just then, a car horn honked nearby. Su Jiangwo waved, I'm off. Old Li was left seething, especially as his Long began to cry. He returned home, fuming. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law watching television at home, Old Li stormed up to them, exclaiming, What are you two doing? When are you having a second child? Hurry up, don't dawdle. What's wrong, Dad? His son and daughter-in-law asked. Didn't you say Long is enough? Old Li pointed outside. Su Jiangwo's son, Su Chen, just had quadruplets. Quadruplets? How can I not be furious? Quadruplets? That must be a joke, replied his son. I did see a video of a pair of quadruplets online recently. They were incredibly cute, but that was just one video and nothing else since. Could it possibly be Su's family? His daughter-in-law speculated. Impossible. What are the odds? Dad, stop kidding around. Raising kids is challenging enough. We're not having another. Once Su Jiangwo got into the car, he couldn't help but chuckle at the earlier exchange, humming a cheerful tune. In recent days, he found it hard to contain his joy, spreading his happiness wherever he went. Curious, a passerby asked, Uncle, what has got you so cheerful? Chapter 61. Su Jiangwo becomes a grandchild bragging enthusiast. Well, let me tell you, Su Jiangwo began, his words flowing with enthusiasm. My son and daughter-in-law just blessed me with 4 little grandkids. 4. The bystander was taken aback. Indeed, Su Jiangwo reveled in the astonishment his statement elicited. As the other passengers in the car dozed, his declaration quickly captured their attention, drawing incredulous stares. Is it really 4? Yes, indeed, 4. Su Jiangwo spoke while retrieving his phone. On the screen was a screenshot of a video featuring Su Chen, perfectly capturing the moment where his son and 4 adorable babies appeared together. Su Jiangwo felt a pang of possessiveness. He had no intention of sharing the video of the 4 little ones. They belonged solely to him, his treasures. Let others be envious. As soon as Su Jiangwo produced his phone, several heads craned to catch a glimpse. Wow, there really are 4 babies. They're all so cute. Look at these 2 little girls with their adorable little pigtails. And this boy, he looks so adorably clueless. And this boy has quite a charming smile. Laughter erupted. How utterly delightful. Hearing their praises, Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his joy. His little grandchildren were undeniably the most adorable in the world. The handsome lad in the front, that's your son, right? Your son looks so young. Su Jiangwo nodded with a broad smile. Yes, that's my boy. He's still in school. The elderly passengers in the car were filled with envy. What? Still in school? Oh, in college. How impressive. If only my son were that accomplished. At 30, he still hasn't found a partner. I'm so envious. Can you share your secret, brother? How did your son find a wife and have quadruplets? I need to educate my underachieving son to learn from him. Su Jiangwo chuckled at this. I honestly have no idea. Someone nearby interjected. How could you not know? Clearly, it's his good looks. Laughter resonated among them. Throughout the journey, Su Jiangwo was in high spirits. Upon arriving in the city, he promptly called Li Dong. Dongzi, come pick me up. Su Jiangwo was Li Dong's distant cousin. When Li Dong heard of his arrival, he was taken aback. Uncle, what brings you here? I'll tell Su Chen right away. No. I came secretly. Please don't mention it. Why not? Li Dong was puzzled. Remembering the matter concerning Su Chen and the babies, he felt a rush of anxiety. Should he notify Su Chen to prepare? Uncle, do you know something? Indeed. Xiao Chen told me he has 4 little grandsons, and even sent a video. Li Dong sighed in relief. But if you already know, why come secretly? It's for Xiao Chen's wife. Su Jiangwo recounted the story. Li Dong, both amused and exasperated, replied, so that's the case. All right, I'll come get you. Yes. You know where Su Chen lives, right? Please take me to a hotel nearby. Sure. On Sunday morning, Su Jiangwo awoke before dawn. To be precise, he hadn't slept a wink the entire night, his excitement keeping him wide awake. After rising, he made his way to the entrance of Furong Community, eagerly awaiting the babies. He had prepared snacks and water, determined to wait all day if necessary to see them. Before long, Su Jiangwo spotted Su Chen driving an upscale SUV, but Su Chen didn't notice him. How strange, where did Su Chen get that car? Su Jiangwo thought, momentarily surprised. As he peeked into the vehicle, finding it empty, growing irritated, he muttered to himself, that rascal. Out adventuring without the kids on the weekend? Humph, I'll have a word with him later. Unbeknownst to Su Jiangwo, Su Chen sneezed suddenly, rubbing his nose, oblivious to anyone watching him. What is going on? Why do I feel like someone else watching me? Recently, he had been feeling a bit off. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Today, he was supposed to discuss some matters with Qian Hu and had originally planned to bring the babies along. However, due to last night's events, when Qi Zhao insisted on staying behind to rest, reluctantly, Su Chen drove alone. Meanwhile, when Qi Zhao had finished breakfast, prepared her things, and was bringing the babies downstairs. After wandering around the entrance, she realized she had nowhere to go. With Su Chen absent, she felt somewhat inconvenienced. It dawned on her just how reliant she had become on him. She decided to take the babies for a stroll in the garden. At that moment, Su Jiangwo caught sight of this scene, and his eyes lit up. The babies. 4 of them. They must belong to his family. He wanted to greet them, but the thought of startling his daughter-in-law with his secretive arrival held him back. Speaking of which, his daughter-in-law was truly remarkable, so beautiful. No wonder she was with his son. The more he thought about it, the prouder he felt. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could he see the babies without raising suspicion? Just then, he noticed someone selling balloons nearby. An idea struck him. Brother, I'll take 4. No, I'll take them all. Huh, pay up. Su Jiangwo tossed out 500 yuan and walked away with nearly 20 balloons, leaving the balloon seller utterly bewildered as he approached the community security guard. Who is that man? The guard shrugged. I don't know. He has been here since morning. Seems like he is waiting for someone. I don't know. He looks a bit suspicious. But Su Jiangwo paid no mind. He hurried along, not wanting to miss a moment. Arriving at the park, he spotted Wen Qizhao laughing and playing with the babies from a distance. Finding a nearby spot, Su Jiangwo prepared to watch them. At that moment, he trembled with excitement. Seeing the babies on his phone was one thing, but witnessing them in person was another realm entirely. The 4 little ones were right in front of him. He felt dizzy with elation, internally screaming, "Aw, these babies are too adorable. They are the most beautiful babies I have ever seen." He longed to rush forward, scoop them up, and shower them with kisses and hugs. Yet, he hesitated. Instead, he could only smile to himself, his eyes glued to the enchanting sight before him. The babies, upon seeing the balloons, were overcome with joy, each one raising their tiny hands and waving at the colorful orbs. Wow, look at all those beautiful balloons. I love them. I want a balloon. The little ones glanced at the balloons, then tilted their heads to look at Wen Qizhao, waiting for her to buy them some. Wen Qizhao noticed the balloon seller and, sensing Su Jiangwo's gaze fixed on the babies, felt an odd sensation. However, seeing how excited the babies were, it was clear they desired the balloons. Reluctantly, she pushed the babies towards Su Jiangwo. Chapter 62. Excitement. Those are my grandbabies. Su Jiangwo's pupils widened in astonishment, his entire being trembling. Oh, the grandbabies are coming over. What do I do? Should I hide? But they are my grandbabies. My beloved little ones. How could I hide? No. He wanted to embrace them. As the thought crossed his mind, Su Jiangwo restrained his excitement, smiling broadly at the approaching babies, drawn in by the colorful balloons. The children were captivated. When they spotted Su Jiangwo smiling, the cheerful second baby returned the grin, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Bang! Su Jiangwo felt as if his heart had been struck. How utterly adorable. Truly, these were the children of the Su family. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt as if he might faint. The other three babies, noticing Su Jiangwo's smile, joined in the laughter. In that moment, Su Jiangwo felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Mister, how much are your balloons? When Qi Zhao approached to inquire, Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. When Chi furrowed her brow and inquired, Uncle? Realizing that she was addressing him, Su Jiangwo blinked in surprise and quickly looked up to respond. Well, what is it? How much are the balloons? When Chi repeated her question, pointing to the babies, Su Jiangwo asked, Are you buying them for them? When Chi nodded, Su Jiangwo chuckled. No charge, they're all on the house. Huh. When Chi was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? Su Jiangwo continued with a grin. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I find them adorable and wish to give them something, but I have one request. May I hold them? When Chi frowned again, this man feels rather peculiar. The babies had already seized the balloons from Su Jiangwo's hands. Reluctantly, when Chi said, All right, but I still intend to pay. No, really, there's no need. Su Jiangwo waved his hand, cautiously handing the balloons over to the children and offering the extras to Wen Chi. He then bent down to gaze at the four little ones, unable to stifle his laughter. He joyfully embraced the dazed eldest, inwardly chanting, Eldest, I am your grandpa. When Chi held the balloons, observing Su Jiangwo with a sense of unease. This man seems rather unhinged. After hugging the eldest, Su Jiangwo proceeded to embrace the second child, the first to smile at him. Second, my little cotton-padded jacket. Next, he went for the third baby. However, when he reached for the fourth, when Chi could no longer contain herself. In a flurry, she handed the balloons to Su Jiangwo and shielded the baby with her body, exclaiming, I'm sorry, we don't want these balloons. This man is exceedingly strange. She dared not accept them. I'm not. Su Jiangwo's hands were suddenly empty, having failed to grasp the fourth baby. When Chi hastily pushed the children away, the fourth child turned back to look at Su Jiangwo, thinking, this grandpa is rather odd. He hasn't held me yet, while the siblings have been embraced. The fourth child appeared discontent. Consequently, she pouted and began to cry. When Chi assumed the fourth child was frightened and hurried her pace. Don't cry. Mommy is right here. Su Jiangwo was now quite anxious. How could such an adorable child be in tears? His heart felt as though it were shattering. No, he must catch up and comfort the fourth child. With that thought, he hurried after her. When Chi had initially intended to return home, but then recalled the news she had been following. Some individuals would deliberately seek out the addresses of children while their parents were away. A shiver ran down her spine. She resolved to leave the community first. As long as she exited the premises, it would prove she was not from there, and hopefully, that person wouldn't follow her. She would devise a plan to shake him off later. Having made her decision, when Chi led the children outside, the security guards at the entrance recognized the four babies and cheerfully greeted them. When Chi was distracted, the guards sensed something amiss. What is going on? Just then, they spotted the man with the balloons hastily exiting in the same direction as when Chi. The guards were suddenly on high alert. Could it be? Call the police. The thought crossed their minds, and one of the guards immediately picked up the phone. After leaving the building, when Chi wandered aimlessly. After walking a short distance and no longer seeing the man behind her, she sighed in relief. Passers-by commented, What beautiful babies. Quadruplets, how enviable. Some older individuals mused. If only my son and daughter-in-law could also have quadruplets. How adorable. As they conversed, one of them suddenly remarked, Strange, who is that old man? Something feels off. When Chi-Chi's heart raced at this realization, what should she do? Call Su Chen. She was completely unaware that he was now the first person she thought of in a crisis. A few older women, noticing when Chi-Chi's anxiety, gathered around her. Don't be afraid, we'll protect you. What could happen in broad daylight? I want to see what this man intends to do. Among them was a particularly hot-tempered woman. She could no longer contain herself and, grabbing her bag, charged towards Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was still worried about the fourth child and was oblivious to the approaching figure. Suddenly, smack. The woman flung her bag at Su Jiangwo, launching into a tirade. What are you doing? Why are you following that young girl? Are you up to no good? Su Jiangwo was momentarily stunned by the impact. Nervously, he replied, What are you saying? I'm not, I didn't. The woman was not inclined to believe the words of someone appearing so suspicious. Have you ever heard a villain admit to being one? No. The group of women chorused in unison. Exactly. This man has gone too far. He mustn't be let off lightly. When Chi-Chi felt a pang of sympathy, yet thinking of the babies, she remained silent. Su Jiangwo grew increasingly anxious in his attempts to clarify, but the more he explained, the more tangled the situation became. For Su Chen's sake, he could not reveal his true identity. Was he to be beaten today? Resolved, Su Jiangwo thought, let them hit me. Being able to see my little grandchildren is worth it. Just then, a police car arrived. The women preparing to strike paused. Su Jiangwo thought he was saved. But before he could rejoice, he saw the officers approaching him. Hello, we received a report of harassment. Please accompany us for questioning. Chapter 63. New skill is just bullish. In the morning, Su Chen arrived at Chen Hu's office building. The previous night, Chen Hu had called him to discuss some matters today. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he was captivated by a newly opened store below. It was a tea shop named Qian Cha Bai Hui. The storefront was spacious, yet there were few customers inside. Remembering his newly acquired skill in tea identification, Su Chen decided to venture in. After all, he had no tea at home and could not discern any differences. Upon entering, a cheerful sales assistant approached him, saying, Sir, are you looking to buy tea? What kind of tea do you need? I can recommend some for you. We have discounts today since it's our grand opening. Su Chen smiled. Then please introduce your teas to me. The attendant led him to a counter, pointing to a box inside. This is our Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, just arrived yesterday. It's the finest tea. I believe you are a tea enthusiast. Would you like to take a look? Su Chen nodded. Please bring it to me. Accepting the tea, he opened the box, took a small pinch, and brought it to his nose. Instantly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. With red and green leaves, a fresh luster, and a fragrant, sweet taste that lingers after brewing. Identification result. Fake. Su Chen was startled. Wasn't he this supposed to rely on smell and sight? Nevertheless, since the system had spoken, it spared him the trouble. He glanced at the system's additional small print, shook his head, and sighed as he placed the tea back down. Your shop lacks sincerity. His words were not deliberately whispered, yet they were audible to those around him. The few customers nearby turned to listen. The sales assistant's expression shifted slightly. Sir, what do you mean by that? Su Chen once again took a moment to sniff the tea leaves, his demeanor suggesting a discerning connoisseur. This tea must be counterfeit, am I correct? He observed the shop assistant's increasingly distressed expression and added, well, I suppose it cannot be deemed entirely fraudulent. Perhaps 50% of its composition is genuine, albeit heavily adulterated with various other types of tea. Wui Rock Big Red Robe, given this quality, should fetch several hundred yuan. Yet you are selling it at a premium price of 2,000 per box. That is rather unscrupulous. He referenced the small print that accompanied the system's identification results. The shop assistant, upon hearing this, became flustered. That is impossible. This is a source specifically sought out by our owner, procured at a high price. And it absolutely cannot be fake. Our boss has repeatedly emphasized that we must not sell counterfeit tea. Sales should be conducted with integrity and a commitment to factuality. How could he possibly sell a fake product? Su Chen furrowed his brow. So, you are suggesting that your boss is unaware that this is a counterfeit? The surrounding patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. The shop assistant grew anxious. She had worked alongside the owner for many years, and his integrity was beyond reproach. The owner had once staked his reputation on the authenticity of this tea. She firmly believed in his word. You are doing this deliberately. You must also be a tea seller, right? At that moment, a figure approached the entrance. Xiao Ju, what seems to be the trouble? A familiar voice chimed in. Brother Su Chen, I didn't realize you were here. Su Chen turned to see Qian Hu accompanied by a young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, slightly older than Su Chen. Upon hearing Qian Hu call out to Su Chen, the young man's earlier authority dissipated. You are Brother Su Chen? It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Tianqing. Xiao Ju, who had been on the verge of expressing her grievances, swallowed her words upon realizing the identity of Su Chen. He is Su Chen? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. You know me? Xiao Ju, blushing, lowered her head in apology. Mr. Su, I am terribly sorry. I did not recognize you. It appeared that this matter was somehow connected to Qian Hu. Su Chen looked at Qian Hu with a puzzled expression. What is going on exactly? Qian Hu sidled up to Su Chen, a jovial smile adorning his face. Brother Su Chen, the situation is as follows. This is my nephew, Tang Tianqing, who has ventured out to do business without informing his family. He intended to make a substantial profit to gain his father's admiration, but alas, it seems. Qian Hu sighed and continued. It has been 2 days, and there have been no customers. We are nearly at our wits' end. Thus, we hope you might lend us a hand. As Qian Hu spoke, he cast an eager glance behind Su Chen, his anticipation palpable. Heavens, I am so eager to see the little ones again. Since the last time I encountered them, I have been utterly enchanted. Unfortunately, They are not here today. Su Chen shook his head. Their mother has taken them out. Chen, whose expression shifted to one of profound disappointment. Why are they not here? Su Chen remarked. Are you suggesting I should bring the little ones to assist? Not entirely. I primarily wish to see the adorable little ones. A day without them feels like an eternity. Chen, who replied cheerfully. However, both Tianxing and I indeed wish to enlist your help, Brother Su Chen. The little ones are so charming, and Tianxing is quite the sales prodigy. Rest assured, it won't be in vain. Tianxing and I have discussed it, and we can offer 1,000 yuan per day. What do you think? Su Chen frowned slightly. Chen Hu, interpreting this as a sign of disagreement, nervously added, if that isn't enough, we can certainly increase it. It is not a matter of money, Su Chen interjected. It pertains to your tea. What about the tea? Chen Hu inquired, puzzled. At this juncture, the shop assistant cautiously interjected, this gentleman, Mr. Su, just claimed that our tea is counterfeit. Yet, how could our tea possibly be fake? At this revelation, both Chen Hu and Tang Tianxing were taken aback. What? Counterfeit? I specifically sourced this from a reputable tea merchant. It cannot possibly be fake. Tang Tianxing's countenance bore a hint of guilt as he addressed the now agitated customers. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I assure you, I have only sought reliable sources, but I did not anticipate this situation arising. Please do not worry. We will promptly process refunds for your purchases. Xiaoju, hurry. Contact the customers from these past few days and inform them that refunds are available. I must re-examine our supply chain. We cannot afford to sell counterfeit products. Tang Tianxing's expression was grave, and Su Chen was somewhat astonished by his decisive demeanor. He had expected at least some debate. What a commendable individual. Chen, who leaned in with curiosity. Is it truly counterfeit? Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianxing interjected. A taste will reveal the truth. I happen to have some genuine tea on hand. Xiaoju, please fetch us 2 cups of hot water. As the proprietor of a tea shop, Tang Tianxing had developed the habit of carrying his own tea. However, he had examined the tea intended for sale and noted no apparent issues. Furthermore, tasting a single variety without comparison would yield no conclusive results. Fortunately, today offered the perfect opportunity for contrast. He produced a small bag of tea from his pocket. This is my father's authentic big red robe. I discreetly brought some along. If the other is counterfeit, the flavors should differ. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Tang Tianxing's approach was indeed the best method for verification. Xiaoju soon returned with 6 cups of tea. She poured some from the tea for sale into 3 of the cups and added the tea from Tang Tianxing into the remaining 3. Minutes later, the cups before Su Chen exuded a rich aroma. Xiaoju gasped in astonishment. Is this really genuine? It smells delightful. Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianxing declared, it is counterfeit. Xiaoju was incredulous. How could that be? Tang Tianxing urged, smell the other cups. Approaching with skepticism, Xiaoju caught a whiff of the tea from the other cups. To her astonishment, the aroma was faint yet soothing. It was indeed pleasant, but far less robust. The difference is so pronounced. They both tasted the teas. While the counterfeit had an appealing fragrance, it felt lacking in some respect. The genuine tea, in contrast, enveloped the palate with its refreshing essence, invigorating every pore of the body. Chen, who sampled the tea, exclaiming, it truly is different. Su Chen, you are remarkable. How did you discern that the tea was counterfeit? Tang Tianxing also regarded Su Chen with curiosity, eager to understand how he had arrived at his conclusion. From his perspective, he would not have discerned the difference. His initial concern had been to maintain the shop's reputation. If they did not initiate refunds immediately, the customers would surely cause a commotion, indifferent to the authenticity of the product. After tasting, Tang Tianxing was now convinced of Su Chen's assessment. Su Chen smiled. If I were to claim that I possessed the ability to discern such matters, would you believe me? Tang Tianxing, taken aback, scrutinized Su Chen closely. Noting that he had employed no instruments in his evaluation, Chen Hu and Tang Tianxing exchanged glances, then simultaneously replied, we believe you. Su Chen looked at Tang Tianxing with mild surprise. Chen Hu's trust stemmed from their collaboration, but this was his first encounter with Tang Tianxing. Noticing Su Chen's intrigue, Tang Tianxing explained, Boss Chen has spoken highly of you. You are the supplier of those exquisite potatoes and tomatoes, all cultivated by your own hand. A person capable of producing such quality must possess unique skills. And you have 4 little ones whom you care for so well. You must be someone worthy of trust. Su Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Chen, who was quite effusive in his praises. Tang Tianxing then politely added, Brother Su Chen, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. He smiled at me again and said, I have another favor to ask of you. Since you can discern things directly, could you assist me in verifying the authenticity of my supplies? I procured them from 2 different reputable merchants. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Upon approaching, he picked up a canister of tea and glanced at Tang Tianxing with a questioning look. Without hesitation, Tang Tianxing stepped forward and opened a canister of tea worth 2,000. Su Chen examined the tea, inspecting it closely and inhaling its aroma. The system indicated Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, verification result, genuine. Su Chen feigned meticulousness for a moment before finally declaring, "This is indeed authentic." Tang Tianxing exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Su Chen, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, if I had unknowingly engaged in unscrupulous trade, my grandfather would have surely disowned me. He is quite fond of tea." Tang Tianxing, being the youngest son of the Tang family, often faced criticism for not being industrious. Last month, he vowed to carve out his own path and left home to start a business. Initially, he believed everything would go smoothly. However, despite opening the store, customers were scarce. Money who suggested he invite Su Chen for assistance, thinking it might turn the tide. Instead, it resulted in a significant blunder. The Tang family places immense importance on credibility. At that moment, Tang Tianxing looked at Su Chen with eyes gleaming with hope. "Su Chen, I'm incredibly grateful. I did not expect someone of your youth to possess such remarkable capabilities. Thus, I shall offer you an increased payment of 2,000 a day. If you have the time, please bring the little ones to lend their support." Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. 2,000. The little ones are quite charming indeed. He smiled and waved his hand. No, 1,000 is more than sufficient. After all, helping out in the market usually nets only 200 to 300 a day. Just as Su Chen was about to decline, Tang Tianxing insisted, "Su Chen, please do not be modest. How about this? When the little ones come, you can also assist me in verifying the TS authenticity. 2,000, no less." With Tang Tianxing pressing the issue, Su Chen found it difficult to refuse. He acquiesced. "All right, let us settle on that. But the little ones cannot stay all day. They can only come for half a day. So, it will be 2,000 for 2 days. Seeing Su Chen's determination, Tang Tianxing nodded appreciatively. "Thank you so much. Su Chen, I am extremely grateful." After bidding farewell to one another, Su Chen hurried home. On the way, he pondered the fact that the little ones had already begun to earn money at such a tender age. He should set up an account for them. When they turn 18, they could have quite a substantial sum saved up, a fitting memento. Without further ado, Su Chen turned his car around and headed towards the bank. Just then, his phone rang. On the other end was an unfamiliar male voice. "Is this Mr. Su Chen? Your wife and children are at the police station. Could you come down when you have a moment?" Su Chen's expression tensed, his heart racing. "The police station? What happened?" "They might have encountered human traffickers, but rest assured, they are safe. It's just for some statements." "All right, I will be there immediately." Su Chen let out a long breath and rushed to the police station. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo sat in a chair surrounded by uniformed officers, anxiety etched on his face. "You misunderstand. I had no intention of harming them. I simply wanted to see the little ones." On the other side, Wen Qiqi remained silent, watching as the little ones played joyfully not far from her, surrounded by a throng of officers. Since being brought here, the officers had been captivated by the children, pinching their cheeks and tousling their hair, thoroughly enchanted. "Wow, how adorable. Quadruplets. This is my first time seeing this. So impressive, so delightful. Their little hands are so soft. I adore them." The little ones, in turn, were quite cooperative. Beaming with joy, only Si Bao was fixated on a balloon that had been confiscated from Su Jiangwo. "Wow, that balloon is so pretty." But the grandpa selling the balloons looks upset. What should we do to cheer him up? Si Bao raised a tiny fist, playfully engaging with Su Jiangwo. Seeing Si Bao's attention on him, Su Jiangwo felt his heart melt. He completely forgot he was at the police station and smiled at Si Bao. Good little one. He couldn't help but take a step closer, yearning to embrace her. An officer firmly restrained him. "What are you doing?" "I just want to hold her." Su Jiangwo muttered pitifully. If Feng Ruolin were present, she would be astounded. Typically, Su Jiangwo was a stern man with a volatile temper. Yet now, even under misapprehension, he was exceedingly cautious, fearful of alarming the little ones. "Hold her? You claim you mean no harm to the children?" He truly did not mean any harm. Even if he did, it was merely a desire to see his precious grandchildren. He murmured softly, "I am, in fact, theirs." Chapter 65. The first meeting with the future father-in-law. The little ones did not require Wen Qiqi's attention, allowing her to relax. At that moment, hearing Su Jiangwo speak, Wen Qiqi glanced over curiously. Throughout their journey, she had been contemplating Su Jiangwo's peculiar behavior, sensing something was amiss. Furthermore, she felt that Su Jiangwo's face bore an uncanny familiarity. Upon seeing Wen Qiqi look over, Su Jiangwo abruptly swallowed the words he was about to utter. Su Chen had mentioned that Wen Qiqi had not fully accepted him. Their meeting years ago had been purely accidental, yet he wished to provide her with a complete home. If he were to acknowledge it hastily, would it not jeopardize his son's plans? Moreover, given today's circumstances, his daughter-in-law would surely harbor unfavorable impressions of him. What if she thought he had some peculiarities? What if she forbade him from taking care of the little ones in the future? The mere thought of this sent Su Jiangwo into a frenzy of denial in his mind. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Clenching his teeth, Su Jiangwo sat down. Let them misunderstand. If worse came to worst, he would merely be detained for a few days. Just then, the police station door swung open. Su Chen rushed in, calling out, "Chi-Chi." Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Su Jiangwo's body stiffened. He quickly stood up and darted under the only desk in the room before Su Chen could spot him. How embarrassing. His son was here. What to do? The officers, startled by Su Jiangwo's sudden movement, turned to him. What are you doing? Sit still. The little ones, wide-eyed, turned to gaze at Su Jiangwo, while the officers reassured them. Don't worry, little ones. Ani is here. Big brother is also here. He will help you against the bad guys. Is something wrong? At that moment, the little ones, hearing the comforting words, burst into laughter again, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Only Si Bao continued to gaze at Su Jiangwo. Her big, adorable eyes blinked repeatedly. Grandpa is so funny. Grandpa is so cute. What is he doing? Su Jiangwo paid them no mind, continuing to squirm beneath the desk. Realizing he could not fit, he panicked, unsure of what to do. The officers were thoroughly amused by his antics. Hey, what exactly are you trying to do? As their words faded, Su Jiangwo placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. He then swiftly turned around, facing the wall, crouching low and remaining mute. The police officer thought to himself, has this person lost his mind? However, he chose to disregard Su Jiangwo's antics, as he had to explain the situation to Su Chen upon his arrival. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, when Chi-Chi stood up and walked towards him, her previously anxious heart finally finding solace. Noticing her distressed expression, Su Chen asked with concern, are you all right? When Chi-Chi shook her head in response, Su Chen, relieved, took her hand and said, it's good to hear that. Let us go check on the babies. Had it been in the past, when Chi-Chi would have undoubtedly pulled her hand away from Su Chen without hesitation. Yet today, she felt no desire to break free. For over a year, she had navigated life alone, shouldering every burden, accustomed to relying solely on her frail shoulders to care for the little ones. In previous circumstances, such a situation would have reduced her to tears. But today, she remained composed, knowing that Su Chen would always be by her side. The comfort of companionship was truly delightful. Subtly, she clasped Su Chen's hand in return, although he, absorbed in his own worries, failed to notice. Seeing the babies joyfully interacting with the police officers, Su Chen's anxiety began to dissipate. Babies, daddy's here. Upon seeing Su Chen, the officers were once again taken aback, particularly the female officer, who exclaimed, wow, the children's father is so handsome. I'm feeling envious. And their mother is equally beautiful. It's no wonder they have such adorable children. Su Chen paid them no mind. After calling out to the babies, he noticed that only 3 were looking at him, while the usually clingy Si Bao seemed completely oblivious to his presence. Confused, Su Chen inquired, what's going on? Si Bao? What are you looking at? Si Bao remained unresponsive. Following Si Bao's gaze, Su Chen spotted an individual with their head bowed, neck drawn in, and back turned to him. Is this person contemplating their wrongdoings? He pondered. But the figure looked so familiar. After a moment's reflection, he asked, is that the trafficker? The police confirmed with a nod, yes. But rest assured, the babies are safe. Our officers are diligently caring for them. Su Chen remained silent, observing the person facing the wall while moving closer. When Chi-Chi, feeling a bit anxious, said, Su Chen. He reassured her with a glance, then turned his attention back. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. At that moment, Su Jiangwo was nearly on the brink of a panic attack. He typically presented himself as a stern father in front of Su Chen, but if he were to be recognized in this state, he could hardly fathom Su Chen's reaction. Lowering his head further, he forgot that Su Chen was his son. Even from behind, Su Chen could easily identify him. Seeing Su Chen's tense expression, the officers assumed he was upset and attempted to console him. Su Chen, But before they could finish, Su Chen erupted in anger. The officers were taken aback, and when Chi-Chi looked at him in confusion, Su Chen waved his hand, explaining to the police, I'm not talking about you, not you. Then, pointing at the trembling Su Jiangwo, he exclaimed, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree that you wouldn't come? Su Chen was utterly bewildered. The officers, and when Chi-Chi, shared in his confusion. Do you know him? The police asked. Of course. Su Chen replied. Who is he? He's my dad. The officers exchanged incredulous glances, and when Chi-Chi was equally taken aback. Su Chen paid no mind to their bewildered expressions and hurried to Su Jiangwo's side, patting his back. Dad, speak up. Why are you here? Su Jiangwo. His face contorted with distress, trembled, and, while hiding his face, muttered in a changed tone, I'm not your dad. I don't know you. You should leave. Su Chen was taken aback. How could he suddenly deny being my father? Is it that easy to abandon me? Behind him, the police and when Chi-Chi were left speechless. When Chi-Chi's heart raced, If this truly was Su Chen's father, it meant she couldn't even begin to articulate her feelings. The officer's expressions shifted dramatically. Su Chen, undeterred by their reactions, crouched down to meet Su Jiangwo at eye level. Sighing, he gently turned Su Jiangwo's body to face him. Dad, what is going on? How did you end up in the police station? This isn't like you. Chapter 66. I don't have a son like you. At that moment, Su Jiangwo wished he could vanish into the ground, desperately covering his face, feeling utterly defeated. I don't have a son like you. Su Chen was taken aback once more, still refusing to acknowledge it. The officers chuckled. Is he really your dad? Su Chen nodded. Yes, my biological father. Then why is he here bothering your babies? Hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He pondered before suddenly realizing, Dad, did you come secretly? Trying to sneak a peek at the babies while I was away? Su Jiangwo remained silent, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He merely wanted Su Chen to leave quickly so that when Chi-Chi would forget about him, the next time they met, he could change his clothes and disguise himself to escape recognition. But Su Chen insisted on exposing him. Seeing Su Jiangwo's demeanor, Su Chen knew he had guessed correctly. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he felt a lump in his throat. Life had been overwhelmingly touching lately. Dad, thank you. Now that the situation had progressed this far, the officers began to comprehend. So you really are father and son? Su Chen confirmed with a nod. The officers laughed. Are you two having a disagreement? Su Chen replied, No, absolutely not. This isn't a conflict. It's all rooted in love. However, being a grown man, he found it difficult to utter such sentimental words. To the police, his response painted a different picture. The officers looked at him quizzically. But didn't your dad just say he doesn't have a son? If there's no conflict, why would he say that? Su Chen opened his mouth, unsure how to explain without revealing his father's true intentions. Upon hearing the officer's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Right. If I shift the blame onto my son, I want to be scorned by my daughter-in-law. Perhaps she'll even feel sorry for me and let me hold the babies more. In Su Jiangwo's eyes, the babies had completely surpassed Su Chen in importance. He sighed, expressing, Look, even the police are questioning your conduct as a son. Su Chen regarded him with confusion. Su Jiangwo addressed the police officer once more, saying, Officer, I sincerely apologize. This time, the fault lies with me. I was provoked by this little rascal. Otherwise, I would not have committed such a foolish act. I simply miss my dear little ones too much. Su Chen was taken aback, his expression betraying confusion. Was something amiss? Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, the officer's gaze shifted to Su Chen, noticing his discomfort. He patted Su Jiangwo on the shoulder and shot a disapproving glance at Su Chen. It's not easy for anyone, is it? Su Chen, how could you treat your father this way? Look at how hard he works. Raising you is no small feat. Even if there are issues, shouldn't you accommodate your father? Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. When had his father turned into such a dramatist? He wanted to explain, but upon seeing the disdainful looks from the officers and the earnest expression on Su Jiangwo's face, he sighed inwardly. At this point, any explanation would be futile. They would only perceive him as unfilial. Glancing at Wen Chi-Chi, he sensed an added layer of complexity in her gaze. Su Chen felt a surge of alarm. No, he could not linger here any longer. Otherwise, he would soon be branded as an ungrateful son. A label that would be difficult to shake off. Reluctantly, he declared, I understand, officer. I will take my father home immediately. Internally, Su Jiangwo chuckled to himself, reveling in his cleverness. He was already looking forward to their future together. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paid no heed to Su Chen, hastening to embrace the soft and adorable Si Bao. As soon as Si Bao was lifted into his arms, she erupted into joyful giggles. Yay, Grandpa finally picked me up. The sight of his granddaughter's laughter warmed Su Jiangwo's heart. How could she be so endearing? Oh, she was infinitely more charming than the little rascal from Old Li's family. Humph. When they returned home, he would ensure Old Li witnessed what true beauty looked like. At that moment, Su Chen approached to push the strollers, but before he could act, Su Jiangwo had already taken the lead. Cradling Si Bao in one arm, he pushed the stroller with the other, declaring, Let me handle this. The officers chimed in, Let the uncle take over. Just look at how eager he is to see the little ones. How fortunate the babies are to have such a loving grandfather. Looking at Su Chen, they noted a flicker of complexity in his expression. He felt a silent anguish, realizing he could not afford to offend anyone in this family. His position within the household had diminished significantly. It was truly disheartening. He sighed quietly for himself. Following the two out of the police station, he heard the officer's earnest reminders, Be good to your father, and to your wife and children. Don't forget to bring the babies over to play sometime. Such sentiments would surely allow them to see the little ones more often, which delighted them. Su Chen thought to himself, Who visits the police station just for fun? He waved his hand dismissively. We want to be coming back, not at all. Once in the car, the babies settled in the back seat. Su Jiangwo was the first to rush over, unhesitatingly taking a seat beside them. He could not bear to be apart from them for even a moment. When Chi-Chi occupied the passenger seat, and Su Chen noticed her expression was less than pleasant, as if caught in a conflict that was hard to articulate. Curious, he inquired. What's wrong? When Chi-Chi nervously intertwined her fingers, responding hastily, it's nothing. She was on the verge of panic, her mind racing ever since she realized Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father. Her composure remained intact, but inside, a tempest brewed. Even now, she struggled to process the reality that Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father, making him her future father-in-law. Goodness. Their first meeting had resulted in her future father-in-law being taken into custody because of her and the babies? What on earth was she to do? Unbeknownst to her, when Chi-Chi had already unconsciously accepted Su Jiangwo as her future father-in-law, she was fraught with anxiety, her mind in disarray over how to interact with Su Jiangwo moving forward. Would he think she was troublesome and come to despise her? It was all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, this debacle would never have occurred. When Chi-Chi shot a cold glance at Su Chen, driving, Su Chen suddenly felt the weight of her icy gaze. Startled, is everything truly fine? No. When Chi-Chi's voice had grown noticeably colder, playing with the babies, Su Jiangwo interjected, you foolish boy, are you daft? Just because Chi-Chi says it's fine doesn't mean it is. Look how frightened she is. As a man, shouldn't you be comforting your wife? You've lost all your former charm. Su Chen, helpless, glanced at his father through the rearview mirror. Wasn't he at him scaring when Chi-Chi? Why was all the blame falling on him? Yet, he dared not retort. His father had clearly become addicted to his role as a dramatist. After addressing Su Chen, Su Jiangwo turned to Chi-Chi with a smile. Chi-Chi, don't worry. Once we get home, I'll take care of him. If this rascal ever bullies you again, remember to inform me and your mother. We certainly won't let him off easily. The little one in his arms cooed in agreement. And if anyone dares to bully the babies, that won't do either. Su Chen silently glanced at Chi-Chi and then at the babies, acutely aware of his dwindling status within this family. Noticing Chi-Chi's silence, Su Jiangwo assumed she was still upset, so he intentionally scolded Su Chen again. You rascal. Where were you this morning? Leaving Chi-Chi to care for the babies alone? There are 4 of them, after all. Where is your sense of responsibility? If the babies start to fuss, how could she manage alone? To win over his future daughter-in-law, the best strategy was to let his son take the blame. Su Jiangwo felt no pity for Su Chen and grew more animated as he spoke. Su Chen felt utterly exasperated. His father was clearly reaping the benefits while feigning innocence. To avoid further indignities, he acquiesced. I understand, Dad. I assure you, such a situation will never arise again. What do you mean in the future? There will be no future. Absolutely none. Su Jiangwo scoffed, then turned back to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, see? Su Chen admits he was wrong. Please don't hold it against him. Though he has his flaws, he is still a good boy at heart. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but be amused by their banter, yet she still felt a twinge of anxiety when facing Su Jiangwo. No, uncle. It was my insistence to care for the babies alone today. Su Chen usually works hard. I wanted him to have a break. But I didn't expect, as she continued, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Hearing the initial part of her explanation, Su Jiangwo let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his daughter-in-law harbored feelings for Su Chen. This rascal was not so bad after all. When Chi-Chi was deeply troubled, pondering how to apologize to Su Jiangwo. With a steely resolve, she finally asked, I didn't expect such a huge misunderstanding, Uncle Su. You don't blame me, do you? It was all my fault. Had I recognized you upon hearing this? Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, is that what you were fretting over? I hardly hold it against you. You acted correctly. With 4 adorable babies, one must always exercise caution. Had it been me, I would not have merely delivered them to the police station. Who knows what other unpleasantness could have ensued. Chi-Chi, you did nothing wrong and need not apologize. Su Chen added another remark. If anyone should apologize, it should be that rascal Su Chen. Su Chen exclaimed. Why is it his fault again? This is unjust. When Chi-Chi interjected, no need for that. Su Chen is not at fault. Noticing Su Jiangwo persistently discussing Su Chen, when Chi-Chi felt a pang of sympathy for him. Shyly, she added, actually, Su Chen has been quite kind to me. He is also very considerate towards the baby. Recently, while I attend classes, it's Su Chen who takes care of the baby. Su Chen is a person of great responsibility. Uncle, I am unsure what misunderstanding has arisen between you and Su Chen, but perhaps, due to my presence, you might find it in your heart to forgive him. When Chi-Chi finished her thoughts in one breath, and then realized Su Chen was gazing at her with intense admiration, Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. Look at that. My daughter-in-law is starting to feel sorry for my son. Fantastic. Truly remarkable. What an unexpected boon. Forgiveness, forgiveness. After all, I am his father. I will forgive him for anything. But dear daughter-in-law, do not be too lenient with Su Chen. That boy needs a bit of discipline. From now on, I shall entrust Su Chen to you. Feel free to manage him as you wish." When Chi shyly nodded, remaining silent, yet her heart raced with excitement. Was Su Jiangua beginning to accept her? How wonderful. The day's awkwardness seemed to be behind them. Moreover, the dynamic between Su Jiangua and Su Chen appeared to be quite jovial. She had often heard others speak of the various conflicts between daughters-in-law and their in-laws. But when Chi had an inkling that such discord would not plague her, Su Chen glanced between the two and sensed that although his familial standing had diminished somewhat, their relationship seemed intriguingly transformed. It appeared that his father had accepted when Chi, and she, in turn, had embraced his father. After much anxiety, Su Chen finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would not have hindered Su Jiangua from visiting them temporarily. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Furong Community, when Chi exited the car first. With two men present, she was relieved of the duty of carrying the baby, content to watch from the side. The security guard, spotting when Chi approached her with a cheerful demeanor, "You're back? Everything all right?" When Chi shook her head, "All is well." The guard peered over and noticed Su Chen cradling the baby, along with another man, but thought little of it. For the guard, the highlight of his day was always seeing the babies. At that moment, he was eager to assist them, wishing the whole world could know it. "It's good that everything is fine. You know, when I saw that man following you, I sensed something was off. He looked like he meant trouble." As he spoke, he noticed the peculiar expression on Wen Chi's face. "Miss Wen, are you feeling unwell?" Wen Chi awkwardly smiled. "Oh no. You see, I spotted him trailing you as you left the community, and I couldn't just stand by. I couldn't allow any danger to come to the babies, so I immediately called the police." "Haha, am I not clever?" The guard awaited compliments, hoping to ingratiate himself with the baby's parents for more opportunities to interact with them. Suddenly, he heard a cold snort. "Clever? That's quite the understatement." Chapter 68. Security Guard. "You are truly a dog." The guard, who had been speaking, felt a chill sweep over him. Turning, he saw Su Jiangua approaching with a stern expression. As he reached the guard, he forced a smile. The guard looked as if he had seen a ghost. You. What's the matter with you?" Su Jiangua retorted. "Aren't you the one who is a trafficker? You are the trafficker. Your entire family is made up of traffickers. Look closely, I am there." Su Jiangua interrupted, pointing at the babies who smiled upon seeing him. "I am their grandfather." As he uttered these words, Su Jiangua experienced an inexplicable surge of pride. Earlier that morning, he had felt utterly constrained, fearing exposure and unable to share his hidden joy. But now, everything had changed. Now he had acknowledged his relationship with the babies, which was the most exhilarating experience for Su Jiangua, especially as he observed the guard's astonished expression. "Grandfather?" "Indeed." Su Jiangua looked at the young guard with an air of indifference. "Are you envious? Jealous? After all, I am their grandfather. You were just trying to ingratiate yourself with the babies, weren't you? Dream on." The guard stammered. "No, it can't be." Su Jiangua turned to his grandson. For Bao quickly spun around, and upon seeing him, opened his arms wide, exclaiming, "Hee. Grandfather, I'm here. Give me a hug." Su Jiangua scooped up for Bao, who gleefully bounced in his arms. The other babies instantly displayed expressions of envy, stretching out their arms, eager for their grandfather's embrace. Then, Su Jiangua turned to the young guard. "Did you see that? My granddaughter. And these three. My eldest grandson, eldest granddaughter, and youngest grandson. Are you not envious? I can hold them freely, while you cannot. I can lift them high, while you cannot. I can see them every day, while you cannot." The guard's face grew increasingly grim. How could this man be so brazen? He was truly envious. Ever since when Chi moved into the community, he had seen her carrying the babies in and out daily. Yet, because the babies were shy, they never allowed him to hold them. He had tried several times without success, and it even frightened the babies into tears. After Su Chen arrived, the babies had improved slightly, but they still refrained from letting him hold them. The guard's greatest wish was to become familiar with the babies, to have them no longer harbor any apprehension towards him. If that were to happen, he would be the happiest security guard in the world. Originally, he thought today presented a magnificent opportunity, but instead, he had inadvertently flattered the wrong person. He felt like the most unfortunate security guard on the planet. Cautiously, the guard glanced at Su Jiangua. Then, at Wen Chi. "Is he really the children's grandfather?" Wen Chi nodded. It was no wonder the guard was skeptical. Had anyone told her such an absurd notion that morning, she would have found it unbelievable. Observing the guard's expression shift through a spectrum of emotions, Wen Chi felt oddly reassured, realizing that her own trials had not been so severe after all. After all, Su Jiangua treated her well. She felt a flicker of sympathy for the young guard and began to anticipate a joyful future with such a family. Su Chen, who had lost his voice in the conversation, remained silent. After much internal conflict, the guard looked at Su Jiangua's face, which had transformed completely. He chuckled awkwardly and approached Su Jiangua, saying, I apologize. I had no idea. No worries. Even if you knew, you still wouldn't be able to hold my grandchild. The guard found himself at a loss for words, helplessly watching as Su Jiangua proudly carried the babies away. Since Su Jiangua's arrival, Su Chen had not been able to touch the baby chairs, casting a sympathetic glance at the guard. They were in the same boat. After all, however, the guard seemed to have it worse. He felt a sense of balance restored. Upon returning home, Su Jiangua ushered the babies inside. Seeing the cramped one-bedroom apartment, a wave of sorrow washed over him. For babies, along with his son and daughter-in-law, were all squeezed into such a small space. According to Li Dong, it was a rented place. Surely, his daughter-in-law and little grandchildren had endured much hardship? As this thought crossed his mind, he shot a cold glare at Su Chen. This was all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, the little grandchildren would not have to suffer like this. Feeling the chill in the air, Su Chen inquired, Dad, what is it now? Have I erred once more? He pondered anxiously. Surely not. He had not dared utter a single word. Seizing the moment while when Chi-Chi stepped away to the restroom, Su Jiangwo discreetly grasped Su Chen's arm and whispered, Son, don't you think it's time you acquired a home of your own? Su Chen, somewhat perplexed by his father's sudden pronouncement, nodded slowly, indeed. Initially expecting a reprimand for his lack of ambition, he was startled when Su Jiangwo continued, Wait a moment, I shall discuss this with your mother. We will withdraw all our savings for you to purchase one immediately. Upon hearing those words, Su Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His father, who had scolded him relentlessly, was always the first to step forward in times of adversity. Dad, he suddenly felt compelled to express something sentimental. But before he could voice it, Su Jiangwo interjected, Enough of this nonsense. I'm not doing this for you. It's for my grandchildren and daughter-in-law. It's perfectly acceptable for you to sleep on the streets, but I will not allow my grandchildren and daughter-in-law to endure such hardships. Call me tomorrow. Be prepared to choose a location. Oh, and be sure to put your daughter-in-law's name on the deed. You're not worthy. Su Chen retorted, All right. His heartfelt sentiments were quickly stifled. However, he understood that Su Jiangwo knew him well. Once he set his sights on someone, he would not let go. When Chi-Chi was undoubtedly one of those individuals, Su Jiangwo continued muttering under his breath, Raising a son is no easy feat. I am truly pitiful. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed Fong Ruolin. This matter could not wait a moment longer. Observing this, Su Chen took the phone from Su Jiangwo's hands. Su Jiangwo exploded in indignation. What are you doing? With a mysterious smile, Su Chen replied, No need to buy one. What? You don't think that just because she bore you a child, you can abandon her, do you? Are you trying to swindle someone? You little rascal. Do you believe I want to break your legs? Su Chen merely smiled faintly. He leaned closer to Su Jiangwo and whispered, Dad, I already have a house. Chapter 69. A son, after all, is his pride. Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Su Chen's declaration. You. Su Chen quickly gestured for silence, indicating when Chi-Chi's presence with a glance. Keep your voice down, he urged. Seeing Su Jiangwo about to explode again, Su Chen hastily added, I intend to surprise Chi-Chi. I haven't informed her yet. Only then did Su Jiangwo relax, having feared his foolish son intended to keep the house to himself. If that were the case, he would have immediately taught him a lesson about the harshness of the world. However, after a moment's reflection, Su Jiangwo's brow furrowed again. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Someone gifted it to me. Who? Do you think they are a fool enough to give you a house? With a resigned sigh, Su Chen recounted the incident involving Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yulai visiting him to see the baby, sharing in the joy. Naturally, he omitted the details about the system and merely mentioned his potato cultivation. You can farm? Dad, please don't look at me as if I'm an idiot. I can do anything. I'm no longer a child. Su Jiangwo remained skeptical. Just don't get involved in anything illegal, otherwise, your father will be the first to expose you. Su Chen chuckled resignedly and nodded. All right. Finally, Su Jiangwo relaxed, returning to the sofa to cradle the baby. Playing with him, though his mind was somewhat elsewhere. His son had finally made something of himself. Perhaps he could trust him now. Casting a glance at Su Chen, Su Jiangwo felt an inexplicable swell of pride. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen asked, Dad, do you think I'm particularly impressive? Humph. Su Jiangwo scoffed dismissively. You? Impressive? You have the capability to bring home my daughter-in-law right now? On that note, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. For him, such a feat was indeed unattainable at present. Yet he remained resolute. Rest assured, Chi-Chi will undoubtedly marry me. I shall await that day. I will certainly give Chi-Chi a generous red envelope. Oh, my dear grandchildren, you are so adorable. Grandpa loves you all. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo gathered the babies into his arms, showering them with affectionate kisses. It was simply too blissful. Just as Su Chen was about to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, he heard Su Jiangwo call out, Wait a moment. Where did your car come from? Su Jiangwo nearly forgot about that detail. The car was evidently quite valuable. Just as Su Chen was about to respond, Su Jiangwo interrupted. You don't expect me to believe that you bought it, do you? Do you want me to take you back to the police station right now? Su Chen sighed, realizing that discussing too much at once would likely overwhelm his father. Let us take it slow. I rented it. With so many babies, it's inconvenient to go out, and since Chi-Chi has classes, I opted to rent a car for the time being. Rest assured, once I have the means, I will purchase one. Only then did Su Jiangwo nod, albeit with lingering doubt. All right, if you need money, just let me know. Your mother and I will figure something out. Okay, Su Chen acknowledged. He knew that if he outright refused, Su Jiangwo would be disheartened, so he nodded in agreement. At that moment, when Chi-Chi emerged from the restroom, upon seeing Su Chen and Su Jiangwo, she offered an awkward smile, still feeling somewhat out of place. She intended to retreat to her room to give the father and son some time alone with the baby. However, before she could enter, Su Jiangwo stopped her. Chi-Chi, come here. Sit with us. Look, the babies are all watching you. Family. When Chi-Chi paused, taken aback, the eldest baby was nestled in Su Jiangwo's arms while the other three sat in their stroller, all beaming at her. One of the triplets even reached out for a hug. Mama is so beautiful. Mama smells so nice. I want a hug. When Chi-Chi felt a surge of longing to approach, but hesitated, thinking she should allow Su Chen and Su Jiangwo some time together since they hadn't seen each other in a while. Noticing her indecision, Su Jiangwo shot a cold glance at Su Chen, who immediately understood the implication. Chi-Chi, come sit over here, otherwise, our three little ones will start crying. With the mention of the babies, when Chi-Chi found it hard to resist, the babies were gathered around Su Jiangwo, leaving only the space beside Su Chen. Despite feeling awkward about sitting so close to Su Chen in front of the elders, she had no other choice. Reluctantly, she settled beside him. Su Jiangwo observed the two with a smile of contentment. Ah, this is wonderful. You, my boy, are truly fortunate. Su Chen returned the smile, and you are as well. Dad, Mom is beautiful too. He had heard that Feng Ruolin was once the belle of the village. The moment Feng Ruolin was mentioned, a proud expression spread across Su Jiangwo's face. Of course, your mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. He added with a serious tone. You better treat your wife well, or else, heh. Su Jiangwo's chilling laughter sent a shiver down Su Chen's spine. He recoiled slightly and turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, see? Dad is scolding me again. He is so pitiful. He just wants someone to defend him. When Chi-Chi, suddenly called upon, felt a flicker of anxiety, especially upon hearing the word dad. She wanted to retort, but with Su Jiangwo present, she found it difficult. Instead, she blushed and nervously smiled. Uncle Su. Su Chen is quite good to me. She had already expressed this sentiment in the car, but saying it again today felt less embarrassing. Over the past few days, she had truly felt how fortunate she was to have Su Chen by her side. Thus, she reiterated, he is really wonderful, praised by his beloved. Su Chen gazed at when Chi-Chi's flushed cheeks, unable to resist the stirrings of his heart. His wife had commended him. Today, his wife had finally praised him. Were it not for Su Jiangwo's presence, Su Chen might have been unable to refrain from planting a kiss on when Chi-Chi's lips. Observing their interaction, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle heartily, exclaiming, you two, such a lovey-dovey couple. He continued, all right, the little ones are hungry. Let's go prepare their formula. Where's the formula? Gently placing the eldest in the stroller, Su Jiangwo shed his authoritative demeanor, adopting a notably tender tone. Good babies. Grandpa is going to make your milk now. You must be good, okay? As he spoke, he instructed when Chi-Chi, who was about to rise, Chi-Chi, you sit down. Su Chen and I will handle this. Then, turning coldly to Su Chen, he commanded, you, come here. These are your responsibilities. How can you let Chi-Chi do them? Hurry up. When Chi-Chi attempted to explain, but Su Chen halted her. It was his moment to shine. Today, he would make his father see him in a new light. As Su Jiangwo strode into the room with an air of arrogance, he recounted, listen here, rascal. When you were little, I prepared your formula, changed your diapers, washed your clothes, and fed you. We cannot let go of these traditional virtues. Today, I shall pass on all this knowledge to you, so you may care for the little ones properly. Should I see them unhappy, I won't hesitate to break your legs. Enduring the threat of broken legs, Su Chen obediently replied, okay, Dad. I understand. The thought of soon impressing his father filled him with inexplicable joy. Su Jiangwo continued to ramble on. In his memory, Su Chen was a boy who knew nothing. Since starting kindergarten, he had barely been home. Concerned about Su Chen's academic performance, Su Jiangwo enrolled him in numerous tutoring classes. Later, as Su Chen entered high school, he became even busier. After 3 grueling years of senior year, his heart ached for his son. Finally gaining admission to university, he never expected that in just 1 year, Su Chen would have 4 babies. He has grown up. Su Jianguo mused. If he was an adult now, he ought to undertake adult responsibilities. Spotting a baby bottle, he picked it up, stating, "Let me tell you, for babies under 7 months, you should put." Before he could finish, Su Chen had already grabbed 3 other bottles and a can of formula, promptly filling the bottles. Su Jianguo felt a pang of anxiety. "What are you doing, rascal?" Before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Su Chen skillfully filled 1 bottle with the perfect amount of formula, then proceeded to the second and third. Noticing Su Jianguo in a stupor, Su Chen took the bottle from his father's hands. After preparing the formula, he began pouring in water, which had already been readied. As Su Jianguo remained in a daze, Su Chen, with exasperation, handed him 2 slightly less filled bottles, saying, "Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to feed the babies? Come on. Those 2 are for the 2nd and 4th babies. They are girls and eat less." Finally snapping out of his shock, Su Jianguo stared incredulously at Su Chen, stammering, "Why you?" Realizing the extent of his father's astonishment, Su Chen coolly replied, "What's wrong? How do you know all this?" Su Jianguo never expected that Su Chen could prepare the formula so swiftly. He had thought Su Chen was utterly inept. "It's simple," Su Chen replied. "I've been doing it for a while." Still unable to believe it, Su Jianguo followed Su Chen outside. Su Chen handed the bottles to the eldest and 3rd babies, while the 2nd and 4th looked at Su Jianguo expectantly. Stunned, Su Jianguo remained incredulous. His son, who had once seemed incapable of anything, was now adeptly preparing formula for the children. His movements were so practiced. It was evident he had been at it for quite some time. "Is this truly my son? Dad, Dad." Noticing his father was frozen, Su Chen reminded him, "The 2nd and 4th babies are hungry. If you don't feed them soon, they'll start crying, and it won't be easy to calm them." Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo hurriedly handed the bottles to the 2nd and 4th babies. The 2nd baby beamed sweetly, while the 4th baby smacked her lips. "Today, it's Grandpa who made the milk. You must drink it all. That will make Grandpa very happy." As the babies received their bottles and began drinking, Su Jianguo sat beside them, still in disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Dad," Su Chen exclaimed with a grin. "Aren't you impressed by your son? Aren't you moved?" Chuckling, he continued, "Ever since I met the babies, I've..." Unable to contain his self-praise, Su Chen sought to redeem himself in front of his wife after being scolded by his father. He couldn't bear the thought of losing face. However, before he could finish, Su Jianguo interjected with a scoff. "Impressed? It's clear you learned this from Chi. She asked the talented one. You should be thanking her instead of boasting." Su Chen sighed. Why is Dad so stubborn? Yet he couldn't deny the truth in his father's words. He owed much of his progress to Wen Chi. Turning to express his gratitude, he found Wen Chi saying to Su Jianguo, "Uncle Su." Su Chen learned all this on his own. "I didn't teach him. He's very clever and picks things up quickly. The babies all adore him." Su Chen felt a swell of excitement. "Oh, my wife is praising me again." Hearing this, Su Jianguo muttered, "He learned it on his own? Well, that doesn't mean you should be proud. Isn't this what you ought to do? Are you expecting others to raise your children for you?" Su Chen conceded, "All right. It's truly difficult to receive even a single compliment from Dad." He decided to lower his expectations. After all, this was indeed his responsibility. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Watching the babies finish their formula, he began to tidy up the bottles while Wen Chi assisted him. Meanwhile, Su Jianguo, sitting idly on the sofa, quietly turned his head and wiped his eyes. His gaze was moist, but he ensured neither of them noticed. After a while, unable to contain himself, Su Jianguo took out his phone and messaged Feng Ruolan. "Ruolan, our son has truly accomplished something. Dad, what are you doing?" Just as Su Jianguo was about to elaborate, Su Chen poked his head out from the bathroom. Su Jianguo quickly tucked his phone away, raising his voice. "What could I be doing? Of course, I'm sending your mother pictures of the babies. You unambitious rascal, your mother is still waiting at home." Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly replied, "All right, I'll work hard and bring Mom over to see the babies soon." Su Jianguo huffed, but remained silent. After a moment, he texted Feng Ruolan again. "Our son said he'll bring you over to see the babies soon. By the way, the babies are so adorable." After sending this, Su Jianguo recorded a video of the babies and sent it to Feng Ruolan. Once Su Chen and Wen Chi finished their tasks, Su Jianguo beckoned. Chi, come here for a moment." Wen Chi glanced at Su Chen. "Rascal, you come over too." Su Jianguo called. Su Chen approached and sat down. As Su Jianguo rummaged through his pockets, he continued speaking. "Your mother mentioned that if I ever have the chance to meet Chi, I must certainly deliver this to her." Wen Chi was somewhat taken aback. "What is this?" Chapter 71. Su Chen inquired, "Dad, is the cucumber delicious?" In Su Jianguo's hands lay a modest, yet elegantly dark red box. It was small, yet it exuded an air of exquisite nobility. As he extended it towards Wen Chi, he remarked, "Open it." and take a look. Upon seeing the box, Su Chen's eyes widened momentarily, followed by a mischievous grin. Chi-Chi, hurry and open it. When Chi-Chi accepted the box, hesitating for a moment before slowly unveiling its contents. Inside lay a jade bracelet. Its warm luster glistening with a hint of delicate ink, both translucent and intricate, stirring emotions deep within her heart. When Chi-Chi paused, recognizing immediately the bracelet's substantial worth, she gazed in astonishment at Su Chun and Su Jianhua. She had yet to meet her future mother-in-law, and this was her first encounter with her future father-in-law. They were bestowing upon her such a lavish gift, and she found it hard to believe. This has been passed down from Su Chen's grandmother to his mother, who has cherished it, saying she would present it to her future daughter-in-law, explained Su Jianhua with a smile. When Chi-Chi bit her lip and glanced at Su Chun. They hadn't even begun dating, let alone discussing marriage. How could she accept such a gift? Just as she was about to decline, Su Chun interjected, keep it. It will eventually belong to you. In this lifetime. You must appear on my family's household register. His possessive tone caused when Chi-Chi's cheeks to flush. Su Jianhua burst into laughter. Haha, all right, Chi-Chi. You need not feel embarrassed. If Su Chun treats you poorly, I will kick him out, and you can become my daughter. When Chi-Chi, who had been tense, found herself laughing at Su Jianhua's jest, Su Chun, whose status in the family had suddenly diminished, protested, Dad, isn't that inappropriate? Who is the biological one here? What is inappropriate? If you can't even take care of your wife, what use are you to me? Su Chun sighed. Fine, I want to argue with my dad. After Su Jianhua finished speaking, he shot a glare at Su Chun. What are you doing? Hurry and help Chi-Chi put it on. Is this something you need me to teach you? Su Jianhua's disdain for Su Chun was becoming increasingly apparent. Upon hearing this, Su Chun quickly said, right, Chi-Chi. Let me help you wear it. When Chi-Chi wished to refuse, but it was too late. Su Chun had already taken the box and grasped her hand. The warmth of his large hand made her heart race. She anxiously looked up at Su Chun as he carefully placed the jade bracelet on her wrist. The cool sensation traveled from her fingertips to her wrist, intensified by the touch of his fingers, leaving her face burning with heat. All done, Su Chun finally announced. And without hesitation, when Chi-Chi withdrew her hand, she felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation. Seeing when Chi-Chi adorned with the bracelet, Su Jianhua cheerfully remarked, very nice. It fits perfectly. It seems this bracelet was tailor-made for you. Chi-Chi, you and Xiao Chun are truly a match made in heaven. When will you both return home and introduce Xiao Chen to his mother? This was an invitation for her to meet her future mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Chen could not help but glance at Su Jianhua, utterly impressed. When Chi-Chi, flustered, stammered, I will go whenever I have time. Great. Then I will be waiting at home with Xiao Chen's mother, Su Jianhua replied, his gaze softening as he looked at the young couple. And my little grandchildren, you must visit your grandmother soon. Though the children did not comprehend Su Jianhua's words, they beamed at him, eliciting joy from him in return. As evening approached and it was time for dinner, Su Jianhua glanced into the kitchen and proceeded inside. What shall we have for dinner? Su Chun, go downstairs and buy some ingredients. I will cook. He aimed to impress his future daughter-in-law, hoping she would perceive him as a versatile individual, preparing to care for his little grandchildren. Su Jianhua mentally plotted his strategy. There are ingredients in the fridge, Su Chun remarked as he followed him into the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Su Jianhua shot Su Chun a disapproving look. Don't you know fresh ingredients are essential? Why are you so lazy, leaving so much in the fridge? You must pay attention to nutrition. My grandchildren and daughter-in-law need it. Su Chun thought, this is it. My father is increasingly disappointed in me. If I don't showcase my abilities soon, I might not be allowed back in the house. Determined, Su Chun hurried to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Dad, how about I cook? He retrieved a potato and a tomato. Can you cook? Su Jianhua was about to chastise Su Chun further when he caught sight of the potato and tomato in Su Chen's hands. He was instantly taken aback. The reprimands he intended to utter were swallowed back. Did you just buy these? Not at all. They've been in the fridge for a day, Su Chen replied, revealing that he had taken them from his space that morning before leaving. Su Jianhua paused, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Where did you buy them? I grew them myself, Su Chen declared proudly. Su Jianhua's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality. You grew these? Indeed, Su Chen responded, handing the tomato to Su Jianhua. This one as well. Oh, by the way, there are cucumbers in the fridge. Dad, would you like to try one? They are quite delicious. People eat them like fruit, and they sell remarkably well. I can wash one for you to taste. As he spoke, Su Chun turned to grab a cucumber. Su Jianhua was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, Su Chun had already handed him the washed cucumber. He took it, astonished, and bit into it, unsure of what to expect. At once, Su Jianhua's eyes widened. The flavor was extraordinary, crisp with a hint of sweetness. far surpassing the usual cucumbers in taste. How is it, Dad? Su Chen asked eagerly, hopeful for praise despite the previous disdain. Su Jiangua, too engrossed in the cucumber, nodded vigorously, continuing to munch without offering a response. He devoured the entire cucumber, still unsatisfied, glancing between Su Chen and the fridge, contemplating whether he should ask for more, but feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little rascal, why aren't you moving aside? Seeing Su Jiangua's expression, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He chuckled and playfully blocked the fridge door. Dad, was it delicious? His demeanor suggested that he wouldn't relent until he received a compliment. Su Jiangua, speechless. Father, if you want more, just say the word, and I will get you another. Father, this tomato is also quite delectable. Do you not wish to try it? This son of mine, is he trying to turn the house upside down in a day without discipline? However, the taste was truly exceptional. What should he do? Should he voice his desire? Su Jianguo wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time before arriving at a monumental decision. Chapter 72. Su Jianguo cast a cold glare at Su Chen. Before Su Chen could react, he swiftly snatched the tomato resting on the cutting board, rinsed it under the tap, and began to eat. Humph. You think I will praise you? Not a chance. Su Chen exclaimed. Dad, you are not playing fair. Enough chatter. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Hurry and get to it. He would never admit how much he truly wanted to eat. Since his son had taken on the task of cooking, he was eager to see how it would turn out. Su Chen, resigned, nodded. All right, I will get started. Su Jianguo ignored him, continuing to munch on the tomato while casually snatching another cucumber from the fridge and leaving the kitchen. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Wen Chi-Chi sitting there and gestured to her. Chi-Chi, would you like some? I can get you a bit too. Wen Chi-Chi shook her head. In recent days, she has indulged herself quite a bit. Although the food is indeed delectable, she still needs to eat her meals. Observing that Wen Chi-Chi was not eating, Su Jiangwo began to munch on his food while making his way over to the little ones. The eldest child was tilting his head, gazing at him with a dazed expression, seemingly lost in thought. The second child, upon seeing him, broke into a wide grin, his eyes squinting into crescent shapes. The third child was preoccupied with his own play. Meanwhile, the fourth child joyfully waved her arms and looked at Su Jiangwo with sparkling eyes. The little ones were simply delightful. Upon seeing them, all the grievances he had just experienced from Su Chen evaporated into thin air. That mischievous little rascal. My beloved grandchildren still adore me. He crouched down to engage in playful antics with the children. The fourth child, with a swift motion, grasped Su Jiangwo's arm, extending her tiny hand to seize the cucumber he held. She exhibited an unwavering determination that suggested she would not relent until she had it. Her feisty demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Su Jiangwo. He handed the cucumber to her, and with her small hand, she eagerly brought it to her mouth. Su Jiangwo, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, No, 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 fourth baby, you can't eat that yet. Wait until you grow up a bit more. Be good and listen, or Grandpa will get upset. The fourth child cast a puzzled glance at Su Jiangwo. What was Grandpa talking about? Upset? Grandpa will be upset? However, Grandpa's little mustache was simply adorable. It was as if she had discovered a new world, and she dropped the cucumber to reach for Su Jiangwo's mustache instead. Su Jiangwo was initially delighted to see her abandon the cucumber, but suddenly felt a sharp tug at his chin. Hey, fourth baby, let go, Grandpa hurts. Though he uttered these words, he still leaned forward, allowing her to hold on. The tender grip of a child was nothing compared to the concern he felt for her. He couldn't let her get hurt. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of the other three little ones. The eldest child was no longer in a daze. The second child laughed even more joyfully. Finally, the third child turned his gaze toward them. In no time, the three children joined the fray. The eldest child seized Su Jiangwo's left hand, while the third child grabbed his right. The second child, unable to reach, was on the verge of tears. In a hurry, Su Jiangwo leaned his head closer, allowing the second child to grab his hair. When Chi-Chi, witnessing the scene, called out anxiously, Babies. Su Jiangwo quickly waved his hands. No, it's fine, it doesn't hurt. As long as the little ones are happy, he. Grandpa loves you all the most. When Chi-Chi felt a sudden surge of emotion. If Su Jiangwo didn't genuinely care for the children, he would never act this way. In contrast to the way he often scolded Su Chen, he transformed into an entirely different person in front of the little ones. Concerned about the repercussions of the recent blunder with Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi felt her worries dissipate, she smiled and said, Uncle, you can't pamper them this much. It's nothing. My little grandchildren, I am more than willing to indulge them. When Chi-Chi fell silent, this heartwarming scene was simply too wonderful. If only her own father could be like this. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat conflicted. Dinner was soon ready. As Su Chen emerged from the kitchen, he found Su Jiangwo thoroughly engrossed in play with the children. Dad, it's time to eat, Su Chen sighed, holding the second and fourth children in his arms. Su Jiangwo replied, Make sure to serve it up right. Su Chen thought, when will my family status ever rise? At that moment, when Chi-Chi approached, shall I join you? Yes, that would be good. Su Chen nodded, observing when Chi-Chi's swift movements as she entered the kitchen. Seeing his father playing with the children brought a wave of emotion over Su Chen. Who would have thought that at the age of 22, he would suddenly have such a big family? This feeling was truly blissful. Once the food was served, Su Jiangwo ambled over, grumbling. Having already filled up on cucumbers and tomatoes, he was half full. Given how his son had just spoken to him, he felt justified in being a bit rude at the dinner table. He intended to tease his son a bit during the meal. After all, it was important for his son to learn his lesson. As he walked toward the dining table, he was once again taken aback by the spread laid before him. Potato chicken pieces, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, and cucumber century egg soup. The meat had just been taken from the freezer, resulting in a full 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 3 large bowls of rice. The potato chicken was topped with a few sprigs of cilantro, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes were vibrantly colored, and the braised fish was perfectly intact. Most importantly, the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes was utterly irresistible. Su Jiangwo felt his mouth water. Did you make this? Yes, Dad, isn't it delicious? After witnessing the reactions at Zhang Weiqiang's home, Su Chen knew the culinary skills he had acquired were bound to yield delectable dishes. He was eager to see just how stubborn Su Jiangwo could be. Humph, no talking while eating, let's eat. Su Jiangwo huffed, taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks. Su Chen had no choice but to join him at the table. Chi-Chi, let's eat, he said, offering her his chopsticks. Unable to resist. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but remind him, Uncle, Su Chen's cooking is quite delicious. Su Jiangwo huffed again. What do I not know about him? He can barely cook. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo picked up a piece of braised fish. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes widened in shock. What kind of divine flavor was this? Su Jiangwo recalled his previous visits to upscale restaurants in Ningzhou City, where he had also enjoyed exquisite cuisine. He had received praise for his own cooking from Fong Rulin and their neighbors. But now, he suddenly realized that those dishes were mere child's play. Su Chen's braised fish was 100 times more delicious than his own. No, 1,000 times. The flavor that burst upon his palate was simply extraordinary. Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his astonishment. However, upon seeing Su Chen's expectant gaze, he quickly swallowed the words he was about to say. Absolutely not. This little rascal would become arrogant. Su Chen had been waiting for quite a while, and although he noticed Su Jiangwo's momentary pause, he still had not said a word. It seemed as though he was savoring the meal slowly. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Chen finally asked, Dad, is it good? Chapter 73, Your father will always be your father. Su Jiangwo ignored Su Chen, calmly serving himself another piece of chicken. As it entered his mouth, he was once again astounded. Typically, potato chicken would carry a hint of gamey flavor. However, Su Chen's chicken pieces had none of that. Instead, the meat was succulent, showcasing the chicken's texture to perfection. The potatoes were truly exceptional as well. The moment they hit his palate, their rich flavor paired perfectly with the rice. Su Jiangwo quickly took a bite of rice. Indeed, delicious, delicious, delicious. He smiled contentedly within. Su Chen, noticing his father's silence, prompted again, Dad? Su Jiangwo remained reticent. He feared that if he spoke, the moment would be ruined. He then took a spoonful of tomato and egg, placing it atop the rice. Eating it together was an absolute delight. What a surprise. It was simply astonishing. Su Jiangwo had never tasted such exquisite food before. He felt an overwhelming desire to devour 3 large bowls at once. Su Chen continued to watch Su Jiangwo silently. Dad, is it so difficult to give a compliment to your son? When Chi-Chi also refrained from eating, eager to witness Su Jiangwo's reaction. Yet, he exhibited no emotion. After finishing his meal, he glanced at Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi, asking, Why aren't you two eating? Su Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He was profoundly disheartened. Feeling that all of his efforts had been in vain, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake today. Had the dishes he prepared turned out unappetizing? Reluctantly, he picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. The texture was exquisite, melting effortlessly in his mouth, and the delicate aroma of the fish remained intact. It was quite delicious. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Su Chen took a bite of the potatoes. This is also delightful. Next came the tomato and egg dish. Surely this was even more delectable? What could possibly be the issue? Was his father's sense of taste impaired? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Su Chen asked, Dad, are you all right? Su Jiangwo shot a glance at Su Chen, remaining silent. In truth, he was elated. This food was absolutely scrumptious. Too delicious. He wished his son would refrain from chattering, as it was detracting from his enjoyment of the meal. Noticing his father's lack of movement, Su Chen served some vegetables to Wen Chi-Chi before quietly continuing his own meal. Su Jiangwo's pace was unhurried. However, his chopsticks never paused. Soon, A bowl of rice was consumed, yet he found himself wanting more. But would Su Chen notice if he went for seconds? What if he became too proud? Resisting the urge to eat was proving to be quite a challenge for Su Jiangwo. At that moment, when Chi-Chi stood up, "Uncle, may I serve you some more?" Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. His daughter-in-law was truly considerate. He subtly nodded and handed his bowl to Wen Chi-Chi, saying, "Thank you, dear daughter-in-law." He simply could not refuse a bowl of rice served by her. When Chi-Chi smiled and filled the bowl, Su Jiangwo continued to eat quietly. Su Chen was perplexed. This reaction was so intense from everyone else, yet when Chi-Chi seemed accustomed to it, showing no signs of surprise. Why was his father so unresponsive? Could it be that it didn't suit his father's palate? That didn't seem right. He had prepared it according to his father's tastes. Glancing at Su Jiangwo, Su Chen noticed something intriguing. Although his father was not eating quickly, each bite was savored, a clear indication of enjoyment. Moreover, his usual portion was merely one bowl. When Chi-Chi had just served him, he had not declined the offer. In a short span of time, he was nearing the bottom of that bowl. Was he putting on an act? Su Chen suppressed a smile, choosing not to expose Su Jiangwo's charade. As Su Jiangwo neared the end of his second bowl, he was faced with a dilemma. What if he wanted to eat more after finishing? Not finishing would seem too hasty. He was feeling quite overwhelmed. Yet, if Su Chen caught on, it would be in vain. Caught in this internal struggle, Su Jiangwo could only eat slowly, one bite at a time. When he reached the last morsel of rice, he hesitated to take it. Just then, he noticed Su Chen standing up. I suddenly need to use the restroom. You all continue eating." When Chi-Chi glanced at Su Chen but remained silent, Su Jiangwo's heart leaped with joy. The opportunity had arrived. Still, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Using the restroom during mealtime. You certainly have your quirks." Su Chen chuckled and turned to head to the restroom. In truth, he hadn't intended to go but couldn't bear to watch his father suffer through the meal. Seizing the moment, Su Jiangwo quickly served himself another bowl of rice. How wonderful! He was able to indulge once more. After washing his hands in the restroom, Su Chen emerged to find Su Jiangwo's bowl filled again, yet he said nothing. When Chi-Chi quickly remarked, "I served uncle another bowl of rice. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Su Jiangwo's heart swelled with happiness. His daughter-in-law was simply the best. Unlike some sons who wouldn't even offer him a cucumber. How outrageous. Nodding, Su Jiangwo began to eat sincerely. Su Chen smiled but remained silent. Before Su Jiangwo finished his third bowl, Su Chen gathered his utensils and rose to head to the kitchen. "I'm full. I'll go tidy up." Consequently, Su Jiangwo successfully served himself a fourth bowl. Ultimately, feeling completely stuffed, he leaned back in his chair, convinced he might burst. Yet, he still craved more. This food was simply too delicious. When Chi-Chi collected the dishes and took them to the kitchen for Su Chen, Su Jiangwo found himself increasingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. After resting for a while, he finally managed to stand up and spotted Su Chen busily moving about. Unable to resist, he chuckled to himself. "That rascal. You're just like your father. You think you can outdo him? You're still quite inexperienced. Time to leave Su Chen be and go play with the little ones." In the kitchen, when Chi-Chi handed Su Chen a bowl while inquiring, "Su Chen, why didn't you serve your dad directly?" She could see through his intentions. His trips to the restroom and to the kitchen were all to allow Su Jiangwo to eat more. Su Chen smiled. "My dad cares about his pride. It's quite difficult to get him to acknowledge my skills. After all, he is my father. I can only approach it this way. If I served him rice directly, he might refuse out of pride." Su Chen spoke casually, yet when Chi-Chi absorbed every word, feeling a surge of emotion. Such a father-son bond was truly beautiful. She felt both envious and heartbroken. Noticing her silence, Su Chen casually asked, "Chi-Chi, what about your dad? When can I meet him?" Chapter 74, How Will You Sleep Tonight? When Chi-Chi was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden question, she hesitated, lowering her head in contemplation. "My dad, I haven't been in touch for over a year. I don't even know how he is doing. Perhaps when the opportunity arises." Her mood dipped slightly. Su Chen nodded, "All right." After placing the last bowl and chopsticks away, he added, "Chi-Chi, if there are any conflicts, take the initiative to resolve them. Things might not be as bad as you imagine." Having said that, he stepped outside. Sometimes, people need their personal space. He sensed that there were underlying issues between Chi-Chi and her father, but she was unwilling to discuss it. So he refrained from probing further. Su Chen firmly believed that one day, Chi-Chi would be ready to share her story with him. Upon exiting, he spotted Su Jiangwo playing with the little ones. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiangwo asked, "Su Chen, how will you two sleep tonight? How about you both take the bedroom while I sleep on the couch?" He pointed to the sofa. Su Chen paused, and when Chi-Chi, who had just reached the kitchen door, also stopped in her tracks. Her heart raced. The house was indeed cramped, and Su Jiangwo's suggestion made sense. However, the thought of sharing a room with Su Chen made her anxious. What if he tried to take advantage of the situation? Just then, she heard Su Chen say, "Dad, How about we both sleep in the living room? You can take the sofa, and I'll take the floor. He didn't wish to retreat to the bedroom, as that would place unnecessary pressure on Wenqiqi. The situation had not yet reached that point. Forcing it would only lead to harm. Besides, he still hadn't unraveled the events from a year and a half ago. Su Chen aimed to give Wenqiqi the respect she deserved. Hearing his son's words, Su Jiangwo regarded him with an approving glance. His son was indeed thoughtful. It seemed that he would have to inconvenience himself as the old man. With a silent sigh, Su Jiangwo remarked, "All right, you can take the floor. Do you expect your old man to keep you company? Dream on. I booked a hotel outside. It's far better than this sofa. Goodbye." After saying his goodbyes, Su Jiangwo embraced the four little ones once more before reluctantly stepping out. Oh, he couldn't bear to be apart from the children, even for a moment. What could he do? Yet, for the sake of his son, he had to persevere. That unambitious son of his. With a grumble, Su Jiangwo left the house. Seeing Su Jiangwo depart, Wenqiqi felt a pang of anxiety. "Su Chen, why don't we let your father stay in the house? It's simply not right to send someone away as soon as they arrive." Su Chen replied, "It's all right. Donggu arranged it. It's definitely safe." However, watching his father's retreating figure made Su Chen's heart ache. Next time his father visited, he would ensure that he had a warm home to return to. That evening, after feeding the babies, Wenqiqi hesitated for a moment before venturing into the living room. Su Chen had just settled down and was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Wenqiqi's presence, he sat up and asked, "What's the matter? Did the babies cause a ruckus?" No, Wenqiqi replied, somewhat conflicted. Su Chen, noticing her demeanor, understood that she likely had something on her mind. He smiled and inquired, "So, what is going on? Are you inviting your husband to come back to the bedroom?" Wenqiqi shot him an exasperated glance. "Stop being cheeky." "All right, my dear wife." "Understood," Su Chen said, making space for her to sit beside him. Wenqiqi approached and handed him a bank card. Su Chen was taken aback. "What's this for?" Wenqiqi explained, "There's 20,000 yuan in here, which I earned from doing some design work while taking care of the babies. I had planned to use it for their milk powder, but now you can have it." As she spoke, her head drooped. "I know it's not much. I'll look for more work and earn more to give you. You should save up too. Let us strive to buy a house." After saying this, she sniffed. "Next time Uncle Su comes over, he must stay here and not at a hotel." Wenqiqi had contemplated for a long time before coming up with this idea. She feared Su Chen would refuse, and added, "This is also a gift for the children's grandfather. You cannot decline it." Seeing her earnest expression, Su Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and pulled Wenqiqi into his embrace. "Wenqiqi," she gasped in surprise, struggling to break free. Su Chen's voice came out husky, "Don't move. I can't guarantee what I might do." Wenqiqi froze, her heart racing in his grasp. She remained tense. "I mean no harm." "I know," Su Chen murmured softly. "You mean no harm. You just worry that I'm too exhausted. You fear my father might be unhappy. You're concerned the children won't have a good life. Chi, how can you be so kind?" As he spoke, he rested his head on her shoulder, cherishing the warmth he never wanted to let go of. In the past, he might have lost control, but now he couldn't bear to part with her. The woman in his arms was too precious to harm. He wanted to wait for her to fully accept him, ensuring they would never be separated again. After a while in his embrace, Wenqiqi's cheeks flushed with warmth, she felt as if she might lose her mind. Fortunately, Su Chen finally released her. She noticed his gentle smile, subtle yet irresistibly charming, causing her to feel a little dizzy. Quickly, she tossed the bank card into Su Chen's arms. "Take it quickly, or I'll get angry." All right. I'll take it," Su Chen acquiesced, accepting the card. "You should go to bed and get some rest." Wenqiqi nodded, and only then did Su Chen retrieve the card. He unlocked his phone, opened WeChat, and located the transfer function. With over 300,000 yuan in his account, he transferred 300,000 to Wenqiqi's card without hesitation, placing the card in her backpack before contentedly drifting off to sleep. After all, one must cherish their own wife. He was somewhat eager to see her reaction upon discovering the money. The next day, Monday, Su Jiangwo arrived home early. Su Chen, accompanied by the babies, was about to take Wenqiqi to school. Just as they were about to leave, Su Jiangwo interjected, "No need to take the babies. I'll look after them at home." Su Chen was taken aback. "Dad, are you sure? What's wrong? Don't you trust your father?" Su Jiangwo replied indignantly. "If you can manage, why can't I?" "Fine then, I'll be back soon." "Dad, call if you need anything." "Yes, now hurry along." With that, Su Chen departed. Su Jiangwo beamed at the babies in their stroller. "Babies, Grandpa is here." Chapter 75. Chaos ensues. Su Dad faces a challenge. In the car, Wenqiqi expressed her concerns. "Su Chen, are you really okay with this? Although Dad has taken care of you before, there was only one of you back then. Now there are 4. It'll be fine. I'll drop you off and return right away," Su Chen reassured her. Wenqiqi, still skeptical, nodded. After they left, Su Jiangwo entered the house, joy radiating from him as he observed the four little ones looking around in confusion. The eldest tilted his head slightly, furrowing his brow. The second child, with arms outstretched, giggled and babbled. The third child busily gnawed on a teething toy, while the youngest bounced with glee. The more Su Jiangwo looked at them, the happier he felt. His grandchildren were simply adorable and so well-behaved. The scene was utterly harmonious. How dare Su Chen doubt his capabilities? He was determined to bond with the little ones. With that thought, Su Jiangwo approached, scooping up the eldest, kissing the second, playing with the third, and finally lifting the youngest into his arms. Little one, your daddy says you're the most mischievous. Is that true? Grandpa thinks your daddy is just talking nonsense. How could such a cute little one be naughty? It must be that your daddy isn't capable enough to handle you all. I won't pay him any mind. Come, Grandpa will play with you. The youngest giggled uncontrollably at Su Jiangwo's antics. Her laughter prompted the other three to join in. Today, Grandpa was in charge. He was so lovable. They all wanted Grandpa to hold them. The atmosphere was filled with joy. After a few minutes, Su Jiangwo heard the eldest child crying in a daze. He quickly set down the youngest. What's wrong, little one? Are you hungry? Grandpa will make you some milk right away, just wait. The eldest nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. He was indeed hungry. Su Jiangwo got up to prepare the milk. The formula was quickly mixed, and he handed the bottle to the eldest. Good boy, drink your milk. The eldest eagerly gulped down the milk, and Su Jiangwo beamed with delight. However, the other three were not pleased. The second child, seeing the eldest drinking, pouted and began to cry. The third child tossed aside their toy, looking between the eldest and the second, then at Su Jiangwo, before bursting into tears as well. As for the youngest, nestled in Su Jiangwo's arms, she sniffed the air. Something smelled sweet. Milk powder. Oh, how delightful. She had never tasted it before. But, Grandpa hadn't given her any. What to do? She felt so hungry. The youngest blinked rapidly, noticing that Su Jiangwo had no intention of acknowledging her. As her siblings cried, she felt that not crying herself was somehow lacking. Thus, when the fourth treasure pouted her lips, she too began to wail. Su Jiangwo, who was attending to the eldest treasure, hurried over to console the second treasure upon noticing her tears. Just as he was soothing her, the third treasure erupted in cries. He promptly shifted his attention to the third treasure, but before he could calm her, the fourth treasure burst into tears as well. A wave of confusion washed over Su Jiangwo. What was happening? Why are you crying too, little one? Are you hungry as well? Just wait a moment. Grandpa will prepare your milk right away. As he approached the infant chair with the intention of placing the fourth treasure in it, her cries intensified. She squirmed and clung tightly to Su Jiangwo, refusing to let go. Do not cry, my dear. Grandpa will return shortly. He patted her back anxiously. But the fourth treasure ignored him completely, her sobs growing louder. With the fourth treasure demanding his attention, the second and third treasures were left without their milk, blinking their adorable eyes as tears streamed down their faces like pearls from a broken string. While trying to soothe the fourth treasure, Su Jiangwo also needed to care for the second, and then the third. The eldest treasure quickly finished his milk. Seeing Su Jiangwo holding the fourth treasure without retrieving the bottle, he began to fret, his stomach rumbling. After a couple of growls, a peculiar odor filled the room. The eldest treasure had soiled himself. Panic surged through Su Jiangwo. Is that you, my dear? Oh dear, let me put the fourth treasure down for a moment, and I will be right back. The fourth treasure stubbornly refused to release her grip, forcing Su Jiangwo to place her on the bed against her will. Freed from her grandfather's embrace, she cried even harder. Wah, Grandpa doesn't want me anymore. I am so sad. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiangwo hurried to prepare formula for the three babies. As he mixed the milk, he muttered to himself, how much should I add? Oh dear, do not cry. Little ones, Grandpa will return shortly. Water, yes, water. In his haste, he accidentally knocked over the water bottle, spilling the hot water everywhere. Su Jiangwo felt an urge to scold himself. He would have to start boiling water anew. With the formula not yet ready and the babies still fussing, Su Jiangwo reluctantly entered to change the eldest treasure's diaper. After removing the little one's soiled pants, he quickly tidied up the scene. Meanwhile, the second, third, and fourth treasures, seeing that Su Jiangwo was neglecting them, cried even more. Wah, Grandpa only cares about the eldest. He doesn't see us. We are so pitiful. Desperation took hold of Su Jiangwo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do not worry, little ones. Grandpa will be with you shortly. Just a moment longer. However, the babies were oblivious to his words, each one crying louder than the last. After finally managing to finish with the eldest, the water was finally boiling. Just then, the third treasure joined in the commotion, having also soiled herself. Su Jiangwo felt his sanity slipping away. What on earth is happening? How can these adorable little ones be such a handful? Overwhelmed, he hurriedly prepared the formula before rushing to tend to the third treasure. The room was now filled with the mingled scents of milk and baby mess. Just as Su Jiangwo was about to change the third treasuress diaper, the fourth treasuress face flushed red. And used to formula, she spilled the milk all over her freshly changed clothes. Su Jiangwo was on the brink of madness. Unable to contain himself, he pulled out his phone. An hour has passed. Where is that rascal? Why hasn't he returned? Meanwhile, Su Chen was leisurely making his way home, knowing Su Jiangwo cherished his time with the children and wanting to give him a moment alone with them. As he approached home, his phone rang. Upon seeing Su Jiangwo's name, his brow furrowed. Dad, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be back? Do you still want the babies? Su Jiangwo's scolding came through the line, harsh and immediate. Su Chen sensed the urgency in his father's tone. Is something wrong at home? I'm coming back right away. He hung up and rushed home at top speed. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The scene before him was chaotic, a whirlwind of disarray. Su Jiangwo stood holding the soiled pants of the eldest and third treasures, both of whom were still without new pants, gazing at him in confusion. The second treasure's hair was a mess, and the fourth treasure lay sprawled on the bed, wailing, her clothes replaced by those of the eldest treasure. The sight was utterly dismal. Su Chen, momentarily stunned, snapped back into action. What are you standing there for? Help out. Su Jiangwo unleashed a torrent of frustration. Quick, check on the fourth treasure. I can't find her clothes. The eldest S are still unwashed, and the third needs changing too. And the second S hair Su Jiangwo was nearly incoherent. At that moment, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, you can't possibly be laughing at this? You said you would take care of the babies. Silence. Su Jiangwo refused to acknowledge that he had created the chaos. Hurry. Despite exchanging a few words, Su Chen wasted no time. He approached the fourth treasure and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. The moment he did, her cries ceased. With the fourth treasure cradled, he moved to the eldest, second, and third treasures. The trio looked at him curiously. Su Chen gently patted the eldest treasure's head, ruffled the second treasure's hair, and finally addressed the third. Look, Mama is over there. Isn't she beautiful? He pointed to a photo of when Chi-Chi placed on the bedside. The third treasure, bewildered, followed Su Chen's gaze and spotted Mama. Instantly, her face lit up. Wow, Mama is so pretty. Mama is the most beautiful person in the world. In the meantime, Su Chen had located the fourth treasure's clothes. Swiftly, he changed her outfit, dressed the third and eldest treasures in their pants, and quickly prepared formula for all the babies. Before long, the little ones were happily indulging in their meals. Su Jiangwo stood at the doorway, still in disbelief. Su Chen approached him, unhesitatingly taking the pants from Su Jiangwo's hands. Dad, let me handle it. At that moment, Su Jiangwo felt lost. He could not comprehend how Su Chen managed to execute the same tasks so swiftly, and the babies seemed genuinely delighted. Did he really falter somewhere? With a sense of discontent, he stepped into the room, where the adorable babies greeted him with smiles, as if they hadn't just put him through a trial of endurance. You four little rascals, how biased you are. The babies, oblivious to his words, laughed even more joyfully. Su Jiangwo sighed silently. Thanks to Su Chen's return, the house returned to normalcy, allowing him a moment to breathe. He sat beside the babies, watching Su Chen busily attending to chores in the bathroom. A wave of bittersweet pride washed over him. His son had grown capable of handling everything on his own. Once the little pants were washed, Su Chen expertly hung them to dry. When he entered the living room, he noticed Su Jiangwo watching him intently. With a smile, he inquired, Dad, what's up? Nothing. Su Jiangwo quickly replied, but he reflected on how, over the years, he had never praised his son. Then, with a chilly demeanor, he remarked, Humph, you've done a commendable job with the household chores. Keep it up. Don't let my little grandchildren suffer any grievances. Upon hearing this, Su Chen let out a sigh. It was clearly praise, yet Su Jiangwo had to articulate it so awkwardly. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of contentment. I understand, Dad. Rest assured. Su Jiangwo nodded, then recalled something and asked, What about your studies while you care for the baby? This had been a lingering concern for him. In front of Wen Chi-Chi, he dared not inquire further, fearing that his daughter-in-law might overthink things. Now, with just the three of them left, Su Jiangwo voiced his worries. Su Chen had anticipated this question would arise eventually, so he replied, I've requested leave from my advisor. There's no need to worry about school. I won't miss any exams or other activities, and I will graduate on time. Not only would he graduate, but he also aimed to secure scholarships every year. Just don't falter. Su Jiangwo grunted again, lapsing into silence. After lunch, Su Chen received a phone call. It was from Qian Hu. Su Chen, are you free this afternoon? Tiansheng's tea shop is reopening, and I thought you could bring the babies to lend a hand. All right, I'll come. After hanging up, Su Chen explained the situation to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was taken aback. They're so small, and you want them to help? Is that feasible? Su Chen chuckled. Once we arrive, you'll see. Your little grandchildren are quite capable. Skeptical yet intrigued, Su Jiangwo accompanied Su Chun to Qian Tea and 100 Flavors. As soon as they arrived, Qian Hu and Tang Tiansheng rushed over. Su Chen, you're quick. Ah, the babies are here. Qian Hu's eyes crinkled with joy. They're adorable. Let uncle hold them. Tang Tiansheng stood agape in astonishment. He had heard tales of Su Chen's 4 delightful children. Every time Su Chen's little ones arrived to help sell vegetables, business would boom. Yet, he had only heard about them until now. He had seen plenty of other children, but none possessed such magnetic charm at such a tender age. Thus, although he trusted Qian Hu, he remained skeptical until he laid eyes on Su Chen's 4 cherubic figures. He was instantly awestruck. Qian Hu remarked that Su Chen's 4 children seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Whereas the resemblance, they're even more enchanting than that. Unable to contain his excitement, Tang Tiansheng dashed towards the children. Su Chun thought Tang Tiansheng was coming to greet him, so he extended his hand. Tang, but just as he uttered a syllable, Tang Tiansheng zoomed past him, leaving only his retreating figure. Su Chun was bewildered. Last time Tang Tiansheng had visited, he had seemed quite respectful towards him. What had changed today, with the arrival of the babies rendering him invisible? Tang Tiansheng, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. He and Qian Hu reached the 4 babies, and, after hesitating to hold them for fear of harming them, they were utterly captivated. Su Jiangwo had never witnessed such a scenario. He too was bewildered until he saw the 2 men beaming with delight beside the babies. Feeling a surge of protectiveness, he exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my grandchildren." Chapter 77. Do your babies need a daddy? Qian Hu and Tang Tiansheng paid no heed to Su Jiangwo's protests. Qian Hu cradled the eldest while wrapping his arms around the second, and Tang Tiansheng lifted the 4th, gently caressing the 3rd's little face. Wow, this is too adorable. Brother, your genes are incredible. Do your babies need a daddy? I'm available. Tang Tiansheng had completely forgotten his initial demeanor, lost in the joy of engaging with the children. Su Jiangwo had just begun to hold the babies when he arrived late, missing the greetings exchanged between Qian Hu, Tang Tiansheng, and Su Chun. Now, seeing his little treasures being taken away, he became quite agitated. Get away, get away. Su Chun, exasperated, approached. Dad, it's all right. They just adore the babies and won't harm them. He gestured towards Qian Hu. This is Mr. Qian Hu, the contractor for this vegetable market, and this is Mr. Tang Tiansheng, the owner of the tea shop. Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. They were both business owners? Oh, Su Chun pointed to Su Jiangwo, introducing him to Tang Tiansheng and Qian Hu. This is my father. Tang Tiansheng and Qian Hu showed no intention of relinquishing the babies, but they spoke with sincere apologies. Sorry, Su Ge. They're just too adorable. I couldn't help myself. Me too. I wish I could have such lovely children. Tang Tiansheng was nearly losing his composure. Qian Hu chuckled. Tiansheng, are you daydreaming? Tang Tiansheng felt a twinge of frustration. He knew not everyone was blessed with such splendid genes, but he truly envied Su Chun. Can I just dream about it? You should find a girlfriend first. Is it really appropriate to poke at someone's feelings like that? He felt utterly exasperated, seeing the babies content in their arms, without a peep of distress. Su Jiangwo felt a swell of pride. His grandchildren were truly remarkable, captivating so many people. Su Chun, noticing the playful banter between the two, found it hard to interrupt. Are we still opening this afternoon? I brought the babies to help. Right. We almost forgot the main event. Qian Hu exclaimed. It's your fault. Seeing the babies made me lose focus. Who are you talking about? Aren't you the same? Tang Tiansheng retorted, unable to counter. Without hesitation, they each scooped up 2 babies and headed toward the shop. Left with empty hands, Su Chun and Su Jiangwo felt like mere tools. They had no choice but to carry the empty baby chairs inside. Inside the shop, several employees, including Xiao Ju, had been waiting for quite some time. They had planned to open in the morning, but due to Su Chun's prior notice, Tang Tiansheng had rescheduled to the afternoon. Whoever opens in the afternoon. It was hardly auspicious. They were a bit disgruntled, discussing how to give Su Chun a piece of their mind once he arrived with the children. However, when Tang Tiansheng and Qian Hu entered with the 4 babies, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they were rendered speechless. Tang Tiansheng curiously inquired, what is wrong with you all? They pushed Xiao Ju forward. You say it. Xiao Ju, flustered and fumbling, struggled to find her words. All her rehearsed lines vanished from her mind, and there was no time to come up with new ones. She pointed at the babies in Tang Tiansheng's arms. Astonished, aren't these Mr. Su's children? Indeed, Tang Tiansheng replied, glancing at the babies. They are truly adorable. I could look at them forever. Xiao Ju was astonished. They're just too cute. Is this really happening? Do you think they're cute too? Tang Tiansheng chuckled. Xiao Ju was taken aback. Was the boss really laughing? Usually composed and dignified, when had he ever laughed like this? Surely she must be mistaken. The other employees were equally bewildered. All previous agreements were forgotten as their attention fixated on the babies, and they couldn't look away. Someone timidly asked, "Can we hold them?" Su Chen, overhearing as he entered, replied, "Of course." Xiao Ju, closest to the babies, quickly dashed to Tang Tiansheng. Upon catching sight of Xiao Ju, San Bao's small face radiated with delight. "Ah, a beautiful aunt. How lovely. Please, may I have a hug?" San Bao extended his arms, burrowing into Xiao Ju's embrace. Although Tang Tiansheng felt a twinge of reluctance to part with San Bao, there was little he could do when San Bao was determined to go. Xiao Ju successfully enveloped San Bao in her arms, her heart brimming with joy. "Oh my, how soft and fragrant. What should I do? I like this so much. Who just spoke ill of the babies? They truly deserve a reprimand." San Bao sensed Xiao Ju's elation, grasping her face and nudging his own little visage closer. Rubbing against her, Xiao Ju was on the verge of ecstatic madness. So soft, so soft. Could it be that the baby likes her? She felt immensely happy. The other salespeople hurried over, eagerly snatching the babies from Tang Tiansheng and Qian Hu. Those who were unable to secure a baby clung to the ones that had been taken, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. No matter what, they simply had to hold the babies today. Tang Tiansheng and Qian Hu, who had been joyfully cradling the babies, were now at a loss for words. Unfortunately, as the bosses, they couldn't engage with the staff in the same manner. Being a boss is truly disheartening. They longed to be salespeople instead. Upon witnessing that the others had no babies left to hold, Su Jiangua felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Serves you right for snatching the babies." "Ha ha." Tang Tiansheng stood helplessly to the side, his gaze never straying from the babies. No, I must hold them more often in the future. But how can I manage to see them more frequently?" After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. "Of course, I can collaborate more with Su Chen from now on." Thus, Tang Tiansheng approached Su Chen and inquired, "Brother Su Chen, could you take a look at this batch of tea leaves and see if there are any issues?" Su Jianguo was taken aback by this revelation. Su Chen possesses such a skill? Chapter 78, Pride. My son is truly remarkable. Although Su Jianguo was not much of a tea drinker, he understood that the ability to discern tea leaves was not a talent possessed by just anyone. Tang Tiansheng exclaimed, "Uncle Su, you were unaware?" Su Jianguo gazed at Su Chen in confusion, awaiting an explanation. Tang Tiansheng continued, "Brother Su Chen is incredibly talented. He can tell the authenticity of tea leaves with just a glance. This surpasses many experts in the field." Qian Hu chimed in, "Indeed. Brother Su, your son is truly extraordinary. Could you share the secret to raising such a remarkable child? I would love for my son to learn from him." The flattery made Su Jianguo's heart swell with joy. He could not help but laugh heartily. "Oh no, you flatter me. My son is not that impressive, ha ha ha." In truth, Su Jianguo was overwhelmed with excitement and a hint of inexplicable emotion. His son was truly exceptional. He felt he had basked in his son's glory. Tang Tiansheng remarked. Qian Hu added, "Uncle, you might as well write my son is this impressive on your face." Su Chen, overhearing their conversation, felt utterly helpless. He knew that if he didn't clarify, Su Jianguo would undoubtedly interrogate him upon their return. So, while walking, he casually said, "I learned this during my year at school." Since he rarely returned home during university, he decided to concoct a reason. Su Jianguo nodded, "Very well. Then hurry and show it to Boss Tang. What if he grows impatient?" Su Chen had no choice but to comply. His father truly never praised him. Tang Tiansheng looked at the two with envy. Qian Hu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Tang Tiansheng sighed. "If only my relationship with my family were as good as that." Qian Hu, not wishing to dishearten him, accompanied Su Chen to the area where the new tea leaves were displayed. Before long, Su Chen examined the newly arrived tea leaves and confirmed that everything was in order. Tang Tiansheng let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Brother Su Chen. I can't thank you enough." "No trouble at all, just a small favor." Su Chen replied. "Now we can officially open for business." "Indeed." Su Chen nodded. As the door swung open, Su Chen did not idle but instead offered to assist. Qian Hu stood beside Su Jianguo, reflecting, having such a son and grandchildren truly brings happiness. "Brother Su, I envy you." Su Jianguo felt his heart swell with joy once more as he patted Qian Hu's shoulder. Just when Qian Hu expected Su Jianguo to offer some comforting words, he suddenly heard him say, "Don't think too much. Not everyone is this fortunate." Qian Hu was taken aback. Is this supposed to be comforting? Or is he belittling me? However, Su Jianguo spoke with such conviction that he found himself unable to refute it. "Brother Su, you." Back to work then." Having disheartened others, Su Jianguo felt even more elated. He rushed to the babies, pushing the baby chair towards Tang Tiansheng. "Boss Tang, what do we need to do?" At this moment, Tang Tiansheng treated Su Jianguo with great respect. "You don't need to do anything. Just play in the store." It's that simple. No need to set up a booth or stand guard outside, or help distribute flyers or anything. Su Jiangua had seen such promotional activities on television. Tang Tiansheng chuckled. No need. As long as the babies are here, nothing else matters. Su Jiangua cast a bewildered glance at the babies, who were currently swaying their small heads and gazing around, utterly delighted. Yet, could such a haphazard promotion truly be effective? He deeply questioned their strategy. Su Jiangua wanted to offer some suggestions, but found no one paying attention to him, so he stood by, observing if there was anything he could assist with. Su Chen had mentioned that helping out here would earn him money, 1,000 for half a day. This was a tea shop, not a children's clothing store. If the profits were not satisfactory later, he would have to discuss it with Su Chen and decline the payment. He felt it would be quite embarrassing otherwise. While Su Jiangua was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a throng of people on the street looking in their direction. They gathered in small clusters, pointing and whispering, seemingly discussing something. Soon, they moved closer. Su Jiangua finally caught snippets of their conversation. Wow, such adorable babies. Quadruplets. So cute, so well-behaved. Look at that one, just staring blankly like a little puppet. And this one, when she smiles, her eyes squint so sweetly. Oh, this one, she keeps looking at you. Does she think you're pretty? Look at the one on the far right. What's she looking at? Is she making a funny face? How cute. So cute, so cute. My heart can't take it. What do I do? Su Jiangua was astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Were these people truly this fervent? Yet recalling his own initial reaction to the babies, he felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Hadn't he also reacted similarly at first? Not to mention that even now, he was still not immune to their charm. He couldn't resist wanting to hold them. A renewed sense of pride surged within him. Then, someone shouted, "Aren't these the babies of that young man who sells potatoes at the market?" "Indeed. That potato is delicious. I bought a whole bunch to keep at home." "Wow, you were so lucky. I didn't manage to buy any. How unfortunate." He later sold cucumbers and tomatoes, each one tastier than the last. "I've been using those as my main course lately. They help with weight loss." Upon seeing Su Chen, they were astonished. "Is it really him? Young man, what are you selling today? I'd like to buy something. I want to buy too. Hurry, young man, bring out your goods." The crowd eagerly craned their necks, desperate for another glimpse of the babies. Su Jiangua was left speechless. Is this truly happening? They don't even know what he is selling and yet want to buy? He quietly glanced at Su Chen, then at the babies. The little ones are undeniably adorable, yet is Su Chen truly as handsome as they say? Su Jiangua couldn't help but suspect that his son had been swapped at birth. When did he become so charming? Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with a perfectly balanced physique and a constant smile adorning his face. Could this truly be called handsome? Su Jiangua pondered for quite some time, struggling to pinpoint what exactly made Su Chen worthy of such admiration. If he had to attribute it to something, perhaps it was the resemblance to himself? With this thought, Su Jiangua felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, looking like him was indeed handsome. Amused by this realization, he couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Chen, who looked utterly bewildered. "Su Gu, what are you doing?" Chapter 79. Su Jiangua gazed in Su Chen's direction and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that my son is a bit handsome." Chen, who, taken aback, exclaimed, "Only now have you realized? If your son didn't have a child, he would surely be pursued by countless young women." "Oh, wait, even now, with a child, there are still plenty of girls after him. It's just that he is wholeheartedly devoted to the child's mother. I wonder just how stunning she must be to have captured Su Chen's unwavering heart. If only I could have a son like that." Chen, who had yet to meet Wen Chi, Su Jiangua burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. His son seemed to be full of delightful surprises. "Don't worry, you won't have that opportunity," he remarked. Chen, who was left pondering why he was discussing such matters with Su Jiangua. It was an exercise in futility, leaving him with no grounds to counter. So, he decided to lend a hand to Tang Tiansheng instead. When Su Chen heard the crowd's inquiries, he boldly declared, "Today, we are selling tea." However, he quickly added, "But this tea is not mine." The crowd barely caught the latter part of his statement. They were already buzzing with excitement at the first half. "So it's tea? I'll buy some. My partner loves tea. I should get a bit more." With that, the throng surged towards the shop. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen coughed lightly. "Ahem, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." The crowd fell silent. He then reiterated, "This tea is being sold by my brother, Tang Tiansheng. But I assure you, all the tea has been carefully inspected and is genuine. Thus, it's up to you to decide whether to purchase." At that moment, Tang Tiansheng chimed in, "You can buy with complete confidence. If the tea is found to be fake, I will compensate tenfold. Additionally, all customers purchasing tea this afternoon will receive a 10 discount. I appreciate my brother Su Chen for his support." The crowd suddenly understood. "Oh, so it's being sold by a brother. That is fine. This young man's brother must be just as honest. I'll buy." "Me too," they exclaimed. Rushing into the store, the sales clerks, who had been busy playing with the babies, had to rise to attend to the tea sales. The four little ones sat in their high chairs, witnessing the continuous flow of customers, their joy palpable as they waved their arms in delight. Su Jianhua stood nearby, filled with emotion. Not only was his son earning money, but even the little ones were contributing. He felt utterly content in this lifetime. The store bustled with cheer, while outside, a steady stream of people flocked toward it, resulting in booming business that even benefited the surrounding shops. Many came to express gratitude to Su Chen, but in truth, they were eager to catch a glimpse of the adorable babies. At 4 o'clock, Su Chen's phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Wen Chi calling, he promptly answered, Chi, what is it? This afternoon, I don't have a second class. I'm heading home now. Are you and the babies at home? Su Chen immediately replied, wait a moment, I'll come pick you up. No need. You must be busy, right? Just tell me the address. I can go over myself. There is still plenty of time to take the babies out for a stroll. That works too. Su Chen shared the address with Wen Chi. Tang Tiansheng, overhearing the conversation, curiously asked, what is going on? If there is something, you can go ahead and handle it. Su Chen shook his head. It's nothing. My wife is finished with her classes and is coming over. Finished with classes? Tang Tiansheng was astonished. She is still studying? Yes, she is in her 4th year. Only in her 4th year? Indeed. Su Chen, noticing Tang Tiansheng's surprise, chuckled. These days, it's quite common for college students to marry and have children. Tang Tiansheng could no longer contain his disbelief and rolled his eyes. He felt utterly ridiculous. Why was he even asking such questions? It was self-inflicted torture. Here he was, a college graduate for 2 years without a girlfriend. How pitiful. Determined to seek some wisdom, Tang Tiansheng inquired, Su Chen, how did you win over your girlfriend? I didn't pursue her, actually. It seems we met by chance. So that doesn't count as pursuing, right? Tang Tiansheng's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, Su Chen, you can stop talking now. Su Chen. What's wrong? Qian Hu, who had been eavesdropping, burst into laughter. Su Chen, you've successfully struck a blow to my nephew. Su Chen scratched his nose, having not intended to do so. Qian Hu patted Tang Tiansheng on the shoulder, chuckling, Tiansheng. It's not that Uncle Qian meant to bring you down. I forgot to mention that Su Chen is still a student as well, just a sophomore. Tang Tiansheng. Qian Hu continued, I've heard that his wife is the campus belle. Tang Tiansheng. Qian Hu went on, Su Chen is also a scholarship recipient. Tang Tiansheng. Comparing people only leads to despair. He felt utterly speechless. Su Chen wanted to clarify something, but given the current situation, it seemed that the more he explained, the messier it got. He decided it was best to let it be. Su Jianhua was overjoyed. With his son, daughter-in-law, and little grandchildren all receiving compliments, he felt like a true winner in life. Tang Tiansheng was torn, deeply conflicted. He opted to rise and assist inside instead. Su Chen, feeling a bit concerned, asked, is Boss Tang all right? Qian Hu shook his head, he is fine. If you don't give him a little pressure. Once he realized he needs to find a partner. His parents are nearly at their wits' end. Ha ha ha. Qian Hu laughed heartily. Su Chen could only chuckle along. Half an hour later, those busy inside suddenly heard commotion at the entrance. Tang Tiansheng, puzzled, asked, what is happening? A voice shouted from the entrance, beautiful lady. There is a beautiful lady coming over. Wow, she is stunning. Qian Hu immediately patted Tang Tiansheng on the shoulder. Quick, Tiansheng, here is your chance. Aren't you looking for a girlfriend? That lady coming this way looks great. Give it a shot. Who knows, you might just end up with an adorable little one. Chapter 80 Boss Tang, this is my wife. When Chi stepped out of the car and gracefully approached the tea shop Su Chen had mentioned, hearing that the babies would be working, she felt a twinge of concern. The children were still so small. Was it truly safe for them to be out in the open? As she neared the entrance of the tea shop, she spotted the 4 little ones. They were sitting in a row at the doorway, laughing and playing with the surrounding crowd, seemingly filled with joy. The onlookers stood a short distance away, with Su Jianhua vigilantly watching over them, ensuring they didn't get too close, fearing for the baby's safety. In the past, when Chi had rarely seen such radiant smiles on the babies' faces, it brought her immense comfort, confirming that Su Chen's decision was indeed the right one. But where was Su Chen? When Chi furrowed her brow, scanning for him but finding no sign, Su Jianhua, anxious about leaving the babies unattended, exchanged a glance with Wen Chi before continuing to watch over them. At that moment, a well-dressed man emerged from the tea shop. Upon seeing Wen Chi, his face flushed with color. Gorgeous, truly beautiful. Wen Chi, dressed in a white sundress, appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, her slightly furrowed brow evoking a sense of sympathy. Tang Tiansheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The crowd around him was equally captivated. Wow, a fairy. She is stunningly beautiful. She rivals a celebrity. Could it be that she is even more enchanting than a star? Today is truly a stroke of luck. I am fortunate enough to witness the 2 most beloved beings in the world. an adorable child, and a beautiful woman. What should I do? I longed to ask the lady for her contact information. Several individuals were eager to make a move, yet none dared to approach. Tang Tiansheng attempted to step forward, but hesitated. Observing this, Qianhu pushed him forward without a moment's hesitation. What are you shy about? At this rate, how can you ever catch up to Su Chen? Su Jiangua, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed. What is going on here? Qianhu replied, Brother Su, look over there. There's a beautiful woman. I'm sending Tiansheng to ask for her WeChat. Su Jiangua glanced up and recognized Wen Qi. He couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? Qianhu, bewildered, asked, Brother Su, what is so funny? You want to catch up? Qianhu protested. You can't say that. Although Tiansheng may not be as dashing as your son Su Chen, he is still quite handsome. I believe he has a chance. Can't you wish him well? Su Jiangua shook his head. It's not that I don't wish him well. Even if I did, my son wouldn't approve. However, Su Jiangua refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought and inquired, whereas Su Chen? He is inside helping. Tell him to come out quickly. Wait. Let me see my nephew win over the beauty first. Su Jiangua shook his head in resignation. Tang Tiansheng had already approached Wen Qi. Upon seeing her, he became even more bashful. Finally realizing someone was standing beside her, Wen Qi glanced at him in confusion, seemingly unsure of his intentions. Tang Tiansheng lowered his head, struggling for a moment before asking, Excuse me, beautiful lady, could I have your WeChat? Wen Qi appeared even more puzzled. And you are? Wow, the beautiful lady is speaking to me. Tang Tiansheng was overwhelmed with excitement. He quickly adjusted his attire and introduced himself. I am the owner of this tea shop. My name is Tang Tiansheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, attempting to shake hands with Wen Qi. Upon learning he was the owner of the tea shop, Wen Qi smiled. At the entrance, Qianhu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but nudge Su Jiangua. Brother Su, look. That beautiful lady is smiling at my nephew. I told you there's a chance. Humph. Su Jiangua scoffed, shaking his head. He didn't share the same belief. Just then, a completed Su Chen noticed the absence of people inside the shop. A throng gathered outside. Curious, he walked toward the entrance. Spotting Qianhu blocking the way, he inquired, What is going on? Qianhu pointed toward Tang Tiansheng and Wen Qi, stating, Look, my nephew is pursuing a girl. Su Chen glanced in Tang Tiansheng's direction. Instantly taken aback. What is happening? Qianhu asked. Is Boss Tang after this girl? Qianhu confirmed. Yes. Su Chen sighed and shook his head. He then began to walk outside, leaving Qianhu utterly bewildered. Why did it seem like something was amiss? The reactions from Su Jiangua and Su Chen were unusually aloof. Everyone was eager for gossip. Why were they so cold? Qianhu pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. His eyes widened in surprise, and he raised his voice, calling out, Tiansheng, come back. At that moment, Tang Tiansheng was at the crucial point of his confession, and after enduring numerous setbacks today, he resolved to seize the opportunity. He couldn't believe that pursuing this lady would be any less rewarding than Su Chen's wife. Gathering all his courage, he asked again, Beautiful lady, may I? Wen Qi smiled again, and that smile left Tang Tiansheng dizzy. She was simply too enchanting. He even began to contemplate names for their future children. Just as he was reveling in his moment of triumph, he suddenly heard the lady say, Boss Tang, is Su Chen around? Tang Tiansheng jolted, staring at her in shock. Su Chen? Yes, I'm here to find Su Chen. Tang Tiansheng seemed to remember something, his face a mask of astonishment. You are just then, Su Chen's voice rang out from behind. Qi, you've arrived. Tang Tiansheng turned in disbelief, his mind racing. He looked between Su Chen and Wen Qi, and in that instant, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness surged through him. He pointed at Wen Qi and then at Su Chen, stammering, You too? Su Chen remained composed. Boss Tang, this is my wife. Chapter 81, A Family of Seven. Envying onlookers, Tang Tiansheng was utterly stunned. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Ahem, my apologies, Brother Su Chen. I had no idea. Tang Tiansheng nearly froze with embarrassment. He wished to turn around and confront Qianhu for encouraging such an embarrassing situation. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Ignorance is bliss. Wen Qi looked bewildered. What happened? Su Chen chuckled and affectionately ruffled Wen Qi's hair without further explanation. His wife was adorably oblivious. She hadn't even realized that Tang Tiansheng was trying to flirt with her. The crowd gasped at Su Chen's overly intimate gesture. Whoa, that is too sweet. Isn't he the father of quadruplets? Is that woman the mother of quadruplets? Clearly, she was. Aren't they just flaunting their love? You just realized? Those who are envious. This is too much. But that man is incredibly handsome, and the woman is stunning. Su Chen and Wen Qi approached Qianhu, who was on the verge of a breakdown. He had not anticipated things would unfold this way. Just moments ago, Tang Tiansheng had stormed into the shop in a rage, and now, upon seeing Su Chen approach, Qian quickly averted his gaze, acknowledging his mistake. Su Chen, I let us go, boss Qian. Qian's words were left unspoken, yet he understood Su Chen's intent. Not wishing to embarrass him, he opted to change the subject. Tears of gratitude welled in Qian's eyes as he made a silent vow to remain friends with Su Chen no matter what. Su Chen and Wen Qiqi made their way to Su Jiangui's side. The moment they arrived, the babies, now surrounded by admirers, finally noticed Wen Qiqi. The third baby's eyes lit up. He was being playfully cradled by a beautiful lady. The lady thought the third baby adored her, but upon seeing Wen Qiqi, he stretched out his arms, gleefully bouncing around. The lady initially tried to hold on, but upon witnessing Wen Qiqi's presence, she promptly handed the child over. It was clear that the little one favored the prettier lady, and Wen Qiqi was 100 times more beautiful. Once in Wen Qiqi's arms, the third baby began to affectionately hold her face, showering her with kisses. Yay, mommy is back. I love mommy the most. Mommy is so beautiful. The other three babies, witnessing this, eagerly reached out their arms, hoping for Wen Qiqi's embrace. However, she could only hold one baby at a time. Su Chen, feeling helpless, picked up the second and fourth babies instead. Fortunately, they were also delighted to be in Su Chen's arms, quieting down immediately. The adorably naive eldest baby settled into Su Jiangui's embrace. The eldest was rather easygoing. As long as he could see his parents, he was content. In an instant, the scene transformed into a harmonious tableau. 3 generations of a family of 7, with the grandfather holding his grandchild, and the beautiful mother cradling her youngest son. The dashing father cradled 2 little bundles of joy, a scene so heartwarming it was beyond words. How could a family of 7 be so extraordinarily good-looking? How are we to live in such a world? Who could argue otherwise? Indeed, they were an exquisite sight to behold. May I ask, if I were to wait 20 years for their son, would it still be feasible? Enough. The individual who uttered such a statement was met with a chorus of incredulous glares from the crowd. After lingering at the entrance for a while, they all made their way into the shop. Xiaojun and the array of sales assistants soon encountered Wen Qiqi. In that fleeting moment, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Goodness, a fairy. Is she truly Mr. Su Chen's wife? She is simply too beautiful. It's evident that a handsome man deserves a stunning woman by his side to produce adorable offspring. Alas, I've missed my chance. It may be too late to have my own children, but we still have the opportunity to hold them. Just think about it. Mr. Su Chen and the little ones will frequently visit the shop. Aren't we, the staff, in the most convenient position to hold the babies? It appears so. Wow, for the first time, I feel so fortunate to be a sales assistant. I adore my job. Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Wen Qiqi, shy yet proud while holding the triplet, felt a swell of joy. All of this was a gift from Su Chen. Even Su Jianguo felt an unparalleled happiness. Had he known that raising children could bring such joy, he would have encouraged Su Chen to marry long ago. Yet, that would mean he would not have met Wen Qiqi. Su Jianguo found himself in a quandary. The afternoon sped by in a blur. All the tea in the shop had been sold out. Tang Tiansheng was utterly delighted. He had initially planned for the tea to last at least 10 days. With a beaming smile, he turned to Su Chen. Now, I have something to report back. Brother Su Chen, I can't thank you enough. As he spoke, he awkwardly turned to Wen Qiqi. Sister-in-law, I truly apologize for earlier. Wen Qiqi was momentarily taken aback by the term sister-in-law. Tang Tiansheng appeared older than both her and Su Chen. Su Chen was equally bewildered. Boss Tang, what is this? Oh, it's nothing. Age is irrelevant. I feel you both deserve to be called brother and sister-in-law, and so I shall. Su Chen could only sigh in exasperation. Then, Tang Tiansheng handed a large red envelope to Su Chen. Here, this is your payment for today. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Didn't we agree on monthly settlements? Moreover, this is far too much. The stack of money seemed to amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. Tang Tiansheng waved his hand dismissively. Not too much at all. The profit you brought me today is simply extraordinary. This is but a trifle. Besides, I look forward to seeing the little ones more often. So you mustn't let me down. Take it quickly. When Su Chen hesitated to accept, Tang Tiansheng then offered the money to Wen Qiqi. How about it, sister-in-law? You take it? Wen Qiqi glanced at Su Chen. Upon receiving a nod from him, she accepted the money. Thank you. Not at all. It's truly my pleasure. I am immensely grateful to you both. Tang Tiansheng could already envision the astonished look on the old man's face when he saw these results. The tea shop was nearly emptied. After bidding farewell to Tang Tiansheng, Su Chen departed with Wen Qiqi and the others. Only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Upon returning home, Su Jianguo was still brimming with excitement. The little ones are simply remarkable. They are indeed my dear grandchildren. Unable to contain his joy, Su Jiangwo eagerly shared the news. Thus, once home, he pulled out his phone and posted on his social media. Accompanying the post was a photo capturing the backs of the 4 babies. The caption read, "My grandkids are just adorable. Grandpa loves you all." The post was restricted to a specific group. The group label was Brothers as Family. Within this label were 4 individuals: Su Jiangwo, Old Li, Wu Jianzhong, and Li Li. They were all comrades from Su Jiangwo's youth in the military. Old Li, whose full name was Li Zhanzhong, bore no familial relation to Li Li. They merely shared a surname. Li Li was, in fact, Li Dong's father and had a distant cousin relationship with Su Jiangwo. With grandchildren in the picture, Su Jiangwo was determined to flaunt this news. He was eager to see their reactions. However, he had no intention of showcasing the babies' faces. He certainly didn't want them to see the adorable little ones. Su Jiangwo was practically bursting with anticipation. It was sure to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 82. Su Jiangwo, who are you fooling? In a small town on the outskirts, a WeChat group named Brothers as Family erupted in chaos. 3 individuals were relentlessly tagging Su Jiangwo. Wu Jianzhong, Old Su, what is all this about on your social media? Li Li, what do you mean by grandchildren? Li Li, when did your son get married? Wu Jianzhong, isn't Chen still in college? Wu Jianzhong, you even posted about 4 quadruplets? Who are you fooling? Li Li, who are you fooling? Only Old Li remained silent. In truth, he was seething with rage. He had been minding his own business, taking care of the kids and pondering what to have for dinner, when he suddenly saw Su Jiangwo's post. It instantly reminded him that Su Jiangwo had mentioned going to the city. He thought he was visiting his 4 little grandchildren. After pondering for 2 days, Old Li firmly believed that the likelihood of Su Jiangwo having grandchildren was 0. After all, even if college students could marry and have children now, such occurrences were still exceedingly rare. Su Chen had always been a diligent child. After not achieving ideal results in the college entrance examinations, he continued to pursue his studies. He certainly wouldn't abandon his education for marriage. Thus, Su Jiangwo would not be meeting any grandchildren. What was he doing in the city? Old Li casually opened social media. Upon seeing the back photo Su Jiangwo had posted, he was momentarily taken aback. He picked up his phone and scrutinized the image closely. Judging by their figures, it appeared to be 2 boys and 2 girls. Old Li furrowed his brow in disbelief, standing up to hold the phone in better light for a clearer look. Could it really be quadruplets? No way. What is old Su trying to show off? Is this deliberate? At that moment, he noticed the ongoing conversation in the group. Enraged, Old Li fired back. Clearly, it's fake. If old Su truly had 4 grandchildren, I'll perform a handstand for 5 minutes. Li Li, Old Li, that's quite the exaggeration. With your physique, could you even manage a 5-minute handstand? Wu Jianzhong, Old Li must think it's impossible for old Su to have 4 grandchildren. What do you think, Li Go? Li Li, being the eldest among them, was referred to as Li Go to distinguish him from Old Li. Li Li, I too find it hard to believe. Wu Jianzhong, I share the same sentiment. Old Su, what on earth is going on? Su Jiangwo, meanwhile, was nearly in stitches watching their banter. Su Chen was busy preparing dinner while Wen Chi tidied up. Alone, Su Jiangwo watched the babies and fiddled with his phone. He chuckled, prompting the babies to look at him in confusion. Soon, one after another, they began to giggle. Su Jiangwo joyfully remarked to the babies, "Ha, do you know? Your great-uncle doesn't believe in your existence. This is absolutely hilarious. I shall make them regret this." Ha ha. Su Jiangwo's laughter echoed throughout the room, even catching the attention of the busy Su Chen. Peeking out from the kitchen, Su Chen curiously asked, "Dad, what is going on?" "Nothing concerning you. Continue cooking." Su Chen had no choice but to return to his culinary duties. However, he felt a tinge of helplessness. In the past, it was his father who cooked for him. Now that he knew how to cook, his father seemed eager to push him into the kitchen at every opportunity. Oh, the disparity in their roles. The shift in family dynamics was palpable. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. This is truly disheartening. Su Jiangwo was too preoccupied to pay any mind to Su Chen. He picked up his phone and, upon noticing the disbelief among several individuals, sent a message. Su Jiangwo, Old Li, is what you said true? Su Jiangwo, if I have 4 little grandsons, will you do a handstand for 5 minutes? Just as Old Li was about to set his phone down, he saw the message from Su Jiangwo. He chuckled coldly to himself, muttering, "This Su Jiangwo is making it sound quite real, then I shan't hold back." Old Li promptly picked up his phone again and began typing. "Old Li, what? Don't believe me? What if you really don't have them?" Su Jiangwo chuckled. This was a provocation. Quadruplets were indeed a rarity, but he, Su Jiangwo, had encountered them. He took out his phone and began to type furiously. "Su Jiangwo, what about you two? Don't believe me either?" Wu Jianzhong, Li Li, Wu Jianzhong, not believing. Li Li, not believing. Su Jiangwo, are you both going to perform a handstand too? After sending those few words, he began to chuckle to himself. They were nearly 50. and their bodies were far from what they once were. Although they could do anything in their youth, now, a handstand could cost them dearly. What a splendid opportunity. It would be a shame not to play a trick on them. Wu Jianzhong perform then? Lili, old Su, are you serious? Su Jiangwo, absolutely serious. As long as you believe me, you want to have to do a handstand. Yet, Lili still found it implausible. After much contemplation, he devised a compromise. Lili, then I'll remain neutral. Look, it suits my name perfectly. Old Li could no longer contain himself. Old Li, old Su. Stop picking on us. What if you don't have them? Old Li, what will you do then? Surely there won't be any consequences? Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and sent a message. Su Jiangwo, then I will do a handstand for 20 minutes. Old Li, old Su, are you really going all out? This can't be true, right? Li, ha ha ha, thankfully I'm clever. Wu Jianzhong, Old Li, are you setting me up? Old Li grew anxious. 20 minutes of a handstand. Given Su Jiangwo's current condition, it would cost him far more than half his life. Had he truly gone mad? Did he really have 4 little grandsons? Old Li pondered deeply and, steeling himself, replied, Old Li, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Old Li Wu go. If he truly has them, I'll do your handstand for you. Humph. He refused to believe that Su Jiangwo could have 4 little grandsons. Wu Jianzhong, all right. Su Jiangwo was now laughing uncontrollably. Su Jiangwo, ha ha, Old Li, you're done for this time. Su Jiangwo, but don't you dare seek assistance. Su Jiangwo, just wait. I'm off to play with my little grandsons. Farewell. He quickly exited WeChat. Dinner wasn't ready yet, and the little ones happily gathered around him. Su Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh more. This time, he was undoubtedly the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, Lili meticulously reread the group messages. The more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. Su Jiangwo usually had a terrible temper and spoke in a brusque manner. Why was he laughing so much today? Moreover, he seemed genuinely joyful. Something was off. He thought for a moment and stood up to call his son, Li Dong. The phone connected, and Li Dong's voice came through. Hello? Dad. Li, Dongzi, do you know that Su Shu is in Ningzhou? Li Dong replied, I know. Li, well, are you aware that Su Chen has quadruplets? Chapter 83. Let me dry your hair. Upon hearing this, Li Dong was somewhat astonished. Dad, how do you know? Li, your Su uncle posted it on social media. It seems to be true. There was a note of surprise and an inexplicable joy in Li's voice. Li Dong furrowed his brow in contemplation. It's true. They're already half a year old. So soon? Li was shocked. Yes, but Dad, why haven't I seen Su uncle's post? Li Dong also had Su Jiangwo on WeChat, and like his father, he rarely posted anything other than health-related content. Upon hearing this, Li was taken aback. You haven't seen it? No. Li fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Old Su, this is only visible to us few. Ha ha ha, this is going to be amusing. Li Dong, perplexed, asked, Dad, what is going on? Nothing. Just that your Li uncle is in for some trouble. Li suddenly looked forward to that day and was glad he had remained neutral today. Li wanted to say more, but he heard Li Dong say, all right, enough. Dongzi, make sure you hurry, if you don't. Your old dad will be laughed at again. Li Dong awkwardly chuckled, giving a perfunctory reply. All right, Dad, I understand. Okay, I'm waiting for the spectacle. After hanging up, Li checked social media again, discovering that there were no messages from Su Jiangwo. It seemed he had never met Su Chan's babies and wife. He had missed every opportunity due to being busy. Were the little ones truly so adorable? Li Dong felt a bit excited too. After dinner, Su Jiangwo lingered, continuing to play with the little ones until they grew tired, at which point he reluctantly stood up. Su Chen noticed something unusual about Su Jiangwo and inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Su Jiangwo's gaze remained fixed on the babies, and he let out a long sigh. I've been out for 3 days. Your mother is quite worried. I must return tomorrow, but he was reluctant to leave his little grandsons. What to do? He wanted to take them home so badly. Su Chen sensed his father's thoughts and, with a sigh, comforted him. It's fine, during the National Day holiday. I'll discuss with Chi whether we should bring the babies back. Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up at this. You're saying that? He had been contemplating how to get Su Chen to return home during the holiday. Now, he didn't even need to find an excuse. All right, Su Chen nodded. Do your best, son. Even if you don't come back, make sure you bring Chi and the babies back to me. Otherwise, you may never return. The holiday was only a few days away. At that time, Old Li would have to fulfill his promise. Moreover, he could show off the children. It was bound to be an exceedingly joyful affair. Su Chen mused. Why do I feel like a mere tool for delivering children? Seeing Su Jiangwo so expectant, Su Chen couldn't let his father down. He could only nod. I'll try, Dad. What time is your train tomorrow? I'll come to see you off. Oh, 10 o'clock. After Su Jiangwo finished speaking, he departed. That evening, when Chi returned to her room after washing up and found Su Chen sitting on the sofa, gazing at her, clad in pajamas with damp hair, when Chi-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed. What are you looking at? Su-Chen stood and approached her. And before she could react, he snatched the towel from her hands. Startled by his action, when Chi-Chi watched as Su-Chen placed the towel on her head and began to dry her hair. Su-Chen was significantly taller than Chi-Chi, and from this angle, it was just right. When Chi-Chi stood frozen for a moment, Su-Chen's voice soon came from above. Chi-Chi, let me dry your hair. I can manage myself. When Chi-Chi's voice grew increasingly faint, for some reason, she felt unable to refuse Su-Chen. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Su-Chen pretended not to hear her and pulled when Chi-Chi down onto a stool. What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. When Chi-Chi shook her head. Having often read romantic novels, she had always yearned for a boyfriend who would treat her like the heroines in those stories. Little did she expect that her dream would now come true. Su-Chen's touch was gentle. When Chi-Chi sat there, the warm breeze caressing her hair as it drifted through Su-Chen's fingertips, gently falling upon her head. Her freshly washed hair still emanated a subtle fragrance, invigorating and delightful. At that moment, Su-Chen found himself enamored with this way of life, surrounded by affection, love, companionship, and a delightful brood of adorable little ones. It felt as if his life had been enhanced. Indeed, it seemed to have been, for he was a man endowed with a system. As the hairdryer buzzed past his ear, he failed to notice that some strands of hair had danced onto Chi-Chi's face, nearly flying into her eyes. She instinctively closed her eyes. Observing this, Su-Chen chuckled softly. He bent down, tenderly brushing the hair from her face, revealing her delicately blushing visage. Yet, when he glanced lower, he hesitated. When Chi-Chi opened her eyes to find Su-Chen gazing intently at her, his fervent stare left her momentarily speechless. In the next instant, she felt his proximity, and before she could comprehend, a gentle kiss landed on her cheek. When Chi-Chi was rendered motionless, Su-Chen, once again raising the hairdryer, nonchalantly withdrew, resuming the task of drying her hair, accompanied by a light-hearted declaration. Wife, you are truly beautiful. When Chi-Chi, momentarily lost in thought, was oblivious to the fact that her hair was still damp. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang to her feet, her heart racing uncontrollably. She dared not glance at Su-Chen as she dashed into the room, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Su-Chen, holding the hairdryer, found himself bewildered. Had she truly become shy again? Yet, his wife had not rejected his affections. How delightful. After tidying up the living room, Su-Chen reclined back onto the sofa, drifting into a dreamless slumber. In contrast, when Chi-Chi found her sleep restless, the following morning, she rose from bed to find Su-Chen bustling about in an apron. He glanced up at her, inquiring, Chi-Chi, do you have the household registration booklet with you? When Chi-Chi's eyes widened in alarm, her hands clenching tightly together. What's the matter? Chapter 84, The Proud Su-Father. Su-Chen emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, and upon noticing when Chi-Chi's anxious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Clearing his throat, he teasingly remarked, let's go get our marriage certificate. When Chi-Chi's head drooped further, memories of the kiss from the previous night flooded her mind. And in that moment, she could almost hear the rapid thumping of her heart. Su-Chen, witnessing her flustered state, burst into laughter. All right, just teasing you. I want to open a bank account for the little ones. They're earning money now, and it would be wise to save for them. When Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I don't have it with me. You can use yours. Not with you? Well, that's unfortunate. Su-Chen placed the porridge on the table, letting out a quiet sigh. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to acquire the household registration booklet under the pretense of urgency. It would serve a significant purpose. To his surprise, it was not by her side. Let us eat first. Seating himself, Su-Chen served when Chi-Chi her favorite dishes. She remained oblivious to the peculiarity of needing the household registration booklet for a bank account. Her mind was preoccupied with the thought of obtaining the marriage certificate. This was the second time Su-Chen had brought it up. However, her booklet was at home. After finishing their meal, Su-Chen dutifully accompanied when Chi-Chi to school. Upon returning, he promptly drove to the hotel where Su Jiangwo was staying. The hotel was conveniently located adjacent to the Furong community. Su Jiangwo had mentioned his bus would depart at 10 o'clock, making it the perfect time for Su-Chen to see him off. Arriving at the hotel entrance, the front desk attendant's eyes widened at the sight of the 4 little ones. Wow, how adorable. 4 of them? Are you the young man who sells potatoes? Su-Chen nodded, taken aback by the unexpected recognition. The attendant's cheeks flushed with admiration. You're quite handsome. No wonder the little ones are so cute. She felt a twinge of jealousy towards their mother. Su-Chen waved dismissively. It's all thanks to their mother's genes. The attendant's envy transformed into admiration. A man who speaks fondly of his wife is a rarity indeed, providing an undeniable sense of security. Handsome, skilled with children, and deeply loving towards his wife, such a man is truly a treasure. Noticing the attendant lost in thought, Su-Chen inquired, could you please direct me to room 601? 601. A flicker of surprise crossed the attendant's face. You're going to 601? Yes, but he left this morning. What? Su Chen's expression turned perplexed as he regarded the attendant. She continued, oh right. When he left, he told me to inform you that he found you too slow and decided to take a taxi to the station himself. He asked you to take good care of the little ones. Su Chen chuckled at the thought. That old man, quite the proud one, isn't he? Thank you, miss. With that, he took the little ones and departed. The attendant watched, bemused, wondering why they all seemed so peculiar, yet the children remained the most endearing. Su Chen carefully placed each child into the car, and once they were settled, he clapped his hands. All right, little ones, let's head to the station to find Grandpa. I wonder if that old man can manage on his own without letting me drive him. He continued, he just dislikes taking up my time. That old man has not changed one bit over the years. The little ones stared at him with wide eyes. Though they didn't fully comprehend his words, they understood the mention of Grandpa. Their faces lit up with excitement. Yay, we're going to see Grandpa. At the station, the ticket purchasing area was bustling with a throng of people. Su Jiangwo stood at the ticket counter, glancing up to gauge how long the line was. The crowd seemed endless. He couldn't help but exclaim, ah, it's been ages since I've been to Ningzhou. There are so many more people now. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, of similar age, with a buzz cut and a modest stature. Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's remark, he chimed in, indeed. I haven't been here in a while either. Thankfully, my son bought my ticket and is here to pick it up for me. Older brother, where's your son? Su Jiangwo was taken aback by the question and smiled. My son is at home with my little grandchildren. Little grandchildren? The man raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before realizing, you mean grandchildren, right? Su Jiangwo did not respond. In truth, he had 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters, which was why he referred to them in such a way. After all, granddaughters certainly hold their own significance. His joy was something they couldn't comprehend. The middle-aged man observed Su Jiangwo's mysterious demeanor, as if he held a secret. He sighed sympathetically, ah, brother, at our age, we should truly savor the joys of our grandchildren. I also have a grandson, yet my son still came to see me off, bringing the grandson along. You should really have a word with your son, otherwise he may not realize how important you are as a father. Su Jiangwo quietly regarded the man. 1 grandson is certainly manageable, but I have 4. I wouldn't dare bring all of them to the station. That's why I slipped out early today. He shook his head. I'm fine, my son is quite busy. I can manage on my own. The middle-aged man appeared bemused. Is there something you can't say, brother? He assumed that Su Jiangwo's son was neglectful. Others nearby had overheard their conversation and began to murmur amongst themselves, agitated by the notion that a father of his age was not being properly seen off. How can a son not come to see his father off? They exclaimed. Su Jiangwo, not yet 50, retorted inwardly, you are the one who is old. Your entire family is ancient. However, they were also kind-hearted. Su Jiangwo found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, the son of Ping Tu-gu approached, cradling a baby who was already a year and a half old, sweetly calling out for his grandfather. The utterance of grandfather made Su Jiangwo halt in his tracks. He silently mused about the day when his little grandchildren would call him grandfather, imagining the joy of having 4 of them gathered around his knees. He yearned for such a life. Yet, to Ping Tu-gu, Su Jiangwo's expression appeared to be one of envy. With a sigh, Ping Tu-ji's son curiously inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Ping Tu-gu recounted the events. He then whispered to Su Jiangwo, hey, uncle, where are you headed? I could buy you a ticket instead. Just wait a moment. Su Jiangwo hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's fine. I'm already here at the station. They were speechless regarding Su Jiangwo's son, yet they could not bear to see him attempting to navigate such a long queue alone. At that precise moment, a commotion erupted at the ticket counter. Su Jiangwo lifted his gaze and spotted Su Chen. Chapter 85. My son has arrived. Are you jealous? Ping Tu-ji's son was still perplexed by the unfolding situation. Tentatively, he asked, Uncle, should I take your ID card first? No. Su Jiangwo waved his hand and chuckled. Ping Tu-ji's son furrowed his brow as the excitement at the entrance intensified. Wow, for babies. They are so adorable. I'm melting. Is this level of cuteness even real? The father pushing the stroller must be so handsome. He looks so young, probably just in his early 20s. Truly, what a winner in life. Su Chen was taken aback by the overwhelming reaction at the station. The sheer number of people was staggering. The 4 babies, seeing so many faces for the first time, were gleefully gazing around, occasionally making cute faces or pulling silly expressions. In that moment, Su Chen felt both elated and overwhelmed. Fortunately, the crowd seemed to keep their distance, likely concerned about the babies feeling frightened or getting hurt, which allowed Su Chen to breathe a little easier. Upon entering the ticket hall, Su Chen immediately spotted Su Jiangwo, who stood there beaming from ear to ear. Ping Tu-gu also noticed Su Chen and the 4 adorable babies, his expression one of utter astonishment. For quadruplets? And each one more beautiful than the last. While Ping Tu-ji's own grandson was handsome, he paled in comparison to Su Chun and his 4 delightful children. Suddenly, Ping Tu-ge found himself envious of this individual. Whose child is this? How remarkable! His son was equally bewildered, having never encountered quadruplets before. Indeed, when his wife was pregnant, a doctor had once misdiagnosed them as expecting twins, which had filled him with joy as he prepared a multitude of outfits, each in duplicate. Alas, the subsequent confirmation of a single fetus had left him deeply disappointed, a sentiment that lingered for over a year, making him feel that his child was somehow incomplete. Now, witnessing Su Chen's 4 babies filled him with envy. Dad, look, they really are quadruplets. So well behaved. The baby he held was also observing the quadruplets, raising a tiny finger to point at them. Grandpa, look at the baby dolls. The innocent words of the child elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd. Whose child is that? How enviable. It seems like he is searching for someone. Su Jiangwo proudly lifted his chin. The crowd soon realized that Su Chan was approaching with the babies in tow, and they erupted in excitement. They're coming over. Are they looking for someone here? Oh my, the baby smiled at us. How adorable. In reality, the 4 babies had spotted Su Jiangwo. After spending the last few days with him, they felt quite familiar. At that moment, the eldest was gazing blankly at Su Jiangwo. The second was squinting with a smile. The third was looking at Su Jiangwo while searching for a pretty sister. Torn between wanting to go to grandpa or the beautiful aunt nearby, the fourth was reaching out its little arms, wanting to be held by Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo felt his heart melt, and so did the onlookers. Oh, how adorable. I want to kiss, hug, and squeeze them. Would rushing over like this get me in trouble? People pondered the possibility of approaching to embrace the babies. Su Chun, with a resigned gesture, signaled to the babies. Don't act up, we're going to find Grandpa. The 4 babies seemed to understand, becoming still. Su Chun walked over to Su Jiangwo and, under the gaze of the crowd, exclaimed, Dad, why did you sneak away? You promised to let me see you off. Ping Tu-ge. Ping Tu-ji's son. The crowd surrounding Su Jiangwo. Father? This poor elder brother is his father? Oh wait. The elder brother suddenly seemed less pitiable. How unfortunate for them. It was clear that the handsome man had initially intended to be sent off. But the elder brother had snuck away. The onlookers gazed at Su Jiangwo with a mix of confusion. Ping Tu-ge was equally bewildered. Brother, you. Su Jiangwo scooped up the most mischievous of the quadruplets, laughing joyfully. I said it's not that my children didn't come to see me off. Rather, I didn't allow them to. He then expressed his gratitude. But thank you all for your kindness. My little grandchildren have arrived. Haha. The 4th baby was nuzzling against Su Jiangwo's face, filling him with happiness. Ping Tu-ge. So, that's what little grandchildren meant. He suddenly felt somewhat uninformed. Oh no, wait. It was more like he felt a bit sorry for himself. He had just been sympathizing with them. Yet it turned out he was the one who was the most unfortunate. Ping Tu-ge felt a wave of sadness wash over him. The baby in Ping Tu-ji's son's arms had already begun playing happily with the 4th baby, gently pinching its adorable little face while babbling. Doll, baby doll, cute. Daddy, it's a baby doll. Ping Tu-ji's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, uncle, my son. Not at all. Su Jiangwo waved his hand. This young lad was just about to buy me a ticket. He is a good boy. Your baby is quite adorable as well. Ping Tu-ji's son could see the stark contrast in appearance between his child and Su Chen's 4 heavenly babies, but he still felt delighted to receive a compliment. Thank you, uncle. Little brother, you're amazing. Flattered by the praise, Su Chun felt a bit helpless. Taking the babies out is indeed a different experience. The surrounding crowd finally began to comprehend. You came to see your father off, didn't you? That is wonderful. Bringing 4 children to see your dad off. No wonder the elder brother is so happy. If my son were this capable, I could walk home by myself. Haha. Who was it that spoke ill of the elder brother's son? The accused chuckled, unconcerned. Who said that? It certainly wasn't me. Laughter erupted once more. The other 3 babies in the stroller were gathered around Su Jiangwo, gazing enviously at the 4th baby in his arms. Why isn't Grandpa holding us? He is only holding the 4th baby. The eldest was unhappy. The second was also displeased. The third was equally discontent. What could they do? Naturally, they began to cry. As the 3 little ones began to wail in unison, the onlookers were instantly thrown into a state of panic. What could be the cause? Why were all the babies crying? Oh dear, what should be done? Those who had previously cared for their own children now found themselves equally at a loss upon witnessing the distress of the 4 infants. Chapter 86. The cutest jealous baby, Su Jiangwo, felt a pang of concern. He quickly crouched down, cradling the 4th baby while soothing. Eldest, what is the matter? Oh, my dear 2nd and 3rd treasures, please don't cry. Su Chen, what on earth are you doing here? I told you not to come and that you should stay home to take care of the baby. Why are you here causing such distress for my little grandsons? Having been unexpectedly scolded, Su Chen sighed, resigned to his lower position in the family hierarchy. He too squatted down, casting glances at the eldest, second, and third babies, before finally regarding the fourth. It dawned on him. Dad, what are you yelling for? Shouldn't you be calming the babies? Su Chen calmly suggested. Why don't you set down the fourth and hold the other three? Su Jiangwo glanced from Su Chen to the three tear-streaked faces of the babies. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found his son's words surprisingly sensible. Thus, he placed the fourth baby back in the stroller and proceeded to embrace the eldest. The crying ceased. After a moment, he returned the eldest to the stroller and held the second, who rewarded him with a kiss. Next, he attended to the third, who nuzzled against Su Jiangwo's face. Soon, all four babies were smiling and delighted. Yay, yay, yay. Grandpa is holding us. Grandpa is not being biased. How joyous. Su Jiangwo looked on in bewilderment. What is happening? The surrounding crowd, envious, erupted into laughter. Brother, can't you see? They're feeling jealous. Ha ha ha, how adorable. It turns out babies can be jealous too. If only my home had such well-behaved children, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Finally grasping the concept of jealousy, Su Jiangwo exclaimed, they're so young yet they understand jealousy? Su Chen chuckled. Dad, they remember you and know you are their grandfather. Naturally, they would feel jealous. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain his excitement and burst into joyous laughter. My little ones are actually feeling jealous. They remember their grandpa. Did you hear that? My grandsons know I'm their grandpa. The crowd responded, we heard. We heard. Brother, could you lower your voice? Your happiness is practically written all over your face. After a moment of revelry, the pragmatic Ping Tugu interrupted. Has your dad purchased his ticket yet? At this rate, it will be dark by the time he returns. He refrained from admitting that he felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing Su Jiangwo would part ways with the babies sooner. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo was jolted with realization. Indeed, I must return home. I'll go buy a ticket. Su Chen, take good care of my grandsons. If anything happens, I won't let you off easily. Su Chen smiled helplessly, understanding he was merely a tool for transporting children. Alas, he was indeed the biological father. Unable to argue. No need to buy one, Dad, Su Chen replied. Had I known you wouldn't purchase online, I would have gotten it for you on my way here. Just wait, I'll retrieve it. Su Jiangwo paused, surprised. He had thought his son would forget such matters and had chosen not to burden him the previous day. It was a pleasant surprise to discover his son remembered. Inwardly, Su Jiangwo beamed with pride, though he maintained an indifferent facade. Then hurry up. I need to say a proper goodbye to my grandsons. Just go already. Su Chen handed the infant seat to Su Jiangwo and went off to collect the ticket. Once he was gone, Su Jiangwo could no longer suppress his joy and smiled contentedly. The onlookers were once again moved to envy. Brother, you are too fortunate. I need to bask in your happiness. May I hold a baby? Su Jiangwo, filled with pride, replied, of course, just be gentle. The individual was thrilled, quickly crouching to lift the eldest. As others saw this, they gathered around, stroking the second baby's little tufts of hair, pinching the third baby's chubby cheeks, and tousling the fourth's hair until they were all satisfied. Upon Su Chen's return with the ticket, he handed it to Su Jiangwo. Dad, I got it. You have 20 minutes. It's time to enter the station. Su Jiangwo, still engrossed in play with the babies, feigned ignorance. The thought of departing meant he wouldn't see them for several days, and that saddened him. Dad, I know. Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf. Grumbling, Su Jiangwo accepted the ticket, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He had hoped to bid farewell while the babies slept the previous night, thinking it would ease his heart. But Su Chen had insisted on bringing them to the station, making it all the more difficult to part. He finally kissed the babies and said his goodbyes, glancing back multiple times as he walked toward the entrance. Su Chen, unable to bear it, suggested, Dad, why not stay a bit longer? What nonsense. Although the babies are important, your mother is equally so. The babies have you for company while your mother is home alone. You should be working hard to buy a house and support us both in comfort. After scolding Su Chen, Su Jiangwo hurried off. Standing there, Su Chen murmured, It won't be long, Dad. The crowd around them, for reasons unknown, suddenly found themselves lost in thought, feeling a bittersweet sensation. Such warmth and happiness, yet it was also tinged with a hint of sadness. If only my relationship with my father could be this good. I feel the same way. This family truly embodies the essence of life's triumph. How enviable. After leaving the station, Su Chen sent several pictures of the babies to Su Jiangwo before departing. Instead of heading home, he drove to the law firm, as he had an important matter to attend to. An hour later, having exited the law office, the long silent system suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special reward. What? System ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a black card membership to Dilongjai. Would you like to accept it? Dilongjai? Su Chen pondered over the name, suddenly enlightened. Wasn't he that the most prestigious restaurant in Ningzhou? Chapter 87. Su Chun's irresistible charm. Su Chun indeed recognized the name Di Long Zhai. In Ning City, it symbolized status and power, a place reserved for the affluent and influential. Why had the system granted him a black card to such an establishment? System: correct, with this black card, you can make any request at Di Long Zhai without spending a dime. They will fulfill all your desires. This black card is unique in the world. How incredible! Su Chen was taken aback. This benefit was extraordinary. Would you like to accept the card? Of course I will. Su Chen responded without hesitation. He had been pondering where to take Wen Chi-Chi for her birthday. Suddenly, an idea struck him. System: yes? Are you giving me this card so that I can take Wen Chi-Chi to celebrate her birthday? Indeed. This system is the Super Daddy system, designed to serve babies and their associated individuals, such as their mothers, to enhance the happiness of the little ones. As expected, the system was truly remarkable. How thoughtful. Thank you. Su Chen received the black card and immediately drove to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. Having passed by the establishment numerous times over the past few years in Ningzhou, he had never ventured inside. Today, however, it was time to broaden his horizons. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, manager Lan Meng, clad in professional attire and high heels, hurried into the lobby with great urgency. She announced, "Today, we shall welcome our most esteemed guest. Everyone, please prepare accordingly. We will not entertain any other guests today." The staff members responded with curiosity. "What is going on, Manager Lan? Why such formality? Who is this significant figure?" Lan Meng, with her alluring figure accentuated by her attire, was well known as a formidable woman within the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, commanding respect from all. Yet, today, she seemed different. Taking a deep breath, even she found the situation somewhat surreal. With a faint smile, she replied to the staff's inquiries, "The holder of the black card." "What? Who? The only holder of the black card at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Surely, this must be a myth. I never thought such a person truly existed." Upon hearing their chatter, Lan Meng could no longer contain herself. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up." The staff members quickly dispersed. For the black card holder was indeed a figure of great renown. It was said that possessing a black card conferred the same privileges as the owner of the establishment, obliging them to comply without question. However, since the pavilion's inception, this individual had never made an appearance. The staff gathered to speculate, what kind of person could it be? Surely a middle-aged man with a greasy demeanor. Isn't that the stereotype of successful individuals? Rotund and all. Another chimed in. "Oh, if it were a handsome young man, I might just flirt a little. After all, he would be a diamond bachelor. Dream on. Get back to work before Manager Lan scolds you." At the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, a young staff member named Xiao Lan, assigned to intercept guests, awaited the arrival of the distinguished figure with a flutter of nerves. It was her first time meeting someone of such stature, and she feared reprimand should she falter. Although merely a server, the remuneration at the pavilion was notably generous. Pondering how she might leave a favorable impression, her thoughts were interrupted by the sight of 4 adorable toddlers approaching. Xiao Lan's heart raced with delight. "Wow, are these little angels?" One of the boys, donning a cap, raised his hand and waved joyfully. "How cute," she thought, yearning to embrace him, yet duty called. To her surprise, they were heading her way. Her spirits lifted until she caught sight of Su Chen and gasped in astonishment. "This young man is incredibly handsome. Is he the brother of these 4 little ones?" Su Chen, noticing Xiao Lan's enamored expression, felt a touch bewildered. "Excuse me, miss," he began. Hearing his voice sent delightful shivers through her. It was the voice of her dream man. "I wish I could flirt," she mused, but duty prevailed. "Apologies, sir, but we are not open for business today." Su Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. "Not open? What unfortunate timing. I suppose I shall return tomorrow." "Thank you, miss." With that, he began to lead the toddlers away. The little ones gazed at Xiao Lan with wide, inquisitive eyes. "Why is our daddy leaving? She is so pretty." Su Chen was oblivious to their innocent musings. If the Imperial Dragon Pavilion was closed, he had no choice but to seek alternatives. Xiao Lan felt a pang of disappointment as he turned to leave. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to get his contact information. "Hey, young man, although we are not open today, we will be in the future. How about you leave me your WeChat? I can let you know when we resume operations." She couldn't bear to let such a charming young man slip away, and having him in her contacts would mean becoming the sister-in-law to these adorable toddlers. Su Chen glanced back, noticing her flushed cheeks as she awkwardly maintained her distance. "No need. I must take my little ones home," he replied. Xiao Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your little ones? Indeed, they are all my children. Aren't they adorable?" Su Chen aimed to shield himself from romantic advances behind the toddlers. Xiao Lan nodded. "So cute. But how can this young man have children? What a pity." Yet her curiosity grew. How could he manage the children alone? What about their mother? "She is still in school," Su Chen answered casually, which momentarily stunned Xiao Lan. "Still in school? A university student?" she echoed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she grappled with the unexpected revelations of the day. Realizing her thoughts were spiraling, Xiaolon masked her feelings. In that case, let us exchange WeChat. Once we reopen, I'll let you know. Though her wish remained unfulfilled, she consoled herself with the thought of at least seeing the adorable toddlers again. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen retrieved his phone and replied, "That works. By the way, when your manager returns, please inform her that a black card holder came seeking her assistance." Before he could finish, Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. "You said what?" Chapter 88. The Celestial Toddlers and the Handsome Man. Assuming Xiaolan had misheard, Su Chen reiterated, "The black card from the Imperial Dragon Pavilion." "The black card?" Xiaolan stared at him in disbelief. "You are the mysterious holder of the black card? What happened to the middle-aged man? The greasy stereotype? The rotund figure?" These descriptors seemed entirely incongruous with the charming young man before her. Unable to comprehend the reality, Xiaolan was astonished to discover that the legendary black card holder was so youthful, so handsome, and yet so approachable. Su Chen nodded. "That would be me. As the system indicates, there is only one black card." Xiaolan's face lit up with joy. "Sir, please follow me." Confused, Su Chen asked, "But aren't you closed today?" "Our purpose in being closed is to await your arrival," Xiaolan explained, leading him into the establishment. "Manager Lan has been expecting you." Inside, the staff had prepared for the arrival of the enigmatic guest and were buzzing with excitement. "Do you think we should be respectful? If we don't perform well, we might face reprimand." One voiced, anxiety evident. Just then, they noticed Xiaolan entering with a guest. "They're here," someone exclaimed. As Xiaolan entered, the staff quickly assumed their positions, whispering among themselves as they cast furtive glances toward her. Soon enough, they beheld a young man accompanied by 4 adorable toddlers. The man exuding an air of youthful charm, humility, and politeness. The toddlers, wide-eyed and curious, surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. The staff erupted in whispers. "Who is this man? He is so handsome. And those toddlers are incredibly cute. Could he possibly be the black card holder? Are you dreaming? How could the holder of the black card be a young gentleman? Has Xiaolan once again succumbed to infatuation and brought a handsome man into the fold? Oh dear. Xiaolan seems to be courting trouble." The others exchanged worried glances at Xiaolan. Unbeknownst to her, who walked ahead of Su Chen, her friends were filled with concern. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Surely, her friends could not have anticipated that this dashing young man was the esteemed holder of the black card, could they? She longed to witness their expressions upon discovering the truth. Feigning calmness, she approached her companions and inquired, "Where's Manager Lan?" One of them, visibly anxious, replied, "Xiaolan. What are you doing? Don't you know we?" Xiaolan interrupted, "Manager Lan must be upstairs, right? I'll go find her." She then turned to Su Chen and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The elevator was currently in use, so Xiaolan decided to take the stairs to expedite her journey. Su Chen remained in place, awaiting her return. A few attendants began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is going on with Xiaolan? Aren't we not hosting guests today? I don't know. Could it be that she finds the little ones adorable and has gone to consult Manager Lan?" To them, Su Chen appeared exceedingly youthful. Thus, even though Xiaolan had mentioned seeking out Lan Meng, they still did not regard Su Chen as the individual they were to wait for. However, they were soon captivated by the children. Each little one gazed around with wide eyes, particularly one little boy who smiled brightly upon seeing them. His adorable expression was utterly irresistible, prompting an overwhelming urge to pinch his cheeks. Despite their professional training, the attendants found it impossible to resist. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Young sir, may we hold the babies?" Su Chen nodded, "Of course." Instantly, several attendants were delighted and rushed over to embrace the children. 2 of them even consoled Su Chen, "Young sir, did you come here to reserve a spot? We won't be able to serve today, so consulting Manager Lan will be in vain. Perhaps you could leave your contact information for another time?" Just as Su Chen was about to respond, the elevator doors suddenly opened. 5 minutes earlier, on the 2nd floor of Dilongjai, Lan Meng was engrossed in her work when one of her staff approached to report, "Manager Lan, a gentleman has arrived with 4 children." "For children?" Lan Meng frowned. As a formidable businesswoman, she was unmarried and had little fondness for children, viewing them solely as impediments to her career. The staff member continued, "Yes, the babies are incredibly cute. And what of it? We agreed not to host guests today. What was Xiaolan thinking? I'll go see for myself." With that, Lan Meng turned to head downstairs. She took the elevator, missing her encounter with Xiaolan entirely. As she exited the elevator, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Seeing a cluster of attendants, she intended to reprimand them for their misconduct during work hours. Just then, her gaze fell upon the babies among the staff. In that moment, Lan Meng's breath caught in her throat. She could hardly believe her eyes. Were these truly babies? They looked like dolls. Although she had encountered children before, her disdain for them stemmed from her encounters with misbehaving ones. Yet today, the babies were utterly charming, rendering her unable to harbor any animosity. The urge to scold was forcibly suppressed. The attendants, realizing Lan Meng's presence, anxiously concealed the babies behind them. They were well aware of Lan Meng's temperament and feared her wrath might inadvertently affect the children. Su Chen, noticing the commotion, turned to face Lan Meng. Once again, her breath faltered. This man was undeniably handsome. But who was he, and why was he at Dilongjai at this hour? Lan Meng clasped her hands to mask the tumultuous feelings within her as she approached Su Chen and the children. "Good day, sir." She was about to continue when suddenly, she felt a baby's gaze fixed upon her. Following the gaze, she saw a small boy, his large eyes sparkling, staring intently at her. The boy, with his adorable features and long eyelashes, blinked and then broke into a smile. "Hee, pretty sister. So lovely, so lovely." His innocent delight made Lan Meng's heart flutter. She had never imagined she would find herself enamored by a child. As she attempted to steady her racing heart, the smiling baby stretched out his arms towards her. Babbling joyfully, Lan Meng felt a tightening in her chest. Oh my, how utterly adorable. How desperately she wished to scoop him up. What was she to do? Chapter 89. He is indeed the holder of the black card. Lan Meng could scarcely contain her excitement. Su Chen noticed that after Lan Meng spoke, she fell silent. Her gaze fixated on the third baby. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently tapping the little one's head. "Third baby, don't cause a ruckus. This fellow always demands to be held when he sees a pretty sister. It's so embarrassing." The third baby glanced between Su Chen and Lan Meng, a bit perplexed. "Huh, Daddy won't let the pretty sister hold me. Why not? But she is so beautiful. I want to be held." With a determined glint in his eyes, he resolved to pursue the embrace, raising his arms even higher. The attendants, sensing that Lan Meng had fallen silent, thought there might be hope. After all, the children were undeniably cute, and perhaps Lan Meng would warm up to them. They aimed to assist Su Chen. "Manager Lan, this baby seems to really like you. Hurry and hold him. He is so adorable." Lan Meng was nearly at her wit's end. She desperately clenched her fists, fighting the urge to cradle the little third baby in her arms, and seriously replied, "Sir, I'm afraid we truly cannot host guests at Dilongjai today." Su Chen felt a hint of exasperation. How could he explain that he was the holder of the black card without making these young ladies uncomfortable? Just then, a voice echoed from the stairwell. "Manager Lan, I see you've come down." It was Xiao Lan, who had just ascended the stairs and failed to spot Lan Meng. She descended once more, only to find Lan Meng standing before Su Chen. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "You've already met this gentleman? Manager Lan, what shall we do next?" Lan Meng looked utterly bewildered. "Xiao Lan, what are you talking about?" The other attendants also wore puzzled expressions. Xiao Lan clarified, "Aren't we here specifically to entertain the holder of the black card?" Lan Meng responded, "Yes." Xiao Lan continued, "This gentleman is he." Lan Meng. "Everyone. The holder of the black card is so young, and he brought 4 children? Shouldn't he, the holder of the black card, be a portly middle-aged man? This defies all logic. And a successful young man at that?" Su Chen forced a smile. "I apologize, I was just about to explain, but I haven't found the opportunity." Lan Meng stared at Su Chen in disbelief. His humility left her astounded. This was the holder of the black card at Dilongjai, a man who could command them to do anything. Typically, when entertaining such prominent figures, they tread carefully, fearful of making mistakes. Yet this gentleman was so polite. The attendants gazed at Su Chen with starry-eyed admiration, having completely forgotten their earlier discussions about the black card holder. Now, they were keen to forge a closer bond with him. Lan Meng was the first to regain her composure. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she cautiously asked, "Sir, may we see your black card?" The attendants exchanged bewildered glances. Has Manager Lan lost her mind? When did you become so gentle? Yet, Lan Meng was far too preoccupied to care about the reactions of the waitstaff. She simply could not contain herself. Su Chen casually retrieved the black card from his pocket and handed it to Lan Meng. "Is this it?" Lan Meng was taken aback once more. This was the exclusive black card of the Dilongjai. How could it be so nonchalantly tucked away in his pocket? This young man is quite extraordinary. Lan Meng respectfully accepted the black card, glancing at it before promptly nodding. "Yes, this is indeed it. You must be Mr. Su Chen, right? My apologies for my earlier indiscretion. I am Lan Meng, the manager of Dilongjai." When Lan Meng received the news this morning, she only knew that the black card holder was named Su Chen. She never expected him to be so youthful. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No worries at all. Manager Lan, I'm here today because I wish to trouble you with a matter. Please, go ahead." Lan Meng was pleasantly surprised by Su Chen's politeness, her admiration for him increasing. Su Chen continued, "The day after tomorrow, I would like to reserve Dilongjai for an entire day. Is that possible?" Lan Meng nodded. "Certainly. As a black card holder, you can request anything from Dilongjai. However, May I inquire what the occasion is? Should we prepare anything in advance? What type of cuisine should our chefs plan for? Lan Ming politely inquired. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I will inform you about the arrangements shortly, but I won't need the chefs. I have my own. By the way, Manager Lan, there's another matter I would like your assistance with. I wish to celebrate my wife's birthday and surprise her. Therefore, I kindly ask you to keep the reservation confidential for now. I will bring the little ones along later. Upon hearing this, the waitstaff were once again astonished. To think he would bring a black card to Dilongjai for his wife's birthday. What a grand celebration. Suddenly, they felt a tinge of envy. How fortunate this Mr. Su's wife must be. Lan Ming was equally surprised to learn that Su Chen's intention was such. She nodded, understood. But will you be providing your own chef? Do you require us to prepare any ingredients? Su Chen shook his head again. No need. I have everything prepared. Thank you. Manager Lan. Lan Ming felt a flicker of doubt. What kind of chef could possibly surpass the ones at Dilongjai? After all, they are top-tier culinary artists. It seemed she would need to broaden her horizons. After discussing the arrangements with Lan Ming, Su Chen took his leave. The little ones were happily engaged with the waitstaff. Su Chen had a difficult time settling them into their high chairs. After he left, the entire staff of Dilongjai continued to gaze at his retreating figure. In that moment, each of them felt a pang of envy, eagerly anticipating the birthday celebration for the woman in question. Chapter 90. Excuse me. Does this esteemed gentleman mind having another girlfriend? Su Chen returned home. It was already 4 in the afternoon. After feeding the little ones and changing their diapers, he took out his phone and made a call. At the same time, at Ningzhou University, class had just ended. When Chi and Shun Ming Yao were heading to the restroom together when suddenly, Shun Ming Yao's phone rang. She took out her phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, was momentarily puzzled. Why is he calling? What's going on? When Chi sensed something was amiss with Shun Ming Yao and asked with concern. Shun Ming Yao quickly put her phone away. It's nothing, Chi. You go ahead, my mom is calling. I'll be right there. All right. When Chi nodded, Shun Ming Yao stepped around the corner and answered the call. Su handsome? What's the matter? Is it really appropriate to call me instead of Chi at this time? The caller was, indeed, Su Chen. Before Su Chen could respond, Shun Ming Yao added, let me tell you, while I acknowledge that you are quite handsome and charming, I will not steal Chi-Chi's man. If you don't explain yourself right now, I will go straight to Chi-Chi and tell her to take the little ones away from you. Su Chen felt a bead of sweat form. What on earth is this girl thinking? All right, Shin Ming Yao, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Hearing Su Chen's serious tone, Shin Ming Yao ceased her banter. Speak, what's the matter? I need a favor from you. A favor? But I'm Chi-Chi's best friend. I should be helping her instead. Your request is I'll allow you to come to my home for dinner next week. And you can play with the little ones. Su Chen interrupted her directly. Upon hearing this, Shin Ming Yao's expression shifted to one of delight. Really? Really? Tell me. What do you need? I will go through fire and water to accomplish it. As long as it means I can hold the little ones and taste the dishes you prepare, what is friendship? It pales in comparison. It's not that serious. Su Chen replied helplessly. The day after tomorrow, after class, can you bring Chi-Chi to Dilongjai? Dilongjai? Shin Ming Yao was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Or did I mishear? I'm not crazy, and you didn't mishear. It's indeed Dilongjai. Is it the Dilongjai I'm thinking of? Yes, there is only one Dilongjai in Ningzhou. As Shin Ming Yao's realization dawned, she exclaimed, wow. Su Chen, you're amazing. Indeed. Isn't the day after tomorrow Chi-Chi's birthday? Wait, let me check my memo. Su Chen remained silent. A moment later, Shin Ming Yao exclaimed, it really is. Su Chen, are you planning to surprise when Chi-Chi? This is impressive. I'm so excited. It's Dilongjai after all. Su Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation, contemplating whether seeking Shun Ming Yao's assistance was a wise decision. Miss Shun, please keep your composure. If Chi-Chi finds out, the surprise will be ruined. Shin Ming Yao realized she had become too animated. She cleared her throat, striving to calm her excitement. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I will try my best to remain calm. I will definitely do my best. Not just try your best. You must. I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Shun Ming Yao felt the weight of immense pressure. Okay, don't worry, I will get it done. After hanging up, Shin Ming Yao was still bubbling with excitement. When Chi-Chi emerged, she noticed Shun Ming Yao grinning to herself and curiously asked, what is going on? Shin Ming Yao quickly masked her smile. Oh, nothing, just feeling very happy. Come on, let us head back to class. But didn't you need to go to the restroom? It suddenly dawned on Shun Ming Yao that in her excitement, she had neglected her earlier intention. With class time approaching, she decided to forego the restroom visit entirely. Oh well, never mind. When Chi-Chi looked at Shun Ming Yao with suspicion, sensing something was off. Time passed swiftly, and in just 2 days, the news spread throughout Ning City. Dilongjai had been reserved by someone, a mysterious individual. In Ningzhou, Everyone was aware of Di Longzhi's esteemed position in the culinary world. A single meal could cost tens of thousands. Reservations were typically required well in advance. Who could possibly have booked the entire establishment? Who was this remarkable person? The online community was abuzz with speculation. We sent someone to inquire, but the staff at Di Longzhi are exceptionally discreet. We couldn't find out anything. It was said that the person who reserved the venue preferred to keep their information private. This is incredible. They can command Di Longzhi. The behind-the-scenes owner of Di Longzhi is a significant figure in the capital. Indeed. But why would this mysterious individual reserve the venue? This question was answered. It is said to celebrate their wife's birthday. Upon hearing this, netizens were astonished. What? A birthday celebration? Is this a display of affection? It certainly seems so. Today is yet another day filled with envy. May I inquire if this esteemed individual would mind having an additional girlfriend? Dear friend, take me along. I would willingly become his third concubine. I shall be the fourth, the fifth, the 10,086th. When Chi came across this message, it was already the evening of the 29th. The 30th was her birthday. She felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing that this woman online shared the same special day. However, she was somewhat envious. Yet, on that day, Chen had asked her if her birthday was approaching. Tomorrow, surely, there would be surprises for her as well. Suddenly, when Chi found herself looking forward to her own birthday. Chapter 91 Chen, have you forgotten something? September 30th. At 6 in the morning. When Chi heard Chen bustling about in the living room. Lying in bed, her heart swelled with emotion. Had he risen so early to prepare gifts for her? Chen truly excelled in everything he undertook. She turned over to gaze at the little ones. The 4 babies were soundly asleep. The 3rd and 4th were murmuring in their dreams, their adorable expressions radiating cuteness. Happiness surged within her. Surely, Chen would come to call her for breakfast, right? When Chi suddenly felt the urge to indulge in a day of laziness. Just for today, she would allow herself to be capricious and remain in bed until Chen beckoned her. At 6:30, there was no sign of him. At 7, still nothing. At 7:20, she could no longer resist and climbed out of bed. When she opened the door, her heart fluttered with anticipation. However, upon stepping out, she was taken aback. The living room was impeccably tidy. Aside from being a tad cleaner, there was nothing remarkable. Chen was busy in the kitchen, seemingly frying dough sticks. When Chi peeked in, as Chen placed the dough sticks into the oil, he turned and greeted her. Chi, you're up? A sense of disappointment washed over her. She had anticipated his first words to be, Chi, happy birthday. She managed to smile and replied, When did you start frying dough sticks yourself? I found the one sold outside unappetizing, so I thought I'd give it a try. Coincidentally, I woke up early today. Chen explained, pulling the golden brown dough sticks from the oil. Chi, wait a moment, I'll be done shortly. The kitchen held only the frying dough sticks and porridge simmering on the stove, nothing else. When Chi suppressed her disappointment and nodded, all right, she headed to the bathroom. After freshening up, Chen called her for breakfast. When Chi mechanically sat down to eat, the dough sticks were delicious, yet she still felt something was amiss. The babies soon awakened. Chen went to dress them. Sitting in the living room, when Chi listened to the children's laughter and Chen's soothing words, she consoled herself, realizing that Chen's care for their 4 little ones was, in fact, the greatest gift of all. When Chen returned, when Chi had already finished her meal, as he prepared milk for the babies, he said, Chi, shall I take you to school now? Otherwise, we'll be late. Don't worry about me. I'll eat when I return. It's the same. When Chi nodded, Chen always considered her needs. Perhaps she was simply asking for too much. As they descended to the car, when Chi pondered, perhaps the gift awaited her in the vehicle? Alas, upon opening the car door, everything remained unchanged, just as usual. The journey to school passed without incident. Upon alighting, when Chi could no longer contain herself. Chen, you. As Chen adjusted the seat, he turned to her, huh? What's wrong? Have you forgotten something? Chen looked bewildered. What? Did I forget something? The baby's milk powder? I bought it, and I stocked up on plenty of diapers. Don't worry about that. He rambled on. When Chi finally offered a faint smile, that's good. With that, she turned, disappointed, and entered the gates of Ning University. At that moment, Chen received a phone call. It was from Shen Mingyao. Lowering her voice, she could not hide her excitement and astonishment. Chen, what on earth are you doing? Today, Di Longzhi has been booked entirely. Why did you ask me to take Chi there? Shen Mingyao could not fathom how Chen could afford to book Di Longzhi. She had nearly lost her mind upon seeing the news that morning. Was he trying to pull a prank? Chen chuckled. Don't worry. You'll know when you get there. What if I embarrass myself? Shen Mingyao exclaimed in exasperation. Chen, I'm telling you, if we can't get in, I'll convince Chi to break up with you. Chen replied. You can come to my house for a month's worth of meals. All right, Chen, good, don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to bring Chi along. Buy me too. That's a month's worth of meals. It's like playing with the babies for an entire month. How delightful. Who cares about embarrassment? When Chi-Chi arrived in class, lessons had yet to commence. Shen Mingyao sat bored in her chair. Upon spotting Wen Chi-Chi, her eyes lit up. Chi-Chi, over here. When Chi-Chi walked over and sat down with a blank expression. Shen Mingyao looked at her curiously. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? When Chi-Chi shook her head, no? Oh, Chi-Chi, isn't today your birthday? So what are you and Su Chen planning to do? Shen Mingyao inquired teasingly. When Chi-Chi remained silent, Shen Mingyao continued, could it be? No celebration? Nothing planned? That won't he do? How could Su Chen forget his wife's birthday? As she spoke, Shen Mingyao took out her phone and pretended to call Su Chen to scold him. When Chi-Chi stopped her, forget it. Su Chen is quite busy. What does that matter? Just because he's busy doesn't mean he can neglect his wife's birthday, Shen Mingyao remarked, while secretly relishing in the situation. Su Chen. Oh Su Chen, don't blame me. It's the only way Chi-Chi will come with me. When Chi-Chi felt even more despondent at Shen Mingyao's words, she fell silent. Shen Mingyao leaned on her shoulder. Never mind. If he doesn't celebrate, I'll celebrate your birthday. Tonight. I'll take you out for a nice meal. When Chi-Chi smiled lightly, but I need to go back and check on the babies. Isn't Su Chen there? Isn't he quite capable? Let him take care of them. Shen Mingyao said, her tone exasperated. Throughout the day, when Chi-Chi felt somewhat lost, even by the afternoon, Su Chen had yet to call. After school, Shen Mingyao scolded Su Chen as they walked to the west gate together. He better be there. I must question him about why he forgot Chi-Chi's birthday. It's outrageous. Otherwise, I'll make him pay. As she spoke, she observed when Chi-Chi's expression. Noticing her sadness, Shen Mingyao felt a sense of satisfaction. Chi-Chi, don't blame me. This is all your man's doing. Upon reaching the west gate, when Chi-Chi discovered that Su Chen had not come, the babies were also absent. There wasn't even a WeChat message on her phone. Shen Mingyao began her tirade anew. He really didn't come? This is infuriating. Is he relying on his looks to do as he pleases? How outrageous. When Chi-Chi shook her head, Mingyao, stop it, I'll call him. In the past, even if Su Chen were busy, he would always come to pick her up. After dialing, it took a while before the call connected. When Chi-Chi heard Su Chen's calm voice on the other end, Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Chapter 92, I'm a chef myself. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen called Tang Tiansheng to request a day off and took the babies to Dilongjai. Lan Ming had been waiting for Su Chen at Dilongjai for quite some time. When Su Chen arrived, the waitstaff, who had been eagerly anticipating his presence, immediately whisked the children away. Lan Ming, upon seeing Su Chen, hesitantly inquired, Mr. Su, do you truly not require a chef? Su Chen shook his head, unyielding. Lan Ming pressed on. Given that it is a birthday celebration, is it truly acceptable to forego a chef and not even procure a cake? Moreover, Su Chen was a holder of a black card, and she could not afford to be negligent. She glanced around and realized that Su Chen had not brought a chef with him. Therefore, she cautiously introduced the individual beside her. Mr. Su, this is our head chef, Peng Liang, whom I have specifically summoned to assist you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon him. Su Chen looked up and beheld a rather portly man, even plumper than Zhao Dashing, who stood respectfully in his chef's attire. Mr. Su, whatever dish you wish to prepare, please feel free to mention it. I possess extensive knowledge of various cuisines and assure you of your satisfaction. My specialty lies in desserts and cakes, which are perfectly suited for a birthday celebration. Su Chen smiled gently. There is truly no need. I intend to prepare it myself. Just ready the kitchen for me. He had already brought along the necessary ingredients and was merely awaiting the opportunity to commence. Peng Liang and Lan Ming exchanged astonished glances. You mean to say you will cook for yourself? Indeed. It was their first encounter with someone who requested to prepare their own meal at Dilongjai. However, Peng Liang still harbored some reservations. After all, this was a black card holder. Should any mishap occur, the repercussions from the owner of Dilongjai would be unimaginable. No worries. Could you assist me in transporting the ingredients to the kitchen? Well, if you insist, Peng Liang conceded. Never having anticipated that as a top chef at Dilongjai, he would be relegated to the role of a mere porter. Lan Ming, too, felt a twinge of concern. Mr. Su, are you truly intent on cooking for yourself? Indeed. Noticing their apprehension, Su Chen added, perhaps you might wait nearby. Should I need assistance, I will call for you. That will suffice. Their worries were somewhat alleviated. The waitstaff in the banquet hall observed the scene in bewilderment, some displaying expressions of envy. Wow, the young man is preparing a cake for his wife. It appears he will also be cooking. How enviable. Yet, could this young man actually cook? Few young men possess culinary skills, after all. They expressed their doubts, one among them chuckling. What does it matter? If I had such a handsome and devoted husband, even if the food were subpar, I would relish every bite. I too. What matters is the affection. That young lady must be truly fortunate. Suddenly, they were curious about just how beautiful she might be. Peng Liang and Lan Meng proceeded to assist Su Chen in moving the ingredients. As they carried large and small bags of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, onions, flour, and other items into the kitchen, Peng Liang remained perplexed. Will this truly suffice? Typically, a birthday banquet features grand dishes. While these ingredients are useful, they seem rather casual. Peng Liang was worried. Su Chen casually handed him a green radish. Try this. All the ingredients brought today were purchased by Su Chen at the market the previous day and subsequently grown in his own space. Although he had yet to acquire the special seeds mentioned by the system, based on his experience with potatoes and cucumbers, he was confident these would not disappoint. Peng Liang, still bewildered, accepted the radish. Just eat it like this? While transporting the items, he had noticed the ingredients appeared remarkably fresher than usual. Yet, based on his experience, he felt these were still far from adequate. Su Chen nodded. Yes, just like that. With some skepticism, Peng Liang washed the radish. Encouraged by Su Chen's approving gaze, he took a bite. After all, he could not defy the words of a black card holder. In an instant, he was taken aback. The texture. As a top chef, Peng Liang's sense of taste and smell was more acute than most, allowing him to master cooking techniques and timing. He had eaten green radish before, but never had he encountered one so delicious. Typically, green radishes carried a hint of spiciness, yet this one was subtly sweet, imbued with a delicate fragrance that compelled one to take another bite. Peng Liang quickly chewed, savoring the flavor. At that moment, Lan Meng entered and witnessed this scene. She too was taken aback. Peng Liang, what on earth are you doing? Peng Liang pointed at the radish and then at himself, unable to articulate a response. Are you hungry? Surely we have other food in the kitchen? Lan Meng remarked as she headed toward the refrigerator. Peng Liang seized her arm, breaking the radish in half and offering her a piece. Try this. Lan Meng regarded Peng Liang, then glanced at Su Chen, sensing something peculiar about the two. Nevertheless, she bit into the radish. Moments later, she too was stunned. This radish is exceptionally delicious. Indeed, I assent it? Peng Liang agreed. Did Su Chen bring all these ingredients? He nodded while chewing. Lan Meng, unable to contain herself, finished the entire radish before looking at Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen was already cracking eggs, preparing to make a cake. Having risen early, he had pinned down the dishes he intended to prepare in his skill book. Now he possessed all the necessary skills. The eggs and meat were specially purchased and washed with spring water, and while the effects were not as pronounced as those of the vegetables, they were still far superior to those available on the market. Lan Meng initially intended to inquire about the source of Su Chen's radishes, but upon witnessing his technique, she was left awestruck. Dressed in an apron, Su Chen exuded a gentler demeanor, and while he was utterly serious about making the cake, his movements were remarkably adept. As the manager of Dilong Zhai, Lan Meng had witnessed the culinary artistry of Peng Liang's team. She had always believed that their skills ranked among the finest in Ningzhou. Yet today, she beheld Su Chen. His technique was swift, exceedingly so. Each movement was executed with precision, transforming the simple act of cooking into a visual feast that captivated the eye. Peng Liang had finished the radish and found himself yearning for another bite. Unbeknownst to him, he was facing away from Su Chen and thus did not notice his actions. Just as he was about to request another radish, he saw Lan Meng lost in thought. Curious, he asked, Lan manager. Yet, before he could finish, he was silenced by her intense gaze fixed upon Su Chen, pointing toward him. Peng Liang turned to see Su Chen, and in an instant, he was astonished. Chapter 93. Master, may I be your disciple? As a top chef, Peng Liang had witnessed countless culinary spectacles and trained numerous apprentices. He had always believed his skills were unparalleled within the Ningzhou culinary scene. Even if he couldn't claim the top spot, he would certainly not fall below the top 5. Yet now, observing Su Chen, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of defeat. What was Su Chen doing? Why did every movement seem impeccably executed? Separating egg yolks from whites was done without a trace of hesitation. The kneading of dough was performed with just the right amount of force. Even in the final stages of sculpting, each cut was flawlessly precise, without a hint of excess. It was as though he had imprinted the desired outcome in his mind. Requiring no conscious thought, Peng Liang understood that the art of culinary sculpting was the most challenging aspect of cooking. One misstep could render all previous efforts futile. Thus, even after years of experience, he remained cautious, fearful of making any mistakes. Yet, Su Chen appeared to navigate the process with such ease. He watched in astonishment, desiring to ask questions but hesitant to interrupt Su Chen's flow. Peng Liang simply watched Su Chen. He watched for a full hour. Finally, Su Chen stopped what he was doing. The cake was finished. The final product was complete. Su Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. This was a massive project. For this entire hour, he had poured his heart and soul into it. afraid that if he did a poor job, he would have to start over. Fortunately, the culinary god skill book was Invincible. But why did he feel someone staring at him? Su Chen looked up blankly and saw Lan Meng and Peng Liang, who were still in a state of shock. Su Chen waved his hand. What's wrong with you guys? Hearing Su Chen's words, Peng Liang finally snapped out of it. The next moment, he rushed to Su Chen's side, trembling as he pointed at the cake. You made all of this? Lan Meng, who had recovered earlier than Peng Liang. Has this guy lost his mind? Peng Liang, weren't you just watching him? Peng Liang nodded nervously. Oh, right. I was watching Mr. Su make it. Sorry. I'm just too excited. I've never seen anyone make something so complex, so perfect, and so fast before. And your knife skills and technique are incredible. Mr. Su, if I may be so bold, may I ask who your teacher was? With this level of skill and technique, you must have learned from a master. It probably takes at least 10 years of practice, right? To my knowledge, the number of such masters still existing in the entire country can probably be counted on 2 hands. Peng Liang desperately wanted to find that person and become his disciple too to improve his own skills. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Could he say that he just learned it this afternoon? Even if he said it, Peng Liang and Lan Meng wouldn't believe him, right? Su Chen smiled wryly and made up an excuse. Sorry, Brother Liang, my master prefers to stay out of the spotlight. All right. Masters usually keep a low profile, Peng Liang chuckled, then asked somewhat sheepishly, Mr. Su, could you teach me? He also made desserts. But after seeing Su Chen, he felt his own work was simply not fit for public display. Lan Meng felt this was getting out of hand. This was his unique skill. How could such a skill be casually passed on to others? Wasn't this putting Mr. Su in a difficult position? Lan Meng said, Peng Liang, that's going too far. However, before she could finish, she heard Su Chen say, Of course, I can. Lan Meng. Did she hear correctly? Was anyone ever this straightforward? Not even a moment's hesitation? This was his livelihood. Peng Liang was already jumping for joy. Great. Mr. Su, how about I become your disciple? Please teach me more in the future. Lan Meng. Was this still the same Chef Peng with the big attitude? Su Chen waved his hand. There's no need to become a disciple, right? Peng Liang thought Su Chen was unwilling to take him on as a student and became sad. Chef Su, do you think I'm too stupid? Lan Meng. Peng Liang. Have some shame, will you? Where is your dignity? Su Chen was also amused by Peng Liang. No, it's not that. It's just that I don't have a chef qualification certificate. And I don't have any other complicated rules. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. There's no need for such formalities. After saying this, Su Chen couldn't help but add, Chef Peng, President Lan, please stop calling me Mr. Su. Just call me Su Chen. It feels awkward. Lan Meng was delighted to hear this. This black card holder truly had no airs about him at all. She liked that. It was a pity that someone else had gotten to him first. Lan Meng sighed silently to herself. Finally, she said with a smile, then you should stop calling me President Lan too. Call me sister. All right, Sister Lan, Brother Peng. Peng Liang was overjoyed. Good. Brother Su Chen, you're amazing. Your wife will definitely love this cake. If I were your wife, I'd be moved to tears. Su Chen looked at the cake and smiled. I hope so. Peng Liang no longer had the slightest doubt about Su Chen's abilities. He walked over to Su Chen and, like an apprentice, said to him, Brother Su Chen, what are you going to do next? Let me help you. Don't worry. Feel free to order me around. I know this kitchen better than anyone. I can definitely help you. Seeing Peng Liang's enthusiasm, Su Chen couldn't refuse. He could only nod in agreement. Okay. Lan Meng did not leave either. Next, she watched Su Chen cook. Knife skills, technique, ability. Each was more astonishing than the last. Even so, he didn't show a hint of arrogance. Peng Liang kept asking him questions nonstop, and Su Chen never seemed annoyed. He kept explaining things to Peng Liang. He's really a good guy. Lan Meng felt a sour feeling in her heart. Lan Meng was 30 this year. She still hadn't found a partner. She had a proud and aloof personality and always felt she could live better without a man. But today, she suddenly felt like finding one. If it was someone like Su Chen, she was completely on board. 6:00 p.m. All the dishes were ready. Su Chen also took the opportunity to make some complimentary food for the babies. He originally planned to feed them himself, but when the food was brought out, the waitstaff rushed to take it. Let me feed them. Let me do it. I like this adorable little guy. I want to feed him. Oh, I like this little princess. And this little rascal. And this tough little girl. Haha. Mr. Su, please rest. Leave it to us. The 4 babies looked at Su Chen, blinking their eyes. Then blinking again, as if to say, Daddy, see how popular we are? We have lots of fan sisters. Daddy is silly. You have nothing. Su Chen sat down helplessly nearby, watching the babies having fun with the waitstaff. Lan Meng stood beside him, also watching with envy. Brother Su Chen. Su Chen turned his head. Lan Meng said, what kind of woman has made you so devoted? Chapter 94. How about considering someone like me instead? This was a question Lan Meng had been pondering all afternoon. She couldn't figure it out. What kind of woman would a man like Su Chen, young, handsome, good with kids, and a cook comparable to a top chef, fall for? Su Chen lowered his head and smiled. She's a very kind woman. Lan Ming didn't understand. There are plenty of kind women. Won't you consider anyone else? For example, someone like me? As she said this, Lan Ming glanced at Su Chen coquettishly, half-jokingly. Lan Ming was very beautiful. At least, she knew that's how men saw her. She just didn't want to find a partner. Otherwise, if she beckoned, plenty would come running. Seeing Su Chen frown, Lan Ming added, I don't mind at all that you have 4 babies. If possible, she would love to take them with her every day. Haha. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Sister Lan, stop joking. Someone like you must have suitors lining up all the way to Dilongjai, right? Lan Ming knew Su Chen was rejecting her. Her heart felt sour. She originally wanted to say something more. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. He saw it was Wen-Chi calling and smiled. Answering the phone, he asked calmly, Chi-Chi, what's up? On the other end of the phone, Wen-Chi's voice sounded a bit nervous. Su Chen, are you and the babies busy? Su Chen thought for a moment, then replied, yeah, we're still at the tea shop. Seeing Lan Ming about to speak, he made a shushing gesture. Wen-Chi wanted to say that her class was over, but the words reached her lips, and she felt she was being too sentimental. She simply said, it's nothing. You guys carry on. I'll head back by myself. Okay, Su Chen said, I need to get back to being busy. You head back early. When Chi-Chi hung up the phone, feeling disappointed, Lan Ming asked curiously, why didn't you tell her the truth? Su Chen chuckled softly. I simply wished to surprise her. Lan Ming felt a pang of envy in her heart. How fortunate it is to have such a man. At the west gate of Ning University, after hanging up the phone, Shun Mingyao's voice erupted beside Wen Chi-Chi. Are you really not coming? What's wrong with Su Chen? Is it possible that he thinks once the baby is soothed, you become redundant? Chi-Chi, what do you need him for if he behaves like this? Don't go back. Let me take you out for your birthday. When Chi-Chi shook her head, but the babies. Oh, what are you worried about? Su Chen is there, isn't he? Shin Mingyao tugged at Wen Chi-Chi and urged her outside. Shin Mingyao thought that if Su Chen were present, he would surely scold her. Yet, she felt powerless. When Chi-Chi's focus was solely on Su Chen and the children. The babies were untouchable for scolding, leaving only Su Chen to bear the brunt of her frustrations. When Chi-Chi remained unconvinced, before she could finish her sentence, a furious exclamation interrupted them. Damn it. It was Li Wenhao. He had been waiting in the corner near the west gate for quite a while, eager to see the babies. Su Chen hadn't sent him any videos of the babies for several days. Li Wenhao had been managing with the previous videos, but it was becoming unbearable. Today, he finally could no longer hold back and decided to apologize to Su Chen, even if it meant suffering a beating, just to ensure he would receive daily videos in the future. Yet, he found himself waiting for Wen Chi-Chi instead. The more he overheard Shin Mingyao and Wen Chi-Chi's conversation, the angrier he became. What the hell was Su Chen doing? Forgetting his wife's birthday? Was he even a man? He stormed out, Sister-in-law, what is going on? Did Su Chen forget your birthday? Wen Chi-Chi remained silent. Li Wenhao continued to rant. Damn it. Is this what a man does? I'm calling him right now to give him a piece of my mind. Sister-in-law, wait. For the first time, Shin Mingyao found Li Wenhao's assertiveness quite impressive. However, she knew they couldn't confront Su Chen. It was all part of his plan. If they did, how could the surprise be executed? What a foolish ally. Shin Mingyao quickly interjected. What is the point of confronting him? If he only remembers because someone reminded him. What significance does that hold? What a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao realized she had a point. Yes, Su Chen truly was a scoundrel. As he ranted, an idea struck him. If he could win Wen Chi-Chi's favor during this time, perhaps she would send him photos in the future, making things much easier. He was indeed clever. Bro, I'm sorry, it's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's just that you have been ungrateful. With this thought, Li Wenhao leaned toward Wen Chi-Chi. No worries, sister-in-law. If he won't celebrate with you, I will. Let us go eat something delicious. I'm hungry too. I'll call and order a cake. A sister-in-law for a day is a sister-in-law for life. Your birthday cannot be so ambiguous. Shin Mingyao shot him a puzzled glance. Why did his words sound so awkward? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. As long as they could persuade Chi-Chi to come along, everything was negotiable. Right. And I know a fantastic restaurant. Shin Mingyao added. Come on, Chi-Chi, let us go. It's not fun to just eat dog food or embarrass ourselves alone. We should drag Li Wenhao along to avoid any awkwardness. Li Wenhao, grinning foolishly, chimed, let us go, sister-in-law. Don't hold back. I'll cover the bill. Without waiting for Wen Chi-Chi to respond, Shin Mingyao promptly called a cab. Li Wenhao opened the door and ushered Wen Chi-Chi inside. During the ride, Li Wenhao incessantly berated Su Chen. That bastard is truly infuriating. Sister-in-law, don't be upset. I'll gather the guys to teach him a lesson. If he dares mistreat you, just let him go. I can introduce you to a handsome guy. I happen to know one who wouldn't mind your kids at all and is eager to help raise them. Shin Mingyao glanced at Li Wenhao with pity. This guy was genuinely clueless. As Li Wenhao continued his tirade, the taxi driver could no longer contain himself. Are you all heading to Delongzai to catch someone cheating? Delongzai? Upon hearing the name, both Li Wenhao and Wen Qiqi paused in surprise. Yes, the address you provided is Delongzai, right? Today, it's been booked for a private event. Unfortunately, it's heavily guarded. Outsiders can't enter, so we don't know which big shot is inside. It must be someone's birthday celebration, huh? You all seem so worked up about that scoundrel. Aren't you going to catch him in the act? Li Wenhao exchanged a bewildered glance with Shen Mingyao. The cab was called by her, and she provided the address. What business did they have at Delongzai? Everyone knew there was a grand birthday feast happening there today. Wouldn't that just add to Wen Qiqi's frustration? Shen Mingyao was equally flustered. She hadn't anticipated the driver would be so talkative. She had intended to sneak Wen Qiqi inside. Now, it was a different story. After a moment of intense thinking, Shen Mingyao, under immense pressure, concocted an excuse. Chapter 95. Su Chun, you're about to be green with jealousy. Feigning ignorance, Shen Mingyao asked, is someone celebrating a birthday at Delongzai? Really? I had no idea. I was planning to take Qiqi there for a surprise. Li Wenhao exclaimed, you're going to celebrate a birthday at Delongzai? A meal there costs at least several thousand. They're just students. Shen Mingyao replied defiantly, so what? Can't we go? That look of yours screams you're so poor really irks me. With a resolute heart. Li Wenhao thought, fine, for the sake of the babies, let us just order some cheaper dishes at Delongzai. Of course we can go. If they can hold a celebration. So can we. Just because they've booked it doesn't mean we can't enjoy it too. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky. It would be wonderful to celebrate a birthday at Delongzai, at least once in their lifetimes. Li Wenhao's heart bled at the thought. Shen Mingyao nodded in agreement. Even if we can't get in, enjoying a meal nearby would still be pleasant. That is acceptable, Li Wenhao said with a forced smile. Wen Qiqi, witnessing their antics, couldn't help but laugh. These two were quite the clowns. However, her spirits lifted considerably. Yet, a nagging feeling persisted in her heart. She couldn't shake the sense that something unusual awaited them today. Outside Delongzai, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Even the surrounding small shops enjoyed a boon from the crowd. People were curious to see what kind of exceptional woman could attract such a powerful figure. As Shen Mingyao and her companion's taxi came to a halt, they caught sight of a rather extravagant scene. Li Wenhao couldn't help but curse. Damn, this is just too extravagant. When Qiqi hesitated, Mingyao, perhaps we should ask the driver to take us somewhere else? Shen Mingyao was adamant. Su Chen had promised her a month of free meals, along with the chance to play with the babies. Such a generous offer was incomparable to anything else. Unfazed, Shen Mingyao declared, we've come all this way. Aren't we going to check out the commotion? Qiqi, you know I love a lively atmosphere. With a resigned sigh, when Qiqi followed her out of the car. As soon as they stepped out, the onlookers were taken aback, exclaiming, wow, what a beauty. She is so stunning. Is she the one? No way, look how she arrived. A big shot's partner wouldn't hail a cab. True, what a pity for such a lovely face. When Qiqi heard their remarks, but remained unperturbed, Li Wenhao, irritated, muttered, these people are ridiculous. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao began to feel anxious. What if a significant figure was indeed inside? What if they inadvertently offended someone powerful? What would they do then? Shen Mingyao closed her eyes and thought once more about the adorable little babies. With a determined heart, she resolutely made her way towards the Delongzai. In her mind, she repeatedly chanted, Su Chun, please appear. Hurry. Li Wenhao observed Shen Mingyao's actions. Confusion etched on his face. Have you lost your mind, Mingyao? What on earth are you doing over there? Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Come back quickly. There are so many people watching. He fretted. If they chase you away, it will be utterly humiliating. Shen Mingyao remained silent, yet anxiety crept into her heart. Where was Su Chun? Wasn't it agreed that she merely needed to bring him along? Could it be that he was jesting? Was this some kind of prank? That would indeed be excessive. When Qianqian looked puzzled as well, Mingyao? The crowd around them began to murmur. What is she doing? Is she really heading to Delongzai? That's akin to courting disaster. Just wait and see. She'll be thrown out in no time. Delongzai isn't a place for just anyone to enter. Shen Mingyao felt increasingly uneasy. Li Wenhao stared at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. Sister-in-law, what? When Qianqian hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Shen Mingyao's arm. Mingyao, stop this nonsense. Let's go somewhere else. Shen Mingyao was on the verge of panic. What was happening? Did she need to call Su Chen herself? Just as she pondered her next move, the door to Delongzai swung open. When Qianqian grew more anxious, let us hurry. The crowd became animated. Look, the staff of Delongzai are coming out to escort someone away. What a stunning girl. What a pity. If not, I would have gone over to comfort her. What a perfect opportunity. The men were eager, while the women averted their gazes. Shen Mingyao felt inclined to retreat. Li Wenhao quickly positioned himself in front of Wen Qianqian. As a man, He couldn't stand by and watch two women being harassed. If anyone were to be scolded, it should be him who bore the brunt. Sister-in-law, you two step back. Soon, the group was taken aback. A young attendant from Dilongjia emerged, wearing a warm smile as she approached them. Li Wenhao, skeptical, thought, is this upscale establishment so extravagant? Do they require a beauty to escort people out? As the attendant neared them, Li Wenhao forced himself to remain calm. We'll be leaving right away. Sorry for the disturbance. The supposed security guard, Xiaolan, appeared puzzled. What is going on? Why are you leaving already? If you depart, what will happen to Mr. Su? Xiaolan had just been pulled aside by Su Chen, who had specifically pointed out when Qianqian. Upon encountering her, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaolan's eyes. Quickly, she understood her task and descended to escort when Qianqian upstairs. Noticing how protectively Wenhao was of her, Xiaolan felt a twinge of confusion. However, she maintained the poise expected of a Dilongjia attendant and smiled. May I ask, is this Miss Wen Qianqian? Xiaolan's smile left everyone astonished once more. The onlookers, unable to hear her words from a distance, could only speculate. What is going on? Aren't they supposed to be thrown out? Why is she being so gentle? Perhaps this is the charm of Dilongjia. Li Wenhao's jaw dropped in shock. Shen Mingyao was equally bewildered. What was happening? How did the attendant from Dilongjia know Wen Qianqian? Did Su Chen truly reserve a spot at Dilongjia? Could the person who booked the entire place really be Su Chen? Wen Qianqian was equally astonished. How do you know me? Xiaolan had realized she had found the right person and replied, Miss Wen, please follow me. Wen Qianqian, confused, asked, where to? Someone has been waiting for you. Miss Wen, Xiaolan said respectfully. Before Wen Qianqian could process the situation, Shen Mingyao tugged her forward. Qianqian, let us go inside. Li Wenhao was nearly frantic. He stood frozen for a moment before grasping a crucial realization. The people inside were waiting for Wen Qianqian. But wasn't it supposed to be Su Chen celebrating her birthday? Where was that rascal? Suddenly, Li Wenhao recalled something and pulled out his phone to send a message to Su Chen. Kid, don't blame your father for not reminding you. Hurry to Dilongjia or you'll be left in the dust. Afraid Su Chen wouldn't believe him, he added. This time, it's the truth. As a brother, Li Wenhao permitted himself to scold Su Chen. However, if it were someone else, that would be entirely unacceptable. Chapter 96. The Profound Brotherhood of Li Wenhao. On the third floor, Su Chen found an excellent vantage point from which to gaze out the window, awaiting Wen Qianqian's arrival. Before long, he spotted Li Wenhao and was momentarily taken aback. Why is this rascal here? Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed with a message from Li Wenhao. Su Chen chuckled lightly in resignation, choosing not to respond and tossing his phone into his pocket. Green? Is he implying I'm unfaithful to myself? This guy has quite the unique thought process. Lan Meng had long been standing nearby, eager to see the woman who had made Su Chen reject her without hesitation. She was determined not to leave without knowing. Upon seeing Wen Qianqian, her pupils dilated slightly. Having been preoccupied with her career, Lan Meng had encountered numerous beauties, some cold and aloof, others petite and adorable. Yet, she had never seen anyone as ethereal and charming as Wen Qianqian. In that moment, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Is she truly your wife? Lan Meng asked incredulously. Well, technically, she will be my wife, Su Chen replied proudly. We aren't married yet. Lan Meng was taken aback. But your child? She bore them all, Su Chen remarked. But as Lan Meng scrutinized Wen Qianqian more closely, she was astonished once again. Are you sure she has had children? How can someone who has given birth still possess such a youthful figure and innocence? Lan Meng shook her head in disbelief. Su Chen nodded. Otherwise, what does Blue Sister think? Where do you think my children came from? Upon further examination, Lan Meng noticed shadows of the children in Wen Qianqian's features. A wave of disappointment surged through her. Just moments ago, she had entertained the thought of pursuing Su Chen if his wife were unattractive. Now, she realized she had utterly lost. Lan Meng smiled. I concede. Su Chen, you found a truly beautiful wife. Su Chen's gaze never strayed from Wen Qianqian. All right. When Lan Meng realized she couldn't capture Su Chen's attention, she sighed and asked, shall we begin? Yes. Su Chen nodded again. Lan Meng turned to attend to her tasks. Downstairs, the onlookers were left puzzled. What just happened? Did the beauty get invited inside? Is this for real? Is she the main attraction today? The crowd remained incredulous. Xiaolan led Shen Mingyao and Wen Qianqian for quite some time, realizing that Li Wenhao had fallen behind. Concerned, she inquired, ladies, is that gentleman not joining us? He seems to have come with you. Surely he has a friend? It wouldn't be right for him to be left outside. Shen Mingyao noticed Li Wenhao hadn't followed and, growing irritated, called out, Li Wenhao, what are you dawdling for? Are you coming or not? This is all Su Chen's doing. Shen Mingyao eagerly anticipated Wen Qianqian's reaction upon discovering the truth. This foolish man was only wasting time. Li Wenhao initially had no intention of going. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was well aware of Su Chun's family background and did not believe Su Chun had the means to reserve Di Longjai. There had to be another man involved. No way. How can my brother's wife be taken away? If my brother isn't here, then I'll step up myself. Without causing an upheaval, he would not be called Li Wenhao. Here he comes. Li Wenhao hastened to catch up, his mind racing with thoughts. My dear son, this time your father is truly using his face to support you. You must take me out for dinner more often in the future. When Chi-Chi felt a bit disoriented throughout the journey, upon seeing the waiter, that peculiar sensation washed over her once again. Today, Su Chen had been exuding an oddity all day. He is such a meticulous person, having even asked earlier, how could he suddenly forget his own birthday? What on earth is going on? Could all of this be his doing? With that thought, when Chi-Chi shook her head again. No, that doesn't make sense. Su Chen is also short on funds. However, the more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, so she decided to stop thinking and just see what was ahead. The group arrived at the elevator, and Xiaolon pressed the button for the third floor. Damn, this is quite extravagant, Li Wenhao exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. The third floor housed the most luxurious banquet hall in the Di Longjai. The more he considered it, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to reassure Wen Chi-Chi, sister-in-law, don't worry. Which scoundrel dares to trouble you? I will deal with him immediately. After all, she was his brother's wife. One must go to great lengths for family. Shen Mingyao cast Li Wenhao an incredulous glance, her expression one of exasperation. This guy certainly had a long reflex arc. Xiaolon wore a strange expression, asking, what trouble? None of your business. Just lead the way properly, Li Wenhao retorted. The elevator reached the third floor. Li Wenhao rolled up his sleeves and instinctively blocked Wen Chi-Chi from stepping out. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll go see which scoundrel it is first. Shen Mingyao sighed. Let him embarrass himself. It's more entertaining that way. As the elevator doors opened, Li Wenhao charged out, fully expecting to see someone waiting outside with roses for Wen Chi-Chi. He was ready to throw a punch and take them down. However, upon exiting the elevator, he was left dumbfounded. The banquet hall was shrouded in darkness. The lights were off and the curtains drawn. It was 7 in the evening, and it had already grown dark outside. Now, nothing was visible. Wen Chi-Chi was equally bewildered. What was happening? Shen Mingyao, however, wore a smile. Su Chen knows how to have fun. I wonder what surprise awaits. She could hardly contain her excitement. Li Wenhao was losing it. After a moment of silence in the darkness, he finally exploded. Damn. What are you trying to do? If you have the guts, turn on the lights. Bring that dog out for a one-on-one. Dreaming of stealing my Chenji's woman? I'll tell you, as long as I, Li Wenhao, am alive, your scheme will never succeed. Do you believe I can knock your teeth out right now? The darkness was eerily silent, yet Li Wenhao's words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Shen Mingyao thought to herself how she wished she could pretend not to know Li Wenhao. When Chi-Chi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Su Chun, hiding in the shadows, rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Lan Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Your friend is quite amusing, she remarked. Su Chun rubbed his temples again. Yes, though he's a bit foolish. Why did he have to tag along? Sigh, the previous debts haven't been settled yet. After venting his anger, Li Wenhao realized that an extended silence had followed. He grew agitated once more. My temper. If you don't turn on the lights now, I'll start throwing punches. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Li Wenhao gritted his teeth. In the darkness, Lan Ming whispered to Su Chun. Should we turn on the lights? Su Chun nodded, yes. As Li Wenhao's count reached 3, the lights of the hall suddenly flickered on. In an instant, Li Wenhao was left speechless. Chapter 97. Chi-Chi, come here. The banquet hall illuminated, adorned with various floral decorations. The grand chandelier above cast a soft pink glow, gentle, beautiful, and sweet. Under the chandelier, a long carpet stretched from the elevator to the enormous round dining table in the center. Scattered along the carpet were balloons of various colors, some even shaped like hearts, creating a corridor filled with floral whispers. The round table was lavishly set with an array of delectable dishes, neatly arranged and exuding an enticing aroma. Standing beside the table were 2 rows of elegantly dressed waitstaff. In front, 4 baby seats held 4 little ones dressed as princes and princesses, their faces adorned with cute little hearts. Upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, they erupted in joyous laughter, resembling 4 adorable little dolls. Shen Mingyao felt her heart melt. Were it not for Wen Chi-Chi being the guest of honor, she would have rushed over to hug and kiss them. As the waitstaff greeted Wen Chi-Chi in unison, Miss Wen, happy birthday? She bit her lip, striving to hold back tears after a moment of stunned silence. Shen Mingyao was equally close to tears. Su Chun stood at the corner of the hallway, and Lan Ming turned to him, saying, it's your turn. Su Chun nodded, just as he was about to step out. Suddenly, Li Wenhao, who had been silent until now, erupted in a furious outburst. Damn. Who set this up? Why go to such lengths to create romance? Do you think my sister-in-law would even glance your way? You even brought in 4 babies. How outrageous. I'll tell you, the children are my Chen Gu's, and so is Wenqiqi. I don't care who you are. Get this nonsense out of here. With that, Li Wenhao turned to Wenqiqi, saying, Sister-in-law, let us take the babies and go. Chen Gu must be waiting for you at home. Li Wenhao still hadn't processed what was happening. Having known Su Chun for over a year, he understood him well. Such a scene was impossible to orchestrate, even if Su Chun were sold. Wenqiqi waved her hand, remaining silent. Li Wenhao's face turned pale. Sister-in-law, you can't be serious? Before he could finish, Shen Mingyao shouted, Li Wenhao. Shen Mingyao was already at her wit's end. If Li Wenhao continued, he would likely be beaten to a pulp by Su Chun for his reckless words. Forget it. Since I'm the reason he's in this predicament, I might as well protect him. At this point, Li Wenhao was oblivious to her thoughts, his face aflame with anger. And you, Shen Mingyao? You deliberately brought my sister-in-law here, didn't you? What are you scheming? You wouldn't be in cahoots with them, would you? I'm telling you. Before Li Wenhao could finish his sentence, a familiar voice came from behind. Howsy? Li Wenhao was startled, turning around as he exclaimed, Damn, Chen Gu. You finally made it. I was about to get into a fight because of you. Hurry up. His peripheral vision caught Su Chun, and his pupils dilated in disbelief. He turned fully to face Su Chun, eyes wide with incredulity. Chen Gu, what are you doing? Su Chun was currently pushing a massive cake, 6 layers high, each a different hue that harmoniously blended, creating a stunning visual. Atop the cake were intricately carved figures of 6 little people, 2 adults and 4 babies. The adults, 1 male and 1 female, were casually dressed, the female adorned in a pink dress. The 4 children held hands, each displaying a different expression, one dazed, another smiling. One gazing adoringly at the woman, and the last one seated in a rather cheeky manner, exuding mischief. Li Wenhao stood frozen in place. At that moment, he was rendered speechless. Observing this, Su Chen gently uttered, Step aside. Li Wenhao mechanically shifted to the side, still unable to comprehend the situation. Shen Mingyao instinctively positioned herself beside Li Wenhao, never having anticipated such a romantic scene orchestrated by Su Chun. In that fleeting moment, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, envy intertwined with joy. The waitstaff had all stepped aside, awaiting Su Chen's approach. The instant they laid eyes on Wenqiqi, they realized that snatching Su Chen away from her was an utterly futile endeavor. She was simply too stunning. Her beauty eclipsed that of all the servers combined. At that moment, they understood that the baby's striking features were not solely inherited from Su Chun, but also bore the exquisite touch of Wenqiqi. This pair was undeniably a vision of grace and allure, complemented perfectly by the presence of their child, evoking envy in all who beheld them. Standing in the shadows, Lan Meng felt her eyes dampen involuntarily. Peng Liang was the first to notice her. Curiously, he approached and inquired, What is the matter? Even President Lan has been moved? He recalled how many men Lan Meng had driven away, to the extent that those who pursued her had dubbed her the Extinction Mistress, a woman devoid of compassion. Peng Liang believed this description aptly captured her essence. She was a veritable workaholic, never allowing personal emotions to interfere with her professional demeanor. Lan Meng rubbed her eyes and retorted coldly, What are you talking about? Why would I be moved? I simply think they look wonderful. Peng Liang chose not to challenge her assertion, nodding in agreement. Indeed, they are quite beautiful. A perfect match. Those little ones are practically little angels. The combination of a grand angel and tiny angels is simply ideal. Wenqiqi had completely lost her ability to respond. The moment her gaze met Su Chen's, her mind went blank. When the waitress Xiaolan called out to her, she had already surmised that it might be Su Chun. Yet she never expected to encounter such a version of him. Wenqiqi had imagined countless birthday scenarios and contemplated what gifts Su Chen might bestow upon her. But nothing could have prepared her for this grand display. No girl is immune to the allure of romance, and Wenqiqi was no exception. Over the past year and a half, she had masqueraded as a strong woman and a resilient mother, yet deep down, she yearned for someone to stand by her side and shield her from life's storms. Today, Su Chun donned a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, less soft and more commanding, yet undeniably handsome. He stood there, exuding an irresistible charm. The 6-layer cake before him, adorned with miniature figures, profoundly touched Wenqiqi's heart. The adults represented Su Chun and herself, while the children symbolized their 4 little ones. While others might ponder the significance of this arrangement, Wenqiqi instantly recognized it as a portrait of family. She sniffled softly, and moments later, heard Su Chen call out, Chi-Chi, come here. Chapter 98. Isn't this just too sweet? Su Chen's voice was soft, yet it resonated with everyone present. All eyes turned to Wenqiqi. A mixture of envy and jealousy evident, yet their lips could not help but curve into smiles. How could such a romantic birthday celebration exist in this world? They were all feeling a twinge of jealousy. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. She was not far from Su-Chun and could see the joy in his eyes as he looked at her. The children, now positioned on either side of Su-Chun, opened their arms wide, seemingly beckoning her to join them. Overwhelmed with emotion, when Chi-Chi felt tears welling up, unable to contain herself any longer, she lifted her feet and slowly approached. Su-Chun watched her, his smile deepening as he opened his arms, waiting for her embrace. At last, when Chi-Chi stood before him, and with a gentle chuckle, he stepped forward without hesitation and enveloped her in his arms. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Some of the waitstaff could no longer hold back their emotions, covering their faces as tears of envy streamed down. Shen Mingyao, standing beside Li Wenhao, sniffled quietly. Oh my! Chi-Chi is so happy. I'm truly thrilled for her. When she first learned of Chi-Chi's pregnancy, Shen Mingyao had been extremely worried. At that time, she had wondered which scoundrel had treated her so poorly. Had Chi-Chi not steadfastly refused to reveal the man's identity, she would have sought to confront him. It was only now that she realized Chi-Chi's perseverance had been worthwhile. Li Wenhao stared at the scene, his expression blank, lost in thought. Lan Ming leaned against the doorframe, her eyes glistening. This feeling was truly remarkable. Perhaps it was time for her to find a boyfriend? Peng Liang, unable to suppress his amusement, exclaimed, President Lan, look how blissful they are. To which he added, yes. President Lan, I, too, wish to find a wife. Well then, why not go find one? Hee, I'll do it right away. As he spoke, he mused, if only I could find someone as beautiful as Miss One. Uft. Lan Ming couldn't help but laugh. Chef Peng, sometimes you need to know your own worth. Peng Liang remained silent but felt an undeniable joy. Embraced by Su-Chen's warm hold, when Chi-Chi felt a wave of bittersweet emotion wash over her. At that moment, Su-Chun leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, Chi-Chi, happy birthday. In an instant, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face. Finally, the birthday wishes she had awaited all day had arrived. The children, too, were swept up in the emotions of their parents, giggling and reaching their little hands up for hugs. The eldest and second children bounced around in sheer delight. Today was a day filled with joy. After a while, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Kiss her, kiss her. Quick, quick, give her a kiss. The urging voices snapped when Chi-Chi backed to reality. Instinctively, she attempted to push Su-Chen away, but he grasped her hand firmly. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. In her earlier excitement, she had forgotten about the multitude of onlookers, feeling a mix of embarrassment and an oddly wonderful happiness. Lowering her gaze, Su-Chun did the same. He tenderly ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, chuckling, feeling shy. When Chi-Chi remained silent, her head bowing even lower, her cheeks aflame, and her heart racing. Su-Chen found her shyness utterly endearing. Come, let your husband give you a kiss. Not yet a husband, when Chi-Chi's voice trailed off, barely audible. Haha, Su-Chen teased. That will change soon. As he spoke, he began to lean closer. When Chi-Chi's demeanor was simply too captivating, the crowd held their breath, eyes wide, eager to witness this pivotal moment. Some even pulled out their phones to capture the scene. Shen Mingyao had already wiped away 3 waves of tears, overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment, hoping that one day she would experience something similar. Just as Su-Chan was about to press his lips to Chi-Chi's, a sudden, piercing shout rang out, what the hell? Startled, when Chi-Chi instinctively turned away from Su-Chen's kiss. Su-Chen's expression darkened. Li Wenhao, are you seeking death? He shot a murderous glare at the instigator, Li Wenhao, who, at that moment, seemed to have just emerged from a daze, finally registering the unfolding scene. He suddenly pointed at Su-Chun with a dawning realization. Brother, today at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, the one hosting a banquet for his girlfriend's birthday, must be you, right? Did you set this up on purpose? You brought Shen Mingyao and your sister-in-law here, didn't you? Oh my goodness, listen to this. I've uncovered a sensational event. Brother Chen, you're incredible. It turns out the one who has been cuckolding you is yourself? But wait, where did you get the money? This doesn't add up. Did you win the lottery? The crowd. Shen Mingyao. Su-Chen. Is this person out of their mind? Isn't it obvious that it's Su-Chen? But is that the point? Shouldn't the focus be on the two of them kissing? Who is this person? At that moment, Su-Chun felt an overwhelming urge to punch Li Wenhao. What a scoundrel. What is going on? He is failing at a critical moment. While he pondered this, when Chi-Chi in his arms couldn't help but laugh. Su-Chun was infected by her laughter, and his earlier anger dissipated in an instant. He looked down to see Chi-Chi bashfully covering her lips, then gently pushing him away. All right, Su-Chun, I need to hold the baby now. You see, Sambao will start crying soon. Thank you for today. Just as when Chi-Chi finished her sentence, Sambao indeed cried out twice. Su-Chun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to release Chi-Chi. He could ignore everyone else's needs, but not his son S. He cast a resentful glance at Sanbao. When Chi-Chi picked up Sanbao, who nuzzled against her face and even cast a delighted glance at Su-Chun. Su-Chun, is this little rascal doing this on purpose? Humph. Su-Chun resolved not to take Sanbao to see pretty sisters for the next few days. TSK. Competing with him? Little Sanbao had no idea how miserable his fate would be. Being held by Mama is such a joy. When Chi-Chi soon immersed herself in interacting with the babies, Li Wenhao finally regained his senses. Something felt off. Why was everyone looking at him with such murderous intent? Had he committed a grave mistake? Li Wenhao scrutinized the scene and was left dumbfounded, especially upon sensing Su-Chun's murderous intent. He nervously took a couple of steps back. Brother Chen, please. Go on. It's all my fault. I won't disturb you anymore. Su-Chun, go on my foot. Chapter 99 System. Please gently place the cake on Li Wenhao's head. Seeing Su-Chun approach, Li Wenhao immediately turned to flee, inadvertently using Shen Mingyao as a shield. Heroine, save me. Shen Mingyao rubbed her forehead and unhesitatingly stepped aside. In the entire banquet hall, Li Wenhao only recognized Shen Mingyao, Su-Chun, and Wen Chi-Chi. It would be far too embarrassing to ask anyone else for help. Moreover, Shen Mingyao had completely abandoned his side. Helpless, Li Wenhao turned his gaze toward Wen Chi-Chi, repeatedly pleading, "Sister-in-law, help me. Save me, I don't want to die." Wen Chi-Chi, cradling Sanbao, was on the verge of laughter. Seeing Su-Chun about to confront Li Wenhao, Wen Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly. "Su-Chun, let us cut the cake." At the sound of his wife calling, Su-Chun immediately halted his movements. "All right, coming right up." Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Li Wenhao. "You little brat. Just wait. This grudge would not go unavenged." Li Wenhao was frightened, turning to run. Shen Mingyao stopped him. "Where are you going?" "To escape, what else? My son is cold-blooded." Especially after he had just disrupted someone's grand affair, Li Wenhao had some awareness of his own situation. Shen Mingyao shook her head in exasperation. "Truly cowardly. What are you talking about? This is not cowardice, it's strategic retreat." "Strategic retreat? What kind of strategy is that?" Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes. "Don't say I didn't warn you. The food on that table is absolutely delicious. If you miss it, you'll regret it." When the lights came on, Shen Mingyao spotted a table laden with exquisite dishes. She had no doubt that Su-Chun had prepared them. Although she thought Li Wenhao was foolish today, Su-Chun hadn't dealt with him yet. How could she let him go? Shen Mingyao eagerly anticipated witnessing Li Wenhao getting beaten up. This guy was just too deserving of a beating. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao curiously asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true. This is the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. When will you have another chance?" "Not again. Just eating a little here would consume half a year's worth of my living expenses." Considering this, Li Wenhao found Shen Mingyao's words quite reasonable. Thus, he cautiously turned around, intending to sneak a bite. When Chi-Chi placed Sanbao in a baby chair and walked over to the cake, everyone was eagerly anticipating a slice of cake. This cake looked delicious. However, when Chi-Chi hesitated to make a move, Su-Chun had been offering her the knife for quite some time. Curiously, he asked, "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" When Chi-Chi shook her head, saying it was nothing, just that she felt a bit reluctant. "You made this with your own hands, after all." The crowd, "Sister, can you please cut it already? This dog food is getting a bit excessive." Su-Chun smiled sheepishly. Li Wenhao was already confused. "Your own hands? No way, right? My son can bake a cake?" Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes again. "Su-Chun can do a lot more than that." Li Wenhao, "But can he make it edible?" He expressed his skepticism. After all, in the dormitory, they could barely manage to cook instant noodles without burning them due to lack of supervision. Shen Mingyao, "Then don't eat any if you don't want to." Li Wenhao, "I want to eat it. I'm afraid Su-Chun will poison it." Shen Mingyao felt she had rolled her eyes enough for one day. "Oh, and the food on the table is also all made by Su-Chun." Li Wenhao was dumbfounded. "No way. If Su-Chun made it, I'll eat the whole table." Shen Mingyao shook her head, not wanting to waste any more words on Li Wenhao. Su-Chun gently patted Wen Chi-Chi's head and said tenderly, "You decide. All of this is made for you." Wen Chi-Chi shyly lowered her head and giggled. At that moment, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Peng Liang was the first to break the silence. "Brother Su-Chun, you're about to kill us with anticipation. I've been waiting for this cake all afternoon. Am I even going to get a chance to eat it today?" Others echoed, "Exactly. We're full of dog food already. If you don't let us have a bite of cake soon, that's just too cruel. This cake is massive. It looks tough to cut. Can't you hold the lady's hand and help her cut it together?" Su-Chun smiled helplessly. He gazed tenderly at Wen Chi-Chi, asking her, "Chi-Chi?" Wen Chi-Chi's face flushed again. Just as Su-Chun thought she would refuse, he saw her gently nod in agreement. A surge of joy filled Su-Chun's heart. His wife had consented. He smiled and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Wen Chi-Chi's waist. Then, Su-Chun placed his right hand over her right hand. "Come, let me help you." With a solid chest behind her and warmth enveloping her hand, and so many eyes upon them. When Chi-Chi's face turned crimson, Su-chan observed her demeanor and chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid, come on." The crowd was nearly going insane. Are we seriously being fed more dog food? Obviously. I want to hit someone. Me too. Then everyone turned their gaze toward Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao. Someone shouted. Look, look, it's about to be cut. How sweet and warm it is. At this moment, I yearn to be when Chi-Chi. I too. The eyes of the people around are filled with heart-shaped excitement, as though they are more jubilant than on their own birthdays. Su-chan chuckled softly. Subsequently, he took Wen Chi-Chi's hand, grasping a knife, and delicately plunged it into the cake. The next moment, a voice resonated within Su-chan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. This is a selective task. Option 1. Gently place the cut piece of cake on Li Wenhao's head to receive rewards, a tea garden, a premium Longjing tea seed, a fine fishing rod, and cash of 200,000. Option 2. Distribute the cake evenly among everyone to receive cash of 100,000. Su-chan. Is this really a choice he has to make? The system must be doing this on purpose, right? Haha. It seems even the system cannot bear to watch that rascal Li Wenhao any longer. Oh, Li Wenhao. This time, you cannot blame your father. When Chi-Chi, noticing Su-chan's pause, asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing, Chi-Chi. The top layer of the cake is reserved for you. On it, there are 6 adorable little figures, symbolizing a family of 6. When Chi-Chi nodded, After distributing the first layer of the cake, Su-chan began to slice the cake for everyone. First was Lan Meng, followed by Peng Liang and Shen Mingyao, and then the waitstaff. Peng Liang was the first to take a bite. Just as he had stated, he had waited an entire afternoon for this cake. Ever since Su-chan had made it, he had longed to taste it. Now he finally indulged. At that moment of savoring, Peng Liang's eyes lit up. Chapter 100, disheveled yet vibrant. Peng Liang had never tasted such delectable cake. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. No wonder you are Chef Su. It's not only not greasy, but also carries a hint of sweetness. This texture, not even the chefs at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion could replicate." His words instantly heightened the anticipation of those around him. It is worth noting that Peng Liang is a top chef at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, especially renowned for his exquisite desserts. Initially, they had assumed that someone as young as Su-chan could not possibly create anything remarkable. Upon learning that this entire feast was crafted by Su-chan, their anticipation had been building for quite some time. Each of them took a bite, and soon, they were all gasping in astonishment, especially Shen Mingyao, who was nearly beside herself with delight. Su-chan, your culinary skills have improved immensely. This is delicious, delicious, delicious. This is undoubtedly the best cake I have ever tasted. Li Wenhao, bewildered, asked, is this really made by Su-chan? As Su-chan cut himself a generous slice of cake, he nodded. Yes, it's made by Dad. Would you like to try some? Li Wenhao, completely oblivious to the impending danger, leaned in while nodding. Sure, I'll give it a try. Just then, his pupils dilated in shock as the cake Su-chan was holding came crashing towards his face. Li Wenhao attempted to dodge, but unbeknownst to him, someone pushed him from behind. With a resounding smack, a whole piece of creamy cake landed squarely on Li Wenhao's face. What the heck? Li Wenhao was about to go insane. What are you doing, son? Su-chan retorted. You fool. What do you think I was going to do? Instead of staying at a good school, why are you out here? As Su-chan spoke, he sliced another piece of cake. No, I was wrong. Isn't it enough that I admitted my mistake? Li Wenhao pleaded as he stepped back. It's all because you didn't send me videos of the babies. I just really want to see them. Brother Chen, I didn't mean to. I was wrong. While Li Wenhao continued to plead, he wiped a handful of cream from his face. Seizing the moment when Su-chan was distracted, he stepped forward and, without hesitation, smeared the cream on Su-chan's face. Haha. Son, looks like you miscalculated. Do you dare to scheme against me? Just then, a crowd began to gather around him, each holding cake. Li Wenhao, bewildered, felt his smile turn bitter. What are you all planning to do? Led by Shen Mingyao, the group burst into laughter. Their grin sent chills down Li Wenhao's spine. What are we planning? What do you think? Shen Mingyao asked. Please, ladies, don't be deceived by Su-chan's handsome exterior, though he is quite charming. Before Li Wenhao could finish, a barrage of cakes came crashing down upon him. Instantly, chaos erupted. Was Su-chan merely charming? He was extraordinarily handsome. Such a beautiful scene was ruined by you. You still wish to plead for mercy? While none of us want to be showered with dog food, this dog food cannot be so recklessly destroyed. The crowd chattered excitedly, surrounding Li Wenhao. His cries echoed throughout the banquet hall. Before long, he was transformed into a cake person. Su-chan had been isolated from the fray, his face smeared with cream. When Chi-Chi, unable to watch any longer, approached him with a tissue. Here, wipe your face. Su-chan, taking the opportunity, grasped Wen Chi-Chi's hand and wiped his face with it. When Chi-Chi, feeling shy, attempted to withdraw her hand, but Su-Chun did not give her the chance. She grew anxious. You. Haha. Su-Chun was amused by when Chi-Chi's flustered demeanor. He released her hand and, in a fluid motion, pulled when Chi-Chi closer. Chi-Chi, what I intended to do earlier is still unfinished. When Chi-Chi smiled slightly, raising her hand to shield Su-Chun's face, and earnestly said, Su-Chun. What is it? Su-Chun sensed that when Chi-Chi had something to say. He listened intently. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to ask, do you remember when we first met? Su-Chun pondered for a moment and replied, you mean during that summer vacation a year and a half ago? What made you leave then? Before Su-Chun could finish, he noticed when Chi-Chi smiled, turning to embrace Sanbao. She evidently did not wish to continue the topic. Su-Chun had no choice but to let it go. However, what did when Chi-Chi's earlier words mean? Did they know each other before that fateful night? He had no memory of it at all. Su-Chun scratched his head in regret. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wenhao managed to squeeze his way back to Su-Chun. The cream on his body instantly smeared all over Su-Chun. Meanwhile, the instigator, Li Wenhao, seemed unconcerned, laughing heartily. Su-Chun could no longer contain his frustration. You fool. You brought this upon yourself. Your grandpa is coming. He charged forward, and once again, chaos ensued. The only one who did not join the fray was Lan Meng, who approached when Chi-Chi and pinched Sanbao's cheek. Sanbao immediately begged for a hug. Lan Meng smiled as she cradled Sanbao in her arms. The little one snuggled closely, and Lan Meng's heart melted. He is so adorable. When Chi-Chi chuckled, thank you. Sanbao is quite mischievous. No worries, Miss One. Lan Meng deliberately glanced towards Su-Chun. Do you like Su-Chun? If not, you might still have a chance. Lan Meng suddenly seized that tiny opportunity. When Chi-Chi also glanced over, Su-Chun was entangled in a playful scuffle with Li Wenhao. He appeared just like a big child. Yet, this very big child had been taking meticulous care of her recently. She smiled sweetly. Of course I like him. Lan Meng's expression dimmed slightly. Then she forced a smile. But I heard that you aren't married yet? When Chi-Chi nodded slightly. Indeed. How could it be otherwise? You have children now. And Su-Chun has reached the age to obtain a marriage certificate. Nowadays, universities permit such things, do they not? They do. When Chi-Chi smiled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Lan Meng observed her expression and could not help but feel relieved. Actually, if there is any misunderstanding, you could explain it to Su-Chun. When Chi-Chi nodded again, I understand. Then, she lowered her head, biting her lip as she murmured softly to herself, but he no longer remembers me. Back then, he didn't like me at all. If he knew it was me, he would surely disdain me for my actions. Chapter 101. She truly harbored deep feelings for Su-Chun. This question lingered in when Chi-Chi's mind for quite some time. When she first laid eyes on Su-Chun on campus at the start of the semester, she could hardly contain her urge to flee. She feared not only to trouble him, but also to tarnish the image he held of her. Once the school belle, the dream girl in the hearts of many boys. When Chi-Chi felt an unexpected wave of trepidation. Fortunately, Su-Chun no longer remembered her. Gradually, Su-Chun began to treat her with increasing kindness. When Chi-Chi found herself yearning for this tenderness, reluctant to gamble on their fate, perhaps she would find another opportunity. For now, she was certain that Su-Chun cherished her. And indeed, she held genuine affection for him. So much so that he occupied her every thought, her gaze unable to stray. Lan Meng, captivated by Su-Chun and the children, did not quite catch when Chi-Chi's murmurs. She softly inquired, what did you say? When Chi-Chi shook her head, smiling, it's nothing, I will strive to do my best. Lan Meng chuckled. Yes, if you don't put in the effort, Su-Chun may very well belong to someone else. When Chi-Chi simply smiled, remaining silent. Lan Meng sighed again. I truly envy you. You will encounter someone special too. Haha, I hope so. However, Su-Chun hardly seems like a typical father. When Chi-Chi smiled as she gazed in Su-Chun's direction, yet, to me, he will always be the children's father. The cake battle in the banquet hall lasted a full 20 minutes. Not only were Li Wenhao and Su-Chun covered in cream, but even the waitstaff bore the remnants of the dessert. Shen Mingyao was particularly exasperated, her hair laden with frosting. Just as she was about to continue her assault with the cake, Li Wenhao stood up, gasping for breath. All right. Ceasefire. At this rate, the entire cake will be obliterated. What shall we eat? His words instantly reminded everyone of their predicament. Indeed, after the fray, what was there to eat? The cake was simply too delicious to let Li Wenhao have it all. Thus, people scattered in search of sustenance. Li Wenhao and Su-Chun were the most unfortunate of all, their bodies, faces, and clothes smeared with a thick layer of cream. They sat together in silence for a moment before sharing a chuckle. Li Wenhao patted Su-Chun on the shoulder, saying, Son, you performed admirably at today's birthday banquet. Your father is quite pleased. Get lost. Su-Chun muttered under his breath. Shen Mingyao had also joined the fray for cake, and in a kind gesture, She offered Li Wenhao a piece. Finally able to savor the cake, Li Wenhao forgot all about banter with Su Chen. As he took a bite, he was utterly astonished. Did you really make this cake? Indeed. Su Chen nodded. It's absolutely delectable. Li Wenhao gobbled down another bite, then stood up to secure another piece before returning to his seat. After finishing 2 pieces, he was still unsatisfied. I can hardly believe that one day my son could create something this delicious. Su Chen replied. Could you not flatter me so excessively? Seeing Li Wenhao about to devour more, Su Chen could not help but intervene. Eat less. There are dishes over there too. Although they were prepared for my wife, I might grant you a taste. Li Wenhao was taken aback. You made those too? He recalled Shen Mingyao mentioning that the dishes were cooked by Su Chen, but he had never believed her. He had even wagered with Shen Mingyao over the dinner table. Hearing Su Chen's admission now, Li Wenhao thought the two of them had gone mad. Surely, Su Chen could not have prepared an entire feast. The presentation alone suggested the work of a culinary master. Su Chen ignored him. At that moment, Lan Meng, Peng Liang, Shen Mingyao, and others had already started to eat. Su Chen had previously expressed a desire for a lively birthday celebration, so he invited the waitstaff to join in. The waitstaff and children played joyfully, appreciating Su Chen's lack of pretension, and they all felt at ease. The atmosphere was truly delightful. At the dining table, exclamations arose. Wow! This pork rib is exquisite. This chicken nugget as well. It's the best I've ever tasted. And this dessert is even better than Chef Peng's. Chef Peng, you might be dethroned. Peng Liang laughed heartily. I cannot refute that statement. He was thoroughly impressed by Su Chen, who had mastered countless culinary disciplines, an aspiration most chefs could only dream of achieving in one field. Regrettably, most could only excel in a single domain. Lan Ming also took a bite. Brother Su Chen, your culinary skills are remarkable. Then, turning to Wen Qiqi, she added, Qiqi, you are incredibly fortunate. Wen Qiqi shyly smiled. Swelling with pride, her man was truly exceptional. Su Chen had already seated himself beside Wen Qiqi. Li Wenhao, in a panic, exclaimed, Hey, I want in. Let me taste. Noticing that some dishes were nearly finished, Li Wenhao felt he needed to hurry or risk missing out. He sat down and immediately grabbed a piece of the braised fish before him. The next moment, Li Wenhao's eyes lit up. This is simply divine. After saying that, he disregarded everything else and began to feast. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes. Li Wenhao, what happened to your promise to gnaw on the table? Li Wenhao was too preoccupied to care. While eating, he replied, I'll do that later, don't rush me. Su Chen helplessly served Wen Qiqi some of her favorite dishes. As everyone dined, they turned to Su Chen. After the earlier skirmish, the distance between them and Su Chen had vanished. They teasingly remarked, Look at this. Not only are we eating, but we're also being fed dog food. We're stuffed today? Li Wenhao lifted his head from his bowl, mumbling, I'm different. All I see is food. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes again. The children nearby, seeing everyone so joyful, were equally elated, dancing and waving their hands. As people ate, they turned to amuse the little ones, creating a harmonious scene. An hour later, the once seemingly insurmountable spread of dishes was entirely devoured, with not a crumb of cake remaining. Everyone stood up, patting their full bellies. When Qiqi intended to go tend to the children, when Su Chen suddenly stood up, stating with great formality, Qiqi. When Qiqi paused, what is the matter? Everyone else was equally startled. What was Su Chen up to? Su Chen smiled gently. I still have a gift to present. The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. What do you mean, a gift? What have we been eating all this time? Were the dishes and cake not Su Chen's gift to Wen Qiqi? Was there more? As they pondered, Su Chen produced a contract. Chapter 102, A Birthday Surprise. Dog food galore. Li Wenhao merely saw a thick stack of A4 paper and stared in disbelief. Son, why are you giving me paper? Are you really thinking of giving the senior your homework? The crowd exclaimed. Shen Mingyao remarked. Li Wenhao, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking any further. Su Chen ignored their banter, presenting a stack of papers to Wen Qiqi with earnestness. Do you recall what you said a few days ago? You mentioned that we should work diligently and save to purchase a home. Look, I've managed to acquire one. I initially intended to inscribe your name directly on the deed. But since your household registration wasn't with you, I had to visit the law office. Under the lawyer's witness, I drafted a property transfer contract. This house will henceforth belong to you. Are you elated? Su Chen spoke tenderly, gazing affectionately at Wen Qiqi. At that moment, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Peng Liang exclaimed, This is an excessive amount of dog food. Li Wenhao responded, Stay calm, stay calm. You must grow accustomed to it. I've consumed even more. Shen Mingyao added, Why is no one gifting me a house? I'm incensed. Lan Meng chimed in. Now, this is what a true man looks like. The crowd collectively mused. Is a house truly a birthday gift? This is remarkable. The birthday banquet at Dilong Zhai included a house as well. One voice inquired, Su Chen, why did you only remember to give a gift after everything concluded? Su Chen turned his head, casually replying, I was concerned you all might be too full from the dog food to enjoy your meal. After all, this was a product of my hard work. The crowd reacted with surprise. Your display of humility is a bit excessive, isn't it? Yet, no one dared to voice dissent, as the food was indeed delectable, and the dog food exceedingly sweet. Miss Wen, why are you still in a daze? Accept it quickly. When Chi-Chi stared at Su Chen, struggling to comprehend him. He had become increasingly capable, and her fondness for him grew as well. With a smile, she gently accepted the contract. Suddenly, she recalled when Su Chen had asked for her household registration, claiming it was for the children's bank cards. The true purpose had been for this. A pang of emotion surged within her, and tears of gratitude welled up. Seeing her expression, Su Chen reached out to pinch her cheek. What's the matter? Chi-Chi, don't cry. Your husband is quite impressive. When Chi-Chi broke into a smile, perhaps it was the atmosphere, or perhaps Lan Ming's earlier words had spurred her on. She softly said, Su Chen, don't move. She decided to be audacious today, allowing herself a moment of indulgence. Regardless of what the future held, today, she felt genuinely joyful. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, when Chi-Chi stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and without hesitation, planted a kiss on his cheek. The gentle touch was akin to a dragonfly alighting on water, leaving Su Chen momentarily stunned, unable to react. The crowd gasped collectively. What on earth did I just witness? Are they trying to kill me with this cuteness? I'm overwhelmed. Li Wenhao shouted. Chen, why are you still in shock? Are you daft? Your wife just kissed you. Suddenly, Su Chen came to his senses. Chi-Chi had just kissed him. His wife had kissed him. Instinctively, he pulled Chi-Chi into his embrace. When Chi-Chi, blushing, could hardly lift her head, her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh dear, what had she done? Without hesitation, Su Chen tightened his hold on her once more. Chi-Chi, this feels wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheers. When Chi-Chi, feeling shy, gently pushed Su Chen away. I need to go attend to the children. She dared not meet his gaze or look at the others, hastily moving to the side of the children. At that moment, the little ones were gazing at Su Chen and when Chi-Chi in confusion. What are mommy and daddy doing? They seem so happy. No, we want kisses too. Thus, the closest of the children, San Bao, swiftly took hold of Wen Chi-Chi's hand and, before she could react, stealthily pecked her on the cheek. Having succeeded, he beamed with delight. When Chi-Chi, blushing and her heart racing, couldn't he help but laugh at San Bao's antics. She affectionately patted his small head. You're such a good boy. Then, Da Bao, Air Bao, and Si Bao all began to wave excitedly at Wen Chi-Chi, unable to reach her. We're not happy. Mommy, come closer. Wen Chi-Chi, bewildered by their antics, thought they were upset, and asked, What's wrong, my little ones? Su Chen observed the children and chuckled. Chi-Chi, they want kisses too. The children jumped with glee. Yes, Daddy is right. We also want kisses. When Chi-Chi laughed, bringing her face closer to Da Bao. Moi? Da Bao planted a kiss on her cheek, followed by Air Bao, and finally Si Bao. When Si Bao saw Mommy approaching, he eagerly grabbed her face, giving her a kiss, still unsatisfied. He continued to kiss her while laughing, refusing to let go. Yay! Si Bao kissed Mommy the most. Si Bao is the best boy. Mommy, you must be happy. When Chi-Chi was beaming, unable to contain her joy, the four children surrounded her, taking turns showering her with affection. Su Chen stood a short distance away, occasionally helping to shield the children. The others watched enviously, not daring to interrupt. Today was destined to be an unforgettable birthday for her. When Chi-Chi felt that this day would be etched in her memory forever. After a while, Xin Mingyao and the waitstaff joined the children in their play. Li Wenhao ambled over to Su Chen, stifling a burp, and discreetly handed him a bank card while no one was watching. Su Chen eyed him with suspicion. Li Wenhao carefully avoided the gaze of Wen Chi-Chi and the others, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Son, I only have 15,000 here, which is my living expenses for the past 6 months. Take it. Oh, and I just spoke with Lin Lu and Wang Lei. They're aware you're in need of money and have chipped in a bit as well. They've probably transferred it to you already, so keep it safe. Noticing Su Chen was about to speak, Li Wenhao added, Don't worry. I didn't disclose your situation with Wen Chi-Chi to them. How you choose to tell them is up to you. However, dining at Delonge surely won't be cheap, and you, my friend, are rather short on funds. Asking your family for money to buy a house. Unbelievable. Sighing, he continued, we should have pooled together a few thousand. If it's still not enough for the meal, I'll consult Lin Lu and the others for more help. You should go and sweet-talk that general manager Lan. I'll give you more later. Su Chen regarded Li Wenhao oddly before ultimately accepting the bank card with a smile. Wordlessly departing, Li Wenhao thought, what? This brat doesn't even know how to say thank you? If it weren't for the fact that I nearly messed up today, I wouldn't have given you a dime. Chapter 103, Come home with me. Holding the bank card, Su Chen approached Wen Chi-Chi, who was seeking a hug from Si Bao. He lifted Si Bao into his arms as the others instinctively stepped away, granting the two a moment of privacy. When Chi-Chi gasped upon seeing the bank card in Su Chen's hand. What do you need that for? It's from Li. He probably wants to treat me to a meal, Su Chen replied. When Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, witnessing Li Wenhao's comically distressed expression nearby. You're fortunate to have such friends. Even though Li Wenhao often acts foolishly, it's evident that their bond is genuine. Yes, so I accepted it. As Su Chen chuckled, he remarked, one must teach him a lesson, otherwise he might embarrass himself yet again next time. At that moment, when Chi-Chi recalled the question she had intended to ask earlier, Su Chen, she pondered for a moment before inquiring, where did the house come from? Su Chen had already anticipated that when Chi-Chi would pose this question and was prepared with his answer. I earned it myself. Have you forgotten? Your husband is now in business. I am quite wealthy. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's demeanor. Stop joking. I'm not joking, Chi-Chi. From now on, our lives will undoubtedly improve. I will ensure that you and our baby enjoy a better life. Trust me. Upon hearing these words, warmth spread through Wen Chi-Chi's heart, filling her with anticipation for their future. Today, Su Chen had brought her so much joy. Not far away, Lan Meng gazed enviously at the couple. Peng Liang approached, offering her a piece of candy. Lan, don't just stand there watching. It's too sour. Here, have something sweet. Though not particularly fond of candy, Lan Meng peeled it open and placed it in her mouth. It's quite sweet. That day, the entire Ning city was abuzz with one particular topic, the birthday banquet at Dilongjai. People were unable to enter, nor could they capture any images inside. They waited for an entire day at the entrance, yet no one emerged. To make matters worse, the female lead, who arrived by taxi, was mistaken for just another passerby. Consequently, when she arrived, everyone was too preoccupied with the spectacle to think of taking photos. It wasn't until she entered that people belatedly realized the situation, leading to the current rumors that only spoke of the female lead's beauty. Who is she? No one knows. At that moment, in the boys' dormitory of Ningzhou University, Lin Lu and Wang Lei lounged in their chairs, wearing expressions of concern. Lei, what do you think Li Wenhao and Su Chen are up to? Why is there still no news? Wang Lei replied, indeed, the money was transferred a while ago. Is it enough? If not, I can borrow more. Lin Lu suggested. Forget it. We might as well just borrow some more and send it over. If something goes wrong, it will be too late. Right. I'm coming too. Thus, the two swiftly joined the ranks of those seeking to borrow money, occasionally lamenting, Dilongjai is so lively today. While Haozi and Su Chen are off causing trouble, they revel in merriment, while we have to survive on instant noodles for half a year. What a miserable life. After a while, they managed to borrow only a small amount. Once they transferred all their funds to Su Chen, they lay down to rest. Half an hour later, the dormitory door swung open, and Li Wenhao entered, humming a tune. Upon seeing him covered in cream and looking disheveled, the two were startled awake. What on earth, son? What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Who did this? They immediately sprang from their beds to support Li Wenhao. Seeing their reaction nearly made Li Wenhao burst into laughter, though he quickly suppressed it upon remembering that they had emptied their pockets. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just went to someone's birthday party. I'm fine. You went to a birthday party and ended up like this? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you went to Dilongjai. Li Wenhao thought to himself, but I did go to Dilongjai. He held back from revealing the truth, saying instead, it was just a friend's celebration. It got a bit out of hand. Lin Lu and Wang Lei believed him. Though if he had truly said he went to Dilongjai, they would not have accepted it. Lin Lu muttered, so you went to celebrate someone's birthday? What about the money? What happened exactly? Wang Lei added, yeah, hope nothing happened to the babies. Since Li Wenhao seemed unharmed, it must be something concerning Su Chen. The two exchanged glances, alarmed. No, you two can't get into trouble while the babies are safe. I have to ask Brother Chen. Lin Lu and Wang Lei pulled out their phones, frantically tagging Su Chen in their group chat. Lin Lu typed, son, what on earth is going on? Wang Lei added, son, are you alright? You must keep an eye on the babies. Lin Lu continued, if there is something wrong, just say it. No need to be so roundabout. Wang Lei chimed in, Lin Lu and I would even sell ourselves to help you raise the money. Upon seeing their messages, Li Wenhao thought, have these two gone mad? Selling themselves? Who would want that? Nevertheless, witnessing their fervor calmed him a bit. After all, he couldn't be the only one to suffer embarrassment. Regrettably, even after a long time, Su Chen remained unresponsive in the group chat. The two wondered, could it be that Su Chen is really in trouble? Li Wenhao turned over and fell asleep, unconcerned, thinking that Su Chen was likely busy wooing Wen Chi-Chi. He had no worries about any trouble befalling him. Meanwhile, in Furong community, Su Chen was guiding the babies upstairs. Since he had been driving, he hadn't seen the messages in the group chat. Once they reached the top, he placed the babies inside before Wen Chi-Chi promptly closed the door. Su Chen, left standing outside, was utterly bewildered. Did his wife feel shy? He helplessly rubbed his nose and chuckled. Chi-Chi, I don't plan to do anything. When Chi-Chi remained silent, and Suchan could hear her pouring hot water inside, he resorted to his trump card. Open the door. I still want to give the babies a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, the babies grew more excited than when Chi-Chi, each one pointing at her and babbling. Mommy, we want to take a bath. Mommy, please open the door. Mommy, I need to go potty. When Chi-Chi realized that the babies had fully allied with Suchan, remembering how everyone was covered in cream today, she knew they couldn't sleep without a bath. Reluctantly, she opened the door. As soon as it swung open, Suchan dashed in and embraced her. When Chi-Chi's heart raced, What are you doing? Stay still. I just want to discuss something with you. With her head lowered, she asked, What? Suchan sighed softly and said, Come home with me tomorrow. Noticing her silence, he added, Your future mother-in-law wishes to meet you. The next day marked the National Day holiday, a 7-day break. Suchan had promised Su Jiangwo that he would bring Wen Chi-Chi and the babies back home. Otherwise, he would truly face expulsion from the family. When Chi-Chi nodded, all right. She recalled Su Jiangwo mentioning that she should return home for the holiday. Then let's go back and take a look. It will be my home in the future. Thinking of Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi felt that life ahead might not be so difficult. Surely her future mother-in-law would be a good one. With that, Suchan affectionately ruffled Wen Chi-Chi's hair before heading off to give the babies a bath. By the time they all settled down to sleep, it was already 9:30 p.m. As Suchan lay down, he mentally asked, System? Here, what about the rewards? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received ownership of a tea garden. The contract has been placed in your space. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a premium Longjing tea seed. This seed can be used in conjunction with the tea garden. Congratulations, host, for receiving a high-quality fishing rod, which has been placed in the SUV's trunk. Congratulations, host, for receiving 200,000 yuan in cash, which has been deposited into your bank account. Suchan checked his space and indeed found the contract along with the tea seed. As for the fishing rod, it was in the trunk, so he couldn't see it right now. However, he pondered. What does the system need to give him a fishing rod for? Oh well, the system wouldn't let him down. He decided to keep it for now. Thank you. No need for thanks. The system fell silent after delivering its message. Only then did Su Chen take out his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a multitude of notifications from Alipay. Lin Lu had transferred 10,000 yuan. Lin Lu had transferred 5,000 yuan. Lin Lu had transferred another 10,000 yuan. Wang Lei had transferred 20,000 yuan. Wang Lei had transferred another 10,000 yuan. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. These fellows must be afraid he wouldn't accept payments via WeChat, hence the direct transfers to Alipay. With so many transactions, it seemed they had been gradually gathering the funds. He chuckled softly. Then, he received a text message. Your XX bank account has been credited with 300,000 yuan. Su Chen was taken aback. He quickly opened WeChat. A message from Chen who appeared. Brother Su Chen, 30,000. This month as bonus. Make sure to keep it. So it was a bonus. Su Chen smiled and replied to Chen Hu. Thank you. Next, he checked the dormitory group chat. Most messages were just Lin Lu and Wang Lei chatting nonsensically. Li Wenhao hadn't said a word. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. After a moment's thought, he responded, It's all good, my little ones. Before long, he was bombarded with messages from Lin Lu and Wang Lei. Lin Lu, dude, you're still alive? Lin Lu, forget that. Your existence isn't important. Let me see the little ones. Wang Lei, kid, are you okay? Wang Lei, what is going on? Su Chen felt a pang of sadness. Su Chen, really, it's nothing. Su Chen, I have something to do, so I'll be off. Su Chen, by the way, in 5 minutes, please check your phones, don't forget. In the dormitory, Lin Lu and Wang Lei were both puzzled. Why did Su Chen want them to check their phones in 5 minutes? Who knows? Howsy, do you have any idea? Li Wenhao, who was just about to doze off. I have no clue. Maybe he has something to discuss. We'll find out soon. All right then. The three were left in silence. Moments later, Lin Lu received an Alipay notification. Transfer alert. Su Chen transferred 30,000 yuan. What the hell? Lin Lu couldn't help but curse. Is he out of his mind? What is going on? Wang Lei leaned in anxiously. Lin Lu, check your phone. Wang Lei hastily opened his phone. Before long, he too received an Alipay notification. Transfer alert. Su Chen transferred 35,000 yuan. Wang Lei, why is Su Chen transferring money to me? Has he lost it? And he even added an extra 5,000. Me too. I got an extra 5,000. Lin Lu exclaimed. What the hell? Li Wenhao shouted in disbelief, looking at the two. Su Chen transferred money to you? Yeah. What about you? The two stared at Li Wenhao in unison. Li Wenhao, confused, touched his phone and pondered. Then, he slumped onto the bed. I gave Su Chen my bank card. Wang Lei and Lin Lu, what? Li Wenhao, is it not possible to transfer back? Wang Lei and Lin Lu, seems like it. Damn. Does that mean I lost 5,000? Wang Lei and Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao with sympathy. However, they quickly remembered another issue. Why would Chen Ge transfer money back? Didn't he need money? It hasn't been long since then. The two hurriedly took out their phones and began to tag Su Chen frantically in the group chat. Lin Lu, Su Chen, what are you doing? You should keep that money for yourself. Wang Lei, Su Chen, don't worry about us. We can manage with instant noodles for a few months. Su Chen chuckled. He remembered how Wang Lei despised instant noodles. Back in school, he would rather buy a bunch of steamed buns than eat a single bite of instant noodles. He sighed and began to reply. Su Chen, I don't need it. You all keep it. Su Chen, the extra money is like a treat from daddy. Remember to give the little ones a big red envelope later. Li Wenhao anxiously held his phone and asked, Brother Chen, what about mine? Li Wenhao, I should have an extra 5,000 too, right? Li Wenhao, I'll come find you tomorrow for my bank card. Su Chen, daddy will be home tomorrow. Li Wenhao, isn't that a bit excessive? He furrowed his brow, thinking it over, and the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Today, it was his suggestion to gather money for Su Chen. How did it end up with him losing out? He turned to glare at Lin Lu and Wang Lei. The two shivered. Kid, what are you doing? Huh. Li Wenhao smirked coldly. Then, he quickly rushed over. Su Chen gave you both an extra 5,000, right? So my meal package goes to you. Don't forget to bring me food. Lin Lu, Wang Lei. This kid is asking for a beating again. What are we waiting for? Let us deal with him. On October 1st, everyone was on holiday. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up the little ones and Wen Chi-Chi, packing up to head home. Noticing the anxious look on Wen Chi-Chi's face, Su Chen took the time to comfort her. Don't worry, my mom is just like my dad. She'll only kick me out of the house. If you go, I can secure my position at home. Uff. Wen Chi-Chi chuckled at Su Chen's joke. Seeing the effect, he continued. Once the holiday is over, I'll take you to see apartments. There is so much waiting for you, the lady of the house, to arrange. Emphasizing the words lady of the house, Su Chen intentionally raised his voice. Wen Chi-Chi made no objections. I know. Su Chen smiled slightly. Such a life is truly wonderful. Once in the car and ready to set off, he received a call from Li Dong. Xiao Chun heading home. Chapter 105. What the hell is this little broken car? Su Chen had been busy these past few days and hadn't seen Li Dong in a while. Hearing Li Dong's voice now felt particularly warm. Yes, brother Dong. How about you? I'm heading back too. Do you need a ride? Li Dong had heard from Li Li that Su Chen was returning home for the holiday. Since Su Chen didn't have a car and was accompanied by 4 kids and a wife, Li Dong was quite concerned. So he called early in the morning to check on him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood Li Dong's intent. He replied, No need, brother Dong. I have a car now. Huh, you bought a car? Yeah, I made some money from a small business recently. Want to ride back together? Sure. What kind of car did you get? Just a little broken car. All right, I'll come find you. After hanging up, Li Dong couldn't help but wondered just how broken this little car could be. With Su Chen bringing several kids along, it might not be very convenient. If it's really bad, he might as well let Su Chen use his car to avoid putting the little ones through any discomfort. With that thought, Li Dong quickly drove to Su Chen's house. Upon seeing a black SUV parked outside, he was momentarily stunned. Is there actually a wealthy person in Farang community? Not paying it much mind, he parked his car aside and waited for Su Chen. Just as he finished parking, he heard Su Chen's voice coming from ahead. Brother Dong, over here. Li Dong looked towards the voice, only to see Su Chen standing beside the SUV. Waving at him, he got out of the car and walked over to Su Chen. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Where's your little broken car? If not, you can take mine. The kids shouldn't be too tired. Su Chen pointed to the SUV behind him. No need. This is specifically customized for the little ones. Li Dong. This one? Which one? Su Chen patted the SUV. This one. Li Dong was instantly astonished. This is your little broken car? Su Chen nodded. Yeah. Li Dong. What the hell is this little broken car? This vehicle must be worth at least $1 million. He suddenly felt utterly speechless about the idea of having Su Chen drive his car. What about his sister-in-law and the kids? Li Dong decided to change the subject. As soon as he finished speaking, the rear door of the car swung open. Wen Chi-Chi stepped out, inquiring, Is this brother Dong? I am Wen Chi-Chi. The moment Li Dong laid eyes on Wen Chi-Chi, his breath caught in his throat. What kind of celestial being is this? He cast a dubious glance at Su Chen, who chuckled, Your sister-in-law. Li Dong thought to himself, Is he here today just to torment me? Here he was, a single man coerced into returning home for a blind date, yet he found himself worrying about a married man. With a hint of awkwardness, he greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Where are the little ones? The little ones were inside the car, chattering incessantly. When Chi-Chi effortlessly picked up the most boisterous of them, Sibao. Sibao beamed as he planted a kiss on Wen Chi-Chi's cheek, then turned to look at Li Dong. Oh, there's a strange uncle here. Who is he? What are daddy and mommy doing? Sibao's curious gaze was tinged with mischief. Li Dong felt his breath catch again. This is Sibao. When Chi-Chi handed Si Bao to Li Dong without hesitation, he accepted the adorable child without a second thought. Was this baby not the cutest? He bore a striking resemblance to Su Chun. Li Dong found himself eager to see the other three children's appearances. Thus, he couldn't resist peering into the car. Su Chun, unable to watch any longer, suggested, "Brother Dong, why don't you hop in and have a look? Or better yet, why not abandon your car and ride back with me?" Li Dong instantly found this proposal delightful, absolutely splendid. This way, he could play with the little ones up close. He nodded enthusiastically, sure. He then climbed into the vehicle. Inside the car, the other three little ones were initially bewildered upon seeing Li Dong. However, upon spotting Si Bao, who was happily nestled in the uncle's arms, their confusion dissipated. It seemed the uncle was not a bad person after all, and Si Bao despised bad people. The three little ones were soon filled with joy, one by one scooting closer to Li Dong. Upon seeing all four of the little ones, Li Dong was utterly astounded. How could they all be so stunning? Not a single one was unattractive. It was simply incredible. Jealousy swelled within him, yet he also felt elated. Throughout the journey from Ning City to Ningxi Town, which took an hour and a half by car, he played joyfully with the little ones. As they approached the service area, when Chi-Chi remarked, "Su Chun, it's time to prepare the formula for the babies." "All right, we'll stop soon," he replied, while Li Dong was still engrossed in play. Once the car halted at the service area, Li Dong flung open the door to exit. At that moment, he noticed Su Chun swiftly leaning over, unbuckling Wen Chi-Chi's seatbelt without hesitation. He then ruffled Wen Chi-Chi's hair gently, saying, "Let me handle this. You should get out and take a walk." Wen Chi-Chi smiled sweetly. "Okay." Li Dong, feeling overlooked, thought to himself, "This is just too much. My heart as a single man is nearly shattered." He suddenly began to ponder what his purpose in this car was. Surely it wasn't to be a witness to such romantic gestures? Meanwhile, Su Chun remained oblivious to the implications of his actions, stepping out to fetch hot water for the bottles. After preparing the formula, Li Dong approached, intending to lend a hand. "Xiao Chun I." However, Su Chun appeared not to notice, handing 2 bottles to Wen Chi-Chi. She instinctively accepted, saying, "I'll feed to Bao and San Bao." Su Chun replied, "All right then, I'll take Air Bao and Si Bao." Once again ignored, Li Dong felt increasingly superfluous. As the 4 little ones drank their milk, they paid him no mind. Alone in the cold wind, Li Dong pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the restroom. After Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi finished feeding the babies, they settled them back in their seats, then returned to the car, closing the door and starting the engine, leaving without a hitch. It wasn't until they had traveled quite a distance that Wen Chi-Chi suddenly recalled something and asked, "Su Chun, did we forget something?" Su Chun furrowed his brow. It seems so, but what could it be? Si Bao, sitting in the infant seat, pointed at the spot where Li Dong had been seated, babbling incessantly. "Daddy, where did the uncle go? No one is here to play with Si Bao." In that instant, as Su Chun turned to look at Si Bao, realization struck him. Oh no, Brother Dong. When Chi-Chi also remembered, it seems Brother Dong is still at the service area. Panic began to rise in Su Chun. What should we do? How could we forget Brother Dong? When Chi-Chi suggested, we should turn around at the next service area to pick him up. Su Chun nodded. That's the only option. I'll call him first. Meanwhile, Li Dong stood at the service area, bewildered as he looked around. Where are Su Chun, Wen Chi-Chi? And the babies? Where's the car? Is this not where we stopped? Did I misremember? Chapter 106. Forgotten on the highway. Am I proud? It had drizzled slightly that morning, and the weather was cool. When Li Dong exited the car, he intended to use the restroom. Hence he hadn't donned his jacket. Now, the cold wind swept over him, causing him to shiver in his short sleeves. He contemplated calling Su Chun to inquire about the situation. However, his phone was still in the car, tucked away in his coat pocket. What the hell? After standing in a daze for 10 minutes, Li Dong could no longer bear it. He headed to find a staff member at the service area. The staff member was a man in his 40s or 50s. Upon seeing Li Dong approach, he chuckled. "Young man, looks like you've been forgotten here?" Li Dong offered an awkward smile. "It seems so." "Cold, huh?" The man looked at Li Dong with sympathy. "Yes," Li Dong nodded. "Ha ha." The man couldn't help but laugh. "Please, sir, rein it in a bit." "It's making me feel even colder," Li Dong said. The man realized he had laughed a bit too heartily and cleared his throat. "I apologize, young man. I've often seen videos of people forgetting their wives at service areas, but I never expected a man would be forgotten too. Ha ha, I just couldn't help myself." Li Dong replied. "Is that really appropriate?" He shivered and cautiously asked, "May I come in to warm up?" "Ha ha, of course. Come on in." The man welcomed Li Dong into his small room. Through the window, Li Dong could see the hustle and bustle outside. He mused sadly about when Su Chun would finally realize that his cousin had been left behind. The kind-hearted man poured Li Dong a cup of hot water and watched him with a silly grin, unable to contain himself. What to do? Should I call home? Li Dong had considered this, but he feared being ridiculed mercilessly by his father. He shook his head. Forget it. Just grit my teeth and endure. The man looked at Li Dong with renewed sympathy. Brother, you're truly in a dire situation. Not just dire, it was downright tragic. At that moment, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why did he agree to ride with Su Chen and leave his own car parked at their neighborhood? If he had been driving, he wouldn't be in this miserable predicament, eating dog food while being forgotten. Was there anyone in the world more unfortunate than him? Clearly not. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but shiver again. What a tragedy. Su Chen had finally arrived at the service area. He quickly took out his phone and dialed. Upon making the call, he heard the ringtone from the back seat of the car. Oh no. Cousin S' phone is in the car. No, we should return to pick them up. When Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, Su Chen quickly exited the highway, turned around, and drove back. As they traveled, Su Chen contemplated and said to Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, we're almost home, and there's something I believe I must discuss with you. When Chi-Chi looked at him in surprise, Su Chen continued, actually, this car. He observed Chi-Chi's reaction while speaking. However, before he could finish, Chi-Chi interjected. You bought it, didn't you? Su Chen was taken aback. How did you know? Initially, he had claimed he was merely renting it to prevent Chi-Chi from worrying. And she had not questioned him further. You've been driving it for quite some time. Can a rental last this long? Chi-Chi smiled lightly and reassured him. It's all right. I have a strong capacity for acceptance. Although I don't fully grasp what you're doing, I trust you. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. His wife had indeed changed for the better. It was wonderful. Upon arriving at the service area, Su Chen hurriedly exited the vehicle. Inside a small room, Li Dong noticed Su Chen's car and feared he might not be seen, leading to another mishap. Thus, he quickly stepped outside. The uncle followed suit. Half an hour had already passed. The uncle and Li Dong had exchanged a few words and gained some understanding of the situation. It turned out that this young man's cousin had forgotten about him. The reason was rather amusing. The cousin and his wife had been engrossed in their affections within the car, feeding the baby, and inadvertently left him behind. The uncle expressed his indignation, vowing to deliver a stern reprimand to this irresponsible cousin to ensure he learned his lesson. Otherwise, this young man would inevitably suffer again in the future. As the uncle stepped outside, he spotted Su Chen, who was approaching Li Dong with a smile, saying, Donggu, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Li Dong shook his head. It's fine. The uncle, upon hearing this, grew even angrier and was about to scold Su Chen when suddenly, a beautiful woman stepped out from a nearby vehicle. The uncle paused, momentarily stunned. Is this your cousin's wife? He inquired, to which Li Dong nodded. Then, the uncle observed the beauty retrieving an infant seat from the trunk, unveiling four neatly arranged baby seats. The uncle was momentarily shocked. Subsequently, he watched as the woman began to carry babies from the car. When the first baby emerged, he was utterly captivated. So adorable. The words of reprimand he had prepared were swallowed down. As he moved closer to get a better look, he was astonished to see the woman carrying out a second baby. This one sported two little pigtails and stared curiously at the security uncle. The uncle was astounded. His masculine heart melted into a puddle. For a moment, he stood still, sensing that this beauty had more surprises in store for him. And indeed, the next moment, she brought out a baby boy, who seemed to be looking around for something, followed by a baby girl who waved her arms energetically, as if filled with boundless energy. At this point, all four infant seats were occupied. The uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. Four for babies? These are all your children? His speech faltered in astonishment. Su Chen nodded, yes. The uncle then turned to Li Dong. Is this truly your brother? Li Dong also nodded. Somehow, he felt that the uncle, who had just promised to support him, had changed in an unexpected way. Impressive, the uncle exclaimed, giving Su Chen a thumbs up. He then addressed Li Dong. Brother, it's no exaggeration to say that if I had such a beautiful wife, I too might forget you on the highway. Li Dong was perplexed. What? The uncle continued, honestly, why would you be causing a fuss when you should just be grateful they even remember you? Li Dong was bewildered. The uncle concluded, if it were me, I would have driven straight home, and those babies wouldn't have to endure another hour in the car. That's just cruel. Li Dong was left in despair, realizing the narrative was not unfolding as expected.